Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 328 to Chapter 410. I can't accept this. The elder roared and struggled with all his might. Blood filled the air and the underground cave kept shaking. Lu Ming and Mo Ying looked at the scene in shock. The 9 dragons' bloodline's abnormal movement came from this pool of blood. Looking at the situation, it should be the blood of a flood dragon and even the soul of a flood dragon. Lu Ming's mind was racing. But what's up with that elder? Lu Ming could not figure it out, but one thing was for sure. This was not the ancestral inheritance that the Mo family had mentioned. Looking at Mo Ying's expression, it was obvious that she did not know either. He and Mo Ying had been deceived. The huge elder struggled more and more violently, as if he could break free at any time. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 old men with almost all their hair and faces full of wrinkles suddenly appeared on both sides of the cave. As soon as the 2 old men appeared, rays of dazzling light flew out from their hands. The light flew into the surrounding walls of the cave and inscriptions appeared on the walls. Countless inscriptions intertwined and formed an inscription formation. They condensed into strips of light and flew into the pool of blood. Suddenly, inscriptions appeared on the surface of the blood in the pool of blood and the huge flood dragon condensed by the blood. This greatly increased the power of the bloodwater flood dragon, and it immediately suppressed the huge old man's figure. Ah! Despicable Mo family, I can't accept this. The huge elder let out an indignant roar. Suppress! The 2 old men from the Mo family shouted softly and their bodies shone. They controlled the inscription formation to suppress the huge elder. Rumble, although the huge elder struggled with all his might, it was useless and his movements were getting smaller and smaller. Start condensing. One of the old men from the Mo family shouted softly and the other nodded. The 2 of them moved their palms and dozens of flood dragons flew out of the pool of blood. They roared and pounced on Lu Ming and Mo Ying. What was different from before was that each of these bloodwater dragons had inscriptions flowing on their bodies. Clearly, they were more powerful. Elders, what are you doing? I'm a disciple of the Mo family. Mo Ying was shocked. However, the flood dragons did not stop and Mo Ying could only fight back. Bang, however, with just one move, Mo Ying was sent flying. Then, a bloodwater dragon coiled around Mo Ying, trying to drag her into the bloodwater pool. Elders, what are you doing? I'm Mo Ying, a disciple of the Mo clan. I'm here to receive the inheritance of my ancestor. Let me go. Mo Ying screamed in horror. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he swept out with his long spear, causing the blood flood dragons to explode. Then, he grabbed the blood flood dragon on Mo Ying's body and squeezed it hard, causing it to explode. On both sides of the cave, the faces of the 2 Mo family elders changed. Their gazes towards Lu Ming were filled with killing intent. Blood refining array, kill! The 2 elders of the Mo family shouted loudly. The light of the inscription formation in the cave became even brighter. All of a sudden, hundreds of bloody flood dragons flew out and pounced on Lu Ming. Of course, these bloody flood dragons were only a few meters long and could not be compared to the huge flood dragon that was entangling the huge old man. Ha ha ha, little girl of the Mo family, don't expect to get out of here alive. What inheritance of your ancestor? They just want to use you to refine the Inuit demonic leader. At this moment, the old man's laughter came from the bloodwater pool. Rumble, that sentence was like a clap of thunder that exploded in Mo Ying's heart. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she screamed, use me to refine the Inuit demonic leader? No, this is not true. I don't believe it. You don't believe it? The truth is right in front of you. Little girl, accept your fate. You have been deceived by a group of hypocrites. The old man in the bloodwater pool said. No, this is impossible. Elders, is this true? Mo Ying looked at the 2 elders of the Mo family. As a disciple of the Mo family, it is your honor to be able to sacrifice for the Mo family. Why don't you surrender now? The 2 elders of the Mo family said. Their faces were extremely cold and emotionless. Mo Ying staggered back as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. The Mo family is despicable and shameless. They want to refine the blood and soul of a dragon into my body through the 2 of you. They want to refine me into a soulless, obedient puppet that only knows how to kill. No way, I will not surrender. The old man in the bloodwater pool roared. It's useless even if you don't surrender. This time, not only do we have a little girl with the cloud dragon bloodline, but we also have a kid who is more compatible with the dragon. With the two of them, we can definitely refine the Inuit demonic leader. This is God's blessing for the Mo family. Yan Quan, this is your fate. Why don't you surrender now? One of the elders of the Mo family roared. *CK your head. The old man roared. Mo Ying's body trembled and her eyes were lifeless. It was as if her soul had been sucked away. It was fake. Everything in the past was fake. What genius of the Mo family? What key grooming? What ancestors' inheritance? It was all fake. The purpose of everything was to refine the Inuit demonic leader. The reason was because of the cloud dragon bloodline in her body. No wonder the head of the Mo family invited Lu Ming in. He said that he would help her, but it was all nonsense. It was nothing more than that he had taken a fancy to Lu Ming's bloodline. Everything made sense. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming kept waving his long spear and blocking the bloodwater dragons. Mo Ying, cheer up. We don't need such a family. At most, we'll rebel. Lu Ming shouted. Mo Ying's body shook and then she recovered a little. She gritted her teeth and said loudly, I'm the master of my own fate. I won't listen to other people's arrangements. Rebellious and stubborn. Become a part of the glory of the Mo family. Kill. The two elders of the Mo family roared and controlled the inscription formation. More bloodwater dragons flew out and pounced on the two. A bunch of hypocrites. Kill. Lu Ming shouted. Boom, his aura erupted like a volcano as a huge stone tablet appeared. 4 silver chakras were shining brightly on it. Lu Ming burst out with all his strength. Boom, the power of wind and fire gathered. With a sweep of his long spear, a large number of bloodwater dragons exploded. Level 4 King class bloodline. Who is this guy? An elder of the Mo family roared in shock. As far as he knew, there was no genius with level 4 King class bloodline in the entire Inmoon Empire. Where did Lu Ming come from? Could he be a peerless genius from a medium-sized empire? No matter who he is, there's no way out today. Let's kill this guy first. The other elder of the Mo family roared. Okay, let's do it. The two elders of the Mo family pinched their hands. Roar, the huge bloodwater dragon that was entangling the elder let go of him and pounced on Lu Ming with a roar. Its aura was so strong that it shook heaven and earth. It gave people the feeling that it was much stronger than an ordinary martial artist at the 9th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. It was unstoppable. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He was about to retreat, but suddenly he stopped. Buzz. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared to the sky. Although the 9 dragons' bloodline was only a dozen meters long, it looked very small in front of the bloody flood dragon. However, as the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared, the bloody flood dragon suddenly stopped in the air. It looked at the bloodline of the 9 dragons with fear in its eyes. The giant serpent's body began to tremble violently. It let out a roar and turned around to flee. However, it was too late. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and a strong devouring power burst out of its mouth. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline twisted its body like a flash of lightning. It instantly reached the top of the bloody flood dragon's head and shrouded it with a strong devouring power. The bloody flood dragon was terrified. It kept roaring and its huge body kept twisting. However, the 9 dragons' bloodline steadily stopped at the top of the bloody flood dragon's head and kept bursting out its devouring power. Roar, the blood flood dragon roared as a flood dragon's soul was extracted from the body of the flood dragon that was condensed from blood. The first thing that appeared was the head of the flood dragon soul. It kept roaring and wanted to shrink back, but it was useless under the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. It was being extracted bit by bit. What's going on? What the hell is going on? An elder of the Mo family shouted in disbelief. Kill him. Kill him. The 2 elders of the Mo family gnashed their teeth and desperately urged the inscription formation to get rid of the 9 dragons' bloodline and kill Lu Ming. Unfortunately, the huge bloody flood dragon was like a mouse meeting a cat when it encountered the nine dragons' bloodline. It did not dare to resist at all. The flood dragon's soul was constantly being extracted. Soon, more than half of the flood dragon's soul had been extracted. Boy, what are you doing? Why don't you stop? Stop right now. You're destroying the Mo family's 1,000-year plan. Do you know that? Stop right now. The two elders of the Mo family shouted hysterically. Haha, you two old dogs. You've lived for so long. Have you been living like dogs? Stop? And then use my life to complete the Mo family's 1,000-year plan? Have you King lost your IQ? And what's the Mo family's 1,000-year plan? What does it have to do with me? In my eyes, it's all trash. Lu Ming let out a long howl. The words of the two Mo family elders were simply too ridiculous. You are courting death. The two Mo family elders' shriveled faces flushed red, as if they were about to bleed from anger. They were the Mo clan's grand elders and were usually high and mighty. When had anyone dared to scold them like this? I'll kill this brat first. An elder of the Mo family roared. He temporarily stopped controlling the inscription formation and was about to attack Lu Ming. However, as soon as he stopped controlling the inscription formation, the old man in the pool of blood went berserk, and the underground cave began to shake. Damn it! The elder of the Mo family was unwilling, but he could only fly back to continue controlling the inscription array. Roar! At this moment, the nine dragons' bloodline let out an earth-shattering roar. Its devouring power suddenly increased, and the blood-flood dragon's soul was pulled out. The flood dragon's soul roared again and again. Terrified, it struggled with all its might. No! Stop! The two elders of the Mo family roared. However, the nine dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked the flood dragon's soul into its mouth, disappearing without a trace. The nine dragons' bloodline revealed a satisfied expression and flew back into Lu Ming's body. Damn it, let go of the flood dragon's soul quickly. The two elders of the Mo family screamed crazily like ghosts. Let go? You think too much. Lu Ming sneered. Boom! At this moment, the underground cave began to shake violently. The pool of blood and the pool of blood surged violently. Clang, the sound of iron chains colliding violently rang out. Not good, quickly suppress old monster Xianxia. The two elders of the Mo family screamed in horror and desperately controlled the inscription formation to suppress the old man in the pool of blood. But, bang! In the next moment, there was an explosion. A figure soared into the sky from the pool of blood. It was an old man in his 60s. His face was covered with a long beard, and his body was extremely burly. He seemed to be more than 2 meters tall. The figure that was dozens of meters tall was not his real body, but a human figure condensed by true chi. Several iron chains as thick as an arm wrapped around the burly old man's body and extended out from the pool of blood. When the burly old man moved, the iron chains clanged. Not good, Xianxia is about to break free. The two elders of the Mo family screamed in horror. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. Mo family, today, I, Xianxia, swear that I will destroy your Mo family. The burly old man laughed maniacally. Kill him, quick. The two elders of the Mo family roared and gave up on controlling the inscription formation. A battle sword appeared in their hands and they slashed at Xianxia. The sword chi whistled and was extremely shocking. Peak of the 8th martial ancestor realm, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The two elders of the Mo family were terrifyingly strong. They were both at the peak of the 8th martial ancestor realm. A mere 8th martial ancestor realm wants to kill me? You overestimate yourself. Xianxia laughed and waved his palms. Two terrifying palms struck out towards the two elders of the Mo family. Bang! Bang! With two explosions, the two elders of the Mo family screamed and their bodies flew out like cannonballs. They crashed heavily into the walls of the cave and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Clang! Xianxia waved his palms and caused the iron chains to collide. A total of 4 iron chains bound him. He was too strong. Even when he was bound by the iron chains, he was still able to injure the two elders of the 8th martial ancestor realm. His strength was terrifying. You want to bind me with a few pieces of scrap metal? Break! Yan Quan shouted, and a terrifying true chi burst out from his body as he pulled with all his might. Rumble, the entire cave shook violently and the ground trembled, producing deep rumbling sounds. Not good, Yan Quan is about to break free. Run! The two elders of the Mo family were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They turned around and ran towards the exit. Break! Yan Quan suddenly shouted loudly. He grabbed one of the iron chains and suddenly pulled it. Clang, the iron chain that was as thick as an arm broke into two. This was not an ordinary iron chain but a rare black iron with inscriptions carved on it. However, it still broke with a single pull. You want to leave? Go and die! Yan Quan shouted. With a swing of his arm, a broken chain flew out and shot towards the two Mo family elders. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and it instantly caught up to the two Mo family elders. Block! The two elders of the Mo family roared and each used their strongest move. However, the difference was too big. Bang! Bang! Two rumbling sounds could be heard and the two elders' attacks were destroyed. A section of the iron chain crashed into their bodies. Kacha, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The two elders of the Mo family screamed and flew out. They fell heavily on the ground and were no longer breathing. At this moment, the entire Mo family was in chaos. Just a moment ago, when Yan Quan broke the iron chain, the entire ground of the Mo family shook violently as though there was an earthquake. What is going on? Many disciples of the Mo family panicked. The patriarch of the Mo family and a few elders were guarding the stone house. Other than them, there were a few more people. One of them was the young prince, Yin Jiu Feng. Beside Yin Jiu Feng, there were a few elders with powerful auras. At this moment, the patriarch of the Mo family's face changed drastically. Not good, there is a problem underground. Quick, gather the clan's experts and get ready. The Mo family patriarch roared, his voice echoing throughout the Mo family. Whoosh! Whoosh! One figure after another flew toward the Mo clan from every corner. They were all martial ancestor realm experts. As one of the top 10 families of the Yin Moon Empire, the Mo family's strength was not to be underestimated. Apart from the martial ancestor realm experts, there were also some martial grandmasters gathering. In an instant, the front of the stone house was filled with figures. In the underground cave, break! Yan Quan roared, his genuine chi bursting forth like an ancient giant beast struggling. Clang! 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 3 crisp sounds were heard as the remaining 3 chains were broken by Yan Quan. Ha ha ha, after being trapped for more than 10 years, I'm finally free. Mo family, accept my revenge. Yan Quan laughed maniacally, his face revealing a sinister expression. After a while, he turned his gaze towards Lu Ming and Mo Ying. Swoosh, his figure moved and instantly appeared a few meters in front of Lu Ming and Mo Ying. Ah, Mo Ying cried out in fright and involuntarily took 3 steps back. Lu Ming did not move, but his pupils constricted. He held his spear in front of him, ready to fight. Haha, little girl, what are you afraid of? You saved me, why would I make things difficult for you? Yan Quan grinned at Mo Ying. Following which, he looked at Lu Ming and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Little brother, it's all thanks to you that I was able to escape this time. This is a huge favor and I have to repay it. However, now is not the time to talk about this. Let me exterminate the Mo family first before we talk about this. After speaking, Yan Quan laughed and strode towards the exit. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he said, let's go out too. He and Mo Ying followed closely behind the old man and walked out. When he passed by the corpses of the 2 elders of the Mo family, Lu Ming silently devoured the blood essence of the 2 elders. The 3 of them walked forward. Soon, they walked out of the underground cave and returned to the stone house. Boom, Yan Quan struck out with his palm, and the stone door of the stone house exploded. Shattered rocks flew everywhere, and a series of exclamations came from outside. Looks like they're all waiting outside. Great, I don't need to look for them. Yan Quan grinned, his eyes filled with killing intent as he strode out. Lu Ming and Mo Ying followed. As soon as he walked out of the stone house, Lu Ming's expression changed. Outside, there were hundreds of people densely packed together. All of them had strong auras. They were all experts. The weakest among them was a martial Grand Master. Yan Quan. Seeing the three of them, the Mo family's patriarch and several elders' faces changed drastically, and they cried out involuntarily. Set up the formation, quickly. An elder screamed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their figures flashed wildly as at least a few dozen martial arts grandmasters flashed and formed a battle formation. At the front of the battle formation was the Mo family head and a few elders. Mo Ying, how audacious of you! How dare you release the devil suppressed by the clan? This is unforgivable. The head of the Mo family shouted. Mo Ying's delicate body trembled. They were the ones who deceived Mo Ying and wanted to use her life to refine the Dark Moon demonic leader. However, as soon as they came out, the head of the Mo family pinned the crime of releasing the devil suppressed by the Mo family on Mo Ying. How shameless! Patriarch, you lied to me. There is no ancestor's inheritance below. You want my life, Mo Ying said in a trembling voice. Shut up, little bitch. You're wrong. How dare you talk back? Kneel down and accept your death. The head of the Mo family shouted, not allowing Mo Ying to talk back. He was no longer as amiable as before. Mo Ying's face was pale, and her delicate body trembled nonstop. She bit her lips so hard that they bled, but she did not realize it. Originally, she still had a glimmer of hope for the Mo family, but now, she was in despair. Haha, old man, you lied to your own disciple, saying that you're inheriting the ancestor's inheritance. In fact, you just want the life of a junior to refine the Dark Moon demonic leader. Even now, you're still so dignified. Are you AF * king dog? Don't you have any shame? Lu Ming laughed and pointed at the head of the Mo family. Little bastard, what did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? The head of the Mo family roared, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. What the F * ck are you? Do I have to give you face when I speak? Don't flatter yourself. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked at the head of the Mo family with contempt, as if he was really looking at a pile of dog shit. This kind of gaze almost made the head of the Mo family vomit blood. He was so angry that his body trembled nonstop. Ha ha ha, little brother, you've scolded well. The whole Mo family is a pile of dog shit, haha. Yan Quan laughed. Damn it, Lu Ming, you actually destroyed the refining of the Dark Moon demonic leader and ruined the plan of the Yingyue royal family. Even if you die 10,000 times, you can't make up for it. At this time, a scream filled with resentment sounded. It was Yingyue Feng. Oh, isn't this the little prince? Why aren't you going home to drink milk? Do you want to be beaten again? Lu Ming curled his lips and said. This sentence almost caused Yingyue Feng to suffer internal injuries. Lu Ming, if I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not a human. Yingyue Feng shouted furiously. If I remember correctly, you also shouted like that last time. Why? Are you still a human? Lu Ming sneered. Ah. You, kill him for me. Yingyue Feng's face turned pale and he almost exploded with anger. Kill. Behind Yingyue Feng, two old men shouted and were about to pounce on Lu Ming. Who can you kill? Yan Quan shouted coldly and threw out a punch. Bang. Bang, the two old men exploded and Yingyue Feng screamed in fear. Under the protection of the remaining two old men, he retreated. Let's attack together and suppress old demon Yan Quan. The head of the Mo family roared. Suppress old demon Yan Quan. Everyone from the Mo family shouted. More than 30 martial ancestor realm experts formed a large array and charged towards Yan Quan. Good timing. Today, I'll settle the score with the Mo family. Yan Quan shouted and charged towards the Mo family. Kill. Yan Quan shouted and his aura was shocking. He was like a demon god. He threw out a punch and a dazzling fist force charged towards the Mo family. Lu Ming could feel that Yan Quan's aura was no weaker than the sect leaders of the 5 major sects in the Burning Sun Empire. He was at the limit of a martial ancestor and was known as a half-king. 100 sword array, kill. The Mo family did not dare to be careless. More than 30 of them joined forces and their auras merged to form a huge sword that was a few hundred meters tall and slashed towards Yan Quan. Boom, the huge sword and the fist radiance collided and there was a loud explosion. The entire Mo family shook violently and some of the buildings nearby were blown into pieces by the shockwave. They were evenly matched in this exchange. Kill. Immediately, Yan Quan and the Mo family started fighting again. Kill this little bastard for me right now. Yin Jiufeng shouted. Shush. Shush, behind Yin Jiufeng, the remaining 2 old men charged towards Lu Ming and they exuded a powerful aura. 8th Martial Ancestor Realm. Now, let's see who can save you. Yin Jiufeng looked ferocious. However, there was a smile on Lu Ming's face. He stood there motionless. Roar, at this moment, there was a loud roar in the sky. A tall and burly figure fell from the sky and landed heavily between Lu Ming and the 2 elders, creating a large hole in the ground. Golden-eyed blood zombie, this tall figure was actually the golden-eyed blood zombie. I've finally arrived. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Just now, when he came out of the stone house, he noticed the abnormality of the demon suppression token and found that the golden-eyed blood zombie was in the vicinity of Su Tiancheng, probably looking for him. He was not surprised that the golden-eyed blood zombie could escape from the assassins of the Yin Moon Empire. The golden-eyed blood zombie had reached the early 9th level of the martial ancestor realm and its body was like a diamond. If it wanted to escape, even a half-step king realm expert might not be able to kill it. When Lu Ming found that the golden-eyed blood zombie was nearby, he immediately used the demon suppression token to summon the golden-eyed blood zombie. He also deliberately chatted with Yin Jiufeng to delay time until the golden-eyed blood zombie finally arrived. Golden-eyed, kill them. Lu Ming ordered. Roar, the golden-eyed blood zombie roared and pounced. Pung. Pung, in just one move, the 2 elders of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm that Yin Jiufeng brought flew back screaming. There was a claw wound on each of their bodies. Where the claw had clawed, the flesh and blood had disappeared, revealing the white bones. It was extremely horrifying. This scene was too sudden and Yin Jiufeng was stunned. Mo Ying, who was beside Lu Ming, was also stunned. She found that she could not see through Lu Ming at all. Since the first time she saw Lu Ming had brought her a series of surprises since Lu Ming said that she was divided into yin and yang. In her opinion, Lu Ming was a mystery, an unfathomable mystery. Now, there were experts of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm that obeyed him. Monster, go, take the young master away. An elder roared. He wanted to rush over and take Yin Jiufeng away, but it was too late. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared angrily and rushed out. He waved his claws and the claw light slashed out like a few heavenly blades. Poochie, in just a few moves, the 2 old men were torn in half by the golden-eyed blood zombie. Ah! Yin Jiufeng screamed in fright, his face was as white as paper, his body trembling. The 4 experts that his father had sent to help him had been killed just like that, leaving him all alone. It's your turn now. Lu Ming smiled at Yin Jiufeng. But Lu Ming's smile, in Yin Jiufeng's eyes, was more terrifying than the devil. Patriarch Mo, save me, save me. Yin Jiufeng screamed in a hoarse voice. But the Mo family head didn't even look at him. What a joke. Save him, right now, the Mo family was locked in battle with Yan Quan. They couldn't even take care of themselves, so how could they have the time to save him? It seems that no one will come to save you. Lu Ming smiled again, walking step by step towards Yin Jiufeng. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. My father is the Zhenan king, he has a lot of troops. If you kill me, you will also die, and Yin Jiufeng screamed. And what? Last time, I let you go because of the Mo family. This time, you want to use the Mo family to threaten me? And, you have tried to kill me many times, how can I let you go? Lu Ming's face finally turned cold. No. Yin Jiufeng screamed and turned to run. But Lu Ming flicked his finger and a spear light shot out, piercing through Yin Jiufeng's back. Yin Jiufeng screamed, lying on the ground, screaming again and again, but he was not dead yet. Lu Ming walked over and squatted down to look at Yin Jiufeng. Save me, save me. Yin Jiufeng struggled, blood flowing out of his mouth. Save you? I will tell you another secret, then you will not ask me to save you. I have another name, Tianyun. Lu Ming smiled faintly, whispering in Yin Jiufeng's ear. What? Yin Jiufeng's pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of despair. He growled, Champion. Champion. Before he could say the word Marquis, he had already died. The Burning Sun Empire's champion Marquis Tianyun, there was no one in the Yin Moon Empire who did not know him. He had killed several powerful legions of the Yin Moon Empire, his name was known throughout the Yin Moon Empire. When Yin Jiufeng heard that it was Tianyun, in despair, he breathed his last. All around, the great martial masters of the Mo family looked at Lu Ming in horror, not daring to attack. Boom! Boom! Between heaven and earth, there was only the sound of Yan Quan and the Mo family's battle echoing. The battle between Yan Quan and the Mo family was still going on, and it was hard to tell who would win. It had to be said that the 100-sword battle formation set up by the Mo family was indeed powerful. With the combination of more than 30 martial ancestor realm experts and the Mo family's master's cultivation of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, they were actually able to fight Yan Quan to a draw. Roar! At this moment, the golden-eyed blood zombie growled beside Lu Ming, his eyes constantly looking in the direction of the stone house. You want to absorb the blood? Lu Ming understood what the golden-eyed blood zombie meant. The golden-eyed blood zombie was very eager for the dragon blood in the underground cave. Go! Lu Ming whispered. Swish! Receiving Lu Ming's order, the golden-eyed blood zombie rushed into the underground cave with a swish. On the other hand, Lu Ming stood still and watched the battle while refining the blood essence. Lu Ming's body had devoured the essence blood of several 8th-level martial ancestor realm experts. It was too thick. The essence blood was constantly converted into energy and refined into genuine qi. Lu Ming began to attack the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Rumble! Soon, a dull sound came from Lu Ming's body. He had broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Just as Lu Ming broke through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm, the 9 dragons' bloodline suddenly roared and rushed out of Lu Ming's body, roaring to the sky. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline's body shape rapidly changed. It was originally a python that was more than 10 meters long. Now, it was rapidly growing longer and thicker. The scales on its body became more crystal clear. Then, 4 claws grew out of the python's abdomen, just like dragon claws. 2 horns grew out of the top of its head. A dragon. This was the shape of a dragon. The 9 dragons' bloodline had evolved. After the 9 dragons' bloodline had devoured a shocking amount of essence blood and the dragon's soul, it had finally begun to evolve. From the python form, it had evolved into the dragon form. Roar! The dragon form of the 9 dragons' bloodline roared to the sky. The dragon's roar reverberated and a bright silver chakra appeared on its body. Level 1 King Class Bloodline. Around them, the martial Grand Masters and MOing of the Mo clan were all dumbfounded. Even the Mo family's martial grandmasters and Yan Quan, who were in the midst of the battle, looked at Lu Ming in shock. The bloodline could evolve? From the mortal class to the king class, this was too shocking. It was simply unheard of. There were no records of this in the ancient books. This young man is too extraordinary. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. The evolution of the 9 dragons' bloodline was too sudden. He could not control it at all. If it was possible, he would not have chosen to evolve his bloodline at this moment. All of you, retreat quickly. Send this news to the South Protecting King and the royal family. This person is a demon. He must be killed. The head of the Mo clan roared at the martial Grandmaster realm warriors. A bloodline evolving, this was simply unheard of. It was too shocking. Since such a person was already an enemy, he could not be allowed to live. This was the Mo clan head's thought. Let's go. There were over 100 martial Grand Masters rushing in all directions at this moment. Since that is the case, all of you will stay here. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes emitting a terrifying killing intent. The 9 dragons' bloodline must not be exposed. Although this place was very far away from the headquarters of the Heavenly Deity Palace, it was better to be safe than sorry. If the characteristics of the Nine Dragons bloodline were to reach martial monarch DE, it would be a great disaster for him. These people had to die. Lu Ming soared into the sky. Behind him, the Nine Dragons bloodline appeared. A wriggling dragon that was 100 meters long was suspended above Lu Ming's head. Roar! The Nine Dragons bloodline roared at the sky, and a strong devouring power burst out from its mouth. The strength of this devouring power was dozens of times stronger than before the evolution. The mouth of the Nine Dragons bloodline was like a black hole. A terrifying devouring power spread out, enveloping over 100 martial Grand Masters. More than 100 warriors in the great martial mentor realm seemed to have been frozen in place. Then, they revealed extremely terrified expressions. The power of my bloodline is flowing away. Not good, I feel like my essence blood is being sucked out. The 100 martial Grand Masters let out terrified cries. Devour! A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he shouted softly. Roar! The Nine Dragons bloodline roared, and the devouring power in its mouth became even stronger. Following that, a terrifying scene occurred. Over 100 martial Grand Masters, all kinds of blood vessels floated above their heads. These blood vessels let out a mournful wail and actually left their masters. They flew towards the Nine Dragons blood vessels and were swallowed by the Nine Dragons blood vessels. My bloodline power has been devoured. A blood-curdling scream rang out, but the next moment, the scream abruptly stopped. This was because 9 drops of blood essence flew out from each person's body and were devoured by the Nine Dragons bloodline. More than 100 people were lying flat on the ground, no longer breathing. The scene was completely silent. Even the great battle between the Mo clan's martial ancestors and Yan Quan had temporarily stopped. Everyone stared at Lu Ming, dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. A single roar from his bloodline had actually devoured the bloodline power and blood essence of over 100 people. What kind of ability was this? He was simply a demon. Demon, you are a demon. Someone from the Mo family shouted. What demon? In my opinion, your Mo clan is the real devil. All of you deserve to die. Kill! Yan Quan roared as he charged towards the Mo family. The two sides once again engaged in a fierce battle. Moing looked at Lu Ming in horror. I never thought that after the Nine Dragons bloodline evolved to the king level, its devouring power would be so terrifying that it could directly devour living people. Even Lu Ming himself was shocked. In the past, it could only devour the blood essence of those who had died in battle. Now that the Nine Dragons bloodline had evolved to the king level, it could even devour living people. Those martial artists were only martial masters. I wonder if it would be effective against martial artists above the martial ancestor realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming cast his gaze towards the Mo clan's martial ancestor realm experts. Let's give it a try. Immediately, Lu Ming controlled the Nine Dragons bloodline and the terrifying devouring power enveloped the Mo clan's martial ancestor realm experts. Immediately, some of the martial ancestor realm experts with lower cultivation levels trembled and their bloodline power became unstable. What kind of power is this? The martial ancestor realm experts roared as their genuine qi exploded wildly to resist Lu Ming's devouring power. It is more effective against martial artists below the 4th martial ancestor realm as it can affect the stability of the bloodline. It is also effective against martial artists above the 4th martial ancestor realm, but it is relatively less effective. In an instant, Lu Ming came to a conclusion. For martial artists with lower cultivation levels than him, it was still effective. It could affect the circulation of their bloodline, but it could not devour their blood essence and bloodline power like a martial Grand Master. It would be blocked. For martial artists with a higher cultivation level than Lu Ming, it was also effective, but the effect was relatively small. However, it was not to be underestimated. If his opponent's bloodline and blood essence were affected in a big battle, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Be careful. At this moment, the Mo clan had roared. Due to the influence of Lu Ming's bloodline's devouring power, the Mo clan's 100-sword battle formation became unstable. Yan Quan seized the opportunity to attack fiercely and was at a disadvantage. The Mo clan will be destroyed today. Yan Quan roared as his attacks were like a tidal wave. Hold on, hold on. Yan Quan has been suppressed for more than 10 years and is heavily injured. This is only a temporary eruption. He won't be able to hold on for long. When he can't hold on any longer, it will be our time to counterattack. At that time, everything will still be under our control. The Mo clan head roared. Everyone from the Mo clan calmed down and used all of their strength to stabilize the situation. Yan Quan's face was somewhat gloomy. His situation was indeed as the Mo clan head had said. He had been suppressed for too long and suffered all kinds of torture. There were many hidden injuries on his body. Now, he was only using a secret technique to erupt with his peak strength. However, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once the secret technique's duration was up, he would fall into a passive situation. Immediately, Yan Quan used all of his strength and attacked with all his might. Haha, Yan Quan can't hold on any longer. Just as I guessed, we can hold on. The Mo clan head laughed and revealed a joyful expression. Boom, at this moment, a huge explosion sounded from the ground behind the stone house. Following which, a blood-colored pillar of light shot out from the ground and pierced through the clouds. Shwa, following which, a tall and sturdy figure rushed out from the blood-colored pillar of light. Golden-eyed blood zombie. This figure was the golden-eyed blood zombie that had gone to the underground cave to absorb the flood dragon's blood. However, the aura emitted by the golden-eyed blood zombie was extremely terrifying. It was not any weaker than Yan Quan's. This was the aura of a half-step king. Who would have thought that after absorbing the flood dragon's blood, the golden-eyed blood zombie would advance from the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm to the half-step king level? Furthermore, it had only taken such a short time. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Golden-eyed, kill them. Lu Ming pointed at the Mo clan members. Roar, the golden-eyed blood zombie roared and pounced towards the Mo clan members. Not good, block it, block it. The Mo clan head's face changed drastically. Ha ha ha, the heavens want your Mo clan to die. Die. How could Yan Quan miss this opportunity? He laughed heartily and attacked the Mo clan members. Devour. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons bloodline again and a powerful devouring force was used on the Mo clan members. Boom. Boom, 2 explosions sounded. Following which, screams rang out. Some of the Mo clan members who were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm were directly killed by the terrifying energy. Even those with higher cultivation were greatly shaken. Under the combined attacks of Yan Quan, Golden-Eye Blood Zombie, and Lu Ming, the 100-sword battle formation of the Mo family collapsed. 7 or 8 martial ancestor realm 1st and 2nd realm experts were instantly killed. Not good. Run, run. At this moment, the Mo family head was terrified as he roared crazily. The 100-sword battle formation had been broken and the other side had 2 half-step king realm experts. There was no need to fight. If they stayed, they would definitely die. After the Mo family had roared, he turned into a ray of light and fled crazily into the distance. You want to leave? No one can leave. Yan Quan roared as he chased after the Mo family head. In a few breaths, he caught up with the Mo family head. Yan Quan. The Mo family head roared as he launched a frenzied counterattack. However, the difference between an ordinary martial ancestor realm 9th realm and a half-step king was obvious. In just a few moves, the Mo family head was beaten until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Die. Yan Quan shouted as he grabbed the head of the Mo clan's patriarch and twisted it, twisting his head off. Ha ha ha, kill, kill, kill. Yan Quan roared with laughter as he continued to chase after the others. Whoosh. Whoosh, on the other side, Lu Ming's long spear was constantly thrusting. Streaks of spear radiance shot out and pierced a few martial ancestor realm 3rd and 4th realm Mo family martial artists into sieves. The golden-eyed blood zombie's body flashed rapidly as it waved its claws and tore the Mo family martial ancestor realm experts into pieces. This was a massacre. The Mo family martial ancestor realm experts were as weak as babies in front of the golden-eye blood zombie and Yan Quan. Even if there were some who managed to escape, they would be caught and killed. Lu Ming did not have the slightest bit of mercy. The Dark Moon Empire and the Burning Sun Empire were at war and were originally enemies. Moreover, it was the Mo family who wanted to take his life first. Since they were enemies, there was no need to show mercy. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Kill. Lu Ming held his long spear and fought while bathed in blood. He had broken through to the fourth realm martial ancestor realm. Martial ancestor realm experts were no threat to him. Little bastard, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. A seventh martial ancestor realm elder from the Mo family roared as he charged towards Lu Ming. Roar, the 9 dragons bloodline roared, and a terrifying devouring power acted on the old man, causing his body to slow down. Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed over, the long spear piercing through his heart, creating a large hole. A one-hit kill, then, the essence blood and bloodline power all flew into the 9 dragons bloodline's mouth. In the sky above the Mo family, screams rose and fell. Not far away, the Mo clan's martial masters, warriors, and even those with lower cultivations were frantically fleeing in all directions. Lu Ming did not kill these people. These people hadn't seen Lu Ming's bloodline evolve, and they posed no threat to him, so there was no need to kill them. At this moment, Su Tianqing fell into a deathly silence. Countless people were hiding in their homes, trembling. After a while, the screams stopped. The dozens of martial arts grandmasters from the Mo family were all killed. Roar, the golden-eyed blood zombie roared. Blood chi rose from his body, and his body turned red. However, his eyes were even more dazzling. Moing stood there in a daze as she scanned her surroundings. Corpses came into her sight, and her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. In this short period of time, her life had undergone earth-shaking changes. These people were the elders of the Mo family that she respected. However, she suddenly found out that these people were just using her. For a moment, she found it hard to accept. Lu Ming did not speak. He just stood there quietly. After a while, Lu Ming said, "Miss Moing, I'm leaving. What are your plans?" Although Moing had seen his bloodline evolve, he could not do such a thing as killing Moing to silence her. Mo Ying's body trembled, and she seemed to have come to her senses. She squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "Brother Lu, I plan to leave the Yin Moon Empire and travel the world." Lu Ming nodded and said, "That's good too." Lu Ming knew that Moing held a grudge against him. After all, Moing was a member of the Mo family. Lu Ming had killed so many people from the Mo family. It was normal for Moing to hold a grudge against him. Therefore, Lu Ming did not invite Moing to go with him. "Brother Lu, we'll meet again if fate wills it," Moing said softly. She glanced at the Mo family, then turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. "Haha, little brother, I can't bear to part with you." At this moment, Yanquan appeared beside Lu Ming. "No, I'm just lamenting. Sometimes, fate is unpredictable," Lu Ming said with a smile. "That's right. Fate is unpredictable. That's why we have to cultivate martial arts to break the shackles of fate and fight against the heavens." Yanquan grinned and said, "Little brother, this time, it's all thanks to your help that I was able to escape. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. As long as it's within my means, I'll do my best." Lu Ming shook his head and said with a smile, "Senior, you're being too polite. It's just a coincidence. That won't do. In my life, I've always repaid kindness with kindness and hatred with revenge. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape and would have been refined into the Inua Devil Lord, sinking into oblivion forever. This is a great favor and I have to repay it," Yanquan said stubbornly. This, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. To be honest, Yanquan's combat strength was extremely powerful. It would be a lie to say that he did not want to ask Yanquan for help. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming said, "Senior, please stay by my side and help me for a period of time." "Is that possible?" "Alright, I'll stay by your side and help you for 10 years. After 10 years, we'll be even. How about that?" Yanquan said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior." The current situation in the Burning Sun Empire was complicated. With Yanquan's help and the GoldenEye blood zombie, Lu Ming had the strength to protect himself. Only then could he become a true overlord in the Burning Sun Empire. He would also have the strength to contend with the Ten Direction Sword faction. One had to know that in the Burning Sun Empire, a half-step king was the strongest. The Burning Sun Empire had not produced a true king for several hundred years. Yan Quan grinned. In fact, Yan Quan was also extremely curious about Lu Ming. At such a young age, not only was he extremely powerful, but he also had a powerful existence like the golden-eyed blood zombie by his side. Yan Quan had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered such a person. Senior, to be honest, I'm actually not from the Inui Empire, but from the Burning Sun Empire. Moreover, the Burning Sun Empire and the Inui Empire are currently at war. I wonder if Senior would mind? Lu Ming said. War between the two empires? It just so happens that the Inui Empire's royal family is despicable and shameless. They tried to assassinate me. I'm just about to settle the score with them. Heading to the Burning Sun Empire and killing the experts of the Inui Empire is exactly what I want. Yan Quan laughed. Alright, then let's go. Lu Ming said. Subsequently, the golden-eyed blood zombie and Yan Quan turned into a ray of light and disappeared, heading towards the Moon City. On the way, Lu Ming roughly explained his identity and the current situation. Yan Quan was not from the Yin Moon Empire. He was an outsider who had traveled to the Yin Moon Empire a dozen years ago. During that time, he had met a top expert from the Yin Moon Imperial family and the Mo family's previous family master. The three of them had a good relationship back then. However, the Mo family's previous family master and the Yin Moon Imperial family's previous family master were ambitious. They had secretly poisoned Yan Quan and then sealed him under the Mo family's ground. They wanted to refine him into a Yin Moon demonic leader. They had been sealed for more than a dozen years. If Lu Ming had not encountered this matter by chance, he would not have been able to escape the fate of being refined into a Yin Moon demonic leader. Along the way, Yan Quan's expression suddenly changed slightly as he revealed a bitter smile and said, "This old man has been suppressed for more than 10 years and has suffered heavy injuries. Earlier, I forcefully unleashed my secret technique. Now that the secret technique's duration has passed, I need to find a place to heal. Senior, healing is more important," Lu Ming said. They found a secluded place. Yan Quan sat down cross-legged and started to heal his injuries. Lu Ming asked the golden-eyed blood zombie to patrol the surroundings while he sat down cross-legged. He had devoured a large amount of blood essence and now it was time to refine it. Half of it was absorbed by his bloodline and the other half was converted into true qi. There were dozens of martial ancestors from the Mo family. Among them, there were a few martial ancestors of the 8th realm and the Mo family's family master, who was a martial ancestor of the 9th realm. How strong was the blood essence? Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly. One day later, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th realm of the martial ancestor realm. However, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not break through. Lu Ming knew that his cultivation had risen too quickly and his true qi was not pure. His foundation was not stable and he needed time to improve. Lu Ming then used the remaining blood essence to improve his bloodline. However, after refining all the blood essence, his 9 dragons bloodline was still at the 1st realm of the king bloodline. It was too difficult to improve his bloodline. At that moment, Yan Quan was still healing his injuries. His body was emitting a scorching red aura as he nurtured his body. Yan Quan's recuperation took 7 days. After 7 days, Yan Quan opened his eyes. "Senior, how do you feel?" Lu Ming asked. "After being suppressed for more than a decade, there are simply too many hidden injuries all over my body. It'll be difficult for me to make a full recovery in a short period of time. However, I've managed to stabilize my condition for the time being. It shouldn't be a problem for me to exert my full strength during the battle. As for the other hidden injuries, I should be able to make a full recovery soon," Yan Quan said. "That's great," Lu Ming said with a smile. After that, the three of them continued their journey. With their speed, it only took half a day to return to Full Moon City. Of course, on the way, Lu Ming put on his mask again and returned to the appearance of Tianyun. "The Marquis is back." When the Scarlet Blood cavalrymen in charge of patrolling the camp saw Lu Ming, they cried out in pleasant surprise. Then, the news of Lu Ming's return spread throughout Full Moon City at a crazy speed, causing a huge sensation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures shot through the air at an extremely fast speed. It was Autumn Moon and Xianxia. Young master. Seeing Lu Ming, Autumn Moon was incomparably excited. She wasn't afraid of being shy and threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. Tears flowed down like pearls, and she cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Young master, you're finally back. We saw the traces of the battle at the place where Golden Eye was cultivating. We thought you. Woo-woo, it's great that you're back. Autumn Moon cried loudly. Strings of tears flowed down, wetting Lu Ming's clothes. Silly girl, your young master is blessed. How could something happen to him so easily? Moreover, I can't bear to part with my family's Autumn Moon. Lu Ming stroked Autumn Moon's hair and said softly. Only then did Autumn Moon feel a little better. She left Lu Ming's arms, but her eyes were red and tears were still rolling. On the side, Xianxia gritted his teeth when he saw the scene. He didn't say anything. Humph, you're so comfortable. You're so warm and soft as soon as you come back. After a while, Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. Xiaoqing, now that my arms are empty, do you want to try? Lu Ming blinked and smiled. Try your head. It's good that you're not dead. Xianxia continued to snort coldly. Haha, I still owe you a favor. How can I die before I complete it? Lu Ming laughed. Humph, it's good that you remember. Xianxia snorted again. At this time, Huaying and the other Xianxia cavalry warriors appeared one by one. Then, it was Ming Meng, Miangcheng, and the other two siblings. Greetings, Marquis. When they saw Lu Ming, they all bowed. No need to be so polite. Let's go back to the camp. Lu Ming waved his hand. On the way, Yan Quan saw the majestic Xianxia cavalry and his eyes flashed with a strange light. However, Lu Ming frowned. Because he found that the entire camp was heavily guarded and the atmosphere was very heavy. Did another big battle happen recently? Huaying, how's the situation? Did another big battle happen? I feel that the atmosphere in the camp is not right. When they arrived at the camp, Lu Ming asked. Marquis, something big happened. This was Huaying's first sentence. His expression was very heavy. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked around. He found that Ming Meng, Miangcheng, and the others all had heavy expressions. Lu Ming had a bad premonition and asked, Tell me, what happened? Marquis, the Ghost Moon Saber sect was destroyed. Huaying replied. What? Even with Lu Ming's calmness, his body shook violently and his eyes showed disbelief. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was one of the 5 great sects of the Blazing Sun Empire. It dominated the northern part of the Blazing Sun Empire and was incomparably powerful. How could such a powerful force be annihilated just like that? Even if the 10 Direction Sword sect attacked with all their strength, they might not be able to take down the Ghost Moon Saber sect. What the hell is going on? Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. Marquis, 10 days ago, the Yin Moon Empire sent out 2 million troops to invade the territory of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. The Ghost Moon Saber sect sent out a large number of experts to resist. However, they never expected that at this time, a large number of experts from the Omnidirectional Sword sect would launch a surprise attack on the Ghost Moon Saber sect. At the same time, a portion of the Ghost Moon Saber sect had already surrendered to the Omnidirectional Sword sect. They attacked the Ghost Moon Saber sect from the inside. Afterwards, the 10 Direction Sword sect sent out many experts to attack the Ghost Moon Saber sect's experts together with the Yin Moon Empire's experts. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was caught off guard and their experts were all killed. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was completely destroyed. Huaying explained. So that's how it is. I understand. This was a trap set from the beginning. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Obviously, the 10 Direction Sword sect had cooperated with the Yin Moon Empire long ago. Therefore, the Yin Moon Empire's army attacked. Their goal was to attract the Ghost Moon Saber sect's experts so that they could prepare to attack the Ghost Moon Saber sect. Unfortunately, last time, the Yin Moon Empire had suffered great losses because of Lu Ming's sabotage. They did not attract many Ghost Moon Saber sex experts. Therefore, there were assassins who tried to assassinate Lu Ming. Moreover, there were people from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion among the assassins. After thinking about it, everything became clear. 10 Direction Sword Sect, you 10 Direction Sword Sect. Marquis, the annihilation of the Ghost Moon Saber sect has shaken the entire Burning Sun Empire. We're in the north, not far from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. We're afraid that the Decimo Sword sect will attack us, so we're on high alert. Huang explained. After the annihilation of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, the Yin Moon Empire's army has moved south and occupied a large part of the Burning Sun Empire's territory. I guess that's what the Decimo Sword sect promised the Yin Moon Empire. They're really a bunch of traitors. Ming Meng gritted his teeth. Then, did the Decimo Sword sect make any new moves during this period? Lu Ming asked. Not yet. Huang said. Pay attention to the news from the outside world. The Decimo Sword sect's actions have shaken the entire empire. The other sects will definitely join forces. This isn't good news for the Decimo Sword sect. So, the Decimo Sword sect will definitely make a big move. Lu Ming analyzed. At this moment, Ming Meng's expression changed slightly. He moved his hand and a jade token appeared. This was a 1,000 miles voice transmission talisman. Usually, a general would have one to send messages. When Ming Meng saw the message from the 10,000 mile sound transmitting talisman, his body shook violently. His face suddenly became incomparably pale, without a trace of blood. How could this be? Ming Meng roared, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Brother Ming, what's going on? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The Sky Suppressor rebelled. He led the army to break into the imperial capital and flattened the palace. The emperor was killed. Ming Meng said in a trembling voice. What? Ming Meng's words were like a bolt from the blue. Most of the people present, including Lu Ming, were shocked. Lu Ming, Huang, and the others' faces turned pale. The Sky Suppressor, the Decimo Sword sect. Lu Ming roared, his killing intent surging. The Sky Suppressor couldn't have done it alone. Needless to say, the Decimo Sword sect was behind all this. Traitor, traitor, how dare the Sky Suppressor? How dare he? Huang roared hysterically, his eyes red. He was a member of the imperial family. He almost went crazy. The Sky Suppressor's banner is to eliminate the incapable emperor and rebuild the Burning Sun Empire. Haha, how shameless. Ming Meng laughed in anger. Father, mother. Lu Ming's first, Lu Yuntian. How were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping doing in the general hall? At the thought of this, Lu Ming was burning with anxiety. Master, 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 and madam and the others? By the side, Qiu Yu grabbed Lu Ming's arm tightly. Her entire body was trembling slightly and she was extremely worried. Big brother Ming, is there any other news? Imperial family's emperor, is alive. Lu Ming forced himself to calm down. He sect king from this sect. Ming sect. According to the news, the sky-suppressing king actually attacked. His Majesty and the experts of the royal family fought back with all their might. In the end, the 8th prince escaped with a group of people. However, after the 8th prince escaped from the royal capital, there was no news of him. Ming Meng said. Hua Qi escaped. Lu Ming's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. If Hua Qi escaped, he would definitely bring Lu Yuntian and Li Ping with him. Then, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping might be fine. 10 Direction Sword faction, if anything happens to my parents, I swear I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Marquis, what should we do now? From now on, Maizhenyu army will listen to the Marquis. Ming Meng cupped his fists and knelt on one knee. Good. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. Marquis champion was of a higher rank than Ming Meng. It was normal for him to lead the mountain suppression army. Everyone, listen to my order. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and began to give the order. Please give your orders, Marquis. Huang. Ming Meng and the others knelt on one knee. Full Moon City is located in the north. The Yingyue Empire is in the north and the Shifang sword sect is in the south. It is very unfavorable for us. We should not stay here for long. Ming Meng, you will lead the mountain suppression army to the east and head to the Wang Immortal Pass. The Wang Immortal Pass is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is a natural stronghold and has always obeyed the orders of the royal family. We will not ally ourselves with the Shifang sword sect. Once we reach the Wang Immortal Pass, we can ally ourselves with the Mystic Essence sword sect and fight against the Shifang sword sect. Lu Ming ordered. He knew that the Burning Sun Empire was in chaos. There would definitely be a great war in the future. Yes, Marquis Champion. Ming Meng said. Also, 30,000 red blood cavalry will follow me to the imperial capital and save the 8th prince. Lu Ming ordered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Yes. Huaying and the others accepted the order loudly. Marquis, you can't. The Shifang sword sect is full of experts. It is too dangerous. Ming Meng's expression changed drastically as he objected. Although the red blood cavalry was strong, they could only be used as vanguard. If the Shifang sword sect sent out experts to assassinate Lu Ming, it would be dangerous. The others also hesitated. Don't worry. I will kill every Shifang sword sect that I see. Lu Ming said coldly. Rumble. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from outside. Report, there is a large army coming from outside. A soldier came to report. It must be the Shifang sword sect. The Shifang sword sect is finally here. I knew that they would not leave us here. Ming Meng's expression changed. Good timing, Xianxia cavalry, follow me into battle. Lu Ming ordered. Yes. Huaying and the others accepted the order loudly. Rumble. Not long after, Lu Ming rode on the red blood-scaled wolf king, followed by Xianxia, Qiu Yu, the golden-eyed blood zombie, Yan Quan, Huaying, Ming Meng, and the rest. He led 30,000 red blood armored cavalry out of the military camp and arrived outside Full Moon City. In front of them, smoke and dust filled the air. A majestic army appeared in their line of sight. Black war horses, black armor, and black weapons. Between the heavens and the earth, a black torrent of steel spread over. A large flag with a divine sword embroidered on it fluttered in the wind. That is the Ghost Iron Army of the Ghost Moonsaber sect. It seems that the Ghost Iron Army has already joined the Shifang sword sect. Ming Meng's expression changed. That large flag was the flag of the Shifang sword sect. Lu Ming nodded. After the Ghost Moonsaber sect was destroyed, some of the army under the Ghost Moonsaber sect had joined the Shifang sword sect. This was normal. Rumble. The Ghost Iron Army stopped a few miles away. Their aura was heavy and dense. Looking at their numbers, there should be no less than 100,000 people. Shwa. Shwa. A few figures flew out from the Ghost Iron Army and hovered in the air above Lu Ming and the others. There was a total of 3 people, an old man and 2 middle-aged men. They all carried battle swords on their backs. With one look, one could tell that they were experts of the Shifang sword sect. The 3 of them emitted an extremely powerful aura. A peak 8th martial ancestor realm and 2 peak 7th martial ancestor realm. The 3 men from the Decimo sword sect glanced at Lu Ming and the others before fixing their eyes on Lu Ming. You're Tianyun? The leading old man asked. That's right. Lu Ming said indifferently. He wanted to see what they were up to. Tianyun, you've repeatedly gone against the Decimo sword sect and killed our geniuses. Do you know what you've done? The leading old man stared coldly at Lu Ming. Do I know what I've done? I haven't even told you that I've killed your bastards. How can I know what I've done? What's wrong with that? Lu Ming replied indifferently. He didn't take them seriously at all. The leading old man's face turned pale and he emitted a cold killing intent. After a while, he calmed down and waved his sleeve. Tianyun, there are no eternal enemies in the world. There are only eternal interests. Today, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. As long as you lead the Red Blood Cavalry and submit to the Decimo sword sect and make a blood oath to be loyal to us, I'll consider letting you go. All the crimes you've committed in the past can be written off. After the old man finished speaking, everyone understood what he meant. Now that the Red Blood Army was powerful and famous in the Inuit country and the Scorching Sun country, the Decimo Sword sect was going to recruit Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered. You want me to let you go? Who do you think you are? You're just an old bastard. Do you really think you're a big shot? Well, are you done talking nonsense? If you're done, you can die. Lu Ming glanced at the old man and lost his patience. Little bastard, since you refuse a toast, I'll kill you today. After killing you, the Red Blood Army will still belong to the Decimo Sword sect. Die. The old man's face darkened completely. He shouted and slashed out with his sword. This slash revealed the old man's strength of the 8th martial ancestor realm. It had the power to break mountains and rivers. It was extremely shocking. Oh no, be careful. Ming Meng shouted. Young master. Get out of the way. Marquis. On the autumn moon, Xianxia, Hua Ying, and the others were all shocked. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to be a match for a martial artist at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. But Lu Ming rode on top of the Crimson Blood Scale Wolf King, motionless. Die. The old man revealed a ferocious expression. The sword light became even more resplendent as it rapidly slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Seeing that it was about to behead Lu Ming, the old man was overjoyed. What kind of peerless genius is that? What kind of genius is that? What kind of genius is that? You're still going to die in my hands. But as soon as he thought this, he saw a slap coming from beside Lu Ming. Bang! When this slap landed on his sword light, it was as if the sword light was made of tofu and instantly shattered. The old man was stunned. Ming Meng, Autumn Moon, and the others were also stunned. It's just a fly making a big fuss here. It's so annoying. Yan Quan appeared beside Lu Ming and said indifferently. That slap just now was naturally from Yan Quan. Who are you? I'm an elder of the Decimo Sword sect. How dare you? The old man from the Decimo Sword sect was stunned for a moment before he shouted. But before he could finish, Yan Quan slapped him again. Slap, no one could see how this slap was delivered. It was too fast. They only saw a blur before they heard a crisp slap. Then, they saw the old man from the Decimo Sword sect cry out in pain as he was sent flying. In the air, his head was like a watermelon as it exploded with a bang. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. Ming Meng and the others almost bit their tongues as their eyes almost popped out. An expert at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm was considered a top expert in the Blazing Sun Empire. In the 5 major sects, he was definitely a superior existence. His status was even higher than an ordinary golden-robed elder. Ordinary golden-robed elders were only at the martial arts Grandmaster realm. An expert at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm was slapped to death with a single slap. That was too shocking. The old man beside Lu Ming was actually such a terrifying expert? Previously, when Ming Meng and the others saw Yan Quan, they had only guessed that he was an ordinary martial arts Grandmaster. They had never expected him to be so terrifying. Then, they looked at Lu Ming with even more respect. How did Lu Ming manage to have such a person by his side? The remaining 2 burly men from the Decimo Sword sect were scared out of their wits. At that moment, they shouted and turned to run. You want to run away in front of me? How is that possible? Yan Quan laughed coldly as he threw out a punch. Boom! Boom! 2 bursts of fist force shot out. The 2 burly men at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm were drowned by the fist force. When the fist force disappeared, there was nothing left of the 2 burly men. Yan Quan had easily taken care of 2 experts at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Once again, everyone was dumbfounded. Only Lu Ming was an exception. What a waste, what a waste. Lu Ming was heartbroken. Yan Quan's punch had even burned their blood essence. How could Lu Ming not be heartbroken? Those were 2 experts at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. The commotion here naturally shocked the Ghost Iron Army several miles away. Oh no, Tianyun has made his move. Kill them all. Of course, there were experts from the Decimo Sword sect in the Ghost Army. At that moment, they roared and led the army to charge at Lu Ming and the others. Charge, destroy them. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Roar. 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 The crimson blood-scaled wolves howled and their roars shook the sky as they charged at the ghost army. Their aura was so strong that it shook the heavens and the earth. Oh no, the mounts are frightened. Charge, beast, hurry up and charge. The howls of the 30,000 crimson blood-scaled wolves frightened the mounts of the ghost army and caused their formation to become unstable. In a short while, the crimson blood-scaled wolves had reached them. Boom, the two armies slammed into each other. At that moment, the difference between the two armies was obvious. The ghost army was like a piece of paper while the crimson blood-scaled wolves were like a blade. As soon as they collided, the ghost army was torn apart and this gap was rapidly expanding. Hold on, you trash. An expert from the Decimo sword sect shouted. What are you shouting for? At this moment, Yan Quan's figure appeared beside him. Ah! Help! Just as he was about to shout, his head was chopped off by Yan Quan. Yan Quan leaped through the army and killed the martial arts grandmaster expert. No one could stop him. A half-step king. Only a half-step king could stop him. It was simply cheating to kill a half-step king. The difference was too big and it was no longer something that could be solved by numbers. Unless there was a battle formation like the Mo family and dozens of martial arts grandmasters, they would be able to resist. Roar, above Lu Ming's head, the 9 dragons' bloodline floated. With a loud roar, a terrifying devouring power erupted. Immediately, the power of bloodline and blood essence of hundreds of Ghost Legion soldiers were devoured. Wherever Lu Ming passed, corpses were left behind. This was a one-sided battle. The ghost army could not stop the crimson blood-scaled wolves at all. I surrender, I surrender. Finally, someone from the Ghost Iron Legion shouted, throwing away his weapon and jumping off his horse. I surrender too. With the first, there was naturally a second, third, 10th, 100th. The Ghost Iron Legion originally belonged to the Ghost Moonsaber sect. It was already good enough that they didn't have any enmity towards the Shifang Sword sect. How could they be loyal? Seeing that the situation wasn't right, they naturally surrendered. Those who surrender will be spared. Lu Ming shouted, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Those who surrender will be spared. Ming Meng, Hua Ying, and the others also shouted. This time, more and more people surrendered. Large groups of people jumped off their horses and knelt on the ground. In the army, the people of the Shifang Sword sect saw that the situation was hopeless and wanted to escape, but they were all killed by Lu Ming and the others. In this battle, the 100,000 Ghost Iron Legion was destroyed without any effort. Ming Meng, I'll leave the surrendered Ghost Iron Legion to you. Bring them to the Wangxian Pass, they will be a powerful force in the future. Lu Ming ordered. Yes, Marquis. Ming Meng cupped his fists and accepted the order. On the side, Miangcheng, Pearl, and Ming Peak had a complicated expression. This young man who used to cultivate with them in the Star General Hall had now completely surpassed them. Now, even their father had to listen to Lu Ming. However, they didn't have the slightest bit of jealousy. They only felt happy for Lu Ming and encouraged themselves. Xianxia cavalry, follow me to the imperial capital to rescue the 8th prince. Do you dare? Lu Ming waved his long spear and shouted. Dare! 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 The 30,000 Xianxia cavalry roared. Good, since you dare, then we will break through all the passes and kill our way to the imperial capital. If God blocks us, then we will kill God, if Buddha blocks us, then we will kill Buddha. Lu Ming shouted. Who is the Marquis? If God blocks us, then we will kill God, if Buddha blocks us, then we will kill Buddha. The 30,000 Xianxia cavalry felt their blood boiling as they waved their weapons and roared. At this moment, even Ming Meng, a veteran of many years, felt his blood boiling. He wished he could follow Lu Ming and kill to his heart's content. But he understood that he had more important things to do. Charge! Lu Ming waved his long spear. The crimson blood-scale wolf king let out a long howl and turned into a gust of wind, charging forward. Beside him, Mid-Autumn Moon, Xianxia, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood zombie followed closely behind. Charge! Immediately after, the howls of wolves rang out unceasingly. The 30,000 Xianxia cavalrymen followed Lu Ming and charged forward. "It's windy," Ming Meng muttered to himself as he watched the 30,000 Xianxia cavalrymen leave. Immediately after, he also began to take action. He gathered his men, ordered some items, and led an army of more than 100,000 to the east, towards the immortal gazing pass. The crimson blood scale wolf speed was as fast as the wind, and it was not a problem for it to travel 1,000 miles in an hour. In a few hours, they had traveled 1,000 miles. Some of the cities along the way did not dare to obstruct the mighty Xianxia cavalrymen in the slightest. Their journey was smooth and unobstructed. After passing through dozens of big cities, they quickly approached the Yutong Pass. The Yutong Pass was a famous pass in the north of the Burning Sun Empire. The pass was surrounded by steep mountains that were thousands of meters high. The Yutong Pass happened to be in the middle of two peaks. It could be said that the Yutong Pass was guarded by one man against 10,000. In history, the Yin Moon Empire had conquered many cities in the north, but they were all blocked outside the Yutong Pass in the end. Now, the general guarding the Yutong Pass was called Wan Xiu. He had a cultivation of the 6th martial ancestor realm and led 120,000 soldiers to guard the Yutong Pass. He dominated dozens of big cities and could be said to be a big shot with great power and influence. Moreover, he had long since joined the Shifeng sword sect. Thus, his prestige was even greater. In the entire Burning Sun Empire, he was considered a top figure. Wan Xiu had a hobby. He liked to set up banquets on the walls of the Yutong Pass and invite famous people to come. Just like this, standing on the walls of the Yutong Pass, overlooking the vast land and listening to the flattery of others, he felt like he was the ruler of the world and had thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. This feeling fascinated him. Today, he set up a banquet on the walls of the Yutong Pass and invited more than 10 city lords and martial experts of the nearby big cities to come to the banquet. Several tables were set up on the walls. "Congratulations, General Wan. Congratulations, General Wan." A pot-bellied middle-aged man raised his wine cup and congratulated Wan Xiu. "Patriarch Shen, what's the good news?" Wan Xiu asked even though he already knew the answer. "Haha, General Wan is so humble. Everyone knows the current situation. Not long ago, the Shifeng sword sect destroyed the Ghost Moonsaber sect. A few days ago, sky-suppressing King broke into the imperial capital and killed Hua Xingxing. Now that there is a change of dynasty, it is certain. Now, the Sky Evil sect and the Shifeng sword sect have joined forces and occupied the imperial capital. Now, only the Mystic Essence sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley can rival the Shifeng sword sect. But in my opinion, the Mystic Essence sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley are no match for the Shifeng sword sect. When the time comes, the Shifeng sword sect will unify the Burning Sun Empire and become the ruler of the world. As a trusted subordinate of the Shifeng sword sect, General Wan will prosper day by day. Isn't this worthy of congratulations? The pot-bellied middle-aged man laughed. Yes, Patriarch Shen is right. When the time comes, General Wan will rise to the top. Don't forget about us. At the banquet, other people also flattered Wan Xiu. This made Wan Xiu feel a little smug. He stroked a few strands of his sparse beard and couldn't stop smiling. Rumble, suddenly, a dull rumbling sound came from the ground. The wine on the table started to sway slightly. Everyone's expression changed. Report. At this moment, a soldier in armor came to report quickly. What happened? Wan Xiu asked. General, there might be an army coming from the north. The armored soldier reported. An army is coming? How is it possible? The Ghost Moon Saber sect has been destroyed. Now, the north is under the control of the Shifeng sword sect. Could it be the army of the Yin Moon Empire? Wan Xiu's eyes moved as he pondered. Impossible. I heard that the Yin Moon Empire and the Shifeng sword sect have an agreement. They won't attack now. Then whose army is it? Wan Xiu's eyes kept moving. General Wan, there is another army in the north. That is the Crimson Blood Army led by the Marquis Champion Tianyun and the Mountain Suppression Army led by Ming Meng. Could it be them? A city lord of a big city guessed. Hearing this, other people's expressions changed greatly. Tianyun? Could it really be Tianyun? It is said that the Crimson Blood army led by Tianyun is extremely powerful and invincible. The Een Moon cavalry is as weak as tofu in front of them. If it really is Tianyun's Crimson Blood army, we should run for our lives. Another big city lord cried out in horror. Why are you panicking? People always like to exaggerate. In my opinion, Tianyun and his Scarlet Blood cavalry have been exaggerated. What do you mean by invincible? They've just won a few battles by luck. Moreover, even if it is true, so what? In front of the Yutong Pass, even the strongest army can't break through. Tianyun's Crimson Blood army can only obediently retreat in front of my Yutong Pass. If he wants to attack, I will let him die without a burial place. Guards, set up the defense. Wan Xiu was calm and composed. He sneered and gave the order. Soon, the Yutong Pass was filled with armored soldiers. That's right. The Yutong Pass cannot be broken through. I worried too much. The city lord of a big city let out a long breath. Rumble, the rumbling sound became louder. The whole world seemed to tremble. Roar. Roar. There were countless Crimson Blood scaled wolves. Each one of them was tall and strong, and each one was filled with killing intent. 30,000 Crimson Blood scaled wolves, in addition to 30,000 martial master knights, gathered their auras together. That kind of aura was simply earth-shattering, like a tsunami a few hundred meters high, sweeping through the heavens and the earth, as if it could destroy everything. Wan Xiu's pupils dilated, and he showed a terrified expression. This is the Crimson Blood cavalry? His voice was trembling, and his face was pale. Cold sweat poured down from his forehead. The other castellans were also trembling, and their faces were pale. They were full of confidence a moment ago, and thought that Yutong Pass was unbreakable. But when they saw the situation in front of them, their confidence collapsed. The Crimson Blood scaled wolves were too terrifying. Wan Xiu had said that the outside world was exaggerating about the Crimson Blood cavalry. Now, they only wanted to shout, what exaggeration? They were obviously looking down on the Crimson Blood cavalry. Block it, we must block it. Wan Xiu shouted at the top of his lungs. Then, he turned around and ran away. Wait for me. The other castellans also turned around and ran away. Since all the generals had left, there was no suspense in this battle. Yutong Pass's dangerous terrain could not stop the Crimson Blood scaled wolves. The Crimson Blood scaled wolves originally lived on the plateau, and running in dangerous terrain was like running on flat ground. Half an hour later, Yutong Pass was flattened, and the Crimson Blood cavalry whistled through, heading straight for the imperial capital. The Crimson Blood cavalry had great endurance, and after running for half a day, they stopped to rest once. 3 days later, the Crimson Blood cavalry had run for tens of thousands of miles, and were getting closer and closer to the imperial capital. Rumble, rumble. 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 There are cavalrymen coming. Huang said. Could it be the Shifeng sword sect? Someone guessed. But the answer was soon revealed. Horses neighed in front of them, and the Crimson Blood scaled wolves shook them, causing them to fall off their horses. Lu Ming and the others were speechless. This army's fighting strength was not that great? And there were not many of them, only about 10,000. Was it really the Shifeng sword sect that had sent them? Was it a joke? Lu Ming led the Crimson Blood cavalry, and stopped, and did not attack. After a long while, the troops in front were finally organized. A few burly men wearing iron armor rode out on green scale horses. Who are you? How dare you block our way? A short and stout man glared and shouted angrily. They did not recognize the Crimson Blood scaled wolves cavalry. That's right, unless the soldiers were near the border, it was normal for the soldiers near the imperial capital to not recognize the Xianxia armored cavalry. I want to ask? Who are you? How dare to block me? Shouted and shouted Crimson of the King Blood Weak Crimson Blood King with King's Royal Imperial Orders Crimson Blood Kings. The Blood Emperors. Crimson Man. Crimson Blood Wolves scaled wolves' eyes. Crimson Blood scaled. Crimson Blood Crimsons. Cried the short and fat man's eyes were filled with vigilance as he asked, "Speak, who are you people? Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Kill. Leave the generals in front alive." Lu Ming roared as soon as the short and fat man finished speaking. Roar. Roar. Wolf howls resounded as the crimson blood-scaled wolves began their charge. Without the slightest suspense, the Xianxia cavalry charged forward, and this army of 10,000 men was completely annihilated. Some died in battle, some fled, and some surrendered. The generals in the lead were all captured alive. You are the Xianxia cavalry?" At this time, the short and fat man seemed to remember something and shouted in horror. "Your reaction isn't slow. Alright, speak, where is the 8th prince and the others?" Lu Ming stared at the short and stout man and asked coldly. You are Tianyun?" The short and stout man's body kept trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Speak." Lu Ming coldly shouted. I'll talk, please spare my life." The short and fat man screamed. "Speak." Lu Ming's killing intent burst out, and it was incomparably cold. I'll talk. We received news that the 8th prince and his men are hiding in the East River mountain range. We were ordered to encircle and annihilate them. We are only one of the armies. There are many other armies that set out earlier than us." The short and fat man shouted. "East River mountain range?" Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of anxiety. He shouted, "Lead the way, let's go to the East River mountain range." The short and fat man naturally did not dare to disobey. He immediately led the way, and the Xianxia cavalry galloped towards the East River mountain range. The East River mountain range was not very far from here. With the speed of the crimson blood-scaled wolves, it was only 1,000 miles away. The East River mountain range was not very famous. Although it was vast, the mountains were not very high, and it was not very dangerous. There were also no powerful demonic beasts, and even ordinary people could step into it. There was a small hill surrounded by an army. There were at least 10,000 people surrounding the hill, and it was impenetrable. In the air, there were also more than 20 experts standing in the air. "Huaqi, I advise you to surrender. Don't make any useless struggles. You're doomed, and your fate is sealed." In the air, a big man with a battle sword on his back shouted. That's right, Huaqi and the others were on the hill. There were about 2,000 of them, and all of them were in ragged clothes. Some of the bloodstains had not dried yet. It was obvious that they had gone through a fierce battle. Huaqi stood at the front of the hill, and beside him stood a dozen middle-aged men and old men. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura, like a mountain. They were the only experts left in the imperial family. Behind them were two figures, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. At this moment, the two of them were extremely haggard. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were weak. Lu Yuntian had lost his cultivation, and Li Ping was an ordinary person. The two of them had been escaping with Huaqi and the others for a few days, and one could imagine how much hardship they had suffered. 8th Prince, you should escape first. With these seniors leading you, you still have a chance to escape. When you find Ming ask him to avenge us. Lu Yuntian said to Huaqi, Uncle Lu, how could I, Huaqi, be the type of person to drag out an ignoble existence? Moreover, since Brother Lu has handed all of you over to me and he is fighting alone at the border, I must ensure your safety. Otherwise, how would I have the face to face him? Huaqi smiled and stood straight. Lu Yuntian sighed. Brother Tian. Li Ping grabbed Lu Yuntian's hand tightly. Ping I'm already satisfied to be able to see you again. It's a pity that I dragged you into this. Lu Yuntian looked at Li Ping and said. Brother Tian, I'm not afraid. As long as I can be with you, it doesn't matter whether I live or die. Li Ping said. Lu Yuntian looked at Li Ping with pity and said, I believe that Ming will avenge us. One day, Ming will flatten the Shifang sword faction. I believe so too. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Huaqi, I'll send you to accompany your damned father. The middle-aged man from Decimo Sword sect was enraged when he saw Huaqi ignoring him. Murderous intent erupted from his body. Decimo Sword sect, you traitors! As long as I don't die today, I'll flatten Decimo Mountain in the future. Hua Qi's eyes flashed with murderous intent when the middle-aged man insulted his father. Ha ha ha, you think you can flatten Decimo Mountain? What a joke, the funniest joke I've ever heard in my decades of life. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. Moreover, do you think you can escape today? An army of 100,000 has surrounded the area within a few miles. My Decimo sword sex experts have sealed off the sky and the ground. You can't escape, and no one can come in, haha. The middle-aged man laughed mockingly. Is that so? Then how did I get in? Suddenly, a cold voice came from above their heads. Who is it? The middle-aged man abruptly looked up. High up in the sky, 3 figures stood in the air. One was a young man, one was an old man, and the third was a burly man shrouded in a black cloak and bamboo hat. On the hill, Hua Qi, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping trembled when they heard the voice. They hurriedly looked up and cried out in surprise. Lu Ming. Ming. The 3 figures in the air were Lu Ming, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood zombie. When they approached the East River mountain range, Lu Ming led Yan Quan and the golden-eyed blood zombie to search for Hua Qi's whereabouts and point out the direction for the Crimson Blood Cavalry. They quickly found Hua Qi's group from the sky. With their cultivation, the Decimo sword sex experts didn't notice them at all. Who are you? This place is occupied by my Decimo sword sect. How dare you come here without permission? Are you courting death? The middle-aged man roared angrily. He had never heard of Lu Ming's name before. Just now, he had just said that no one could enter and Lu Ming and the rest had appeared. It was as if he had slapped himself in the face. This made him angry out of embarrassment. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at him. His figure flashed and appeared beside Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Dad, Mom, are you all right? I'm late. Lu Ming said in a trembling voice. When he saw Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, Lu Ming felt as though a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. Before seeing Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, he was really worried that something might have happened to them. Ming, we're fine. Why are you here? Don't worry about us. Leave. Li Ping said anxiously. Mother, don't worry. Since your son is here, they won't be able to touch a single hair of yours. Wait a moment, let's go together. Lu Ming at this moment, the sword-carrying man from the 10 Directions sword sect was so angry that his mouth was crooked. An aura that was as deep as the sea erupted from his body. It was extremely terrifying. Martial Grandmaster Realm 9th Realm. The middle-aged man was a Martial Grandmaster Realm 9th Realm expert. Kid, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? The middle-aged man said coldly. Who do you think you are? Do you think I have to answer your question? Lu Ming glanced at him indifferently. You're courting death. Lu Ming's nonchalant expression almost made him explode in anger. He roared and unsheathed his giant sword. A terrifying sword radiance slashed at Lu Ming. With this sword strike, the entire hill would be reduced to ashes. Be careful. Block it. Immediately, a dozen martial grandmasters behind Hua Qi roared and unleashed their power to block the sword radiance. There was even a martial grandmaster Realm 9th Realm expert. He was injured and his aura was weak. He must be a top expert of the imperial family. However, a figure was faster than them. The golden-eyed blood zombie appeared in front of them in a flash. He waved his hand and a claw radiance shot out. Boom, there was an earth-shattering sound. The golden-eyed blood zombie did not move, but the middle-aged man was sent flying 100 meters away. How can you be so powerful? Who are you? The middle-aged man shouted in disbelief. Although he did not use his full strength, there were not many people in the Burning Sun Empire who could defeat him with one move. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie did not move and ignored him. Tianyun, he's Tianyun. Someone shouted in shock from the army at the foot of the hill. Apparently, someone recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming had stayed in the imperial capital for a long time, so it was normal for someone to recognize him. Tianyun, you're Tianyun? The middle-aged man's expression changed. Then, he shouted, Tianyun, so what if it's you? I admit that the person you brought is very powerful, But do you think he can save more than 2,000 people by himself? I have 100,000 soldiers here. As long as I give the order, the army will charge. How many people can you save? As long as you leave, I will kill them all. Oh? Lu Ming said faintly. Hua Qi and the others had ugly expressions. On the hill, the other 2,000 people had heavy expressions. Eighth Prince, go with the champion marquis first. Don't worry about us. We live and die as members of the imperial family. Yes, Eighth Prince, the champion marquis is a peerless genius. As long as you escape, you will be able to avenge us with the champion marquis. Eighth Prince, you go first. On the hill, the 2,000 people yelled and asked Hua Qi to go first. If we leave together. I will not abandon you all. Hua Qi said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the man with the sword on his back laughed arrogantly. Since I'm here, I will definitely take everyone out of here alive. Suddenly, Lu Ming spoke. His voice was firm and it reached everyone's ears. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, I can't stop the expert you brought with you if you want to take a few people away. But if you want to take more than 2,000 people away, you must be dreaming. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed in disdain. Who said I only brought 2 people? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? The middle-aged man was stunned. Ayo. Ayo. At this moment, wolf howls resounded through the sky. Rumble, then, the earth rumbled violently. What's going on? The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. This is? Hua Qi was startled, then he thought of something and was overjoyed. Kill. In the forest, shouts of killing filled the sky and the earth rumbled violently. Not good, it's the Xianxia cavalry, Tianyun's Xianxia cavalry. Block them, block them. At this moment, the middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed greatly. Block them? Can you block them? Xianxia cavalry, listen to my order, kill without mercy. Lu Ming let out a long howl and gave the order. Kill without mercy. The Xianxia cavalry roared, their killing intent surging. In the next moment, shouts of killing filled the forest. The army of 100,000 was completely stunned by the sudden attack of the Xianxia cavalry. They could not form an effective counterattack. The scarlet blood-scaled wolves could walk through the forest as if it were flat ground. Their battle power didn't decrease at all. It was a one-sided battle. The sword-bearing man's face paled as he roared, damn it, retreat. Retreat? Where are you going? A cold voice sounded as Xianquan appeared behind the sword-bearing man. Old man, you want to stop me? Do you really think I'm a pushover? The sword-bearing man was enraged as he slashed out with his sword. An incomparably resplendent sword light slashed towards Xianquan. It was even stronger than the previous one. He wanted to kill Xianquan in one strike and escape as soon as possible. He was afraid of being entangled by the golden-eyed blood zombie. But in the next moment, his pupils rapidly shrank. Xianquan punched out, and a fist energy, vast and incomparably hot, bombarded towards him. Pong, the fist energy smashed into the sword light and shattered it. The fist energy didn't stop as it continued towards the sword-bearing man. How can this be? How can he be so strong? The sword-bearing man cried out in shock. His voice was filled with disbelief. He had already used his full strength in the previous strike. He had planned to kill Xianquan in one strike, but he never imagined that it would be shattered by Xianquan's fist. How can there be so many experts by Tianyun's side? Ah, I have to block it. I have to inform the sect master about this matter. The sword-bearing man roared as he used his sword to block. Clang, the terrifying fist energy smashed into his sword, causing it to tremble. His body violently trembled as he flew back like a cannonball, spurting blood from his mouth. Half-step king, this is a half-step king. The sword-bearing man was scared out of his wits as he turned and ran without thinking. I already said that you can't leave. Xianquan sneered. His figure was like lightning as he caught up to the sword-bearing man in a few breaths. Boom. Boom, after a few punches, the sword-bearing man let out a miserable cry as several large holes appeared in his body. He died on the spot. Kill. Attack together! Huaqi roared. On the hill, more than 2,000 people attacked together, charging towards the Decimo Sword School's experts and the army. Corpses were everywhere. Corpses were everywhere. The smell of blood was so thick that it could not be dispersed. It was like purgatory in the human world. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared. With a wave of his hand, he tore apart a few martial arts grandmasters from the 10 Directions Sword sect. He opened his mouth and roared. The rolling blood chi was swallowed by the golden-eyed blood zombie. A thick blood chi condensed on his body. Lu Ming did not attack. He stood beside Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. There was no need for him to participate in this battle. Not long after, the forest was littered with corpses. Of the 100,000 soldiers that the omnidirectional sword faction had brought with them, only a small portion managed to escape. Most of them had remained behind. That was especially true of the omnidirectional sword faction's experts. Every one of them had been killed. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Huaqi didn't make a move as he came to Lu Ming's side. No one else heard them. Huaqi, I didn't expect the 10 Directions Sword sect to be so bold. When I heard the news, it was already too late. Lu Ming sighed. Now that things have come to this, I can only move forward. Sooner or later, I will make the 10 Directions Sword sect pay with blood. Huaqi gritted his teeth. Lu Ming patted Huaqi's shoulder and said seriously, don't worry, your problem is my problem. I will definitely destroy the 10 Directions Sword faction. This time, Huaqi still brought Lu Yuntian and Li Ping with him. This made Lu Ming very touched, and he had already treated Huaqi as his brother. I believe in you. Huaqi revealed a smile, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed as if he had thought of something. Lu Ming, there's something important I need to tell you. What is it? Lu Ming asked. It's about the Mystic Essence Sword faction. Huaqi said. Mystic Essence Sword faction? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, not long ago, my father received news that the Duanmu family of the Mystic Essence Sword faction had already sided with the Omnidirectional Sword faction. These years, they have been secretly working for the Omnidirectional Sword faction. If it wasn't for my father's spies in the 5 major sects, I'm afraid we wouldn't have found out. Huaqi said solemnly. What? Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming, this matter should be absolutely true. My father originally planned to pass this news to the Mystic Essence Sword faction sect master, but before he could do so, that bastard sky-suppressing king started to rebel. Huaqi gritted his teeth. The Duanmu family actually sided with the Omnidirectional Sword faction? I should have thought of this. Lu Ming's heart rippled as he muttered in his heart. He had been suspicious for a long time. He knew from Huaqi that the Silver Wolf Pavilion was an assassin group nurtured by the Omnidirectional Sword faction, and the Duanmu family sect master had repeatedly sent assassins from the Silver Wolf Pavilion to kill him. He used to think that the Duanmu family had spent money to hire the assassins from the Silver Wolf Pavilion, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Not good, the Mystic Essence Sword faction is in danger. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. Lu Ming, I'm also worried about this. The Omnidirectional Sword faction has been scheming for a long time. First, it was the Ghost Moon Saber sect with the Omnidirectional Sword faction's spies, then it was our Imperial family, and the Sky-Suppressing King was already a member of the Omnidirectional Sword faction. Now, the Omnidirectional Sword faction will definitely use the same method to defeat the Mystic Essence Sword faction. Once the Mystic Essence Sword faction is destroyed, the Blazing Sun Empire will only have the Scarlet Cloud Valley left. It's only a matter of time before the Blazing Sun Empire is destroyed. At that time, the Omnidirectional Sword faction will unify the Blazing Sun Empire, and will really suffer a crushing defeat. Huaqi said, his tone was filled with worry. We must stop this from happening. No matter what, the Mystic Essence Sword faction cannot be destroyed. I'll send you guys to the Immortal Gazing Pass and immediately rush to the Mystic Essence Sword faction. I hope I can make it in time. Lu Ming said. Immortal Gazing Pass? Alright, once I reach the Immortal Gazing Pass, I'll announce the crimes of the Omnidirectional Sword faction and the Sky-Suppressing King, and gather the geniuses to oppose the Omnidirectional Sword faction's forces and army. To fight against the omnidirectional sword faction together. Huaqi nodded. The two of them had reached an agreement. At this time, the battle at the scene had ended and the army had been assembled. Let's go to the Immortal Gazing Pass. Lu Ming waved his hand. With Lu Ming and the Scarlet Blood Cavalry escorting them, the journey was smooth and unimpeded. Strangely, the omnidirectional sword faction didn't send out any experts to chase after them. This made Lu Ming and Huaqi frown. The omnidirectional sword faction didn't send anyone to chase after them. It was very likely that the omnidirectional sword faction's manpower was used elsewhere. If they couldn't spare any manpower, where could they be used? No, only the Mystic Essence sword faction and the Scarlet Cloud Valley could be used. Everyone rode at full speed. 3 days later, they were not far from the Immortal Gazing Pass. At this time, Ming Meng had already sent out an army to welcome them. Huaqi, then we'll split up. Lu Ming said to Huaqi, all right, Lu Ming, I'll lead the army to support you as soon as possible. Huaqi said. Ming be careful. Li Ping said worriedly. Father, mother, don't worry. I'll be fine. Lu Ming nodded and said goodbye to everyone. Scarlet Blood Cavalry, set out with me. Lu Ming shouted. Let's go. The Mystic Essence Sword sect was completely engulfed in the flames of war. Each of the 5 great academies was in an intense battle. Countless people roared. Sword chi crisscrossed, and blood splattered everywhere. At every moment, there were people dying in battle. Outside the 5 great academies, shouts of killing shook the sky. Countless soldiers in iron armor were fighting, and corpses were everywhere. Boom, tens of thousands of meters above the Mystic Essence Sword sect, 2 dazzling sword lights clashed as if they could split the heavens apart. Tens of thousands of sword chi swept out, and the collision between the 2 forces was terrifying. Duanmu Xianxia, why did your Duanmu clan betray the Mystic Origin Sword sect? The Mystic Essence Sword sect has treated you well. Sect Master Lin Shui looked up to the sky and howled, his voice filled with grief and indignation. The 2 people in the air were Lin Shui and the Duanmu clan's ancestor, Duanmu Xianxia, the White Tiger Institute's Dean Duanmu Pejuan's father. It's very simple. My Duanmu clan has worked hard for the Mystic Essence Sword sect for close to 1,000 years, but we can only occupy 1 courtyard. The Mystic Essence Sword sect should have belonged to my Duanmu clan long ago. A cold smile appeared on Duanmu Xianxia's aged face. Haha, so the 10 Direction Sword sect made such a promise to you. However, Duanmu Xianxia, do you think that the 10 Direction Sword sect will honor their promise after the matter is settled? How can you still be so naive at your age? Lin Shui smiled bitterly. You don't have to worry about that. You can go in peace. The Mystic Essence Sword sect will definitely prosper in my hands. Also, don't think that the Crimson Cloud Valley will come to your rescue. 10 Direction Sword faction and Heaven Evil sect have gathered a large number of experts in the Crimson Cloud Valley. Now, the Crimson Cloud Valley can't even take care of itself. As long as we kill you and combine our forces, we can flatten the Crimson Cloud Valley in one fell swoop. Duanmu Xianxia sneered. Boom. Boom, the 2 of them exchanged a few moves in a row, and the space around them shook crazily. This was a life and death battle between half-step kings. Ah. Ah. Screams of agony could be heard all over the Mystic Essence Sword sect, causing Lin Shui's eyes to turn bloodshot. Every scream represented the death of a Mystic Essence Sword sect disciple. Lin Shui's heart was bleeding. Back when the Ghost Moon Saber sect was in trouble, Lin Shui knew that something was wrong. She called back most of the experts from the Mystic Essence Sword sect just in case. Furthermore, hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers were deployed from various cities to guard the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Sure enough, 5 days ago, the 10 Direction Sword sect launched a large-scale attack. Other than hundreds of thousands of soldiers, there was also a large number of martial arts experts. The Mystic Essence Sword sect was embroiled in a war. However, the Mystic Essence Sword sect had the home field advantage. With the 5 great academies as the base, they activated the 5 ultimate formation. With the 5 ultimate formations guarding, the 10 Direction Sword sect could not break in at all. The 2 sides fought fiercely for more than 4 days, but the Mystic Essence Sword sect was as steady as a mountain. But Lin Shui and the others never imagined that at this moment, the Duanmu clan would rebel. After destroying the Five Ultimate Formation, they joined forces with the Omnidirectional Sword Sect to attack the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect was caught off guard and suffered countless casualties. In the end, under the leadership of Lin Shui, they fought back desperately and barely managed to stabilize the situation. High up in the sky not far from the two of them, there were also two people engaged in an intense battle. The shockwaves from the battle between these two people were not the slightest bit smaller than Duanmu Songhai and Lin Shui's. They were also two half-step kings. One was from the Ten Direction Sword Sect, and the other was from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect originally had 3 half-step kings. Now that Duanmu Songhai had rebelled, there were only 2 left. Other than the peak battle in the sky, there were also fierce battles going on in other places. In the Vermilion Bird Courtyard in the south, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's Dean Yan Lan and the White Tiger Courtyard's Dean Duanmu Pajuan were engaged in an intense battle. In the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, Mulans roared. Sword light surged and killed an expert from the Ten Direction Sword Sect. By now, Mulans's cultivation had already broken through the martial ancestor realm. Moreover, it had reached a very high level. In the Azure Dragon Courtyard in the east, Zhang Muyun became one with his sword and fought an expert from the Ten Direction Sword Sect. In the White Tiger Courtyard in the west, Ling Tian roared, Duanmu clan, I swear that I will never be on the same side as you. Ling Tian roared and rushed down the White Tiger Courtyard, his body covered in blood. In the sky above the Qilin Courtyard, the battle between the two young people attracted a lot of attention. Many people who were in the middle of the battle looked over from time to time. Because these two people were too famous in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. One of the 6 heroes, Feng Wuji. The other person was actually Duanmu Lin. At this moment, Duanmu Lin and Feng Wuji were in an intense battle. The two of them continued to attack and their power was extremely terrifying. Duanmu Lin is too shocking. He can actually fight Feng Wuji to a draw? Some time ago, Feng Wuji had already broken through to the 4th realm of the martial ancestor realm. I didn't expect Duanmu Lin to be on par with him. Shocking, this is too shocking. Many elders and deacons of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect could not help but be shocked in the midst of the battle. Duanmu Lin was a rare genius and his cultivation speed was shocking. However, he still managed to catch up with the others who were constantly improving. Feng Wuji, this is your strength? You're really disappointing. If I was born a few years earlier, I would have trampled you under my feet. Duanmu Lin roared arrogantly. Duanmu Lin, no matter how strong you are, you're just a traitor. The world will punish you. Feng Wuji roared. What a joke. Feng Wuji, you're really ridiculous. History is written by the victors. Don't you know that? Duanmu Lin laughed loudly. The two of them continued to fight and it was extremely intense. In the sky, the battle between Lin Shui and Duanmu Songhai was getting more and more intense. Duanmu Songhai, you're too naive to think that you can destroy us. Lin Shui shouted angrily. Who said it's only them? At this moment, a domineering voice came from afar. Hiss hiss, then, a hissing sound could be heard. Hearing this sound, Duanmu Songhai was overjoyed and laughed. Haha, we're finally here. Whoosh, in the distance, a fiery red light flashed like lightning. In the next moment, the light disappeared and a huge and ferocious centipede appeared in the sky. This centipede was really incomparably huge. It was more than 100 meters long and was red all over. The most shocking thing was that it even had 3 pairs of huge fleshy wings. Both sides of its body were densely packed with claws. The claws cut through the void like blades. On the centipede's back stood dozens of figures. Each of them had a strong aura like a mountain. The person in the lead was wearing iron armor and his aura was as deep as the sea. 1,000-legged centipede, Een Moon South Guardian Monarch. Lin Shui roared in disbelief. On the giant centipede's back was the Een Moon Empire South Guardian Monarch, Een Tianjue. Ha ha ha, Lin Shui, how about we destroy your Mystic Essence Sword Sect together? Een Tianjue laughed. Despicable and shameless, you actually colluded with the Een Moon Empire. Lin Shui roared angrily. What colluding? It's just cooperation. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal benefits. Lin Shui, you're a sect leader. Don't you know this? No wonder you're defeated. Benefits, benefits. Yin Tianjue, what benefits did the Decimo Sword sect give you? Aren't you afraid that the Decimo Sword sect will unify the Blazing Sun Empire and become stronger and target the Yin Moon Empire? Lin Shui looked at Yin Tianjue. Haha, it's fine to tell you. The Ghost Moon Saber sect's territory belongs to the Yin Moon Empire. Yin Tianjue laughed. What? The Decimo Sword sect is betraying the empire. Lin Shui roared. The Decimo Sword sect had given the Ghost Moon Saber sect's territory to the Yin Moon Empire. That was 1/5 of the Blazing Sun Empire's territory. The Ten Direction Sword sect was simply unscrupulous. Lin Shui, this is a win-win situation. Alright, your Mystic Essence Sword sect is doomed. Kill. Yin Tianjue ordered. Shua. Shua. Dozens of figures flew out from the centipede's back and charged toward the Mystic Essence Sword sect. In an instant, dozens of Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples were killed. These dozens of people were all peak experts. Even the weakest was at the 6th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. There were even 3 at the 9th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. The moment they attacked, the situation changed. The Mystic Essence Sword sect was at a disadvantage. Yin Tianjue didn't attack. His target was Lin Shui. Duanmu Songhai, how about you and I team up and kill Lin Shui? Yin Tianjue sneered. That's what I want. Duanmu Songhai's turbid eyes revealed a dark and cold expression. Boom. Boom, their auras exploded and swept across the sky. The clouds in the sky were turned to dust by their auras. Kung, the high-grade 4 battle sword in Lin Shui's hand buzzed as a sword chi shot into the sky. He looked at Duanmu Songhai and Yin Tianjue with a serious expression. Facing 2 half-step kings, he didn't have any confidence. He knew that he had to go all out today. Otherwise, the Mystic Essence Sword sect wouldn't survive. Kill. Kill. Duanmu Songhai and Yin Tianjue roared as they each attacked. Duanmu Songhai used a sword, while Yin Tianjue used a battle spear. The 2 attacks advanced side by side towards Lin Shui. Mysterious Heaven Sword Art. Lin Shui let out a long cry. Her entire body seemed to have turned into a divine sword. Soaring sword will filled the air. A dazzling sword light seemed to have come from the heavens and slashed out violently. Boom. Boom, 2 heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosions resounded throughout the area. Looking up from below, one could see that the entire sky was filled with streaks of sword chi and battle spear light. The space was trembling, and it was extremely terrifying. Whoosh, the next moment, a figure retreated crazily. Due to the speed, it swept up a blast of air that was thousands of meters long. It was Lin Shui. He retreated a few thousand meters, groaned, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Shui, you are not a match for the 2 of us. Today, you will die. Yin Tianjue sneered. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Lin Shui's eyes flashed with madness. You want to drag us down with you? Haha, Lin Shui, you think too highly of yourself. Die. Yin Tianjue laughed out loud. His aura was like a mountain as he charged towards Lin Shui again. At the same time, Duanmu Songhai also attacked Lin Shui. Boom. Boom, another 2 earth-shattering explosions. Lin Shui retreated again. He coughed out blood, and his face was pale. Facing 2 experts of the same level, he was no match for them. He was completely suppressed. They were both at the Half-King realm and had cultivated force to the limit. They were both at the peak of the Burning Sun Empire and the Dark Moon Empire. Who was weaker than the other? Lin Shui was no match for the 2 of them. Haha, Lin Shui, die. Yin Tianjue roared. His battle spear pierced through the air and turned into a huge spear that was a few hundred meters long. He charged towards Lin Shui. Lin Shui, let me send you on your way. Duanmu Songhai sneered. His sword light shocked the sky. Endless energy burst out from his old body. A sword light slashed towards Lin Shui. At this moment heaven and earth shook violently. A blade light slashed over from afar. This saber beam was several hundred meters long and black in color. The most shocking thing was that when this saber beam slashed through the void, it was accompanied by a series of shrill screams that sounded like the screams of countless evil spirits. The target of this blade light was Xianxia. Ghost King Purgatory slash! Xianxia exclaimed. His expression changed as he roared. He forcefully changed the direction of the spear in his hand and blasted it towards the blade light. Xianxia's body trembled slightly as he took a few steps back. Every step he took would cause an explosion in the air. Whoosh, the blade light dissipated. An old man in a black robe embroidered with a black moon appeared in the air. Old Shangguan, it's really you. Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. Ghost Moon Saber Sect's old ancestor, Shangguan Ming. Lin Shui was delighted. He thought that Shangguan Ming had died in the battle after the Ghost Moon Saber sect was destroyed. Now, it seemed that Shangguan Ming was still alive. Old Shangguan, I didn't kill you last time. This time, you're here to die. This is the will of the heavens. Xianxia sneered. Xianxia and the Decimo Sword sect. I won't let you succeed even if I have to risk my life. Shangguan Ming's face was filled with hatred. He wanted to take revenge for the Ghost Moon Saber sect's destruction. Shangguan Ming, you old bones. You'd better die soon. At this moment, a cold voice came from afar. Then, a slender figure with his hands behind his back walked in the air. In an instant, he appeared in front of him. Xiao Wuyang. Lin Shui and Shangguan Ming's expressions changed drastically. The Decimo Sword sect master, Xiao Wuyang, was nearby. Shangguan Ming, I know you're not satisfied and want to take revenge. That's why I didn't make a move just now. I wanted to lure you out and get rid of you together. Xiao Wuyang said indifferently. His figure flashed as he, Duanmu Songhai, and Xianxia formed a triangle, surrounding Lin Shui and Shangguan Ming. Lin Shui and Shangguan Ming leaned against each other, their expressions ugly. Xiao Wuyang had planned out everything in his plan. Every step was interconnected, leaving no chance for the Mystic Essence Sword sect to survive. Ah! At this moment, a long howl came from below, piercing through the sky. Lin Shui and the others couldn't help but look in that direction. There, Feng Wuji and Duan Mulin were fighting. However, Feng Wuji was no match for Duan Mulin. He was covered in blood and one of his arms had been broken by Duan Mulin. Haha, Feng Wuji, you're not the strongest person in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. What 6 heroes of the Burning Sun? You're just a piece of trash. If I was born a few years earlier, you wouldn't have stood out. Duan Mulin laughed as his aura surged. His cultivation had reached the 4th level martial ancestor realm. Boom, Duan Mulin slashed out with his saber and Feng Wuji barely blocked it. He was sent flying 1,000 meters away and blood spurted from his mouth. Wuji. Lin Shui was extremely worried in the sky. Hee, Lin Shui, you've been utterly defeated. Even in the younger generation, the geniuses of the Duanmu family are enough to crush you. It's time for the Mystic Essence Sword sect to change hands. Lin Shui's face darkened. Lin Shui, I heard that Feng Wuji is the disciple you're most proud of. I'll let you watch him die in front of you. Xiao Wuyang sneered. At this moment, they were not in a hurry to attack. They wanted Lin Shui to watch Feng Wuji die. This way, Lin Shui would have a mental breakdown and it would be easier to kill her. Feng Wuji, today will be your doomsday. Duan Mulin's long hair danced in the wind as he exuded an aura of supremacy. His eyes shone brightly, showing his arrogance. Boom, he slashed out with his saber again. Feng Wuji tried his best to block the attack, but he was severely injured and was no match for Duan Mulin. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. A long wound appeared on his chest as blood flowed out. Wuji. Senior brother Wuji. Countless people in the Mystic Essence Sword sect shouted when they saw the scene. They wanted to rush over to help, but they were all entangled by their opponents and could not help. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wuyang, Duanmu Songhai, and Xianxia laughed in the sky. A few figures looked up from below where Feng Wuji and Duan Mulin were fighting. One of them was graceful. It was Lu Yao. The others were the experts of the Duanmu clan who were responsible for protecting her. Lu Yao was here to witness the rise of Duanmu Lin. At this moment, Lu Yao had a complicated look in her eyes. She was also surprised that the Duanmu clan had betrayed the Mystic Essence Sword sect. However, she felt relieved after thinking about it. That's even better. With the Duanmu clan replacing the Mystic Essence Sword sect, my status will be even higher in the future. Now that I've reached the 6th layer Martial Master realm, I'll be able to break through to the Martial Ancestor realm soon. At that time, I'll definitely awaken my King-class bloodline. That way, I'll be able to live together with Brother Lin. Lu Ming, do you see this? Brother Lin has already stepped on Feng Wuji, one of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun. Even if you have some talent, how can you compare to Brother Lin? How can you be worthy of me? It's a pity that you're not in the Mystic Essence Sword sect and can't see this scene. If you can see this scene, how inferior would you feel? Lu Yao looked at Duanmu Lin, who was in high spirits. His eyes were bright, filled with pride and anticipation. Feng Wuji, you are the first opponent I've ever fought against. Today, I shall step on your corpse and rise to the top. From now on, I shall soar into the skies and shake the world with my name. It's your honor to be able to become my stepping stone. In the air, Duanmu Lin looked at Feng Wuji with disdain, but he was still in high spirits. Duanmu Lin, you won't have the chance. Right at this moment, a clear voice sounded out from afar. Who? Duanmu Lin's gaze turned cold as he stared into the distance. Whoosh! 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 In the distance, 3 streaks of rainbow light shot over. Who are you? You are courting death. An expert from the 10 Direction Sword sect shouted and charged towards the 3 rainbow lights. Chi-chi, a few claw radiances flew out and tore a few 6th Martial Ancestor realm experts from the Shifeng Sword sect into pieces. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the rainbow lights dissipated, 3 figures appeared in the air. It's you? The Marquis of Champion Tianyun. Someone shouted the moment the 3 figures appeared. Everyone in the Mystic Essence Sword sect who was in the midst of a fierce battle was shocked. They could not help but look over. The Marquis of Champion Tianyun was famous in the Blazing Sun Empire. But why did he suddenly appear here? The 3 figures who had suddenly appeared were Lu Ming, Yan Quan, and the Golden-Eye Blood Zombie. The Immortal Gazing Pass was not far from the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming led 30,000 red blood armored cavalry and finally arrived at the Mystic Essence Sword sect after more than a day's journey. At this moment, Lu Ming, Yan Quan, and the Golden-Eye Blood Zombie were the first to arrive at the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming could not help but speak when he saw Duanmu Lin's arrogant look. Duanmu Lin's face turned serious as he looked at Lu Ming. Duanmu Lin naturally knew of the Marquis of Champion Lu Ming's name. Moreover, Lu Ming had killed the Shifeng Sword sect's genius, Qiao Chonglai. Duanmu Lin did not dare to underestimate Lu Ming. This guy actually came here. What about his red blood armored cavalry? Qiao Wuyang's face changed slightly. During this period of time, Qiao Wuyang knew that Lu Ming had led the red blood armored cavalry to the north of the Blazing Sun Empire to rescue Huaqi. However, he had been busy dealing with the Mystic Essence Sword sect, so he did not send anyone to deal with Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just fooling around. After he dealt with the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Red Cloud Valley, he could easily kill Lu Ming and his red blood armored cavalry. It's him. Lin Xue's eyes flickered, revealing a complicated expression. Tianyun, what are you doing here? Qiao Wuyang's voice came from the sky. Of course. I'm here to kill you all. Lu Ming smiled faintly. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of everyone present trembled. Come to kill Qiao Wuyang and the others? What an arrogant tone. Ha ha ha, Marquis Champion Tianyun, you are indeed heroic. However, in my opinion, you have lost your mind because of your heroic spirit. Well, it is normal for you to lose yourself in your achievements at such a young age. You still want to kill us? What a joke. How about this? I see that you are a talent. If you join me now, I can consider putting you in an important position. In the future, you can become the Marshal of the Army and guard the Blazing Sun Empire. Qiao Wuyang said. What bullshit Marshal of the Army? Do you think I care about that? Qiu Wuyang, to be honest, I am more interested in your head. Lu Ming sneered. Presumptuous, you are courting death. Qiu Wuyang's face turned cold as murderous intent burst out from his eyes. He waved his hand and a shocking sword radiance slashed down at Lu Ming. Not good, Qiu Wuyang, you are shameless. Lin Xue's face changed and was about to help. Lin Xue, your opponent is me. Duanmu Songhai moved and blocked Lin Xue. On the other side, Yin Tianjue also stared at Shang Guanming, preventing him from helping. What marquee champion? You dare to oppose me? You overestimate yourself. Die. Qiu Wuyang's eyes were cold. However, facing Qiu Wuyang's sword radiance, Lu Ming's face was very calm as he stood there without moving. It's over. Marquee champion Tianyun, the hero of his generation, is he going to be killed like this? Many people sighed. No one thought that Lu Ming could survive. Qiu Wuyang was a half-step king, and only a half-step king could block the attack of a half-step king. However, how many half-step kings were there in the vast blazing Sun Empire? At the very most, there were only a dozen or so. Now, who could save Lu Ming? Then, a scene that left everyone flabbergasted appeared. Beside Lu Ming, Yan Quan stepped out and punched out. Boom! Bang! With a loud explosion, the fist energy and the sword light clashed, canceling each other out. Half-step king. That's a half-step king. Someone roared. Many people were shocked. They didn't expect that there would be a half-step king beside Lu Ming. Who are you? Qiu Wuyang's expression turned grave. Every half-step king was famous, and they were the overlords of a region. He knew every one of them, but he didn't recognize Yan Quan. Who am I? Well, it doesn't matter if I say it. I am Yan Quan. Yan Quan grinned and said. What? You are Yan Quan? Then this little bastard is the one who destroyed the Mo family and killed my son. As soon as Yan Quan's words fell, Yin Tianjue roared and looked at Lu Ming with a sinister expression. During this time, he had sent people to investigate, but they couldn't find the culprit. He only knew that Yan Quan had escaped. Now that Yan Quan had appeared in this place, the answer was obvious. Yin Tianjue, what are you shouting for? Your Yin Moon royal family is despicable and shameless. Today, I will settle this with you. Yan Quan looked at Yin Tianjue with killing intent. He took a step forward and confronted Qiu Wuyang and the others. The auras of 6 half-step kings intersected, forming a huge domain. Those below half-step king couldn't even get close. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Duan Mulin and said with a faint smile, Duan Mulin, I just said that you won't have the chance to rise. Today, you will die. Tianyun, if you and I fight, both of us will suffer. I advise you to join the 10 Direction Sword faction. Now that the 10 Direction Sword faction is established, even if you have a half-step king protecting you, you won't be able to affect the overall situation. Duan Mulin looked at Lu Ming and said. With Tianyun's reputation, he didn't want to fight with him unless it was absolutely necessary. Both of us suffer? With just you? You really think highly of yourself. Lu Ming revealed a mocking smile. One move is enough to defeat you. Lu Ming took a step forward and approached Duan Mulin. Arrogant. Let's see how you can defeat me in one move. Great Sun Thunder Saber Slash. Duan Mulin roared and slashed out with his saber. The terrifying saber light was even more scorching than the sun, explosively slashing towards Lu Ming. Beast Dao Palm. Lu Ming whispered and struck out with his palm. A huge beast claw appeared and charged towards Duan Mulin. Bang, the beast claw collided with the saber light. The saber light was extinguished like a wisp of smoke. The beast Dao Palm's momentum did not stop. It carried astonishing power as it blasted towards Duan Mulin. How could this be? Duan Mulin yelled out in disbelief. He then unleashed his bloodline in a frenzy. Channeling all his strength, he slashed out with his saber. Block it for me. Duan Mulin let out a deep roar. The sharp saber light condensed into a sun. However, this sun was like a bubble that was extinguished by the beast Dao Palm. Bang! Subsequently, the beast Dao Palm landed on Duan Mulin's body. Duan Mulin let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying over 1,000 meters away. He coughed up blood non-stop, and his entire body trembled. His clothes were tattered, and who knew how many of his bones were broken. Lin. High up in the sky, Duan Mutsonghai yelled worriedly. So powerful. Even overlords like Yin Tianjue and Shang Guanming were startled. Lin Xue's gaze was even more complicated. So powerful. Tianyun is too powerful. In all directions, Yanlan, Mulan, and the others were incomparably shocked. The battle continued, but everyone's attention was attracted to the battle. As martial ancestors, they were able to see the battle from a few dozen miles away. I've said that I'll defeat you in one move. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Impossible, impossible. Duan Mulin couldn't take it anymore and yelled. He was a peerless genius, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. It was a huge blow to him. Below, Lu Yao was also in disbelief. In her eyes, Duan Mulin was invincible, but he was defeated by Tianyun in one move. There's actually such a genius in this world? Even Duan Mulin was defeated in one move. The marquee champion is indeed worthy of his reputation. Lu Yao thought to herself. She looked at Lu Ming and her eyes shone brightly. The second move is to kill you. Lu Ming chuckled and took another step forward. At the same time, his body emitted a cold killing intent. Tianyun, how dare you? Duan Mutsonghai yelled and wanted to save him. Duan Mutsonghai, I'm your opponent. Lin Xue's aura locked onto Duan Mutsonghai. Tianyun, we have no feud in the past. Why do you have to kill me? If you kill me, the Duanmu family won't let you off. Why do you have to seek trouble for yourself? Duan Mulin yelled in horror. Ha ha ha, no feud? No feud? Duan Mulin, you have a bad memory. I've said that I'll return to the Mystic Essence Sword sect and kill you within 2 years. Why? Have you forgotten it so quickly? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly laughed and his voice changed back to his original voice. What? You're... Duan Mulin's eyes shrunk and he was shocked. Lu Ming wiped his face and took off his disguise, revealing a handsome face. At the same time, his bones shifted and he returned to his original appearance. Lu Ming, how could it be you? Duan Mulin screamed hysterically when he saw Lu Ming's real face. This was too hard for him to accept. The champion Marquis Tianyun was actually Lu Ming, the Lu Ming that he looked down on. He would rather lose to Tianyun than Lu Ming. This was a blow to his heart that was 10 times, no, 100 times worse. Lu Ming is back. In the distant sky, Yanlan, Mulan, and the others were greatly shocked when they saw this scene. Then, they were ecstatic beyond belief. Ha ha ha, this kid is actually Tianyun? This is too shocking. Yanlan laughed. How could this be? Duan Mupijuan, who was fighting against Yanlan, shouted in disbelief. Lu Ming, you're finally back. I knew you would come back and fulfill your promise. Mulan's eyes were filled with joy. Lu Ming is back. Lu Ming is the champion marquis, he's Tianyun. Both the disciples and elders of the Mystic Essence Sword sect couldn't help but shout. This news quickly spread throughout the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect and the entire battlefield. No one would have thought that the world-renowned champion Ho Tianyun was actually the same Lu Ming who barged into the White Tiger courtyard and killed Lu Yunxiong and dozens of people from the Duanmu family more than a year ago. In the end, he was forced by the Duanmu family to withdraw from the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Many people still remembered the determination that Lu Ming had when he left the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the promise that Lu Ming had made. He would definitely return and kill Duan Mulin within 2 years. Now, it hadn't even been 2 years. In just a little more than a year, Lu Ming had returned. He had returned in a shocking manner. Duan Mulin had been defeated by him in one move. The return of a king, a true king, no matter where he went, no matter what identity he used, was destined to not be buried and would shine brightly. Lu Ming is back. As expected, I'm not as good as him. In the Azure Dragon Institute, Zhang Muyan sighed. Haha, I knew he would return. It's really him. In the sky, Lin Xue revealed a bitter smile. At this moment, Lin Shui regretted it. Back then, he had chosen the Duanmu family and given up on Lu Ming. However, the facts had proven that he was wrong. The Duanmu family rebelled, and at the crucial moment, Lu Ming came back to rescue them. His feelings were extremely complicated. Damn it. Damn it. I should have killed him back then. Duanmu Songhai's face was extremely gloomy. Among everyone, Lu Yao had the most complicated feelings and found it hard to accept. At this moment, Lu Yao's body was trembling violently. She looked at the familiar figure in the sky in disbelief. No, it's impossible. It can't be Lu Ming. How can Tianyun be Lu Ming? Lu Yao screamed incoherently. Not long ago, she was still thinking that it was a pity that Lu Ming wasn't here and couldn't see the difference between him and Duanmu Lin. She was proud that she had chosen Duanmu Lin. However, in the blink of an eye, Tianyun appeared and defeated Duanmu Lin in one move. Now, she was actually told that Tianyun was Lu Ming. This was a huge blow to her. No, it's impossible. It's fake. Everything is fake. Lu Yao screamed. Her beautiful face was distorted and became ferocious. She couldn't accept this. In the sky, Lu Ming glanced at Lu Yao casually and ignored her as if she was a stranger. Duanmu Lin, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said softly. No, I can't die. Duanmu Lin screamed in horror as he tried his best to fly backward. Lu Ming, stop. Duanmu Songhai shouted. A powerful aura exploded from his body and he wanted to save Duanmu Lin. However, he was entangled by Lin Shui. Yan Lan, get lost. On the other side, Duanmu Pujuan also shouted and wanted to save Duanmu Lin. However, how could Yan Lan let him do as he wished? Duanmu Pujuan, we haven't decided the winner yet. Where are you going? Yan Lan sneered as he firmly blocked Duanmu Pujuan. Stop him. Yin Tianjua shouted. Whoosh. Whoosh, a few of the experts he brought with him charged towards Lu Ming. Die. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a thrust, the spear radiance shot out and the two experts of the 7th martial ancestor realm were instantly killed. At the same time, the blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't stop as he rushed toward Duanmu Lin. Stop him and let young Master Lin escape. The other experts of the Duanmu family rushed over, but unfortunately, the strongest was only in the 7th realm of the martial ancestor realm. They were all killed by Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of Duanmu Lin. No. Duanmu Lin screamed in fear. Die. Lu Ming whispered as he thrust out his spear. Puchi, the spear pierced through Duanmu Lin's heart. Duanmu Lin's eyes immediately popped out like a dead fish. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and regret. Immediately after, the vitality in his eyes quickly dissipated. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that he would die in Lu Ming's hands. More than a year ago, when Lu Ming left the Mystic Essence Sword sect, he said that he would return to the sect to kill him in 2 years. At that time, he didn't take it seriously. He didn't think that Lu Ming could catch up with him. However, the reality was often very different from what one expected. Duanmu Lin was dead. Bam, Lu Ming swung his long spear and Duanmu Lin's body flew out like trash. No, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Duanmu Songhai screamed hysterically in the sky. His voice was as shrill as a ghost's. Duanmu Lin was the hope of the Duanmu family. Now that his hope had been killed, Duanmu Songhai couldn't accept it. Old man, what are you screaming for? After I left the sect, you sent people to assassinate me. I swore that I would destroy the Duanmu family. Now it's your turn. Gold-eyed, kill that old man. Lu Ming shouted at Duanmu Songhai and then ordered the gold-eyed blood zombie. Roar. The gold-eyed blood zombie let out a heaven-shaking roar. Its body emitted a dense bloody light as it pounced at Duanmu Songhai. You're courting death. Duanmu Songhai roared and slashed at the gold-eyed blood zombie. A sharp sword light shot out, intending to split the golden-eyed blood zombie in half. However, the result shocked everyone. The gold-eyed blood zombie waved its claws and tore Duanmu Songhai's sword light into pieces. The gold-eyed blood zombie continued to charge at Duanmu Songhai with lightning speed. Half-step king? Another half-step king? Duanmu Songhai cried out in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had another half-step king by his side. How was this possible? Could half-step kings be cabbages? Even Lin Shui and the other half-step kings were stunned. Boom! Duanmu Songhai circulated his sword aura and erupted with his full power. Just now, he had only casually swung his sword. He thought that he could kill the gold-eyed blood zombie. That was why his sword light was easily destroyed. Kill! At this moment, Lin Shui coldly shouted. A terrifying sword aura burst out and a peerless sharp sword light pierced toward Duanmu Songhai. Ah! Lin Shui, you sneak attacked me. Despicable! Duanmu Songhai madly roared. He was incomparably terrified as he circulated his full power to resist. Don't even think about it. Qiu Wuyang and Yin Tianjue roared, wanting to help. However, Shangguan Ming and Yan Quan also made their moves. A great battle between half-step kings suddenly erupted. The entire heaven and earth suddenly erupted. Ah! An earth-shattering scream resounded through the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. It was Duanmu Songhai. He was facing the gold-eyed blood zombie and Lin Shui together. Moreover, Lin Shui had launched a sneak attack. He was no match for them. With one move, the gold-eyed blood zombie tore a piece of flesh from his chest. Even his bones and organs could be seen. His right hand was missing. Lin Shui's sword light had cut off his arm from his shoulder, almost cleaving him in half. However, even if he managed to dodge, he was still half dead. Ah! Lin Shui, you're despicable and shameless. You actually launched a sneak attack. Duanmu Songhai roared. Killing a traitor doesn't need to be honorable. Kill. Lin Shui's killing intent surged. She hated the Duanmu family to the bone. She erupted with her full power and charged at Duanmu Songhai. Roar. The gold-eyed blood zombie also roared and charged at Duanmu Songhai. Save me. Duanmu Songhai was scared out of his wits. He desperately tried to escape. Unfortunately, even if Qiu Wuyang and Yin Tianjue wanted to help, they were powerless. Their opponents were not any weaker than them. Duanmu Songhai was already heavily injured, and his battle strength was greatly reduced. How could he escape? In the next moment, another miserable scream resounded. He managed to dodge the gold-eyed blood zombie's claw, but he failed to dodge Lin Shui's sword light. He was cleaved in two by Lin Shui's sword. After all, he was a half-step king with powerful vitality. Duanmu Songhai did not die immediately. He screamed in fear. Sect Master, spare my life. Please spare my old bones. Seeing that I've worked so hard for the sect for so many years, please spare me. Duanmu Songhai loudly begged. He actually called her Sect Master again. He was simply shameless. Indeed, the older one was, the more one feared death. Working hard for the sect? I think you've been working hard for yourself for so many years. Duanmu Songhai, I'll personally send you on your way. Lin Shui coldly shouted. Qi, a sharp sword Qi violently slashed out. Duanmu Songhai let out a roar of despair as the sword Qi cleaved through his head, cleaving him in two. Father! In the distance, Duanmu Pujuan roared. Peng, as he was distracted, Yan Lan's palm landed on his chest. Duanmu Pujuan retreated madly as blood spurted out of his mouth. Die! Yan Lan chased after him and rained down a barrage of attacks. Duanmu Pujuan was heavily injured and could only block a dozen moves before his heart meridians were shattered by Yan Lan's palm. With a loud cry, he died unwillingly. Not good. Run! Seeing Duanmu Songhai killed, Qiu Wuyang roared and turned to leave. Qiu Wuyang, you will stay here today. Lin Shui roared as she merged with her sword and charged at Qiu Wuyang. Resplendent sword Qi filled the void and blocked Qiu Wuyang's path of retreat. Shua! Shua! Two sonic booms resounded as Yan Quan and golden-eyed blood zombies' figures flickered and appeared on the other side of Qiu Wuyang. Qiu Wuyang's face was gloomy as a trace of anxiety could be seen in his eyes. Damn it! Damn it! To think that I would fall to such a state today. Of all my calculations, I didn't expect that this Tianyun, no, Lu Ming would have two half-step kings by his side. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Damn it. Xiao Wuyang roared inwardly as his eyes spun, trying to think of a countermeasure. With Duanmu Songhai's death, the only half-step kings on their side were himself, Yin Tianjue, and another expert from Ten Direction Sword Sect. As for Mystic Essence Sword Sect's side, they had Lin Shui, another half-step king, Shang Wanming, Yan Quan, and GoldenEye Blood Zombie. In terms of peak battle strength, they were already at a disadvantage and could only retreat. Otherwise, they would all die here. Bang! Run! On the other side, Yin Tianjue and Shang Wanming exchanged a move and roared, calling out to the experts he had brought, intending to escape. Yin Tianjue, let's settle this today. Where are you going? Yan Quan saw that Yin Tianjue was about to leave and roared, abandoning Xiao Wuyang and charging at him. Damn it! Yin Tianjue roared as he erupted with all his strength and tried to escape. Clang! As soon as Yan Quan left, Xiao Wuyang's sword Qi soared into the sky as the battle sword in his hand was exceptionally sharp. Boom! Even the powerful golden-eyed blood zombie was sent flying over 1,000 meters. Xiao Wuyang seized the opportunity to escape, but on the other side, an equally sharp sword Qi slashed towards him. It was Lin Shui. Xiao Wuyang, you can't escape. Lin Shui's voice was cold. Damn it! Xiao Wuyang roared and fought back with all his might. However, after a few moves, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a series of wolf howls came from the distant ground. Rumble! The earth rumbled as countless crimson blood-scaled wolves charged over. Lu Ming's Xianxia cavalry arrived. Kill! The Xianxia cavalry roared and charged towards the omnidirectional sword school's army. The Ten Direction Sword Sect immediately sent out a powerful army to stop the Xianxia cavalry. Even though this army was very strong and was made up of the elites of the Ten Direction Sword Sect, they were nothing in front of the Xianxia cavalry. The Xianxia cavalry could be said to be armed to the teeth. Their equipment and weapons were all taken from the Martial King's storage ring by Lu Ming, and they were all of the best quality. With the addition of the Xianxia cavalry, it was simply an army born for war. With just a few charges, the Ten Direction Sword Sect's army was scattered into pieces. As the Xianxia cavalry charged, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. Xiao Wuyang, your plan today is destined to fail. It is impossible for the Ten Direction Sword School to rule the Blazing Sun Empire. Lin Shui stared at Xiao Wuyang. Xiao Wuyang's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were filled with rage. He didn't say a word as he used all his strength to block the attacks of Lin Shui and golden-eyed blood zombie while looking for an opportunity to escape. Schoolmaster, I'll help you. At this moment, a loud roar resounded as a tall figure charged over and exchanged a blow with golden-eyed blood zombie. This person was the other half-step king of the Ten Direction Sword School. Your opponent is me. The half-step king of the Mystic Essence Sword School also chased over. Schoolmaster, hurry up and leave. The Ten Direction Sword School can't do without you. Leave this place to me. The half-step king of the Ten Direction Sword School roared as his body emitted an intense purple light. His originally tall body actually expanded once again, burning his essence blood. He is going all out. Stop him. Lin Shui roared. Kill. 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 The half-step king of the Ten Direction Sword School roared as he slashed out 3 times. The might of these 3 slashes was unimaginable, infinitely close to a king's attack. Boom. 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 Golden-eyed blood zombie, Lin Shui, and the half-step king of the Mystic Essence Sword School were all sent flying several thousand meters away. Shua, Xiao Wuyang seized the opportunity and turned into a beam of rainbow light, instantly traveling 10,000 meters and disappearing into the horizon in a few breaths. Lu Ming, Lin Shui, Xiao Wuyang, will sooner or later wipe out your entire sect. In the distance, Xiao Wuyang's voice was filled with killing intent. Boom! On the other side, Yin Tian used some unknown secret art and sacrificed an arm to repel the encirclement of Yan Quan and Shang Guanming. He then turned into a beam of bloodlight and disappeared into the horizon. Damn it! Lin Shui roared as she set her sights on the half-step king of the Ten Direction Sword School. Although he had burned his essence blood and increased his battle strength greatly, he couldn't hold on for long before his essence blood ran out and was torn into pieces by the golden-eyed blood zombie. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he appeared in the air. Looking at the half-step king's corpse, Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The latter's essence blood had already been burned out. This was a half-step king, and the essence blood's energy was absolutely terrifying. For Lu Ming, it was a supreme treasure. Moreover, the essence blood of a half-step king was extremely condensed, and its essence dissipated very slowly. Any random jade bottle could preserve it for a long time. Before, Duanmu Songhai's essence blood had already been stored in a jade bottle by Lu Ming. He could keep it for later. Looking around, Lu Ming wiped his face and turned back into Tianyin's appearance. Red Blood Cavalry, listen to my order. Kill the 10 Direction Sword School's people without mercy. Lu Ming mercilessly gave the order, and his voice spread far and wide. Kill! Kill! The Red Blood Cavalry roared as their killing intent soared into the heavens. Kill! Lu Ming also roared as he charged toward the 10 Direction Sword School's martial ancestor realm experts with his long spear. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood zombie, Yan Quan, Lin Shui, and the other half-step kings also charged toward the 10 Direction Sword School's people. With so many half-step kings joining in, it was simply a massacre. Miserable screams rang out as a large number of experts were killed. Run, run! The 10 Direction Sword School's people had no desire to continue fighting. Even the school leader had run away, and the other side had so many terrifying experts. Staying behind to fight was simply courting death. They all screamed as they ran out of the Mystic Essence Sword School. The 10 Direction Sword School's attack this time could be considered a total failure. Puff! Puff! Lu Ming waved his long spear and killed a few powerful figures from the Duanmu family. Lu Ming specifically targeted the Duanmu family's people. In fact, the Mystic Essence Sword School's people were also targeting the Duanmu family's people. Even if the 10 Direction Sword School's people managed to escape, they would not let the Duanmu family's people go. Chaos. The entire place was in chaos. Screams and curses filled the air. The Duanmu family members, in particular, screamed and fled frantically. Don't leave me behind. A scream was heard not far away from Lu Ming. A few figures shot up into the sky in an attempt to escape. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming's long spear jerked and a spear radiance shot out. The few martial ancestor realm 4th and 5th realm martial artists were easily killed by Lu Ming. With a flash of his figure, Lu Ming appeared on the other side. He looked down and frowned slightly. Below, Lu Yao lay limp on the ground with a look of despair. Duanmu Songhai, Duanmu Lin, Duanmu Pijuan, the higher-ups of the Duanmu family were killed one after another in front of her. Her dreams and future were completely shattered. Lu Ming, it's all your fault. You destroyed me. Lu Yao lifted her head and looked at Lu Ming with reddened eyes. Her eyes were filled with hatred. I destroyed you? What a joke. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao and scolded coldly. From the beginning to the end, I've never provoked you. You're the one who's been deceiving me, and you've even taken my bloodline. When I came to the Mystic Essence Sword sect, it was the Duanmu family who targeted me and tried to kill me. Now, you are saying that I destroyed you? Are you saying that I can only let you kill me and I can't fight back? What a joke. Lu Yao, let me tell you. You only have yourself to blame for everything. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao and said slowly. His voice was calm and there were no fluctuations in his emotions. He was just stating a fact. Only have myself to blame? Only have myself to blame. Ha ha ha. Lu Yao muttered to herself and then laughed maniacally. Swoosh! Swoosh! At that moment, two figures appeared beside Lu Ming. They were Autumn Moon and Xianxia. After laughing, Lu Yao calmed down and looked at Xianxia and Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon and Xianxia, one in a white dress and the other in a black dress, had a natural temperament. They stood in the air like peerless goddesses. Lu Yao had always prided herself on her beauty, but compared to Autumn Moon and Xianxia, she was still lacking. In addition, Autumn Moon and Xianxia exuded a powerful aura. When they stood next to Lu Ming, they looked like a couple of immortals. At this moment, Lu Yao's heart was extremely complicated. There was regret, resentment, and envy. Only have herself to blame. Yes, Lu Ming was right. She had only herself to blame. All of this was caused by herself. If she hadn't thought so much in the past, if she hadn't looked down on Lu Ming, despised him, and even deprived him of his bloodline because of his decadence, she wouldn't have pursued Lu Ming and stayed by his side obediently. Then, standing beside Lu Ming, the one who was envied by countless people wouldn't be anyone else but her. At this moment, she finally understood the meaning of the saying, "Don't look down on a poor young man." People would always have their ups and downs. But a low point was only temporary. As long as one didn't die, they would eventually rise. Envious of the prosperity and brilliance of others, but ignoring the brilliance and potential of those around me. In the end, it's all for nothing. Was I wrong? Perhaps I was really wrong. Lu Yao suddenly let out a long sigh. Huff. Huff. Suddenly, the true qi in Lu Yao's body went berserk. Streaks of fiery true qi rushed out from Lu Yao's body. Poochie. Then, Lu Yao's body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her qi rapidly weakened until she was like an ordinary person. Her cultivation was destroyed. Lu Yao had gone through so many ups and downs in such a short period of time. Her state of mind had gone through so many ups and downs that it actually caused her to collapse and her cultivation to be destroyed. Lu Yao collapsed on the ground. Her eyes were unfocused and filled with despair. At this moment, the scenes that had happened along the way appeared in Lu Yao's mind. She suddenly realized that only the 3 years she had spent with Lu Ming were truly happy. Later on, when she pursued more, it became even more tiring. After a while, Lu Yao suddenly burst into tears. She looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, I'm sorry." "Fine." Lu Ming suddenly sighed and said, "One has to look to the side. Although the scenery in the distance is beautiful, it's just an illusion. It's like a dream flower. It's also a good outcome for you to be an ordinary person in the future." Then, Lu Ming called over an expert of the Xianxia cavalry and ordered, "Take her to an ordinary village nearby and let her live there for the rest of her life." Yes. The Xianxia cavalry accepted the order and carried Lu Yao away in a flash. A light breeze blew and a drop of sparkling tear floated towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming opened his hand and the tear fell on his palm. "That's good." Lu Ming whispered. "What? You don't want to leave your old lover?" On the side, Xianxia curled his lips and said. "Old lover?" Lu Ming smiled and said, "Aren't you my old lover?" "Me? Bah. Who's your old lover?" Xianxia rolled his eyes at Lu Ming and said while gritting his teeth. However, her face was a little red. Autumn moon blinked her watery eyes and looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. She smiled gently and said nothing. There was no suspense in this battle. In the end, the Duanmu family was almost completely annihilated, and the Shifang sword faction suffered heavy losses. Only a small number of people escaped. As for the dozens of experts that Yin Tianjue brought with him, they were all killed except for him. The 5 courtyards of the Mystic Essence sword faction were filled with ruins and corpses. The ground was dyed red with blood. The atmosphere was solemn. Although the Mystic Essence sword faction had won this battle, they had suffered heavy casualties. It could be said that the Mystic Essence sword faction's strength had dropped a lot after this battle. Due to the betrayal of the Duanmu family, the White Tiger courtyard was almost destroyed. Lu Ming walked among the dilapidated walls. "Marquis Champion! Marquis Champion!" The disciples of the Mystic Essence sword faction bowed respectfully when they saw Lu Ming. They were very conflicted. Lu Ming was the same as them, a disciple of the Mystic Essence sword faction. However, things were different now. Now, Lu Ming was the Marquis Champion, and he controlled the army. Moreover, he had 2 half-step kings as his subordinates. He had become an overlord of the Blazing Sun Empire, an overlord who was on the same level as Lin Shui. Lu Ming nodded in response. "Marquis Champion." Lu Ming saw Zhang Muyun in the Azure Dragon courtyard. Zhang Muyun was covered in blood, and Zhuirong was beside him. "Brother Zhang, you're welcome." Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming was happy that Zhang Muyun and Zhuirong were fine. Although Lu Ming had not interacted much with the two, Lu Ming admired their characters. Many people died. Duan Gang also died in battle. Zhang Muyan sighed. His voice was solemn and sad. Duan Gang died? Lu Ming asked in a low voice. Duan Gang was the #1 genius of the Black Tortoise Courtyard. He had once competed with them for the bronze ranking. He was a very straightforward youth. But now, he had died in battle. After chatting with Zhang Muyun for a while, Lu Ming left. After walking around, Lu Ming arrived at the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Lu Ming. Mulans called out softly as she walked toward Lu Ming. Her eyes were filled with joy. Senior Sister Mulans. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards Mulans. Lu Ming, I was right about you. I haven't seen you for a long time. Your achievements are beyond my imagination. Now that you've become the Marquis Champion, should I call you Marquis when I see you? Mulans came to Lu Ming's side with a smile and teased him. After a year, Mulans's figure had become even more voluptuous. She was wearing a tight black gauze dress, which outlined a soul-stirring curve on her body. The faint body fragrance kept wafting into Lu Ming's nose. It was full of temptation. She was like a ripe peach. Senior Sister Mulans, you must be joking. In front of Senior Sister, I'm still the same junior brother. Lu Ming said with a wry smile. Mulans showed a satisfied smile, as if to say, at least you know what's good for you. Then, Mulans looked at Lu Ming carefully. A trace of longing flashed in her eyes, but no one noticed it. Whoosh, at this time a figure flew over and appeared above them. It was a middle-aged man. Marquis Champion, the sect leader has something to discuss with you in the conference hall. The middle-aged man respectfully cupped his fists and bowed. Okay, I'll be there soon. Lu Ming nodded. Thank you, Marquis Champion. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and thanked him, then left. Senior Sister Mulans, let's talk another day. Lu Ming said with a smile. Okay. Mulans nodded. Then, Lu Ming soared into the sky and went out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The Xianxia cavalry's temporary barracks were here. Marquis. When Lu Ming came back, the Xianxia cavalry saluted him. Whether it was Lu Ming or Tianyun, the Xianxia cavalry did not care about them. They only recognized one person, the Marquis Champion himself. Following which, Lu Ming brought the golden-eyed blood zombie and Yen Quan to the Mystic Essence Sword sect's meeting hall. The meeting hall of the Mystic Essence Sword sect was located in the depths of the 5 great academies. It was where the sect leader, the gold-robed elders, and the gold-ranked disciples cultivated. It was the core of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Back then, Lu Ming had stayed in the Mystic Essence Sword sect for so long, but he had never come here. Now that he had left the Mystic Essence Sword sect, he was here. The world was truly a wonderful place. The champion Marquis has arrived. Lu Ming had just appeared outside the meeting hall when someone announced his arrival. Then, dozens of figures walked out of the meeting hall. The one at the front was Lin Shui, and on the right was the only remaining half-step king of Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shangwan Ming. On the left was another half-step king warrior from the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Most of the others were the golden-robed elders of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, as well as the deans of the Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Azure Dragon academies. Feng Wuji was also among them. Ha ha ha, Marquis Champion has arrived. Please come in, and Brother Yan as well. Lin Shui laughed heartily as he cupped his fists towards Lu Ming and Yen Quan. His tone was extremely polite, completely treating Lu Ming as an equal. Greetings Marquis Champion, greetings Senior Yen Quan. The gold-robed elders also cupped their fists. Their feelings were complicated. Lu Ming was once a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, a heaven's pride. After entering the sect, he had set many records. But in the end, because of the Duanmu family, they had made Lu Ming lead the sect. But in such a short period of time, Lu Ming had made such great achievements all by himself. Even they had to bow their heads before Lu Ming. This was simply inconceivable. Sect leader Lin, seniors, there is no need to be so polite. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Yen Quan was expressionless. As for the golden-eyed blood zombie, it naturally didn't have any reaction. It followed closely behind Lu Ming. The group walked into the meeting hall and took their seats. This time, it is all thanks to the Marquis Champion's timely arrival. Otherwise, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect would have been destroyed by the Decimo Sword Sect. Here, I represent all the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect to thank the Marquis Champion. At the head of the hall, Lin Shui stood up and thanked Lu Ming solemnly. Sect leader Lin, you are too polite. I just don't want the Decimo Sword Sect to unify the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His attitude was indifferent. No matter what? I still have to thank the Marquis Champion. Lin Shui cupped his fists again and sighed in his heart. He was a little disappointed. It was obvious that Lu Ming didn't have a good impression of him. He originally wanted to let Lu Ming return to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect if possible. But now, looking at Lu Ming's attitude, it was impossible. Lin Shui composed himself and continued, Today, I invited the Marquis Champion here to discuss the current situation and what we need to do. Lu Ming nodded. This time, the Decimo Sword Sect was defeated. They will definitely not let it go and will come back. Moreover, the Decimo Sword Sect and Sky Fiend Sect have joined hands. Plus, they have occupied the imperial capital. No one is a match for the Decimo Sword Sect alone. Therefore, we must join hands with the Crimson Cloud Valley. Only then will we have the power to fight the Decimo Sword Sect. The most important thing now is to rescue the Crimson Cloud Valley. Some of the experts from the Sky Fiend Sect and Decimo Sword Sect have disappeared. They most likely went to deal with the Crimson Cloud Valley. What do you think, Marquis Champion and Senior Shangguan? Lin Shui analyzed and then looked at Lu Ming and Shangguan Ming. I have no objections. As long as we don't let the Decimo Sword Sect succeed. Shangguan Ming said. I have no objections either. Lu Ming nodded. No one had any objections. They immediately sent out experts to support the Crimson Cloud Valley. Lin Shui went personally, Shangguan Ming volunteered, and Lu Ming sent Yan Quan. The three half-step kings led a large group of experts to attack the Crimson Cloud Valley. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and began to devour and refine the essence blood. In this battle, Lu Ming had devoured a large amount of essence blood and used it all to improve the Nine Dragons bloodline. His cultivation base had risen too quickly, and he still needed some time to polish it. Therefore, he used all his essence blood to improve the bloodline. Now, Lu Ming felt that the Nine Dragons bloodline had reached the limit of the first tier of the King Realm. It would soon reach the second tier of the King Realm. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared. There were 9 drops of essence blood in the jade bottle. These 9 drops of essence blood were stored together, and they were incompatible with each other. They were like 9 resplendent rubies. This was the essence blood that Duanmu Songhai had left behind. He inhaled with his true qi, and a drop of essence blood flew out. At the same time, the 9 dragons bloodline appeared and sucked the drop of essence blood into its mouth. Boom! After the drop of essence blood was sucked in, it was like a volcano erupting with terrifying energy. The 9 dragons bloodline's body swelled rapidly. Roar! The 9 dragons bloodline roared, and the sound rumbled, shaking the heavens and earth as it started to refine the essence blood. The essence blood of a half-step king contained too much energy. The endless energy was all absorbed by the 9 dragons bloodline. Buzz! Half an hour later, the 9 dragons bloodline shook. There was only one silver chakra around its body, but now, a second silver chakra appeared. Second tier of the King Realm. The 9 dragons bloodline reached the second tier of the King Realm. Half-step king essence blood is indeed terrifying. Just 1 drop of essence blood was enough to raise the 9 dragons bloodline from king grade level 1 to king grade level 2. Continue. Lu Ming took out another drop of essence blood and swallowed it. This time, Lu Ming raised the second bloodline. The second bloodline was an ancient stone tablet. There seemed to be words on it, but they were blurry and Su Mo couldn't see what they were. It seemed very mysterious. Until now, the second bloodline didn't seem to have any other magical effects other than increasing his combat strength when Lu Ming unleashed his power. This didn't match the level of a king-grade bloodline. Lu Ming guessed that this might be because the bloodline's level was too low. As long as the bloodline's level was raised, the second bloodline would definitely show some power. A gigantic stone tablet appeared. Surging blood essence energy was continuously channeled into the stone tablet. However, the second bloodline was now at king grade level 4. The amount of essence blood needed to raise it was too much. 1 drop, 2 drops, after refining a total of 7 drops, the second bloodline was raised to the limit of king grade level 4. Lu Ming continued to refine 2 more drops. Unfortunately, the second bloodline was still at the limit of king grade level 4. The bloodline's level is too slow now. A half-step king can only raise it by a little. Ordinary martial ancestor realm level 8 and 7 don't have much effect. The effect is better for martial ancestor realm level 9. Lu Ming pondered and was speechless. He really didn't know what kind of essence blood was needed to raise the bloodline. Martial king grade level, thinking of this, Lu Ming was speechless. A day has passed. Let's go out and take a look. With a thought, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon. After he came out, he received news that Lin Shui and the others had returned. So fast? Lu Ming was surprised. Yan Quan then told him what had happened. It turned out that when Lin Shui and the others were rushing to the Crimson Cloud Valley, they ran into people from the Crimson Cloud Valley. They were rushing to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. When they met, they found out that the Decimo Sword Sect and the Heaven Demon Sect had sent a large number of experts to besiege the Crimson Cloud Valley. However, the Crimson Heaven Valley had not been infiltrated by the 10 Direction Sword Sect. How could it be so easy to break through? However, the people from the Crimson Cloud Valley were also unable to come out. They were blocked. Even if they wanted to save the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, they were unable to do so. Unexpectedly, after 2 days, the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Heaven Fiend Sect suddenly retreated. Only then did the Red Cloud Valley send people to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect to help. Everyone guessed that the Omnidirectional Sword Sect had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, which was why the experts besieging the Crimson Heaven Valley had retreated. Lu Ming nodded. The Scarlet Heaven Valley was fine, this was a great thing. Lu Ming and Yan Quan chatted for a while before Lin Shui sent someone to invite him to discuss some matters. This time, of course, it was to discuss their next course of action. After the discussion, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect began to gather the various legions and experts in the area around the sect. It was the same for Scarlet Heaven Valley. 5 days later, Huaqi and Ming Meng led their armies to the Mystic Origin Sword Sect. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping naturally came as well. Lu Ming arranged for Lu Yuntian and Li Ping to stay in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. This way, as long as the Mystic Essence Sword Sect didn't fall, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping would be safe. The second day after Huaqi arrived, he announced to the world as the legitimate heir of the imperial family. In the announcement, Huaqi pointed out that Heavenly King Suppressing had colluded with the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Heaven Fiend Sect to usurp the throne. They had killed the Burning Sun Emperor, Hua Jingxing, and slaughtered the entire imperial family. Therefore, he gathered the righteous people of the world to fight Heavenly King Suppressing, the 10 Direction Sword Sect, and the Heaven Fiend Sect. After the announcement, Lu Ming was the first to respond. He was willing to lead the army to fight against the 10 Direction Sword Sect. The Champion Marquis and the Scarlet Blood Cavalry were the first to respond. The world was shaken. Then, more and more people responded. Needless to say, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and the Crimson Heaven Valley's territory naturally listened to their orders. Many legions that originally belonged to the imperial family also rushed to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's territory to respond to Huaqi's call. Half a month later, Huaqi gathered an army of nearly 1 million soldiers. At this time, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect in the east of the Burning Sun Empire and the Crimson Heaven Valley in the south of the Burning Sun Empire had formed a triangle. At this time, the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Heaven Fiend Sect also made their move. They gathered their armies and began to attack. The two forces started a life-and-death battle. This battle lasted for a month. The Burning Sun Empire didn't have a true martial king. The strongest were half-step kings. Therefore, the battle wasn't one-sided. The battle was extremely intense. Although the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Heaven Fiend Sect were a bit stronger than the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the Crimson Heaven Valley, and Lu Ming. However, because Lu Ming had brought Yan Quan and the Golden Eye Blood Zombie, they weren't at a disadvantage in terms of half-step kings. Even if the Ten Directions sword sect was a bit stronger, it wouldn't be by much. It would be impossible for them to defeat Lu Ming's side in a short time. Thus, the two sides entered a stalemate. Added together, the two sides had over 8 million soldiers. During this period, the Crimson Blood Iron Cavalry was extremely eye-catching. They were undefeatable and had made great contributions. The Ten Directions sword sect's face changed. However, they had a shortcoming. They only had 30,000 soldiers. Moreover, as the battles continued, their numbers were also decreasing. In a battle of millions of soldiers, it was hard for them to gain a decisive advantage. In Moon Empire, Zhenan King's mansion. A group of people was discussing something. Zhenan King, Yin Tianjue, was missing an arm. He sat on the main seat with a gloomy face. He seemed to be thinking. King, why don't we send reinforcements to the Ten Directions sword sect and wipe out the Mystic Essence sword sect, the Crimson Heaven Valley, and Lu Ming? A general asked. Help the Ten Directions sword sect? What good would that do for us? Zhennan Wang smiled coldly, looking as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. He said, isn't this good? The Ten Directions sword sect is fighting among themselves. When both sides are injured, we'll lead the army and wipe out the Burning Sun Empire. We'll take over the whole empire. King is wise. Ten Directions Mountain, Conference Hall. There were dozens of people in the hall. They were all higher-ups of the Ten Directions sword sect and the Sky Evil sect. Among them, Heavenly King Suppression and Xiao Wuyang were also present. Xiao Wuyang sat on the main seat. What's the situation now? Xiao Wuyang asked. Sect leader, the two armies are in a stalemate. Neither side can truly suppress the other. A golden-robed elder of the Ten Directions sword sect reported. Moreover, the other side is very cunning and heavily guarded. We've sent assassins to assassinate the experts of the other side many times, but they were all discovered in advance and killed by us. Another golden-robed elder reported. Yeah, the most troublesome one is Lu Ming's Crimson Blood Iron Cavalry. They've caused a lot of casualties to our side. The golden-robed elder sighed. Bam! At the mention of Lu Ming, Xiao Wuyang's face darkened, and his killing intent soared. It was all because of Lu Ming that the situation had turned out this way and the Shifang sword sect was in such a passive state. Originally, Xiao Wuyang's plan was perfect, and he would have already unified the Blazing Sun Empire. It was all because of Lu Ming's interference that his plan was ruined. This Lu Ming must be eliminated as soon as possible. Xiao Wuyang gritted his teeth. It's difficult to eliminate Lu Ming. A golden-robed elder sighed. Lu Ming's battle strength was extremely strong, and he had a half-step king by his side at all times. It was almost impossible to kill Lu Ming. What about Yin Tianjue? Has he not responded yet? Xiao Wuyang asked. No, the emissary said that Yin Tianjue did not see him at all. Damn it. Yin Tianjue, that old fox, is waiting for us to both be injured so that he can reap the benefits. Xiao Wuyang roared. Sect Master, there's no need to be so worried. It won't take long to eliminate the Mystic Essence sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and kill Lu Ming. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze turned toward the speaker. This person was in his 20s, and it was Qiu Chongkong. Chongkong, do you have a solution? Xiao Wuyang asked. Haha, Sect Master, and all the other seniors here, have you all forgotten that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is recruiting Emperor Heaven Divine Guards every 5 years? Xiao Chongkong smiled. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is recruiting Emperor Heaven Divine Guards? Xiao Wuyang was startled at first, but then he seemed to have thought of something and said joyfully, haha, that's right. Look at me, I forgot about this matter. Chongkong, with that person's help, there's a great chance for you to join the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. As long as you join the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards and borrow a bit of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's power, the Mystic Essence sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming can be destroyed with a flip of the hand. That's right, haha, why didn't I think of that? Some of the golden-robed elders of the Ten Directions sword sect also laughed heartily. As for the experts from Heaven Fiend sect, they were puzzled. Brother Qiu, as far as I know, the Emperor and Divine Guards are recruited once every 5 years. The people they recruit are all peerless and monstrous geniuses. Furthermore, they are not recruited from the 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor, but from the entire eastern region of the Xianxia region. The eastern region of the Xianxia region is extremely vast. The Cloud Emperor mountain range where the 36 countries of Cloud Emperor are located is just a small part of it. There are many regions that are bigger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Geniuses are as common as clouds in the sky. It's not that I'm looking down on nephew Chongkong. Nephew Chongkong's talent is naturally extremely shocking. However, it's still another matter if he wants to join the Tian Divine Guards. The Heaven Fiend Sect Master said. In the Divine Wilderness, there were many large regions. The region where the Cloud Emperor mountain range was located was the Tianxian region. The Tianxian domain was incomparably vast and the Cloud Emperor mountain range was just an inconspicuous mountain range in the Tianxian domain. In the Blazing Sun Empire, Qiu Chongkong was able to suppress the other geniuses. Countless young geniuses were overshadowed by him. However, in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region, he was nothing. However, Qiu Chongkong, Qiu Wuyang and the elders of the 10 Direction Sword Sect looked very confident. It was no wonder that the Heaven Fiend Sect Master was puzzled. Haha, brothers there's no harm in telling you. Chongkong has been talented since young. When he was young, he was fancied by an important figure in the Tianxian region's eastern branch palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and was taken in as an in-name disciple. All these years, that important figure would occasionally come to the 10 Direction Sword Sect to teach Chongkong. Qiu Wuyang smiled proudly. What? Nephew Chongkong was taken in as an in-name disciple by an important figure in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? The Heaven Fiend Sect leader stood up from his chair with a thud, almost roaring out loud. The Sky Suppression King and some other experts of the Heaven Fiend Sect had the same expression. Shocking, it was too shocking. What kind of existence was the important figure in the Tianxian region's eastern branch palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? He actually fancied Qiu Chongkong and took him in as an in-name disciple. Although he was only an in-name disciple and not a true disciple, it was still shocking enough. No wonder. No wonder Qiu Chongkong was able to lead the other geniuses by so much and even made it into the Emperor Cloud leaderboard. Not long ago, he even killed a genius on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard. So that's why. The Heaven Fiend Sect Master sighed and looked at Qiu Chongkong with envy. Haha, now we just need to withdraw our forces and maintain a stalemate with the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. When Chongkong becomes an Emperor Heaven Divine Guard, we can use a little of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's power and annihilate the Mystic Essence Sword Sect in Crimson Cloud Valley in an instant. Qiu Wuyang laughed. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, the Martial King's treasure is mine. Let's see how long you can hide. Qiu Chongkong's eyes emitted cold killing intent. Ever since the news that Tianyun was Lu Ming spread, Qiu Chongkong had guessed that Lu Yuntian was Lu Ming's father and that the one who had saved Lu Ming was Lu Yuntian. Lu Yuntian endured for so many years because he wanted to pass on the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure to his son. Now, Lu Ming, you should already know about the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure. Alright, I'll pry the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure from you. Qiu Chongkong's eyes flickered with ruthlessness. After a short while, Qiu Wuyang gave the order for the 10 Direction Sword Sect to withdraw their forces and start their defense. They were waiting for the day when the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would recruit Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. They did not have to wait for long. 1 month later, both sides stopped fighting. The higher-ups of both sides gave the order that even small conflicts could not occur. Those who disobeyed would be killed. This was because on this day, an envoy from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace arrived at the Blazing Sun Empire. Whenever the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was about to recruit Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, they would send out envoys to patrol the various empires and send out invitations to the geniuses. Only the geniuses who received the invitations could participate in the selection of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. With the arrival of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's envoys, both sides naturally did not dare to start a war. They were afraid that the envoys would be displeased. Both sides were waiting for the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's envoys to send out the invitations. In a secret room in the 10 Direction Mountain, Qiu Wuyang and Qiu Chongkong sat opposite each other. Chongkong, that Lu Ming's talent is extremely shocking. If he participates in the selection of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, he might be a threat to you. Although the threat is very small, you can't ignore it. Xiao Wuyang said. Lu Ming won't be able to receive the invitation. Xiao Chongkong said with a cold smile on his face. Won't be able to receive the invitation? Could it be a revered master from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Xiao Wuyang's eyes flashed with joy. Xiao Chongkong shook his head and said, it's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble revered master. He's one of my senior brothers. I've already sent him a message. Lu Ming won't be able to receive the invitation. Xiao Chongkong said with a faint sneer. Haha, that's great. A few days later. In the meeting hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the higher-ups of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, Lu Ming, Hua Qi, and the others gathered to discuss. The selection of the Detian Divine Guards is an opportunity to break the stalemate between the Burning Sun Empire and the Ten Direction Sword Sect. I reckon that the Ten Direction Sword Sect will seize this opportunity to let Xiao Chongkong participate in the selection. Once Xiao Chongkong succeeds in joining the Detian Divine Guards, we will all be in danger. The first to speak was Lin Shuai. That's right. The Detian Divine Guards have great power. When the time comes, they will use a little bit of their power. With Xiao Chongkong's talent, he might not be able to join the Detian Divine Guards. But the truth is unpredictable. Even if he becomes a reserve Detian Divine Guard, it will still be a hidden danger. The Crimson Cloud Valley Lord Ling Padian nodded. On our side, we also need someone to become a Detian Divine Guard to compete with Xiao Chongkong. Someone sighed. In the next moment, everyone's gaze focused on Lu Ming. On their side, only Lu Ming's talent was unparalleled. He might be able to compete with Xiao Chongkong. Detian Divine Guards? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Logically speaking, he should stay away from the Detian Divine Palace because the Palace Lord of the Detian Divine Palace, Martial Emperor De, was destined to be his mortal enemy. However, Martial Emperor De was still very far away from the Tianqian domain. There was no need to worry at the moment. Moreover, Lu Ming also wanted to become a Detian Divine Guard. It was said that the Detian Divine Guards were all peerless geniuses from all over the world. They were unimaginably powerful. Only by clashing with these geniuses could one become stronger and stimulate one's potential to improve quickly. Seeing that Lu Ming was deep in thought, everyone looked at Lu Ming without saying a word. If Lu Ming did not wish to participate in the selection of the Detian Divine Guards, they would not force him. I am willing to go, but I don't know how to participate. Lu Ming said. Seeing that Lu Ming nodded, the others were overjoyed. Haha, it's easy to participate. Right now, the envoy of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace is patrolling the Blazing Sun Empire. Soon, he will send out an invitation to the geniuses of the Blazing Sun Empire. Only with an invitation can one participate in the selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The Valley Lord said happily. Oh? I see. Lu Ming nodded. Lin Shuai. There are countless geniuses. But there are countless geniuses. But there are countless geniuses Divine Guards Divine Tian Divine. There are countless geniuses. Lin Shuai stroked his beard and looked happy. Prepare Detian Divine Guards? Lu Ming was stunned. Could it be that Lin Shuai thought that he wouldn't even be able to become a reserve Detian Divine Guard? Lin Shuai seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's thoughts and explained, Marquis Champion, the eastern part of the Tianqian region is too vast. The Cloud Emperor mountain range we are in is just a small part of it. Outside of the Cloud Emperor mountain range, there are many regions that are bigger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Every region has many powerful empires. For example, the area near the Cloud Emperor mountain range is called the Qianjiang Water region. There are more than 100 empires in this area. The most powerful one is an advanced one, which is 100 times more powerful than the Burning Sun Empire. There are many geniuses and monsters. This is just the Qianjiang Water region. There are other stronger regions. Therefore, the competition is fierce. Lin Shuai sighed after saying that. That's right. In the past, when all the geniuses were annihilated, none of them became a reserve DT Divine Guard. This year's batch is much stronger. However, I predict that there won't be more than 3 who can become a true DT Divine Guard, and there won't be more than 10 who can become a reserve DT Divine Guard. The Valley Master of the Red Cloud Valley sighed as well. Lu Ming was speechless when he heard that. There might not be more than 3 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking who could become a true DT Divine Guard. The competition was really terrifying. However, at the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes were burning with flames. His blood was boiling. Wasn't this what he wanted? To compete with geniuses and heroes, to break through the shackles, to achieve self-improvement, and to surpass himself continuously. Looking at Lu Ming's burning battle intent, Lin Shui and the rest looked at each other. They saw hope in each other's eyes. Now that the Burning Sun Empire had reached this stage, they could only place their hopes on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lin Shui's expression changed. He waved his hand, and a 10,000 miles voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. When he saw the message in the 10,000 miles voice transmission talisman, he was overjoyed. He said, "The DT Divine Palace's emissary has sent someone here. He must have sent an invitation. Let's go and welcome him." The group hurriedly walked out of the hall and flew outside. In the sky outside the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, a young man stood alone in the void with his hands behind his back. The young man was about 26 or 27 years old. He was wearing a purple robe and had a noble aura. "I am the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's Sect Master, Lin Shui. Greetings to the DT Divine Palace's emissary. I am the Red Cloud Valley's Valley Master, Ling Padian. Greetings to the DT Divine Palace's emissary." Lin Shui and Ling Padian hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. The purple-robed young man nodded indifferently. He glanced at Lin Shui and Ling Padian and said, "The Red Cloud Valley is also here. That's good. It saves me the trouble of making a trip." After speaking, 2 golden invitation letters appeared in the purple-robed young man's hand. With a wave of his hand, the 2 invitation letters flew towards Lin Shui and Ling Padian. Lin Shui and Ling Padian reached out to receive them. These 2 invitation letters, one for Feng Wuji and the other for Ling Yanqi. When the time comes, let them take the invitation letters and participate in the preliminaries at the Cloud Wilderness Empire. The purple-robed young man said indifferently. After speaking, the purple-robed young man turned and was about to leave. "Emissary, please wait." Lin Shui hurriedly called out. "Why? Do you have a problem?" The purple-robed young man turned around with a cold expression. "Emissary, may I ask why Lu Ming doesn't have an invitation letter?" Lin Shui asked carefully. "Lu Ming?" The purple-robed young man sneered. And said, "What's so strange about not having an invitation letter? It just means that he's not qualified. Alright, there's no other problem. That's all." "Emissary." Lin Shui gritted her teeth and called out again, "Emissary, is there a mistake? With Lu Ming's talent and reputation, how could he not have an invitation letter? Can you help me ask the higher-ups?" "That's right, emissary. I think there's really a mistake. How could Lu Ming, the champion marquis, not have an invitation letter?" Ling Padian also spoke. Even Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi had an invitation letter. How could Lu Ming not have one? One had to know that Lu Ming could already kill geniuses like the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. During the battle at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, he even killed Duan Mulin with an overwhelming advantage. One had to know that Duan Mulin had defeated Feng Wuji. Why? Are you guys doubting me? Or are you doubting the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? The purple-robed young man's face turned cold as he stared at Lin Shui and Ling Padian unkindly. Lin Shui and Ling Potion's faces changed drastically. However, whether Lu Ming could participate in the test was related to the Burning Sun Empire's situation and the survival of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and Crimson Cloud Valley. They had to be clear about this. "Emissary, this is a misunderstanding. However, it is strange that Lu Ming did not receive an invitation letter. May I trouble the emissary to inform the higher-ups?" Lin Shui gritted her teeth and continued. "How dare you?" Before Lin Shui could finish her sentence, the purple-robed young man shouted. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. This aura was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the ocean. It was extremely powerful and mighty. Half-step king. Lin Shui and Ling Padian exclaimed in unison. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out from their bodies to counteract this force. However, their bodies could not help but sway as they took 3 steps back. Powerful, too powerful, everyone present was shocked as they stared at the purple-robed young man with their eyes wide open. No one would have imagined that this purple-robed young man was actually a half-step king. He looked like he was only 26 or 27 years old. It was really shocking that he had reached the half-step king realm at such a young age. Moreover, he seemed to be even stronger than Lin Shui and Ling Padian. Is this the strength of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? A random young man who came to the Burning Sun Empire to deliver an invitation letter is actually so powerful. Lu Ming, who was standing at the side, also narrowed his eyes as his face turned grave. Humph. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace naturally has its reasons for doing things. How can you doubt me? Since this is your first offense, I will not pursue this matter. However, if there is a next time, I don't mind killing you. The purple-robed young man's eyes were gloomy as he spoke coldly. He was full of arrogance. Sect leader Lin, there is no need to say anything more. Lu Ming sent a telepathic message to Lin Shui. Lin Shui and Ling Padian let out a long sigh and did not say anything else. Humph. The purple-robed young man snorted as he waved his sleeves and turned around to leave. Just as he turned around, he glanced at Lu Ming and there was a cold glint in his eyes. Although it was just a flash, Lu Ming still caught it. What's going on? I have never seen this person before, and I don't have any grudges with the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Why is there a hint of coldness in his eyes when he looks at me? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. What the hell is going on? Why didn't the champion Marquis receive an invitation? Ling Padian had a short temper. As soon as the purple-clothed young man left, Ling Padian shouted. That's right, this is too strange. Lin Shui also frowned, full of worry. Without an invitation letter, one would not be able to take part in the Dtian Divine Guards test. It would be fine if Qiu Chongkong didn't join the Dtian Divine Guards. But if Qiu Chongkong joined the Dtian Divine Guards, even if he was just a reserve Dtian Divine Guard, they would still be in danger. Sect leaders, Marquis Champion, this old man has a guess, but I don't know if it's true. At this moment, an aged voice resounded, and an old man with snow-white hair walked out. Senior Hua, what do you think? Lin Shui asked hurriedly. This old man was a senior of the royal family. Even if Hua Xingxing were still alive, he would still have to address him as royal uncle. His seniority was extremely high, and he was in the Martial Ancestor Realm 9th Realm. He was the only Martial Ancestor Realm 9th Realm expert left in the royal family. The royal uncle pondered for a moment and said, this old man likes to make friends in the world. I even have friends in the Shifang Sword sect. I once heard a secret rumor. It is said that when Qiu Chongkong was young, he was fancied by an important figure in the Tianxian region's eastern branch palace of the Dtian Divine Palace and was accepted as an in-name disciple. What? Qiu Chongkong is an in-name disciple of an important figure in the Tianxian region's eastern branch palace of the Dtian Divine Palace? The royal uncle's words were like a bomb that exploded in everyone's minds. Everyone looked at the royal uncle in shock. Senior, is what you said true? Lin Shui's voice was trembling. The royal uncle nodded and said, it should be true. SSS, the sound of people sucking in cold air rang out, and the atmosphere at the scene fell into an incomparably oppressive and heavy atmosphere. If that's the case, Qiu Chongkong must have done something. Otherwise, with the champion Marquis talent, how could he not receive an invitation letter? Lin Shui said in a deep voice, and her eyes were filled with seriousness. What should we do? If Qiu Chongkong has such an important figure as his backer, wouldn't he definitely be able to join the Dtian Divine Guards? A golden-robed elder said. That might not be the case. The selection of the Dtian Divine Guards has its own rules. Having a backer doesn't guarantee a stable entry. In the end, it still depends on one's own strength. Ling Padian said. That's right. The others nodded. Even so, the atmosphere was still extremely oppressive. Seniors, there is no need to be so worried. When the time comes, it's just a battle. Who will win? Before the battle, who knows? At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. There was no sign of discouragement on his face. He stood straight and was still confident and determined, like a divine spear that could shatter the heavens. Different situations call for different actions. So what if Qiu Chongkong had a backer? At most, it would just be a battle. The champion Marquis is right. Things haven't reached the worst stage yet. We don't need to be discouraged. Right now, the only way is to continuously improve our strength. Lin Shui said. After that, everyone returned to the main hall and discussed for a while before leaving. However, there was a huge burden on everyone's heart that they couldn't let go of for a while. Lu Ming returned to the Red Blood military camp's tent and entered the Temple of Paragon. He sat down cross-legged. Strength. No matter what the situation is, as long as I am strong enough, I can solve everything. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he waved his hand and a pile of spiritual herbs appeared on the platform. Lu Ming planned to start cultivating the myriad spirit battle body. He hadn't cultivated his physical body for a while because he didn't have any high-level spiritual herbs. The level 1 and level 2 spiritual herbs weren't effective and it was a waste of time. During this period of time, there had been many battles. Lu Ming had killed a large number of martial ancestor realm experts and obtained many level 4 spiritual herbs from their storage rings. Lu Ming's level 5 physical body was already at the small success stage. Only level 4 spiritual herbs could improve his physical body. Immediately, Lu Ming waved his hand and 2 level 4 spiritual herbs appeared in his hand. He started to cultivate the myriad spirit battle body. Not long after, the 2 spiritual herbs turned into myriad spirit chi and seeped into Lu Ming's physical body to strengthen his physical body. After refining the 2 spiritual herbs, he took out 2 more. Time passed slowly as Lu Ming cultivated. Vermilion Bird Courtyard, Yan Lan's residence. Lan'er, are you really going to that place? Yan Lan looked at Mullins anxiously. Grandfather, now that things have come to this, is there any other way? Only by going to that place can we get an invitation letter for Lu Ming. Only then can Lu Ming participate in the selection of the Imperial Sky Divine Guards. Mullins said with determination. Lan'er, you have to think carefully. Grandpa, given Lu Ming's talent, joining the Dtian Divine Guards is the best choice. He will be able to unleash his talent to his heart's content and achieve greater success. Moreover, this is the only way to save the Mystic Essence Sword sect and ensure your safety. Mullins said. Lan'er, but you? That's too unfair. Yan Lan said worriedly. Grandfather, don't you believe in Lu Ming? I believe in him. As long as he joins the Empyrean Divine Guards, he can truly return me my freedom. Speaking until here, Mullins' eyes shone with a certain light. That was the light of her belief in Lu Ming. It's difficult. Although Lu Ming is extremely talented, that's only in the Blazing Sun Empire. If he were to join the Empyrean Divine Guards, he would be very ordinary. It's difficult to achieve that. Yan Lan sighed repeatedly. Grandfather, I believe in my judgment. Please rest assured that nothing will happen to me. Grandfather, I'll go now. After saying that, Mullins bowed to Yan Lan and then floated away, disappearing from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Lu Ming naturally knew nothing about this. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In 7 days, Lu Ming had refined more than 500 level 4 spiritual herbs and cultivated his physical body to the perfect level 5 physical body. However, at this stage, no matter how many spiritual herbs Lu Ming refined, his physical body could not break through. It was completely stuck at the perfect level 5 physical body. It seems that level 4 spiritual herbs are too low level. They can't help my physical body break through to level 6. Lu Ming thought to himself. Could it be that I need level 5 spiritual herbs or other level 5 treasures? Thinking of this, Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Level 5 spiritual herbs or other level 5 treasures were equivalent to kings. They were treasures that even kings could use. How precious would they be? They could only be found by chance. Let's put aside the physical body for now. perfect level 5 physical body is enough for now. Even among half-step kings, there are not many who have level 5 physical body. Many martial artists who didn't focus on cultivating their physical body couldn't even reach the 5th grade after reaching the half-step king realm. Only after entering the martial king realm and going through the transformation of the power of heaven and earth and the unique true origin of martial kings, could one's physical body reach the 5th grade. In other words, Lu Ming's current physical body was no longer inferior to those martial kings who did not specially cultivate their physical bodies. Of course, that was only his physical body. His battle prowess was still worlds apart from that of a martial king. After that, Lu Ming began to comprehend the 9 dragons ascending heaven steps. The 9 dragons heaven treading steps and the last palm of the 3 Tao palms, the heaven's path palm, were the martial skills that Lu Ming cultivated every day. However, these 2 martial skills were too difficult to cultivate. Until now, Lu Ming had yet to successfully cultivate the 2nd step of the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. As for the heaven's path palm, he was completely clueless about it. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. There were only a few days left before the preliminaries for the Ditian Divine Guards would begin. On this day, Mullins came to look for Lu Ming. "Senior Sister Mullins, I heard that you went out during this period of time." Upon seeing Mullins, Lu Ming asked with a smile. "Yes." Mullins replied with a low hum. Looking at Lu Ming, she seemed to be deep in thought. Senior Sister Mullins seems to have something on her mind. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, since Mullins did not say anything, he did not ask. After a while, Lu Ming's palm glowed. Suddenly, a golden piece of paper appeared. "This is the invitation letter for the Ditian Divine Guard selection?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he could not help but blurt out. Mullins nodded. Then, she opened the invitation letter and revealed the words inside. Scorching Sun Empire, Lu Ming. There were 6 big golden words on the invitation letter. How could it be me? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in disbelief. At first, Lu Ming thought that Mullins had taken out an invitation letter from someone else, such as Feng Wuji or Ling Yanqi. He had never expected that his name would be on the invitation letter. Lu Ming, this is the invitation letter for the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Take it. I hope that you can surpass Zhou Chongkong and successfully join the Ditian Divine Guards. At this moment, Mullins revealed a faint smile. Senior Sister Mullins, where did you get this invitation letter from? Lu Ming asked. He was extremely curious. The invitation letter from the Ditian Divine Palace could not be faked. This was because there were special inscriptions on it that were very easy to identify. No one would dare to fake it unless they were tired of living. Your senior apprentice sister is very resourceful. Naturally, I have my own methods. You don't have to worry about this. Take it and perform well. Mullins handed the invitation letter to Lu Ming and smiled. Lu Ming received it in a daze. Lu Ming, from today onwards, I might have to leave the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Suddenly, Mullins let out a long sigh. What? Senior Sister Mullins, you want to leave the Mystic Essence Sword sect? Are you going to train or? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. He felt that something was amiss. Neither. Mullins shook her head and looked at Lu Ming carefully. After a while, she said, Lu Ming, as long as you join the Ditian Divine Guards, we might be able to meet again. With that, Mullins suddenly went forward and hugged Lu Ming. Lu Ming was stunned. In the next moment, he felt 2 lumps of meat pressing against his chest. They were shockingly bouncy. Mullins's body fragrance wafted to his nose, causing Lu Ming's heart to beat rapidly. Mullins hugged Lu Ming tightly. After a long while, she suddenly let go of Lu Ming. Her face was flushed red. She glanced at Lu Ming and then turned to leave. Lu Ming, join the Ditian Divine Guards. I look forward to seeing you again. Her voice drifted over, but the beauty had already disappeared. Senior Sister Mullins. Lu Ming looked in the direction that Mullins left in a daze. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a long while, Lu Ming finally came back to his senses. What exactly is going on? Why does Senior Sister Mullins have an invitation letter from the Ditian Divine Palace? Also, where is she going? Lu Ming's heart was filled with doubts. Swoosh, Lu Ming moved and appeared in the air. He looked into the distance and realized that Mullins had already left. He didn't know where she went. Dean, yes, let's ask the dean. Lu Ming thought of Yan Lan. Yan Lan was Mulan's grandfather. He should know the inside story. After a while, Lu Ming found Yan Lan in the Vermilion Bird courtyard. After not seeing him for a while, Yan Lan seemed to have aged quite a bit. Lu Ming's heart tightened as he felt that something was wrong. Lu Ming, have a seat. Yan Lan invited Lu Ming to sit down and poured a cup of tea for Lu Ming. I knew that you would look for me. You want to ask about Lan'er, right? Yan Lan said. That's right. Lu Ming nodded and immediately asked him about his doubts. Yan Lan was silent as if he was deep in his memories. After a while, he sighed. Lu Ming, I'll tell you everything. Lan'er, that girl, is stubborn and refuses to say anything. Lu Ming, you know that I am Lan'er's grandfather, but you have never seen Lan'er's parents, right? Yan Lan said. Lu Ming was stunned and shook his head. He had indeed never seen Mulins's parents and had never heard Mulins mention them. Lan'er's mother passed away long ago. Lan'er's father is an important figure in the Dtian Divine Palace. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded and shocked. Mulins's father was actually a big shot in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. This was completely out of his expectations. Since Mulins's father was a big shot in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, why would Mulin stay in the Mystic Essence Sword sect and not cultivate in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? The cultivation conditions in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were definitely not something the Mystic Essence Sword sect could compare with. As if he had seen through Lu Ming's thoughts, Yan Lan continued, Lan'er's father is a big shot in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. He is extremely domineering and arbitrary. Before Lan'er turned 15, she had always been in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. However, her father kept her in check. Later on, without Lan'er's consent, he arranged a marriage for her. The marriage partner was a peerless genius in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. However, Lan'er did not like him at all. Hence, she ran out of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in a fit of anger and came to my place. Yan Lan's answer dispelled many of Lu Ming's doubts. Lu Ming understood. His invitation letter must have been obtained by Mulins after she returned to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. This also made Lu Ming even more worried. He said, did senior sister Mulins return to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace this time? Wouldn't she have to face the marriage? He did not know why, but when he thought of Mulins getting married to someone else, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. That's right. In order to get that invitation letter, Lan'er had already promised her father to stay in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Now, the only person who can save her and prevent her from getting married to someone she doesn't like is you. Yan Lan said. Me? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. Lan'er had once made an agreement with her father. Lan'er said that the person she liked would definitely be stronger than the genius in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Sooner or later, she would bring the person she liked to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace to defeat that genius and cancel the marriage. This person is you. Yan Lan looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Me? Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The person Mulins liked? Him. Lu Ming's little heart immediately started beating rapidly. He thought of the various things that happened when Mulins left. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He said firmly, Dean, don't worry. I will definitely join the Dtian Divine Guards, defeat that genius, and return senior sister Mulan's freedom. That genius. Only. Martial King. Lu Ming's pupils shrank sharply. Now. Lu Ming was 18 years old. He was almost 19 years old. However, Lu Ming did not have the slightest confidence that he could break through the Martial King realm at the age of 21. He was indeed a peerless and terrifying genius. Compared to him, the geniuses of the Blazing Sun Empire, no. Even the geniuses on the Emperor leaderboard were a pile of trash. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes exploded with a strong fighting spirit and an unwavering will. He said, Dean, don't worry. No matter how strong he is, I will defeat him sooner or later and set Senior Mullins free. Alright. Lan'er believes in you. I also believe in you. However, Lu Ming, with your current cultivation and combat strength, it will be very difficult for you to join the Dtian Divine Guards. I hope you can make another breakthrough. Yan Lan's eyes seemed to have a glimmer of hope. After that, Lu Ming chatted with Yan Lan for a while. Then, he took his leave. A day later, the news that Lu Ming had received an invitation to join the Dtian Divine Guards spread among the upper echelons of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. This shocked those who knew about it, but it was soon followed by ecstasy. Although they were curious about how Lu Ming had received the invitation, this was not the main point. The main point was that Lu Ming could participate in the Dtian Divine Guards selection, which gave them a glimmer of hope. At this time, the preliminaries of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun were getting closer and closer. It was time to depart. Lu Ming bid farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. As for Qiu Yu, she said that she had not seen Lu Yuntian and Li Ping for a long time and wanted to stay by their side to take care of them. Lu Ming naturally agreed. As for Xianxia, he wanted to go with Lu Ming. His reason was to see the geniuses of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. 2 days later, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi left the Mystic Essence Sword sect and headed west. Lu Ming did not bring the golden-eyed blood zombie or Yan Quan. Now was the time of the war. The golden-eyed blood zombie and Yan Quan were important battle forces. If they left, it would be disadvantageous for the war. Moreover, Lu Ming intended to leave the golden-eyed blood zombie behind to protect Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The Cloud Desolate Empire was one of the 8 mid-sized empires of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. However, it was strong and ranked first among the 8. Therefore, the preliminaries of the Cloud Emperor mountain range were held in the imperial capital of the Cloud Desolate Empire. From the Mystic Essence Sword sect, they had to pass through 8 empires. It was a journey of more than 700,000 miles. It was a very long journey. However, with everyone's cultivation, if they flew at full speed, it was still quite easy for them to fly 10,000 miles in an hour. Including the rest time, they used 5 days to reach the imperial capital of the Cloud Desolate Empire. The Cloud Desolate Empire was indeed the strongest empire of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Just the imperial capital alone was more than 10 times bigger than the imperial capital of the Scorching Sun Empire. It was majestic and vast, with no end in sight. On the city walls, rows of armored soldiers were patrolling. Lu Ming glanced at them and his eyes narrowed. These armored soldiers were all martial grandmasters. Each of them had a powerful aura and their eyes were penetrating. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The strength of the number 1 empire of the Cloud Emperor mountain range was truly astonishing. Walking through the city gate, it was incomparably spacious. The street was 200 meters wide. On the street, there were all kinds of beast roars. Many people were riding on various mounts and strolling on the street. Lu Ming even saw a martial artist riding a giant python that was more than 30 meters long and as thick as a water tank, strolling on the streets. On both sides of the street, there were many shops. Some of the spiritual weapon shops were shining with treasure. Some of the spiritual medicine shops were filled with medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming and the others walked and looked, exclaiming in admiration. Along the way, they could see young warriors walking by from time to time. They were all dignified and had extraordinary auras. One look and one could tell that they were dragons and phoenixes among men. They were probably here to participate in the preliminaries. Brother Lu, Brother Feng, Miss Xia, let's find a place to eat. We have been rushing for the past few days and haven't had a good meal. Our mouths are almost dry. Ling Yanqi rubbed his stomach and grinned. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The few of them walked for a while and arrived in front of a restaurant. Drunken Pleasure Restaurant was the name of this restaurant. It was 7 stories tall and covered an area of 10 acres. It was incomparably spacious. Guests, please come in. The 4 of them followed the waiter to the 5th floor of the restaurant. The 5th floor was very spacious. On one side, there were private rooms and on the other side, there was a hall. They did not order a private room. Instead, they found a seat by the window and sat down. From this position they could see a lake by the window. The surface of the lake was clear like a mirror. When the breeze blew, it was very comfortable. "Waiter, what's good to eat? Bring it to me. Also, give me 4 jars of good wine," Xianxia shouted. "Okay," the waiter answered. He was very fast. Soon, a table of dishes was served. The 4 of them ate while listening to other people's conversations in the restaurant. "It's so lively recently. The geniuses can't sit still anymore. There are always fights." "That's right. I've seen the fights on the Emperor Yun board several times. Their cultivation is really shocking. The ordinary geniuses on the Emperor Yun board are not that bad. Especially those who are ranked at the top. Half a month ago, Ji Ruffing, the genius ranked 7th on the Emperor Yun board, killed 3 experts of the advanced stage of martial ancestor realm with 1 strike at Tianyuan Peak. That's terrifying. That's nothing. I heard that 10 days ago, a sect defended young master Xianxia, Wei Xianxia, who was ranked 2nd on the Emperor Yun board. Wei Xianxia went to the sect and killed the whole sect. That sect had several experts of the 9th stage of martial ancestor realm. What? How could that happen? Wei Tianxi is too terrifying. Lu Ming and the other 3 heard the discussions around them. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were shocked. There was a grave expression in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming could not kill 3 martial artists of the advanced stage of martial ancestor realm with 1 strike, let alone kill a sect with several experts of the 9th stage of martial ancestor realm. The geniuses ranked at the top of the Emperor Yun board were indeed amazing. Also, young Master Huoling recently appeared. He defeated Yuan Jifei, who is ranked 15th on the Emperor Yun board. He is the strongest dark horse. That's right. He is the strongest among the rising stars. Have you forgotten? There is another person who is also a dark horse. Oh? Who is it? Qiu Wuyang. This person was born in the small Burning Sun Empire, but he rose to power. He was ranked 36th on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard, and recently, he killed the 22nd genius on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard. I heard that 5 days ago, Qian Jun, who was ranked 11th on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard, was defeated by him. What? Qian Jun actually lost to Qiu Chongkong? Qiu Chongkong is so terrifying. He's going to rush into the top 10. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, the young people of this generation are indeed strong. I wonder if they can compete with the geniuses from the other regions. Qiu Chongkong has become so strong. Feng Wuji muttered when he heard this, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. We are all part of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun, but the gap between us and him is too great. Ling Yanqi sighed, also very solemn. The stronger Qiu Chongkong was, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't say anything and just drank his wine. Xian Yanqing curled his lips slightly, as if he was disdainful. Next, the 4 of them ate while listening. Creak, at this moment, the door of a private room on the other side opened and 4 young men walked out. These 4 young men were wearing blue robes with a sky blue long saber embroidered on them. They are from the Blue Saber family of the Cloud Desolate Empire. Could the person in the private room be a big shot from the Blue Saber family? I know who he is. It's the 2nd son of the Blue Saber family, Blue Cloud Fei. I saw him go in just now. Seeing the 4 young men in blue robes, the surrounding people started to discuss. However, their voices were very low, as if they were afraid of them. The 4 young men from the Blue Saber family walked towards Lu Ming and the other 3. When they arrived beside the 4, one of the young men in blue robes cupped his fists and said, "May I know where the 4 of you are from?" Although he cupped his fists, his tone was arrogant, as if he was giving an order. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He didn't like the other party's attitude. We are from the Burning Sun Empire. Feng Wuji obviously didn't want to offend them, so he stood up and cupped his fists. Burning Sun Empire? When the 4 young men in blue robes heard this, their eyes were filled with disdain. So you are from the Burning Sun Empire, that godforsaken place. Alright, I won't talk nonsense with you. My 2nd young master is inviting a friend here for a banquet. This girl looks pretty good, so he wants to invite her over to drink with him. All right, follow me. One of the young men in blue robes said with disdain. He then looked at Xianxia and ordered. So they were here because they had their eyes on Xianxia. Lu Ming frowned again, while Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked anxious. Xianxia's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He casually glanced at the four young men in blue robes and said indifferently, "What kind of dog is your second young master? Is he worthy of me drinking with him?" When he said this, the four young men in blue robes' faces changed. The other people in the restaurant were also shocked. It's over. A mere girl from the Burning Sun Empire dares to call Blue Cloud a dog. She's doomed. She's doomed. The Burning Sun Empire is too small. Other than Xiao Chongkong, there are no other geniuses. Even her knowledge is so shallow. She even dares to offend the Blue Blade family. The other people in the restaurant lowered their voices and discussed softly, as if they were afraid of being heard by the Blue Blade family. "Bitch, you, what did you just say?" One of the young men in blue robes pointed at Xianxia and roared. "What did you call me? Slap yourselves, 100 slaps each. Otherwise, I'll break your legs." Xianxia glanced at them and said coldly. The others were shocked. Crazy, too crazy. The Blue Blade family was crazy, but Xianxia was even crazier than them. Sigh. It's over. This little girl has the temper of a princess. I think she is a rare genius in the Scorching Sun Empire and is used to being arrogant. But this is not the Scorching Sun Empire, but the Cloud Wilderness Empire, where the geniuses of the 36 countries of the Cloud Wilderness gather. In the restaurant, someone shook his head and sighed. What did you say? Break our legs? Ha ha ha, what a joke. A mere trash from the Burning Sun Empire dares to say that she wants to break our legs. What a joke. The four young men in blue robes sneered. Bitch, I originally wanted you to drink with us. Now, not only do you have to drink with us, you have to sleep with us. Get over there. One of the young men in blue robes clawed at Xianxia's hair. His claw contained powerful true qi. This young man in blue robes was actually a martial ancestor realm 3 expert. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's faces changed as they shouted, "Be careful." Bam, in the next moment, a figure flew out. It was the young man in blue robes. He flew for more than 10 meters and crashed into a few tables and chairs. He fell to the ground and screamed. Everyone else was stunned. The blue-robed youth was definitely not weak. He was young and had already reached the 3rd-rank martial ancestor realm. He was definitely an elite nurtured by the Blue Blade family, and his combat strength was not something an ordinary martial artist of the same rank could compare to. However, he could not even last one move from Xianxia. Many people didn't even see when Xianxia made his move. Only a small portion of the geniuses were able to see how Xianxia attacked. Little b****, how dare you hit someone from the Blue Blade family? You're courting death. Attack, attack together. Take down this b**** and torture him. Boom. Boom. Boom, the remaining 3 blue-robed youths roared and a powerful aura exploded from their bodies. Each of them was a 3rd-rank martial ancestor realm. When the 3 of them joined forces, their power was terrifying. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's faces changed and they were about to help. However, Lu Ming smiled at them and told them not to worry. Slap them. At this moment, Xianxia shouted coldly. He waved his hands and black lotuses appeared. Then, the black petals were like divine blades and they destroyed the attacks of the 3 youths. Shush, Xianxia moved and appeared in front of the 3 youths. He slapped them. Slap. Slap. Slap, 3 loud slaps were heard and the 3 blue-robed youths were sent flying. Shush. Shush, before the 3 youths landed on the ground, Xianxia waved his hand and the lotus petals flew towards the legs of the 3 blue-robed youths. Stop. A furious roar came from the private room. However, Xianxia did not bother and the black petals did not stop. Poof. Poof, the black petals landed on the legs of the 3 blue-robed youths. When the 3 blue-robed youths fell to the ground, their legs were covered in blood and wounds. Even their bones were exposed. SSSSSS, gasps could be heard from all around. what powerful combat strength and ruthless means. Since he said he would break their legs, he immediately broke their legs. Shush! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A blue figure rushed out from the box and appeared in the hall. The young man was about 23 or 24 years old. He wore a sky-blue tight-fitting robe, a blue jade belt around his waist, and a pair of blue-gold boots. He was filled with a luxurious air. However, his expression was as gloomy as the winter. Blue Cloud Fei, it's really him. It's over. That woman is finished. Even her companions are dead for sure. They even dared to beat up the people of the Blue Blade family. Blue Cloud Fei will definitely not let this go. Although Blue Cloud Fei didn't enter the Cloud Emperor leaderboard, he is very close to it. I heard that he has already said that he will definitely enter the Cloud Emperor leaderboard this time. Except for the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard, there are only a few who can fight with Blue Cloud Fei. The other people in the restaurant looked at Xianxia, including Lu Ming, as if they were looking at a dead man. I just asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Blue Cloud Fei looked coldly at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with amazement. Previously, when he was in the box, he didn't have a good look. Now that he had a closer look, he realized that Xianxia was even more stunning. His lust was instantly aroused. I heard you. But who are you? Do I have to follow your orders just because I heard you? Xianxia looked at Blue Cloud Fei with disdain. Do you know the consequences of not following my orders? If I take action, you will either die or be severely injured. Lan Yunfei sneered and continued, however, I can let you go because you're a woman. How about this, I'll lock up the three of them first. As for you, you'll come back with me and serve me. If you serve me well, I'll consider letting you go. What do you think? This condition is already the biggest concession I can make. Blue Cloud Fei said. His eyes flashed with lust as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. On the other hand, Lu Ming, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi were dumbstruck. Is there something wrong with this guy? Didn't he see that there were 4 of them and only 1 of him? He even said that he would lock them up first and let Xianxia go back and serve him. Wasn't he feeling too good about himself? Lu Ming had seen many people who felt good about themselves, but this guy in front of him was definitely the first. Brother Feng, Brother Ling, why am I so unlucky? Everywhere I go, I meet idiots. Even when I am having a meal, I can meet such a weird idiot. I am speechless. Lu Ming picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He sighed. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked at each other and didn't say anything. They weren't as brave as Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming didn't lower his voice. It spread across the entire floor of the restaurant. There was dead silence at the scene. Everyone was staring at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming dared to say that to Blue Cloud Fei. Why were the people of the Burning Sun Empire so arrogant? What a country bumpkin. He doesn't know how high the sky is. Many people thought. Kid, who are you talking about? Blue Cloud Fei screamed in anger. His face was twisted as he looked at Lu Ming eerily. I am talking about whoever answered me. Lu Ming continued to pick up his cup and replied indifferently. He then drank it in one gulp. Courting death, courting death. Now, I take back what I said. You are dead. Nothing can save you. Blue Cloud Fei roared in anger. A powerful aura exploded from his body. A sword radiance shot out and slashed at Lu Ming. I am your opponent. Xianxing's eyes turned cold. He waved his hands and a black lotus appeared in front of the sword radiance. Clang, the sword radiance hit the black lotus and sparks flew. The sword radiance was blocked. How dare you stop me? I will kill you too. Blue Cloud Fei was furious. His killing intent surged. His combat sword hummed and sharp sword chi slashed at Xianxia. Peak Martial Ancestor Realm 4th Realm. Blue Cloud Fei's cultivation had reached the Peak Martial Ancestor Realm 4th Realm. No wonder he was only second to the geniuses on the Emperor Yun board. The lower-ranked geniuses on the Emperor Yun board were only at the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 5th Realm. Who do you think you can kill? Xianxia sneered and a powerful aura exploded from his body. Late martial ancestor realm, fourth realm. During this period of time, Xianxia had made great progress. His rank 7 imperial bloodline was fully utilized. Heavenly Demon's great palm print. Xianxia waved his hands and palm prints blasted out toward Blue Cloud Fei. Xianxia's martial skill was unknown. When she was in the martial Grand Master realm, she had used the same martial skill. Now that she was in the martial ancestor realm, she was using the same martial skill. Moreover, as Xianxia's cultivation increased, the power of the martial skill became more terrifying. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the palm prints and sword radiance clashed 8 times and there were 8 explosions. Of course, the two of them had intentionally compressed their true chi in their moves and did not spread it out. Otherwise, the entire restaurant would have been blown up. No ordinary person could build such a big restaurant in the imperial capital of the Cloud Region Empire. If the restaurant was destroyed, it would be difficult to explain. After 8 moves, Blue Cloud Fei retreated 8 steps. He was at a disadvantage. How could an unknown girl from the Burning Sun Empire suppress Blue Cloud Fei? How was this possible? If not for the fact, they would not have believed it. Ah! Go to hell! Lan Yunfei was enraged. His eyes emitted cold killing intent as he roared. Blood light flashed and a sky-blue broadsword appeared. 2 silver chakras revolved around the broadsword. This was Blue Cloud Fei's bloodline, a level 2 king-class bloodline. Slash! Blue Cloud Fei's combat strength increased as his bloodline burst out. He slashed at Xianxia. I don't want to play with you anymore. Xianxia Fei's eyes turned cold. She raised her slender hand as if she was pinching a flower. At this moment, another slender hand appeared in the air. This jade-like hand wasn't real. It was at least 10 times larger than Xianxia's hand. It was perfect and flawless, like the most perfect piece of art. Just like Xianxia's hand, it was in the shape of a flower, filled with a devilish charm. Break! Xianxia Fei shouted and flicked her finger. Bam! Blue Cloud Fei's broadsword radiance was shattered instantly. The finger force did not stop and shot at Blue Cloud Fei. Blue Cloud Fei's expression changed. It was too late for him to dodge. He could only block with his broadsword. With a loud bang, Blue Cloud Fei grunted and was pushed back dozens of meters. He crashed into a few tables before regaining his balance. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Sizzle, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard all around. Xianxia Fei was too powerful. Blue Cloud Fei was no match for her even before she unleashed her bloodline. Since when did the Burning Sun Empire have such a powerful genius other than Qiu Chongkong? Get down! Xianxia Fei shouted again and pressed her palm down. That huge hand pressed down on Blue Cloud Fei at the same time. Blue Cloud roared and unleashed his full strength, slashing upwards with his saber. However, with a bang, the saber light was instantly shattered, and the palm continued to press down. Blue Cloud roared. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the staircase. A figure rushed up like lightning and arrived in front of Blue Cloud, throwing a punch upward. Boom! Waves of air swept out, and the fist force and the palm disappeared. At this time everyone saw that there was another person in front of Blue Cloud. It's him? Yang Liuji. Blue Cloud Empire's Yang Liuji, ranked 33rd on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. Could he be the one that Blue Cloud Empire invited to this banquet? When they saw who it was, exclamations of surprise could be heard from the surroundings once again. It's actually him? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Back in the ruins of Imperial Cloud Palace, Lu Ming had fought with Yang Liuji. In the end, Lu Ming defeated Yang Liuji with the help of the Golden Eye Blood Zombie. Xianxia was also stunned as he recognized Yang Liuji. However, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's expressions changed drastically. The Burning Sun Empire and the Blood Zhao Empire were close to each other, so they had long heard of Yang Liuji's name. Brother Yang, you're finally here. Seeing Yang Liuji, Blue Cloud was overjoyed. Brother Lan, I'm sorry that I'm late. Yang Liuji said. Then, he looked around. When he saw Xianxia and Lu Ming, he was stunned. Then, cold murderous intent shot out from his eyes. Little bastard, it's you? Haha, good, good. I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. Since you've met me today, you won't be leaving. Yang Liuji revealed a sinister smile. When he came out from the ruins of Emperor Yan's palace, he had wanted the seniors of the Great Sun Empire to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had escaped too quickly. He had searched all around the ruins of Emperor Yan's palace but could not find Lu Ming. During this period, he hated Lu Ming to the core. He did not expect to meet him here. He was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. What's wrong? You're looking for a beating again, aren't you? Lu Ming said indifferently. The surrounding people were stunned. Judging from Lu Ming's tone, Yang Liuji must have been defeated by Lu Ming before. It can't be, right? If that's the case, the Burning Sun Empire is too terrifying. Nonsense, little bastard. Back then, you only relied on an external force, a puppet. Now that your puppet is gone, I'll kill you in 3 moves. Yang Liuji shouted and corrected Lu Ming. The others suddenly realized that Lu Ming had relied on external forces. No wonder. If it wasn't his own strength, it would be useless. They let out a long sigh. If the Burning Sun Empire was so powerful, how could they endure it? Kill me in 3 moves? You alone? Aren't you afraid of laughing your head off? Lu Ming continued to speak indifferently. This nonchalant attitude caused Yang Liuji's anger to soar. You're courting death. Yang Liuji shouted angrily. His body emitted a scorching aura that made the restaurant seem like a furnace. Xianxia moved and stood in front of Yang Liuji. Little Qing, you don't have to do anything to deal with him. Let me play with him. Lu Ming picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Then, he stood up and walked toward Yang Liuji. Hurry up and finish him. We haven't finished our meal. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming before he sat back down at the table and ordered. His tone was casual, as if Lu Ming could easily deal with Yang Liuji. This caused the surrounding people to be stunned. Haha, I know you care about me. You are worried that the food won't taste good when it gets cold. Don't worry. Once I finish him, the food won't get cold. Lu Ming laughed. Everyone else's lips started to tremble. These 2 people were more confident than the other. They were still thinking about eating, and the dishes wouldn't even get cold. Come on, your opponent is Yang Liuji, a genius on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard, not a nobody on the street. Arrogant, too arrogant, Yang Liuji was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He felt a throbbing pain in his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. It's useless to rely on your mouth. You will pay for your stupidity soon. Yang Liuji roared. The scorching aura on his body became more intense. He was like a sun and almost set the restaurant on fire. It's too narrow here. Let's go out and fight. Lu Ming said. Okay, that's what I want. Yang Liuji shouted angrily. The 2 of them moved and flew out of the window. They appeared in the sky above the small lake outside the window. At that moment, the people on the other floors of the restaurant were alerted. They looked out one by one. That's Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji is going to fight with someone. Who is the other person? Is he also a genius on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard? No, there is no such person on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. He is so young. He looks less than 20 years old. This person dares to fight with Yang Liuji. There will be a good show. The people on the other floors of the restaurant were discussing. Go to hell. As soon as Yang Liuji left the restaurant, he roared and the aura on his body exploded. Peak Martial Ancestor Realm 5th Realm. Apparently, Yang Liuji's cultivation had improved during this period of time. Back in the Cloud Emperor Palace, Yang Liuji's cultivation was only at the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 5th Realm. Boom, a powerful fire aura exploded and made Yang Liuji look like a small sun. He exuded a scorching aura and the lake below started to boil. Steam started to rise. Divine Sun Fist. A fist radiance that was as bright as the sun shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out a palm and a huge palm print appeared and collided with the fist radiance. After a loud explosion, the fist radiance and the palm print dissipated. One move. Lu Ming muttered. Didn't Yang Liuji say that he would kill him in 3 moves? Suemo calculated for him. Yang Liuji's face changed. Lu Ming was actually able to block one of his moves. His gaze turned grave. Divine Sun Fist, sky-shattering fist radiance. Yang Liuji roared again and threw out a punch. This punch was even more terrifying, and it was as bright as the sun. Yang Liuji, who had reached the peak of martial ancestor realm 5, had terrifying combat strength. An ordinary martial artist who was at the peak of martial ancestor realm 7 would only have such combat strength. Beast Dao Palm. Lu Ming threw out another palm. A huge beast claw appeared and grabbed at the fist radiance that was as bright as the sun. Poof, the fist force that was as bright as the sun was extinguished by the beast's claw like a pitiful little flame. 2 moves. Lu Ming said again. The spectators were stunned, especially the people on the 5th floor. They were even more shocked. Lu Ming was able to fight against Yang Liuji. This was unbelievable. The Blazing Sun Empire was too terrifying. Experts were emerging one after another. Ah! Damn it, Divine Sun Fist, burn the world. Yang Liuji roared angrily and used his strongest move. At the same time, his bloodline power exploded. His bloodline was also at level 2 king class. Splash, the lake water below churned and actually boiled. A shocking fist radiance came down from the top towards Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming spoke softly. A long spear appeared in his hands. He dashed upward and thrust his spear. Poof, poof. The long spear pierced through Yang Liuji's fist radiance and Lu Ming flew up into the sky. 3 moves, Yang Liuji. You said that you would kill me in 3 moves. You want to kill me with such a weak move? What a joke. Lu Ming said contemptuously. Damn it, damn it. How did this little bastard become so strong? How is that possible? Yang Liuji roared in his heart as his expression turned ugly. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, I'll let you go today. We'll fight another day. After saying that, he wanted to leave. Another day? Did I say another day? You want to leave after fighting? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Stay here. Lu Ming said coldly. A terrifying aura enveloped Yang Liuji. What do you want? Do you still want to attack me? Audacious, I am a disciple of the Great Sun Abode, do you understand? I am a disciple of the Great Sun Palace. Yang Liuji roared. You don't have to repeat yourself twice. You're a disciple of the Great Sun Constabulary. What does the Great Sun Constabulary have to do with me? I don't care where you're from. Lu Ming shouted loudly. His aura was wild as he fiercely pulled out his long spear. Boom, a spear light that was hundreds of meters long blasted towards Yang Liuji with the power of wind and fire. While the spear light was still in the air, the lake below was suppressed by the force. The lake water was separated into 2 sides, forming a waterless area that was hundreds of meters long. It was the same shape as the spear light. You. Ah. Yang Liuji roared and unleashed his full strength. He continuously punched the air, trying to block the spear light. But it was useless. The punches were like fireworks, dispersing in one hit. The spear light did not stop there and heavily smashed onto Yang Liuji's body. Yang Liuji's body was like a cannonball as he fell towards the lake. Boom, he crashed heavily into the lake, causing huge waves to rise to the sky. Even the ground shook as a whirlpool appeared on the lake. Everyone saw that Yang Liuji had created a deep hole at the bottom of the lake. The lake water poured out and drowned Yang Liuji. This. The spectators were all dumbfounded as they watched in a daze. This was too violent. Yang Liuji was defeated in 1 move and Yang Liuji did not have the slightest ability to fight back. Especially the spectators on the 5th level. Their mouths were opened so wide that they could swallow a chicken. Crazy. The Burning Sun Empire is crazy. How can there be so many geniuses? Yeah, the Burning Sun Empire's national strength has always been ranked at the bottom. How can there be so many geniuses? What the hell? The spectators on the 5th level shouted in disbelief. Swoosh, at this moment, a figure rushed into the lake and in the next moment, rushed out again. It was Blue Cloud. He was carrying Yang Liuji in his arms. At this moment, Yang Liuji was covered in blood. His face was pale and blood kept dripping from his mouth. His eyes were filled with disbelief, shame, and anger. Previously, he had shamelessly said that he could kill Lu Ming in 3 moves. In the end, Lu Ming had easily taken 3 moves from him. Not only that, but he had also beaten him half to death with 1 move. This made him want to find a hole to hide in. If you don't have the strength, then keep a low profile. Don't always act like you're the best in the world. It's embarrassing. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hand as if he was a senior lecturing a junior. You. Yang Liuji was enraged and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. You'd better not meet my big brother in the selection. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Let's go. Blue Cloud Fei shouted angrily. Then, he rushed into the sky. Lu Ming smiled and did not take it to heart. With a flash, he returned to the restaurant. Come, let's continue eating. Lu Ming laughed and sat down to eat. The rest of the people in the restaurant were stunned. Brother Lu, we have to be careful of the big brother that Blue Cloud Fei mentioned. Feng Wuji said solemnly. That's right. The 5th genius on the Emperor Yin leaderboard also has the surname Blue Cloud. His name is Blue Cloud Dao. He's most likely Blue Cloud Fei's big brother. Ling Yanqi said solemnly. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, they did not think that Lu Ming could be a match for the top geniuses on the Emperor Yin leaderboard. Those people were too strong. They were all demons. 5th on the Emperor Yin leaderboard? Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he smiled. He did not mind and continued eating. After a short while, the 4 of them left the restaurant and walked around for a while before they found an inn to stay in. There were still 3 days before the selection of the Emperor Tian Divine Guards. It was still early. At this moment, news of the battle between Xianxia, Lu Ming, Blue Cloud Fei and Yang Liuji spread quickly. Many people were shocked and they sighed. There were so many geniuses now. Another unknown genius had risen. In the room of the inn, Lu Ming sat with his legs crossed and thought about the previous battle. This was the first time that Lu Ming had fought with a genius on the Emperor Yin leaderboard. Although he looked confident, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Yang Liuji was only ranked 33rd on the Emperor Yin leaderboard. However, his cultivation had reached the peak of rank 5 martial ancestor realm and his combat strength was comparable to an ordinary martial artist who was at the peak of rank 7 martial ancestor realm. In that case, how strong were the geniuses who were ranked at the top, especially the geniuses who were ranked in the top 10? How strong were they? Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate his opponent. My biggest disadvantage now is that my cultivation is only at the peak of rank 4 martial ancestor realm. I have to find a way to break through as soon as possible, Lu Ming thought to himself. Immediately, Lu Ming circulated the true dragon battle art and started polishing his true chi. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the evening of the 2nd day, the people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace actually found them. They sent an invitation letter to Xianxia. It was the invitation letter for the selection of the Tian Divine Guards. It seemed like the news of Xianxia defeating Blue Cloud Fei yesterday had already reached the upper echelons of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Hence, they sent an invitation letter. With Xianxia's combat strength, he was definitely qualified to receive an invitation letter. The next 2 days were peaceful. No one disturbed Lu Ming and the rest. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the preliminaries of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. The preliminaries of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards were to select a group of elites from the 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor who had received an invitation letter. Only these people were qualified to participate in the selection of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. The gathering place for the preliminaries was in front of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's residence in the Cloud Desolate Royal Capital. Early in the morning, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi headed towards the gathering place. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's residence in the Cloud Desolate Empire's royal capital was extremely majestic. It was even more majestic than the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial palace. In front of the residence, there was a wide square. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the square was already filled with people. Most of them were people who were here to watch the show. However, there were only a few people in the square. This was because there were people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace guarding the square. Only the geniuses who were participating in the preliminaries could enter. If others were discovered, they would be killed without mercy. No one dared to take this risk. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they headed straight for the square. Look, the geniuses who are participating in the preliminaries are here. 2 of them look very young. Which empire are they from? I don't know them. They are very unfamiliar. I know. I saw them a few days ago. The 2 young men and women are the ones who defeated Yang Liuji and Blue Cloud Fei 3 days ago. They are geniuses from the Scorching Sun Empire. As the crowd was discussing, someone suddenly shouted. What? It's them. They're as young as the rumors say. I thought the rumors were exaggerated. I can't believe that the Burning Sun Empire has such a genius. In these few days, the names of Lu Ming and Xianxia had already spread throughout the cloud-desolate royal capital. Many people were very curious and looked at Lu Ming's group of 4. The 4 of them had also seen big scenes before. Their expressions didn't change. They walked to the square and stood at the side. Looks like we came too early. Feng Wuji smiled and said. It's a good opportunity to meet the other geniuses. Ling Yanqi's eyes were full of excitement. Time passed slowly, and more people arrived. Without a doubt, they were all young people under the age of 30. Most of them were in their 20s, and very few of them were under the age of 20. Look, that's Lu Shaofeng, ranked 35th on the Cloud Emperor list. Suddenly, someone pointed at a yellow-robed youth and shouted. And that's Wang Kai, ranked 26th on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. Gosh, that's Su Yingying, ranked 13th on the Cloud Emperor list. I've heard that Su Yingying is a beauty. She really lives up to her reputation. With the arrival of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list, the crowd was very excited. The 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor list were vast and there were only 36 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list. Usually, the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list were scattered all over the place and it was hard to see them. But now, there were so many of them and everyone was excited. Even Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked at the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list with sparkling eyes. Soon, there were more than 300 people in the square and the number was still increasing. Lu Ming sighed. Those who received the invitation were at least geniuses like the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. But now, there were hundreds of them. Lu Ming suddenly felt a murderous intent shrouding him. He could not help but turn around to take a look. The most terrifying thing was that a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. It was Yang Liuji. They had not seen each other for a few days and Yang Liuji's injuries were almost healed. He looked coldly at Lu Ming. Beside Yang Liuji was a tall young man. He was wearing the same clothes as Yang Liuji. Obviously, he was also from the Sun Mansion of Bloodjiao. He stared at Lu Ming in an unfriendly manner. Yang Liuji is here. Is that Yan Feishuan, the top expert of the younger generation in the Great Sun Empire? It must be him, Yan Feishuan, ranked 9th on the Cloud Emperor list. There were exclamations all around. The top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list had finally appeared. Yan Feishuan's arrival seemed to have signaled the arrival of the top 10 geniuses. In the sky, there was a flash of blue light and 2 figures appeared in the square. One of the 2 blue-robed young men was Blue Cloud Fei. The other person was tall and slender. He carried a saber on his back, and his aura was wild. Blue Cloud Fei and Blue Cloud Dao. Blue Cloud Dao, ranked 5th, is here. There was another round of exclamations. As soon as Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao arrived, they scanned the surroundings. In the next moment, they discovered Lu Ming and the group. The 2 of them strode towards Lu Ming and the others. This is going to be interesting. The crowd focused their attention on Blue Cloud Dao and Lu Ming. The geniuses in the square were also watching with interest. Soon, Blue Cloud Fei and Blue Cloud Dao were not far away from Lu Ming and the others. You 2 are Lu Ming and Xianxia? Blue Cloud Fei asked. His eyes fell on Lu Ming and Xianxia and he did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Yes, I didn't expect to be so famous now. Lu Ming smiled and did not care. Xianxia curled his lips and did not even bother to reply. Seeing this, Blue Cloud Dao's face turned gloomy and he said coldly, "You dare to beat up my Blue Blade family. You have guts. However, those who dare to beat up my Blue Blade family are no longer in this world." "Is that so? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? The world is so big and there are so many experts. There are plenty of people who can destroy your clan with a flick of their hand. How dare you say that the people who dared to hit your Blue Blade aristocratic family are no longer in this world?" Lu Ming said indifferently and his voice was filled with sarcasm. "What did you say?" Blue Cloud Dao was furious. "Brother Lan, why are you talking nonsense with them? Just kill them." At this moment, Yan Feishuan walked over and said with murderous intent. "You want to kill me? Why don't you try?" Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent and a powerful aura rose from his body. Xian Yanqing, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi walked to Lu Ming's side and released their auras. They stared at Yan Feishuan, Blue Cloud Dao, and the others. A battle was about to break out. This place does not allow a battle. Violators will be killed. Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted and a mountain-like pressure rose from his body. This man was a guard of the Dtian Divine Palace. Blue Cloud Dao and Yan Feishuan's faces changed and they retracted their auras. Lu Ming and the others also retracted their auras. "Humph, I'll let you off today. Lu Ming, I hope you can pass the preliminaries smoothly. At the Dtian Divine Guard preliminaries, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Blue Saber family clan." Yan Feishuan and Yang Liuji also cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and turned to leave. "Miss Xia, Brother Lu, you must be careful." Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were worried. "Don't worry." Lu Ming smiled faintly, looking relaxed. Xian Yanqing was expressionless. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, there were sounds of people flying through the air. "Qiu Chongkong is here. And the strongest dark horse, Prince Huling." Someone shouted. Lu Ming looked up and saw a few figures flying down from the sky. One of them was very young, about 21 or 22 years old. He wore a long red robe and his eyes were like lightning. His aura was strong and he looked around with his hands behind his back. This person must be Prince Huling. The other person was carrying a battle sword. If he wasn't Qiu Chongkong, who else could he be? Qiu Chongkong saw Lu Ming the moment he arrived and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Lu Ming, I don't know how you managed to get your hands on the invitation letter. If you didn't participate in the selection of the Dtian Divine Guards, you would have been able to live a little longer. Now that you're here, you're courting death. After the preliminaries, the real preliminaries will be the time of your death." Qiu Chongkong's eyes were cold and his mind was filled with thoughts. He had heard the news that Lu Ming had defeated Yang Liuji and he was shocked. He was shocked that Lu Ming had the invitation letter and was also shocked by Lu Ming's strength. However, he was only shocked at the beginning and was not afraid. He was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Qiu Chongkong and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He must kill Qiu Chongkong. Lu Yuntian had been tortured for 8 years because of Qiu Chongkong. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sound of people flying through the air could be heard from time to time. Not long after, Jiang Hongwen, who was ranked 3rd on the Emperor Yun board, and Prince Tianxi, who was ranked 2nd, arrived together. Prince Tianxi was wearing a green robe. His face was gloomy and his eyes were cold like a poisonous snake. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel cold. Jiang Hongwen's figure was tall, and his aura was grand and domineering. He was the complete opposite of young Master Heavenly Snake. Up until now, there were nearly 600 people in the square. All of them were dragons and phoenixes among men. Their auras were extraordinary, and when they gathered together, it was incomparably spectacular. Jian Fengyun still hasn't come. Could he be dead? Hee hee. Suddenly, a gloomy and cold voice sounded out, and it was from young Master Heavenly Serpent. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. Even a poisonous snake like you didn't die, how could Jian Fengyun die? Jiang Hongwen sneered coldly. Many people's expressions changed slightly. There were not many people on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard who dared to speak to young Master Sky Snake like that. Blue Cloud Dao was ranked 5th. He was arrogant and rampant, but in front of Sky Snake young master, he had to be well behaved. Hee, I heard that Jian Fengyun went to another area to train. It's normal for him to die outside. Young master Heavenly Snake smiled sinisterly. Jian Fengyun was the #1 genius on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. He was the #1 expert of the younger generation in the Cloud Emperor's 36 countries. Haha, Wei Tianxi, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. At this moment, a loud laugh came from afar. Whoosh, a sword light cut through the void with unbelievable speed. It was clearly still 10 miles away a moment ago, but the next moment, it was above the square. The sword light dissipated, and a young figure appeared. 24 or 25 years old, wearing a gray robe, with a slender figure and bright eyes. His entire person looked like a peerless divine sword that had not been unsheathed. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a long scar on his face. It was very hideous. Jian Fengyun, you're finally here. Young Master Heavenly Serpent's eyes moved, revealing a trace of solemnity. This person was Jian Fengyun, the #1 on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. There was a burst of excited discussion at the scene. Eh? Why is there an additional scar on Jian Fengyun's face? It wasn't there before. Who's so powerful to leave a scar on Jian Fengyun's face? There was a burst of whispers in the vicinity. Wei Tianxi, I'm here. Are you very disappointed? Jian Fengyun looked at young Master Heavenly Serpent and said. What's there to be disappointed about? You came at the right time. This time I'll completely defeat you. Young Master Heavenly Serpent sneered, then his eyes flickered as he said, Jian Fengyun, I heard that you went to other regions to train. What's wrong? You were injured? That's too embarrassing. What's there to be embarrassed about? I was training in the Xinjiang water region and was injured by a genius there. I have to tell you that the geniuses of other regions are extremely powerful, far stronger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Jian Fengyun said calmly. This caused young Master Heavenly Serpent, Jiang Hongwen, and the other geniuses' faces to turn solemn. Jian Fengyun, what's your ranking in the Xinjiang water region? Young Master Heavenly Serpent asked. 18th. Jian Fengyun said word by word. What? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. The #1 genius of the Cloud Emperor mountain range was defeated by the 18th genius of the Xinjiang water region and left with a scar on his face. How was that possible? Was the Xinjiang water region really that powerful? Haha, Jian Fengyun, in my opinion, it's not that your opponent is too strong, but that you're too weak. It seems like you've regressed in the past few years. This time, I'll surpass you completely. Young Master Heavenly Serpent burst out laughing. He didn't believe that the Xinjiang water region was that strong. If the 18th genius could defeat Jian Fengyun, wouldn't that mean that there were at least 18 geniuses above him, Prince Sky Snake, and this was just the Xinjiang water region? What about the other regions? With Prince Sky Snake's pride, he definitely didn't believe that so many geniuses could surpass him. He felt that Jian Fengyun was too weak and didn't advance. Many people nodded their heads and were more willing to believe Prince Sky Snake's words. A frog at the bottom of a well. Jian Fengyun smiled faintly and couldn't be bothered to say more. Prince Sky Snake snorted and stood by the side. As of now, the number of people had reached 600. Ka. At this moment, the door of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace opened and a few figures walked out. Leading them was a white-haired old man in a black robe. The old man had a benevolent look and didn't have any aura around him. He was just like an ordinary person who didn't cultivate. However, no one dared to underestimate him because he was from the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. It seems like everyone is here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Xiao and I'm the host of this preliminary round. When you participate in the real selection, I'll be the one leading you. The old man introduced himself. Greetings, Senior Lu. The geniuses in the square bowed in unison. Lu Xiao nodded his head and said, Alright, let's cut to the chase. Follow me. The location of the preliminary round isn't here. With that, Lu Xiao soared into the sky and flew towards the north. The participating geniuses in the square also soared into the sky and followed him. Lu Ming and the other three blended into the crowd and didn't attract any attention. The spectators in the square sighed and felt that it was a pity. The group of 600 people flew above the cloud-desolate empire's imperial capital. It was a spectacular sight. Their target was a mountain to the north of the imperial capital. It was only 100 miles away, so they arrived in a flash. Lu Shou led the group to a flat area in front of two mountains. Okay, I'll tell you the rules of the preliminaries. The preliminaries are actually very simple. It's divided into 2 rounds. The first round is to test your force. It will test your understanding of force. Those who haven't reached greater success will be eliminated. Lu Shou announced loudly. What? We're being eliminated without reaching greater success? Someone yelled in disappointment. Okay, you see the stone pillar in front of you. It's a treasure too. Test your force. As long as you input your force into the pillar, it will have different colors. It's divided into blue, purple, silver, and gold. They correspond to the entry, initial success, greater success, and perfection of your force. Only when the pillar has a silver color will you pass. Now, let's begin. Lu Shou announced loudly. Lu Ming and the others nodded. The rules were simple. I'll go first. A skinny youth walked out confidently. He walked to the front of the stone pillar and struck out with his palm. A powerful force of wind surged out from his palm and poured into the stone pillar. Instantly, the stone pillar emitted a faint silver light. It was beautiful. Force of wind, early stage of greater success. Pass. Next. Lu Shou announced. There were naturally people registering on the side. I'll go. A muscular youth walked out and a powerful force poured into the stone pillar. The stone pillar immediately emitted a silver light. It was darker than the previous youth's. Force of earth, middle stage of greater success. Pass. Next. Lu Shou announced. Next, the youths went up one by one. These youths' force had all reached greater success. Some were in the early stage, some were in the middle stage, and only a small number were in the late stage. Those who hadn't reached greater success didn't even go up. I'll go too. Me too. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi also went up. Feng Wuji had comprehended the force of wind and had reached the early stage of greater success. Ling Yanqi had comprehended the force of fire and had reached the middle stage of greater success. Soon, more than 400 youths had all passed. At the level of the 6 blazing sun heroes, most of the geniuses had already achieved great success in their shur. Of course, there were a few who didn't. However, not a single one of them had reached perfection. Although there was only a single step between mastery and perfection in force, the difference was huge. One was flawed while the other was perfect. The difference in power was several times greater. Yang Liuji is up. Many people's eyes lit up. Until now, none of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard had entered the arena. They wanted to see how powerful the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard were. Yang Liuji walked in front of the stone pillar, his body emitting a blazing aura. With a wave of his hand, his power surged into the stone pillar. Weng, the stone pillar trembled and an extremely dense silver light was emitted, making the entire stone pillar look as if it was made of pure silver. Fire force, great success limit. Lu Shou announced. He was just a step away from reaching consummation. This was the first person who had reached the peak of great accomplishment in Shur. Lu Ming's eyes were calm and he wasn't surprised at all. He had fought with Yang Liuji before and he was well aware of Yang Liuji's strength. Yang Liuji's appearance had opened the curtains for the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. Following that, the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard entered the arena one by one. Unfortunately, most of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard had only reached the peak of great accomplishment. Some of them were only at the late stage of great accomplishment and none of them had reached consummation. Even those who were ranked in the top 10 were only at the peak of great accomplishment. Prince Huoling is up. Someone shouted. Prince Huoling strode forward arrogantly, but he was only at the peak of great accomplishment. After that, Qiu Chongkong, Yan Feishuan and Blue Cloud went up one by one. Unfortunately, none of them had reached the consummation level. This showed how difficult it was to reach the consummation level. I'm going to take the test. Do you want to come along? Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them attracted a lot of attention. Blue Cloud said. Yan Feishuan, Qiu Chongkong, and Qiu Chongkong looked over coldly. Shall I go first or shall you go first? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. Either one is fine. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then you go first. Xianxia said. Lu Ming stepped forward and a blazing aura burst out from his body. The force of fire surged into the stone pillar and it immediately turned pure silver. The force of fire has reached the peak of great accomplishment, Lu Xiu announced. Many people weren't surprised. Lu Ming was able to defeat Yang Liuji, so his understanding of force wouldn't be bad. It was normal for him to reach the peak of great accomplishment. Lu Ming smiled and took a few steps back. During this period, he had cultivated the force of fire to the peak of great accomplishment, but it was difficult for him to reach consummation. As for the force of wind, it had reached the peak of lesser accomplishment and was about to reach great accomplishment. Lu Ming believed that the combination of the two forces wouldn't be any weaker than a consummation force. Lu Ming retreated while Xianxia stepped forward. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from Xianxia's body and a green light surrounded him. Whoosh! This was the force of wind. The powerful force of wind surged into the stone pillar. Buzz! The stone pillar shook violently and in the next moment, rays of golden light spread out. Golden light, it's golden light! Someone shouted. Consummation force, this woman has cultivated her force to the consummation stage. Terrifying. Monster, why haven't I heard of it before? The surroundings were in an uproar and there were waves of exclamations. Lu Ming was stunned as well. Subsequently, he sighed. A 7th-level king-level bloodline was indeed terrifying. Even the comprehension of force was unique and profound. Yan Feishuan and Blue Cloud said. Qiu Chongkong and the other two's eyes flashed with killing intent. Jian Fengyun, Prince Tianqi, and Jiang Hongwen's eyes lit up. Prince Skysnake, in particular, stared fixedly at Xianxia. His eyes flashed with the flames of greed and lust. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi opened their mouths in shock. Force of wind, consummation. Good, good, good. Lu Xiu laughed and was overjoyed. The stronger the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range were, the greater his contribution would be and he would be rewarded accordingly. He was naturally happy. Humph. Xianxia retracted his qi and walked to Lu Ming's side. He curled his lips provocatively as if he was saying, see? I'm stronger than you. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Next? Lu Xiu shouted. Let me. Jiang Hongwen strode forward and waved his hand. A force landed on the stone pillar. The stone pillar shook and emitted a golden light. Force, consummation. Let me. Prince Tianqi stepped forward and his body trembled slightly. A force like a long snake slammed into the stone pillar. In the next moment, golden light spread out. It's your turn. Prince Tianqi looked at Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun smiled and stood still. Suddenly, 2 rays of sword light shot out from his eyes. The sword light was condensed from his force and it landed on the stone pillar. The stone pillar shook violently and emitted a rich golden light. Similarly, force, consummation. From then on, only 4 people's force had reached consummation. Who else would like to take the test? Lu Xiu looked at the remaining 60 over people. These 60 over people had been standing still. Obviously, they had no confidence in themselves. At this moment, their faces were pale and they were hesitant. If you don't come up, you will be disqualified. Lu Xiu announced. Let me. Finally, someone went up and decided to give it a try. Unfortunately, his force was only at the limit of small success and had not reached greater success. He was mercilessly eliminated. Then, a few more people went up, hoping to get lucky, but they were all eliminated. The remaining people shook their heads and sighed. No one continued to take the test because there was no need to. They knew best whether their force had reached greater success or not. Alright, those who have been eliminated, leave this place. Those who have succeeded, follow me into the Valley of Illusions. Lu Xiu said loudly. Those who had been eliminated sighed and left the place, ending the selection of the Dtian divine guards. "Alright, follow me," Lu Xiao said, then turned around and walked away. The Valley of Illusions was in the middle of the two mountains. That place was heavily guarded by soldiers. Following Lu Xiao, there were no obstructions and they arrived at the valley. The valley was very wide, at least 1,000 meters wide. There were cliffs on both sides. In front of the valley, there was a huge light screen that separated the valley. Behind the light screen, it was hazy and nothing could be seen. Behind this light screen, there is an inscription array called the 10,000 Illusions Killing Array. The second round of the preliminaries will take place in this array. As long as you enter the 10,000 Illusions Killing Array, powerful martial artists or demonic beasts will be formed. As long as you kill the martial artists or demonic beasts inside, you will obtain the corresponding points. The 2 stone tablets in front of the 10,000 Illusions Killing Array will show your points and ranking. Only those who have reached 500 points will be considered as having passed the test. Only then will they be able to participate in the true selection of the Dtian Divine Guards. The time limit is only half an hour. Once half an hour is up, you will be automatically teleported out. This standard is the same in many regions of the Xianxia region. Lu Xiao briefly introduced the rules of the second round of preliminaries. As expected, in front of the light screen, the crowd saw 2 huge stone tablets that were 100 meters tall and 10 meters wide. Alright, the rules are simple. Next, it will depend on your strength. The 10,000 Illusions Killing Array can accommodate 50 people each time. You can make your choice. You can start now, Lu Xiao announced. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, everyone looked at each other. Then, someone walked out in large strides towards the 10,000 Illusions Killing Array. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally followed suit. After a short while, 50 people charged into the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. When the 50 people rushed into the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array, the 2 stone tablets in front of them emitted a hazy light. After only a few breaths of time, a few lines of words suddenly appeared on the first stone tablet. Hornet, 1 point. Longmao, 1 point. 7 or 8 names appeared consecutively. Behind each name, there was a corresponding score. After a few more breaths, some people's points went from 1 to 2, and then to 3. More and more names appeared on the stone tablet. 2 minutes later, 50 names appeared on the stone tablet. Behind each name, there was a corresponding score. Some people's points increased very quickly, while others were much slower. A moment later, someone's points had already reached 400, approaching 500. As long as one reached 500 points, they would be able to pass the preliminaries and obtain the qualifications to participate in the real selection. At this moment, the light screen trembled, and someone flew out from it. Everyone saw that there were wounds on this person's body, and blood was dripping from them. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this array was not that safe. As soon as this person flew out, his name disappeared from the first stone tablet. This person's face was dejected. Obviously, he had failed. After this person, the light screen trembled from time to time, and people kept flying out. Of these people who flew out, there was no doubt that none of them had reached 500 points. All of them ended in failure. When half an hour was about to end, 47 people had flown out, and these 47 people did not reach 500 points. Only the last 3 people who flew out had more than 500 points. Among them, the person with the highest score was 553 points. When the last 3 people came out, the second stone tablet lit up, and 3 names appeared. First place, Hornet, 553 points. Second place, these 3 names were the 3 people who had reached 500 points. These 3 people were naturally overjoyed, while the other 47 people had unsightly expressions and were incomparably discouraged. The remaining people who had not yet entered looked extremely solemn. The elimination rate was too high. Out of the 50 people, 47 people were eliminated, and only 3 passed. Although there weren't any powerful geniuses in this group, the elimination rate still made people gasp. Alright, the first group has finished. Next group, continue, Lu Xiao announced. But everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, no one stepped forward. Hurry up. The result is the same whether it's morning or night. It won't be easy at night. Lu Xiu frowned slightly. What's there to hesitate about? I'll go. Yang Liuji snorted coldly and strode forward. Then, one figure after another walked forward. 50 people disappeared into the light screen. Almost a breath after entering the light screen, a name suddenly flashed on the first stone tablet. Yang Liuji. Then, Yang Liuji's points soared crazily. 1 point, 2 points, 5 points, 10 points, the speed of the increase was terrifying. In just 5 minutes, his points had exceeded 500 points, and it was still rising. Compared to him, the others were much slower. Yang Liuji's points only slowed down when it exceeded 1,000 points. At this moment, the light screen kept shaking, and people flew out from it. Soon, half an hour had passed, and the people in this group had all come out. This time, a total of 6 people had accumulated more than 500 points and passed the preliminaries. The names of these 6 people also appeared on the second stone tablet. Including the 3 people in front, there were a total of 9 names on the second stone tablet. Yang Liuji had a total of 1,210 points and was ranked first. Yang Liuji looked proud and walked to the side. Then, the third group of 50 people entered. This time, 5 people passed. This group also had a genius on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. This person was slightly stronger than Yang Liuji, and his points were 22 points more than Yang Liuji's. He rushed to the first place, and Yang Liuji fell to the second place. Then, the fourth group, the fifth group. The ranking on the second stone tablet was constantly fluctuating. People were constantly being surpassed and people were constantly rushing to the top. After the sixth group, Yang Liuji had fallen to 21st place. This made his expression extremely gloomy, especially when a few unknown people had surpassed him. This made his expression even uglier. There were still many experts who had yet to enter the arena. Yang Liuji was originally ambitious and wanted to rush to the top 30 or even the top 20. Now, it seemed like there was no hope at all. It would be considered good if he could keep his position on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. After the sixth group, it was the seventh group's turn. Brother Yen, shall we join the battle? Blue Cloud looked at Yan Feishuan and said with a smile. That's what I want. Yan Feishuan smiled. Count me in. A young man in a green shirt stepped out. Everyone recognized that he was Ji Ruffing, who was ranked 7th. The top 10 geniuses are going to join the battle. Everyone was shocked and they were looking forward to it. This time, would there be a change in the top 10 rankings? With a flash, the young men rushed forward one by one. Young Master Huling is joining the battle too. And Xiao Chongkong. Someone shouted. Lu Ming looked up and saw the arrogant young Master Huling and Xiao Chongkong. The two of them had attracted a lot of attention recently. Many people were guessing if the two of them could make it to the top 10. Whoosh! Whoosh! 50 figures rushed into the 1,000 illusion killing array. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the 2 stone tablets. There were many experts in this group and the competition would be fierce. Buzz, almost as soon as everyone rushed in, the first stone tablet suddenly shone with names. Blue Cloud said. Ji Ruffing, Yan Feishuan, Qiu Chongkong, Young Master Huling. At the same time, the points behind their names jumped rapidly and began to soar. The 5 of them were increasing their points at almost the same speed and they left the others far behind. In just 2 minutes, the 5 of them had more than 500 points and continued to soar. In 8 minutes, their points had exceeded 1,000 points. At this time, the 5 of them gradually slowed down. It's amazing that Qiu Chongkong and Young Master Huling can keep up with Blue Cloud. Their speed is amazing. Could it be that the 2 of them can really make it into the top 10? It's hard to say. The 10,000 illusionary killing array becomes more and more difficult as one progresses further. At their level, if one wants to determine the victor, it will depend on the competition later on. Many youths discussed animatedly. The points continued to rise. 1,500, 1,800, 2,000. After 20 minutes, all 5 of them had scored more than 2,000 points. At this time, it could be seen that Blue Cloud's Dao was rising the fastest, followed by Ji Ruffing. On the other hand, Yan Feishuan, Qiu Chongkong, and young Master Huling were about the same. When they broke through the 2,100 mark, Yan Feishuan, young noble Huling, and Qiu Chongkong's points increased at a snail's pace. When the 30 minutes were up, the light screen trembled and several figures flew out. They were Yan Feishuan, Qiu Chongkong, and young Master Huling. Their faces were pale, and their auras were weak. Qiu Chongkong is in the lead. His points are actually higher than Huling and Yan Feishuan. Someone cried out loudly, full of shock. Qiu Chongkong's score was 2,235. Yan Feishuan's score was 2,205, which was 30 points lower than Qiu Chongkong's. Young noble Huiling's score was 30 points lower than Yan Feishuan's. Damn it! Yan Feishuan shouted angrily, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He was actually surpassed by Qiu Chongkong. Humph. It's just luck. If we were to fight head-on, I would definitely be able to kill them all. Young noble Huiling snorted coldly, feeling very unhappy. When the time came, Blue Cloud's Dao and Ji Ruffing also appeared. Both of them had scored more than 2,400 points, but Blue Cloud's Dao had scored more points and was ahead of Ji Ruffing. At this time, the second stone tablet flickered, and the rankings on it also changed. Blue Cloud's Dao was temporarily first, Ji Ruffing was second, Qiu Chongkong was third, Yan Feishuan was fourth, and young noble Huiling was fifth. As for Yang Liuji, he had already reached the 29th place. This made Yang Liuji's face as gloomy as charcoal. Next, the 8th group. Lu Shou announced. As soon as his voice fell, a young man stepped out. Jian Fengyun, everyone's hearts shook violently. Jian Fengyun was going to fight, and everyone was extremely excited. Jian Fengyun, a rare demonic genius, dominated the Emperor Yun board, and suppressed the other geniuses in the Emperor Yun mountain range. Because he was too strong. As for him, no one had seen him fight for almost 2 years. Until now, what realm had his cultivation reached? Haha, Jian Fengyun, you're finally going to fight. Good, although this isn't a direct fight, it's still an indirect competition. Let me see how much progress you've made during this time. Young noble Xianxia sneered and stepped out. Since all of you are going to fight, I'll join in as well. Jiang Hongwen also stepped out with a smile. Everyone could only feel their hearts beating faster. The top 3 geniuses on the Emperor Yun board were going to fight together. This was too shocking and exciting. Everyone could already see countless sparks shining. 2 of the top 10 geniuses wanted to fight, but they stopped at this time. If they fought together with Jian Fengyun, young noble Xianxia and Jiang Hongwen, they would only be a supporting role. Xianxia, I will let you see the gap between you and me getting bigger and bigger. Jian Fengyun smiled faintly, and his strong confidence was revealed. Humph, strength doesn't depend on words. Young noble Xianxia snorted. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, figures flashed and rushed into the 10,000 illusion-killing array. Then, the points began to soar crazily. Jian Fengyun, young noble Xianxia and Jiang Hongwen's points soared at a terrifying speed. 500 points, 1,000 points, 1,500 points, 2,000 points. After reaching 2,000 points, their speed did not slow down, and they continued to soar. Many people's hearts were in their throats as they watched with their eyes wide open, afraid that they would miss an exciting scene. 3,000 points. When they reached 3,000 points, young noble Xianxia and Jiang Hongwen's speed began to slow down. However, Jian Fengyun's speed was still very fast. Gosh, 3,000 points. According to my speculation, after 3,000 points, the opponents will be at the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Moreover, there will be 20 of them. That's right. Their opponents are indeed 20 experts at the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Shou gave an affirmative answer. Everyone gasped and Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Facing the siege of 20 experts at the early stage of the martial ancestor realm, Jian Fengyun's points continued to increase. The top 3 on the Emperor Yun board were indeed terrifying. As time passed, it became harder for young noble Xianxia and Jiang Hongwen to increase their points. In the end, they basically came to a standstill. Jian Fengyun's points continued to increase. In the end, he was more than 600 points ahead of young noble Xianxia. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment he came out, young Master Sky Snake hurriedly looked at the stone tablet. When he saw the score on the stone tablet, young Master Sky Snake's expression changed drastically. He roared furiously, "Impossible! Jian Fengyun, how can your score be so much higher than mine, 600 points higher than Jian Fengyun's score?" This wasn't a small difference, but a few levels higher. Young Master Tian found it hard to believe that the gap between him and Jian Fengyun was so huge. "Nothing is impossible, Sky Snake. You think that you're an unparalleled genius in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, but you're just a frog in a well. There are countless people like you in this world," Jian Fengyun said indifferently. "Impossible." Young Master Tianxi roared, thinking that Jian Fengyun was purposely attacking him. Jian Fengyun sneered and walked to the side, not bothering to talk to young Master Tianxi. The others were extremely shocked. Jian Fengyun was too strong. No wonder he was ranked first on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. He had a huge lead over the second place, and no one could surpass him. Lu Shou nodded. This time, the Cloud Emperor mountain range would depend on Jian Fengyun for the selection. On the second stone tablet, there were changes to the rankings. Jian Fengyun was ranked first, and young Master Tianxi was ranked second, 100 points higher than Jiang Hongwen. Jiang Hongwen was ranked third. As for Lan Yundao and the others, their rankings had all dropped by 3 places. "Alright, Group 9, get ready," Lu Shou announced. "Lu Ming, let's go together. Let's see who can suppress who." Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with a provocative look. "I'll keep you company." Lu Ming smiled. The two of them strode out. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi also rushed out. "Xia. Nianqing has made her move. Her presence has reached a terrifying level. I wonder what rank she will get. It's hard to say. The 1000 illusion killing array tests one's overall combat strength. Presence is only one of the aspects of combat strength. Although Xianxing's presence is strong, her overall combat strength might not be that strong. Bloodline rank, cultivation technique, physical body cultivation, comprehension of martial techniques, etc. Xianxing's cultivation is too low, she might not be able to get a high rank. It would be good if she could get into the 36th place. You're right. The top 36th place is equivalent to getting into the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. Look, Shangguan Yunyan and the others have made their move. The surrounding crowd was discussing animatedly. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. Shangguan Yunyan was ranked 4th on the Monarch Cloud leaderboard. She was also the only female in the top 10 of the Monarch Cloud leaderboard. In addition, there were several geniuses in the top 10 of the Imperial Cloud ranking list, such as the 6th and 8th geniuses. Although Lu Ming defeated Yang Liuji, what was Yang Liuji's ranking now? He was about to drop out of the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. Even if Lu Ming could defeat him, how powerful could he be? At most, he could get into the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. That would not attract the crowd's attention. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 50 people rushed into the 1000 illusion killing array and disappeared. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the light screen, he suddenly felt dizzy. In the next moment, he found himself standing on a grassland. In front of him, there was a flash of light. Demonic beasts were forming. There were 20 black tigers in total. They looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. They roared and pounced on Lu Ming. They are equivalent to the early 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Kill one and you will get 1 point. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as some information flashed through his mind. At the same time, the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand and he swung it. Bang! Bang! Like fireworks, the 20 demonic beasts that were equivalent to the early 5th level of the martial ancestor realm were all blown up by Lu Ming's spear. They turned into wisps of energy and dissipated in the air. Whoosh whoosh, after the 20 tigers were blown up, the energy in the air swept across the place. A few breaths later, another 20 tigers appeared. The difference was that the auras of these 20 tigers were stronger than before. They had reached the middle 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Middle 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Kill one and you will get 2 points. It was the same for everyone. At the beginning, they would encounter 20 demonic beasts of the early 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. After killing them all, stronger beasts would appear. Early 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Kill one and you will get 1 point. Middle 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Kill one and you will get 2 points. Late 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Kill one and you will get 3 points. Following that, every time one's cultivation level increased, the points would increase by 1 point. For example, peak 5th level of the martial ancestor realm was 4 points. Early 6th level of the martial ancestor realm was 5 points. In order to obtain 500 points and pass the preliminaries, one would have to reach the late 6th level of the martial ancestor realm and kill at least 6 of them. To be able to kill 6 demonic beasts of the late 6th level of the martial ancestor realm, one's overall strength would be comparable to a peak 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. The 20 tigers of the middle 5th level of the martial ancestor realm stood no chance against Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming shook his long spear and beams of spear gleams shot out. 20 huge tigers exploded under the spear gleams. On the stone tablet outside, Lu Ming's points increased rapidly. However, it did not attract too much attention. It was normal for his points to increase rapidly at the beginning. The battle continued in the 10,000 illusion formation. After the 20 tigers of the middle 5th level of the martial ancestor realm were killed, another 20 beasts of the late 5th level of the martial ancestor realm appeared. They were killed with ease. Following that, 20 tigers of the peak 5th level of the martial ancestor realm appeared. After the 20 tigers of the peak 5th level of the martial ancestor realm were killed, the heavens and earth changed rapidly. Lu Ming realized that he was in a swamp. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 20 snakes as thick as a bowl shot out from the swamp and pounced toward Lu Ming. The strength of its aura was much stronger than that of the giant tiger from before. They were demonic beasts of the early 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming remained calm and continued to stab with his spear. Bang! Bang! The snakes exploded in the air. The demonic beasts of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm were no match for Lu Ming. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming swept down with an unstoppable force. His points also skyrocketed. Soon, it exceeded 500 points. It continued to rise. 600 points, 700 points. After Lu Ming killed the 20 demonic beasts of the peak 6th level of the martial ancestor realm, Lu Ming's points reached 720. At that moment, the surroundings changed again. It turned into a huge mountain surrounded by rocks. Suddenly, the rocks in the surroundings changed and turned into giant stone golems that were 3 meters tall. There were a total of 20 golems. Dong! Dong! Each golem had a cultivation of the early 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. They each held a mace made of rocks in their hands and charged toward Lu Ming with a thunderous roar. The mace smashed down. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on Lu Ming. It was as powerful as a mountain. Lu Ming stomped his foot and his body shot forward like a cannonball. The power of wind and fire merged on his spear as he lashed out. Bang! One of the golems was struck by the spear and exploded into pieces, sending debris flying everywhere. Instantly, Lu Ming's points increased by 9. Swoosh! Swoosh! The long spear continued to stab out and the stone golems exploded one by one. Soon, the 20 stone golems were all defeated by Lu Ming. Next, the stone golems at the middle stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 7 were unable to stop Lu Ming. He swept all the way. When the 20 stone golems at the later stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 7 were defeated, Lu Ming's points had surpassed Yang Liuji's. Outside the array, Yang Liuji stared fixedly at the stone tablet, gnashing his teeth in anger. Lu Ming! Yang Liuji bellowed. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still unhappy that Lu Ming had surpassed him. However, the others did not pay much attention to Lu Ming because the top 10 on the Emperor Yun board were increasing their points as fast as Lu Ming's. Boom! Boom! In the 10,000 illusion killing array, Lu Ming defeated the last 2 stone golems at the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 7. At that point, Lu Ming's points had reached 1,560. At that moment, the surrounding scenery changed again. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a huge canyon. In the canyon, the wind was howling and it tore the earth apart. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the wind, there were sounds of something breaking the air. In the next moment, rays of saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. They were as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and his body shook slightly. His body was like a flickering shadow and he flew back dozens of meters. Buzz, the long spear shook and swept out. A figure was sent flying. At that moment, Lu Ming saw that it was a figure wrapped in a black robe. The 10,000 illusion-killing array would not only gather demonic beasts but also martial artists. Swoosh, rays of saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming from behind. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked a few of the sabers. The black-robed men were all at the early stage of martial ancestor realm 8. Wind force. Lu Ming used the power of wind and began to sense the black-robed person's trajectory. Although the black-robed person's speed was fast, under Lu Ming's wind momentum, he still had nowhere to hide. Found you! Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed, as he instantly thrust out his spear a dozen times. Puff! Puff! 5 or 6 black-robed men were pierced by Lu Ming in succession, turning into energy and dissipating. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, martial artists in the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm were no match for him. After he found their tracks, Lu Ming killed them one by one. Soon, the 20 black-robed men in the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm were all killed. In the next moment, 20 middle-stage martial arts Grandmaster realm black-robed men appeared. The speed of these 20 black-robed men was even faster. In the fierce wind, their speed was like lightning. Even when Lu Ming unleashed the power of wind, it was also hard to capture the trajectory. Force, these black-robed men have actually mastered the force of wind. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with astonishment. Amazing, this is really amazing. This is only a large formation, but the martial artists inside have actually mastered the force of wind. Lu Ming was amazed. This force of wind is different from what I have comprehended. Yes, the force of wind can be like this. Why didn't I think of it before? For a moment, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to kill the black-robed men. Instead, he blocked them while comprehending the force of wind. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he unleashed all his strength and unleashed the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps, he would definitely be able to surpass 4 small realms and fight with a martial artist in the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He might even be able to win. If he unleashed all his strength, it would not be impossible for him to break through this stage. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry now. Outside the 10,000 illusion-killing formation, everyone stared at the stone tablet. In the beginning, Lu Ming did not attract too much attention. However, when Lu Ming passed the stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm and reached 1,560 points, he attracted a lot of attention. This was a hurdle. Those who could pass this hurdle would be considered top geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard and would definitely be ranked in the top 20. Lu Ming is so powerful that he has accumulated 1,560 points. Next, he will be facing a martial artist in the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. I wonder how far Lu Ming can go. Many people were discussing. Yang Liuji could not help but gnash his teeth when he heard the discussion. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be quite powerful. Yan Feishuan muttered. He is quite capable, but he still has to die. Blue Cloud snorted. Lu Ming, I did not expect your strength to have reached this stage. It seems that I must find a chance to kill you in the selection of the Imperial Sky Divine Guards. Qiu Wuyang's eyes shone with a cold light. However, not long after, their faces changed. Lu Ming's points continued to rise at an extremely fast speed. He was not any slower than Shangguan Yanchen and the other top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. It's still rising. Lu Ming's points are still rising. He is too powerful. Will Lu Ming make it to the top 10? I did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying. When he defeated Yang Liuji, I guess he did not use much of his strength. Oh my god, look, Xian Yanqing's points are not bad either. They are all from the Burning Sun Empire. Including Qiu Changkong, the small burning sun empire has 3 terrifying geniuses. Unbelievable. Everyone was exclaiming. Very soon, Lu Ming's points soared to 1,820. This meant that Lu Ming had already killed all 20 martial artists in the early stage of the 8th martial arts Grandmaster realm. Next, Lu Ming will face 20 middle stage martial arts Grandmaster realm martial artists. As long as he can pass this stage, there is a high chance that he will make it to the top 10. If he can pass the next stage, he will surpass Qiu Changkong and make it to the top 10. I'm looking forward to it. Eh? Wait, did you notice that Lu Ming's points have stopped rising? Yes, could it be that he has reached his limit? Most likely. I guess he is at the end of his rope. He must be trying his best to defend himself. That is why his points have stopped rising. Phew, Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Qiu Changkong was especially nervous when he saw Lu Ming's points surging. He was afraid that Lu Ming would surpass him. With his pride, he would not be able to accept that Lu Ming surpassed him. Luckily, Lu Ming's points had stopped rising. Ho ho, Lu Ming, is this your limit? How disappointing. Qiu Changkong whispered with a smile on his face. At the same time, Blue Cloud and the others sneered. Lu Ming was not a threat to them. Look, Xianxia's points have slowed down. That's right. It seems that Xianxia's combat strength is slightly higher than Lu Ming's. However, he is not as strong as the top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. Some people discussed with each other and expressed their opinions. This was because the top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard were still increasing their points. Soon, 3 of the top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard surpassed Qiu Changkong and pushed him to the 9th place. As for Yan Feishuan, he dropped to the 10th place. Damn it. Time passed by slowly. Soon, the half-hour limit was up. The light screen shook and Xianxia appeared. Lu Ming's points were still stagnant, but he did not appear. He can still hold on. However, this is the preliminaries. What's the point of holding on? Qiu Changkong sneered. However, in the next moment, his eyes popped out and he opened his mouth so wide that he could swallow a dead mouse. On the first stone tablet, Lu Ming's score, which had remained stagnant, suddenly soared again at a terrifying speed. Everyone else's expression was similar to Qiu Changkong's. All of them were dumbfounded. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why is Lu Ming's points shooting up? Did he hide his strength? That's impossible. Everyone was discussing and even Jian Fengyun was stunned. Lu Ming's points exceeded 2,000 in an instant. Subsequently, it was 2,100, 2,200, and he surpassed Qiu Changkong in one fell swoop. When Lu Ming's points reached more than 2,400, the screen vibrated and he flew out. Shangguan Yunyan and the other geniuses in the top 10 of the Emperor Yun leaderboard flew out together with him. Oh my god, why is there no more time? After coming out, Lu Ming kept mumbling to himself. He was speechless. Previously, when he saw the black-robed men, he began to comprehend the force of wind. His force of wind had already reached the limit of minor accomplishment. After comprehending it, his force of wind broke through and reached the great accomplishment. When the force of wind and force of fire merged with each other, their power skyrocketed. Previously, the force of wind and force of fire were not balanced. Although their power was great after merging, it had not reached its maximum. Now, when the two forces were balanced, their power was truly terrifying. It had completely surpassed the power of a single force of perfection. Lu Ming merged the two forces into his long spear. With a sweep of his long spear, the black-robed men in the middle stage of the martial ancestor realm collapsed. In just a few breaths' time, the 20 black-robed men in the middle stage of the martial ancestor realm were all defeated. Next, there were 20 black-robed men at the late stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. However, they were unable to withstand Lu Ming's attack and were all killed within a short period of time. Just as Lu Ming was about to fight with the 20 black-robed men at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, the space suddenly trembled and teleported him out. Lu Ming immediately knew that time was up. Forget it, this score shouldn't be too bad. Lu Ming mumbled. Brother Lu, congratulations. At this time, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi walked over and clasped their fists. However, the two of them looked helpless and bitter. Lu Ming knew that the two of them definitely did not pass and did not reach 500 points. Lu Ming had already guessed this, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, light flashed on the second stone tablet, and the rankings changed. There were no changes to the top three. It was still Jian Fengyun, Young Master Tianxi, and Jiang Hongwen. There was a change in the fourth place. It was Shangguan Yunyan. It was still Blue Cloud who was in the fifth place. There were no changes to the top 7 on the Emperor Yun board. However, there was a change in the 8th place. It was Lu Ming. Xiao Chongkong dropped to the 10th place. Yan Feishuan dropped to the 11th place and out of the top 10. Damn it! Yan Feishuan was so angry that his body trembled. Before this competition, he was still confident and wanted to move up a few ranks. However, not only did he not move up, but he had also dropped back a few ranks. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Yan Feishuan blamed everything on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming hadn't made it to the 8th place, he wouldn't have dropped out of the top 10. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank between the 11th place and the top 10, they were on 2 completely different levels. On the other hand, Xiao Chongkong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't accept that Lu Ming had surpassed him. They were both from the Burning Sun Empire. From now on, the top genius of the Burning Sun Empire was Lu Ming, not him. Kill, kill, kill. Xiao Chongkong roared in his heart. Lu Ming seemed to have felt Xiao Chongkong's murderous intent. He looked at Xiao Chongkong and sneered, "Little Kong, I'm sorry. I accidentally overtook you. Now you're number 2 in the Blazing Sun Empire." Lu Ming, you. Xiao Chongkong roared and his eyes turned red. What did Lu Ming just call him? Little Kong, what did he mean by accidentally surpassed him? Did he become the second? Every word was infuriating. Xiao Chongkong felt that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were aching. Lu Ming, the 1000 illusion killing array has a high score, but it doesn't mean that you can win in a real life and death battle. After a while, Xiao Chongkong took a deep breath to calm himself down and said coldly, "Oh? Is that so? Then let's have a real life and death battle." Lu Ming stared at Xiao Chongkong with murderous eyes. Xiao Chongkong was someone he had to kill. It would be great if he could take this opportunity to kill him. However, Xiao Chongkong's eyes flickered and he did not agree. He snorted and walked to the side. He had no chance of winning now. He had no confidence in Lu Ming's combat strength. "So, you don't dare. What a coward." Lu Ming curled his lips. Xiao Chongkong staggered and his eyes turned red again. He was so angry that he almost exploded. He wanted to turn around and chop Lu Ming into pieces. However, his rationality told him that he had to endure it. "Lu Ming, sooner or later, I will make sure you die without a burial ground." Xiao Chongkong roared in his heart. The test was still going on and there was only one group left. However, there were no outstanding geniuses in this group and no one was interested. Soon, half an hour had passed and the last group had finished. The candidates for this round of preliminaries had all been announced. A total of 98 people had passed the preliminaries and obtained the right to participate in the selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards. More than 600 people had come and only 98 people had passed. The probability was not low. Don't forget that these people were all geniuses on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe. Alright, 98 of you have passed the preliminaries and obtained the right to participate in the selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards. The selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards will be held in Myriad Star City 3 months later. You just have to rush to Myriad Star City within 3 months. Lu Shou announced. Myriad Star City? Many people were stunned. Obviously, they had not heard of it before. Myriad Star City is a branch of the Empyrean Divine Palace in the east of Tianxian Domain. You just have to rush to Myriad Star City and gather at the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I will wait for you there. This is the map to Myriad Star City. Lu Shou gave a brief introduction and then took out a stack of maps and gave one to each person. Alright, follow me out now. You can make your own arrangements for the next 3 months. Lu Xiu said. After that, everyone followed Lu Xiu out of the Myriad Illusion Valley. Then, they went their separate ways. Lu Ming, you have surpassed me this time. Next time I will definitely surpass you. On the way back, Xianxia gritted her teeth and said to Lu Ming. This time, Xianxia was ranked 15th, behind Lu Ming. She was still brooding over this. By the side, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were blushing. They looked like they wanted to laugh but were too embarrassed to do so. Xiaoqing, we are already an old couple. Don't be like this. Brother Feng and Brother Ling will laugh at us. Lu Ming leaned close to Xianxing's ear and whispered. You. Who is an old couple with you? Don't spout nonsense. Xianxing's pretty face turned red. She gave Lu Ming a few hard glances. We have already looked at each other and touched each other. We are not an old couple. Do you really want me to do you? Lu Ming touched his chin and muttered. Lu Ming. There was a sharp scream. It was so piercing that Lu Ming's eardrums were buzzing. Xianxia gritted her teeth. If not for Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi, she would have pounced on Lu Ming and bit him. Gentle, gentle. Girls have to be gentle, understand? Don't let Brother Feng and Brother Ling laugh at us. Lu Ming had his hands behind his back and said with a naughty smile. By the side. Ah. Brother Ling, the starry sky is so beautiful today. The moon is so big and glaring. Haha, Brother Feng is right. It was broad daylight and the sun was shining brightly. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked up at the sky and lied through their teeth. They pretended not to see Lu Ming and Xianxia. The few of them bickered all the way back to the inn. News about the test spread like wildfire in the capital of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. Jian Fengyun was powerful and invincible. Naturally, it attracted many people's attention. Besides, Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, and Xianxia were also mentioned repeatedly. The three of them came from the same empire, the Blazing Sun Empire. It was a small country. There were so many terrifying geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire. 2 of them even made it to the top 10. This was more terrifying than many intermediate empires. The Bloody Zhao Empire did not have anyone in the top 10. 2 days later, on a mountain peak, Qiu Changkong kowtowed to an old man. Master, why are you here? Qiu Changkong said respectfully. This old man was the one who had accepted Qiu Changkong as his in-name disciple. He was a major character of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's eastern branch in the Tianxian region. Changkong. Although you were previously ranked 36th on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard, you are proud and arrogant. You have never taken the other geniuses on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard seriously. Through this preliminaries, you should have realized that there is always someone better than you, right? Moreover, this is only the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range is a small place. The geniuses here cannot be compared to those in other regions. It will be very difficult for you to successfully join the Dtian Divine Guards. The old man sighed. Master, please give me some pointers. Qiu Changkong said respectfully. N. This time, I'm here to bring you to the 100 Gods slope to cultivate. I've obtained this quota with great difficulty. You must cherish it. The old man said. 100 God slope. Hearing this, Qiu Changkong was elated. The 100 God slope was an extremely famous cultivation ground in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He had heard of this name long ago, but he was not qualified to enter. This time, his master had actually obtained such a precious spot for him. Changkong thanks master. I'm willing to go through fire and water for master. Qiu Changkong bowed again. Let's go. The old man waved his hand. In an instant, the 2 of them disappeared without a trace. In an inn in the imperial capital of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. Xiaoqing, you're leaving? Where are you going? Lu Ming asked. Just a moment ago, Xianxia had bid farewell to him. Of course I'm going to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Fortunately, I'll surpass you in 3 months. Alright, I'll see you in Myriad Star City 3 months later. After speaking, Xianxia sized up Lu Ming before turning around and disappearing in an instant. Looking at the direction where Xianxia disappeared, Lu Ming somehow felt reluctant to part with her. Xiaoqing, what level can you reach in 3 months? Lu Ming muttered. Xianxia's identity had always been mysterious. Lu Ming still didn't know where she came from. Her sister, Xianxia, was also a natural king. Her talent was terrifyingly high. Lu Ming had a feeling that when he saw Xianxia again in 3 months, her cultivation would have a huge improvement. It seems like I have to work harder too. Otherwise, she might really surpass me. Lu Ming smiled. After a while, Lu Ming looked at Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. Brother Feng, Brother Ling, what are your plans next? Lu Ming asked. We plan to return to the Blazing Sun Empire. Brother Lu, what about you? Feng Wuji asked. I plan to set off for the Myriad Star City. I'll cultivate along the way. Lu Ming said. He had already looked at the map. The Myriad Star City was too far away from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would take him a month to fly there at full speed. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to cultivate along the way. He treated this journey as a form of training. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi nodded. Brother Feng, please tell my parents that I'm safe when you return. Lu Ming said. Don't worry, I'll definitely tell them. Feng Wuji nodded. Then, Feng Wuji, Ling Yanqi and Lu Ming left for the Blazing Sun Empire. All of a sudden, Lu Ming was left alone. It's time for me to leave too. Lu Ming smiled and left the capital of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. He soared into the sky and flew toward the west, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. The Cloud Emperor mountain range was located in the easternmost part of the Tianxian domain. It was extremely far away from the Myriad Star City and there were many regions along the way. Previously, when he was traveling from the Scorching Sun Empire to the capital of the Cloud Wilderness Empire, Lu Ming did not unleash his full speed because of Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. Now that he was alone, he unleashed his full speed and his speed was astonishing. Countless mountains, rivers, and plateaus flashed under Lu Ming's feet. In just 3 days, Lu Ming had left the Cloud Emperor mountain range and entered another region. Xianjiang Water Region. The Xianjiang Water Region was a region close to the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was several times bigger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was extremely vast and there were hundreds of empires with countless people. Among them, the strongest empire was the Xianjiang Empire. It was a high-level empire and was extremely powerful. Jian Fengyun had trained in the Xianjiang Water Region. The terrain of the Xianjiang Water Region was completely different from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The Cloud Emperor mountain range had many large peaks and steep terrain. As for the Thousand Rivers Water Region, the terrain was flat and the rivers flowed rapidly. On the vast land, there were countless large rivers. Lu Ming was above a large river and he was dumbfounded. The reason for that was because the river was simply too wide. Looking down from 10,000 meters above, the river was at least 100 miles wide. If it were not for Lu Ming's amazing eyesight, he would not have been able to see the end. As for the length, it was impossible to estimate. On the river, there were many large ships sailing on the water. It is indeed unique. Looking at the endless river, Lu Ming felt his mind open and he was in a good mood. Whoosh whoosh, the vortex in his dantian started to spin at an even faster speed. The spiritual qi from all directions started to gather towards Lu Ming. After a while, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and a sound similar to that of a surging river could be heard from his body. An aura that was twice as strong as before burst out. However, in the next moment, it quickly subsided. Early 5th Martial Ancestor Realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of 4th Martial Ancestor Realm a few months ago. In the past few months, he had been polishing his genuine qi and solidifying his foundation. He had already reached the perfect realm. Just now, when his mind was relaxed and his mind was at ease, his cultivation naturally broke through without any hindrance or difficulty. Now, with my strength, where do I rank on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard? A faint smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. With a flash of his figure, Lu Ming flew forward at high speed along the river. Look, it's a martial ancestor. In the river, there were shadows of sails. When the people on the boat saw Lu Ming, they shouted loudly. A martial ancestor realm expert, even in the Xianxia water region, was a high and mighty figure. What a young martial ancestor. I want to be like him. Some teenagers looked enviously at Lu Ming, who was in the sky. These people did not attract Lu Ming's attention. He sped up and the boundless river passed under his feet. The river was endless. Lu Ming had already flown along the river for 100,000 miles, but he still had not reached the end. Along the way, there were countless tributaries. Countless people had built empires near the river. Lu Ming guessed that the river was one of the main rivers in the Xinjiang water region. It was said that the Xinjiang water region had as many as 18 main rivers and countless tributaries. Splash splash, at that moment, there was a violent tumbling sound from the river below and water splashed everywhere. The waves rolled and Lu Ming saw countless fish in the waves. There were all kinds of fish jumping around. Some of the fish were dozens of meters long and extremely large. They exuded a powerful aura. They were clearly some fish-type demonic beasts. These fish-type demonic beasts were actually swimming side by side towards the front of the river. Lu Ming was very curious and followed these fish-type demonic beasts. The further they went, the more surprised Lu Ming became. This was because there were more and more fish in the river. There were even many prawns, turtles, and other aquatic creatures. They formed a line and swam forward. What's ahead? Why are there so many aquatic creatures here? Lu Ming pondered, his heart filled with curiosity. After traveling for about 1,000 miles, Lu Ming saw a tributary. Although it was called a tributary, it was actually about 100 miles wide. From this branch, a large number of aquatic creatures also swam out and joined the team. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming saw a middle-aged man and woman flying in the air. Just like him, they were following the water tribe. The middle-aged man and woman also saw Lu Ming. Their eyes flashed, but they didn't speak. Lu Ming was even more certain that there was a problem ahead. After traveling for another 10,000 miles, the aquatic creatures in the river were already densely packed. There were also dozens of martial artists in the sky. Those who could fly in the air were all martial Dao grandmasters without exception. It seems that the Dragon Gate is going to appear again. I wonder where it will appear this time. There were a few young people in the sky. One of them whispered. Lu Ming's ears twitched. Naturally, he heard every word. It's hard to say. The Dragon Gate is also known as the Heaven's Gate. It's extremely mysterious. The water area that appears every time is different and the time is not fixed. It's our opportunity to encounter it this time. We must seize it. Senior Brother Pan is right. It's said that when the Heaven's Gate appears, it will emit an extremely mysterious aura. People in that area will often be able to think more actively, especially their comprehension of force. This time, I must seize the opportunity to break through to greater success in my force of water. Senior brother, I heard that the Heaven's Gate will spew out all kinds of treasures. Is that true? It's true. Legend has it that the Heaven's Gate is extremely mysterious and connects to an extremely ancient and powerful world. Every time the Heaven's Gate appears, the precious items of that world will spew out. Perhaps these secrets weren't rare in the Thousand Rivers water region. Therefore, when the young people were discussing, they didn't deliberately hide it. Lu Ming heard everything clearly. Dragon Gate? Heaven's Gate? There's actually such a mysterious thing? Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. He was even more curious and followed them all the way. After about a few thousand miles, the aquatic creatures in the river stopped. There was a huge intersection in front of him. 3 gigantic rivers that were 1,000 miles wide converged, forming an even wider river that flowed into the distance. At the intersection of the 3 rivers, there was a huge vortex. The river water spun like a funnel. The vortex was extremely huge and had a diameter of at least a few hundred miles. At the other 2 rivers, there were also a large number of aquatic creatures and martial artists. There should be about 100 martial artists in total. Rumble, suddenly, a violent roar came from the vortex. In the river, countless aquatic creatures made different noises. All of them stared at the whirlpool with awe and respect. Haha, every time the Heaven's Gate appears, it will attract a large number of aquatic creatures. These aquatic creatures are really stupid. They're really thinking of leaping over the dragon gate. A burly man laughed. The others also smiled faintly. Obviously, they weren't surprised. Rumble, at this moment, the sound from the vortex became louder. It seemed that a huge creature was about to emerge from it. Boom, in the next moment, the ground shook violently and something really rushed out from it. It was actually a mountain. A mountain peak emerged from the vortex. At first, it was the peak of the mountain, then the mountainside. Gradually, the bottom of the mountain was revealed. A huge mountain peak appeared at the intersection of the three rivers, causing a large amount of river water to flow to both sides. Buzz, at this moment, the mountain peak shook and a powerful aura spread out from the mountainside. A huge stone gate appeared on the mountainside. The Heaven's Gate has appeared. Someone shouted. Lu Ming was also shocked. He looked at the mountainside from dozens of miles away. The stone gate was 100 meters tall and a hazy light spread out. Go up. Someone shouted and flew toward the mountain peak. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He followed the crowd and flew to the mountain peak. He stopped at the mountainside and then ran toward the stone gate. However, when he was about 1,000 meters away from the stone gate, Lu Ming felt a powerful force acting on his body. This force was no ordinary force. It was a force that was very similar to the force of heaven and earth. However, it was many times more powerful than the force. Is this the power of the great path of heaven and earth? Lu Ming was shocked. He could sense an incomparably mysterious and all-encompassing aura within it. It seemed to contain countless forces and mysteries of heaven and earth. Bang! Blocking with force, true chi is useless. Someone shouted. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, all kinds of forces burst out. Wind, fire, metal, wood, mountain, thunder, water, etc. Lu Ming discovered that among these people, most of them had comprehended the water force. It probably had something to do with the environment of the Thousand River domain. Only by blocking with force could one move forward. Some martial arts grandmasters who had not comprehended the force directly knelt when they were 1,000 meters away. Those martial arts grandmasters who had comprehended the entry-level force could walk within 900 meters. Those who had comprehended the force at the early stage of lesser success could walk 800 meters. Those who had comprehended the force at the mid-stage of lesser success could walk 700 meters. Every time one's force was stronger, they could get closer to the gate of heaven. However, Lu Ming stood 1,000 meters away and did not move. He was comprehending carefully. He felt that the last palm of the three Tao palms, the heavenly palm, was very similar to the gate of heaven's aura. Heavenly Tao, the great Tao of heaven and earth. I see. After comparing the heavenly palm with the gate of heaven's aura, Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He finally figured out a bit of the heaven's path palm. The heavenly palm was said to be infinitely close to a heaven-level martial skill once it was mastered. However, very few people in history could master it as it was too difficult. Lu Ming had been cultivating for a long time but still could not find a way. At this moment, a door seemed to have opened in front of him. This aura, I have to capture this aura and engrave it in my heart. Then, I will reflect it with the heavenly palm. I believe that I will be able to master the heavenly palm soon. Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to feel the aura with all his heart. After a while, Lu Ming blocked with force and advanced 100 meters, but he quickly retreated. The heavenly Tao aura in front was more intense, but at the same time, it was more difficult to capture and engrave something. 1,000 meters was the most suitable. While Lu Ming was comprehending carefully, two figures continued to move forward at the fastest speed. They were two old men and they were able to reach a distance of 300 meters. Extreme greater success, they are the Min River monsters. Someone recognized the two old men and shouted. Obviously, the two old men were very famous. Lu Ming took a closer look and discovered that their cultivations had reached the peak 8th layer martial ancestor realm. If I can comprehend it within 300 meters, the effect will be the best. Moreover, when the divine gate spits out treasures later, the closer I am to it, the higher my chances of obtaining it. Some people were extremely envious. Everyone did their best to get closer to the heavenly gate. That way, their gains would be greater. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure came from afar. In an instant, he arrived at the mountain and continued to rush towards the Heaven's Gate. He was a young man in his 20s. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and his speed was extremely fast. Soon, he was within 300 meters. Who is this person? How could his aura be so powerful? You don't even know Li Qiushui? What? He's Li Qiushui, ranked 78th on the Thousand River Top 100 list? Someone was shocked. You two old fellows, scram. As soon as Li Qiushui stepped within 300 meters, she looked coldly at the Min River monsters. The Min River freaks' faces sank. One of them said, Li Qiushui, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean? I'm asking you to scram. Within 300 meters, I'm the only one left. Li Qiushui sneered. Li Qiushui, isn't your appetite too big? I'm afraid you can't handle it, right? The Min River monster said in a deep voice. Can't handle it? Just the two of you? You're not worthy. Li Qiushui was domineering. Li Qiushui, you might be a genius, but we brothers aren't afraid of you. The Min River monsters wouldn't give in so easily. If you don't scram, only death awaits you. Li Qiushui's eyes suddenly turned cold. Whoosh, a sword light broke through the air and charged towards the Min River monsters. Do you think we're afraid of you? The Min River monsters roared and used all their strength to resist. Boom. Boom. In just 5 to 6 moves, the Min River monsters trembled violently and retreated continuously. On their bodies, there was an additional sword wound that was so deep that their bones could be seen. SSS, gasps could be heard from the audience. The famous Min River monsters were injured in just 5 to 6 moves from Li Qiushui. Wasn't Li Qiushui too powerful? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and a trace of seriousness appeared in the depths of his eyes. He could clearly see that Li Qiushui's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th martial grandmaster realm. The Min River monsters were 2 levels higher than him, but they were injured in just 5 to 6 moves. Li Qiushui's ability to fight across levels had already exceeded 2 levels. Generally speaking, it was the limit for those exceptional geniuses in the martial grandmaster realm to fight across 2 levels. Geniuses like the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe and those geniuses at the bottom of the Emperor Yun leaderboard could only fight across 2 levels. Those geniuses at the bottom of the Emperor Yun leaderboard had a much higher cultivation than the other geniuses, which was why they were on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. The top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard were even more powerful. Not only did they have a higher cultivation, but their ability to fight across levels was also stronger. For example, Blue Cloud Dao and the others had the ability to fight across levels. They were 2 levels above, but not 3. They were between 2 and 3 levels. Lu Ming speculated that Jian Fengyun might be able to fight across 3 levels. Li Qiushui was able to fight across 2 to 3 levels. Lu Ming speculated that his combat strength was no weaker than Blue Cloud Dao and the other geniuses at the top of the Emperor Yun leaderboard. However, Li Qiushui was only ranked 78th on the top 100 list of the Xinjiang Water region. The top 100 list of the Xinjiang Water region had the same meaning as the Emperor Yun leaderboard. It listed the top 100 geniuses in the Xinjiang Water region. Being ranked 78th was already so powerful. Lu Ming had a deeper understanding of the other regions. If you don't get lost, you'll die. Li Qiushui was extremely cold. The Min River monsters' faces were extremely ugly. They gritted their teeth and retreated from the 300-meter area to the 400-meter area. Ha ha ha, young Master Li Qiushui is indeed powerful. At that moment, there was a loud laugh. A red-haired man quickly ran toward the heavenly gate, emitting a powerful aura. He didn't stop until he reached the 300-meter area. It's the red-haired water demon, someone exclaimed. Li Qiushui's eyes turned gloomy. He looked at the red-haired water demon and didn't say anything. The red-haired water demon's cultivation had reached the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. He wasn't confident that he could defeat him. The red-haired water demon wasn't afraid of Li Qiushui. He stood in the 300-meter area and looked at the heavenly gate with fiery eyes. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Success! He had succeeded in engraving a faint wisp of heaven's path qi. As long as he thought carefully, he would recall the faint Heaven's Path chi. Although it was faint, it should be enough for him to practice the Heaven's Path palm. It's time to comprehend the force. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He then strode forward. He didn't stop. 800 meters, 700 meters, 500 meters, Lu Ming kept walking toward the 300-meter area. Bam, finally, Lu Ming stepped into the 300-meter area. Everyone's attention was focused on Lu Ming. Then, there was a heated discussion. Who is he? How can he reach the 300-meter zone? How dare he reach the 300-meter zone? Isn't he afraid that Li Qiushui will kill him? Could he be a genius on the 1,000 River Top 100 list? I don't know. I have never seen him before. I have never seen him in the top 100 list during the Imperial Sky Divine Guard preliminaries. He shouldn't be a genius on the 1,000 River Top 100 list. Many people whispered to each other and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Li Qiushui's face darkened as he looked coldly at Lu Ming. Brat, this is not a place for you to stay. Get out if you don't want to die. Li Qiushui said coldly. He was already furious that the red-haired water demon had stepped into this zone. Now, another person had come and he was so young. Haha, you keep asking people to get lost. I want to know, if an expert stronger than you comes and asks you to get lost, I wonder what kind of expression you will have. Lu Ming curled his lips and smiled faintly. What if? I am the strongest here. That is the truth. Li Qiushui looked coldly at Lu Ming. You are the strongest? You really know how to flatter yourself. Lu Ming sneered. Does that mean you have the confidence to fight with me? I would like to see where you get your confidence from. Clang, as soon as Li Qiushui finished speaking, a sword light that was as white as the Milky Way slashed out from his hand. It was as fast as lightning, like an immortal flying from the heavens. Lu Ming sneered as the demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand. He swayed it and went forward. If Lu Ming had not broken through to the 5th realm of the martial ancestor realm, he might not be a match for Li Qiushui, who was on par with Blue Cloud. But now, he wanted to test his combat strength. Boom, the spear radiance and the sword chi clashed and there was a violent explosion. Both of them retreated as the force spread out. So you do have some strength. Let's see how many strikes you can take. Boundless Autumn Water Sword. Chi, sword chi like the Milky Way of the 9 heavens appeared one after another, slashing towards Lu Ming. Windfire Slaughter. Lu Ming's spear shook and the power of wind and fire fused together. Spear lights shot out and collided with the sword chi. Intense explosions rang out in the air. All around, the crowd watched in shock. They did not expect that Lu Ming could actually fight Li Qiushui to a draw. There isn't such a person in the 1,000 River Top 100 list. Could it be that this person is a hidden genius and did not participate in the preliminaries? It shouldn't be possible. Which young genius wouldn't be tempted by the Empyrean Divine Guard's preliminaries? Putting aside the fact that after becoming a Empyrean Divine Guard, one would be able to cultivate in the Empyrean Divine Palace's branch palace. There would be endless benefits. It said that there would be great opportunities in the preliminaries as well. Who would miss it? That's true. Could he be a genius from another region? Very likely. While the others were discussing, not far away, the red-haired water demon's expression was also extremely grave. Even with his early 9th realm martial ancestor realm cultivation, he did not dare to be careless. Boom boom, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still hard to determine the victor. Take my final move, Autumn Water's River Sword. Li Qiushui roared as a terrifying aura spread out. A river appeared and revolved around him. Lu Ming could see clearly that this river was formed by the convergence of sword auras. Endless sword auras condensed into a river. Kill! Li Qiushui roared as the river rushed towards Lu Ming. This was Li Qiushui's strongest move. It was extremely powerful. There was once an early 9th realm martial ancestor realm martial artist who was severely injured by this move and was almost killed. So powerful. If that brat doesn't have any trump cards, he's finished. The red-haired water demon thought. The other spectators had similar thoughts as well. Their eyes were wide open as they stared fixedly. They wanted to see how Lu Ming was going to counter this move. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he suddenly soared into the sky. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. There was a mysterious fluctuation coming from Lu Ming's body as he suddenly took a step forward. There was a faint dragon roar. Boom! Lu Ming's step seemed to carry the might of heaven and earth as a terrifying fluctuation spread out from Lu Ming's feet. Boom! The 9 dragons' heaven-ascending steps and Li Qiushui's sword Qi River collided heavily. The heaven and earth shook violently as the force swept out. But for some reason, under the aura of the Heaven's Gate, it only spread out a few meters before dissipating. The force that could destroy a mountain did not cause much of a stir under the Heaven's Gate. Huff huff, the force dissipated as Li Qiushui retreated a dozen steps while Lu Ming flew backwards. They were evenly matched. The rest of the people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Vaguely, there was a hint of awe in their eyes. Obviously, they had already treated Lu Ming and Li Qiushui as geniuses of the same level. The geniuses of the Thousand River region are indeed powerful. He is only ranked 78th. No wonder Jian Fengyun said that he was injured by a genius ranked 18th in the Thousand River region. Lu Ming thought to himself and was shocked. He did not know that Li Qiushui's heart was in turmoil as he was extremely shocked. Lu Ming was only at the early stage of martial ancestor realm 5. It was unbelievable that he could fight him to a standstill. He was a genius who could fight across more than 2 levels. In that case, wouldn't Lu Ming be able to fight across 4 levels? Li Qiushui had never heard of someone who could fight across 4 levels in the martial ancestor realm. Even the monster ranked first in the Thousand River top 100 list might not be able to fight across 4 levels. Where did this genius come from? How can he be so terrifying? Li Qiushui thought quickly as killing intent flickered in his eyes. However, he did not continue to attack. He stood aside and looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming did not attack either as he looked at the Heaven's Gate. At that moment, the aura in the Heaven's Gate was getting thicker. There were already people sitting cross-legged as they started to comprehend the aura. This aura contains the Tao of heaven and earth. Let me comprehend the force of wind first. Lu Ming pondered. He then sat cross-legged and started to comprehend the force of wind. Of course, he paid attention to his surroundings. If anyone attacked him, he could retaliate at any time. However, no one attacked him. Li Qiushui's eyes flickered but he did not attack. He also sat cross-legged and started to comprehend. Brat, when my force breaks through, it will be your death date. Li Qiushui thought viciously. Slowly, the place became silent. Most of the people started to comprehend and cultivate. Not long after, someone was overjoyed. It was obvious that he had gained something. Force of wind. There was wind blowing around Lu Ming's body. It was light and ethereal. Lu Ming successfully found the Tao of wind in the aura of the Heaven's Gate. Suddenly, his comprehension of the wind increased rapidly. Around his body, wisps of green wind were rotating. It was sometimes slow and sometimes fast. Half an hour later, the force of wind around Lu Ming suddenly withdrew and disappeared. Lu Ming opened his eyes and there was a smile in his eyes. His force of wind had successfully broken through to the great achievement realm. It was at the same level as the force of fire and the two were in balance. Continue. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the force of wind. He wanted the force of wind to catch up with the force of fire. This way, the combination of the two forces could unleash the strongest power. Under the Heaven Gate, his comprehension of the force of wind could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Half an hour later, the force of wind went from the early stage to the middle stage. Another half an hour later, the force of wind broke through to the late stage and was only one step away from the limit of the great accomplishment. Boom! At this moment, there was a rumble not far away. Lu Ming sensed a powerful aura rippling from Li Qiushui's body. That was force. Li Qiushui's force was several times stronger than before. The force of water had reached perfection. Ha ha ha. Li Qiushui stood up and laughed heartily to the sky. An extremely powerful force radiated from his body and filled the entire place, forming a powerful pressure. Those who were in the midst of comprehending were all alarmed and stopped cultivating. Li Qiushui's force has broken through and reached perfection. This is too shocking. This time, his ranking on the Thousand River Top 100 list will increase greatly. Many people were discussing in shock. Force, from the great accomplishment to perfection, was too difficult. Many geniuses were stuck at this step and were stuck for their entire lives. Perfection represented perfection, and its power was much greater than that of great success. Kid, you didn't leave just now. Now, you don't have the chance. Li Qiushui looked at Lu Ming with cold killing intent in his eyes. His force had broken through perfection and his combat power had increased greatly. Now, he was confident that he could be ranked in the top 40 of the Thousand River Top 100 list or even higher. Killing Lu Ming was a piece of cake. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile as he stood up slowly. He wanted to test the power of the force of wind and fire. The two looked at each other and their powerful auras clashed, forming a powerful pressure. The red-haired water demon watched from the side with a serious expression. Buzz, at this moment, the heaven gate hundreds of meters away let out a rumble and shook violently. Rumble, the entire mountain peak shook violently. The heaven gate is going to spit out treasures. Someone shouted. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the heavenly gate with burning eyes. Humph, I'll let you off for now. Li Qiushui sneered. He retracted his aura and looked at the heaven gate. Let me go? There was a faint smile at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. Wang, at this moment, the gate of heaven shook again. In the middle of the gate of heaven, it was misty, like chaos, and no one could see what was inside. Suddenly, a few figures of light flew out of the gate of heaven. As soon as they left the gate of heaven, they made a violent sound of breaking through the air and flew into the distance. His speed was so fast that he covered a distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Those are a few broken weapons. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he clearly saw the true bodies of these figures. These light shadows were actually a few broken weapons. There were 4 of them in total. It was a battle sword, but the tip of the sword was broken. There was only half of a saber. There was also a spear, but the tail had disappeared, leaving only the tip of the spear. The last one was half an iron rod. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Qiushui and the red-haired water demon pounced towards the broken weapons without hesitation. Li Qiushui pounced towards the broken sword, while the red-haired water demon pounced towards the half-saber. Lu Ming didn't stop either as he pounced towards the half-spear. Although the half-spear was fast, Lu Ming was even faster. In an instant, he was close to the half-spear. Wang, just as Lu Ming extended his palm and was about to grab the spear trembled. A blurry figure rushed out from the spear, and an aura of Bayanai under the heavens erupted. This figure was incomparably tall, like a broken shadow. It couldn't be seen clearly at all. One could barely see that he was holding a spear and thrusting it towards Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly powerful. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming didn't hesitate as he took a step forward and clashed with the spear. Bang, there was a violent explosion. Lu Ming felt his feet go numb, and he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. As for that figure, it began to tremble. Then, with a bang, it collapsed and disappeared. Lu Ming's eyes moved. True qi gushed out and wrapped around the half-spear, and he held it in his hand. The spear was pitch black, and it could be seen that it was densely covered with saber and sword marks. It had obviously gone through a fierce battle. At the same time, an ancient and desolate aura spread out from the spear, full of the aura of time. I don't know how long this spear has gone through, but the spear still contains a trace of the spear's owner's inextinguishable fighting spirit. It's really amazing. I wonder what kind of existence the owner of this spear was. Lu Ming looked at the spear and sighed secretly. The half-spear had gone through too much time and had lost its spirituality. However, the material of the spear was extraordinary. Lu Ming couldn't see what material it was made of. He gripped the spear tightly, and there wasn't a trace of a mark on it. After all, it came from the gate of heaven. I'll keep it first. With a move of his hand, he kept the half-spear. In the other direction, the broken saber and the broken sword had all kinds of strange phenomena, but they were all defeated by Li Qiushui and the red-haired water demon. As for the half-iron rod, it flew far away. Under the siege of more than 10 experts, it was finally taken away by a burly man. Buzz, at this moment, the gate of heaven shook again. Swoosh! Swoosh, two light figures flew out. Lu Ming looked and was surprised. This time it was actually two pieces of dried branches. Two pieces of black dried branches. Swoosh! 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 Without any hesitation, the red-haired water demon, Lu Ming, and Li Qiushui pounced on the two pieces of dried branches like lightning. Get lost! Li Qiushui and the red-haired water demon were closer. Li Qiushui shouted coldly, and a dazzling sword light, as white as the Milky Way, cut through the void and slashed at the red-haired water demon. The power of the perfect stage was extremely terrifying. The red-haired water demon shouted angrily and did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated. Li Qiushui reached out and grabbed the dried branch in his hand. On the other side, the red-haired water demon retreated and missed the time. Lu Ming also grabbed the other dried branch in his hand. This dried branch was black as if it had been burnt. It did not have the slightest vitality, as if it was really a dried branch. But considering the wonders of the gate of heaven, Lu Ming still kept it. Kid, hand over that dried branch. Quick, hand it to me. Li Qiushui's eyes were cold as he looked at Lu Ming and scolded with a commanding tone. Why don't you King take a piss and look in the mirror? Who do you think you are? Trash, and you want me to hand over the dried branch? You must be dreaming. Lu Ming glanced at Li Qiushui and said coldly. Li Qiushui's face immediately turned green. His eyes were extremely cold and murderous. He said, Kid, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because we were tied. Now, I'll let you know the power of the perfect stage. Boom, a powerful aura exploded from Li Qiushui's body. Boom, at this moment, the gate of heaven shook again. Another thing spurted out from the stone gate. Whoosh, the stone egg flew into the distance. It's mine. Li Qiushui shouted and pounced towards the stone egg with a flash. Yours? Are you dreaming? Lu Ming sneered and pounced towards the stone egg. At the same time, the red-haired water demon's expression changed and pounced towards the stone egg. Courting death. Li Qiushui shouted and slashed towards Lu Ming and the red-haired water demon. Boom. Boom, there were two booming sounds and the red-haired water demon retreated backward. However, Lu Ming did not move at all. Li Qiushui's expression changed. Is this the power of the perfected force? It's just SOSO. Get lost. Lu Ming sneered and then shouted. His spear shook and the great success wind and fire force merged and drew towards Li Qiushui. Boundless autumn water sword. Li Qiushui slashed out and the perfected force of water erupted. Clang, the spear and the battle sword clashed. Instantly, Li Qiushui's expression changed. Lu Ming's attack was like a hot knife through butter. Li Qiushui's perfected force of water was forced to retreat. How could this be? Li Qiushui let out a roar of disbelief. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His force had already broken through to the perfected stage and its power had increased by several times. Lu Ming's force was still at the great success stage. How could it be stronger than his? This was too unbelievable and Li Qiushui could not accept it. Bang, Li Qiushui's body was sent flying and he retreated dozens of meters. His face was pale. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the stone egg. The moment he grabbed it, Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly and his expression changed. Heavy. This stone egg was unbelievably heavy. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level and the strength of his physical body, he could even lift something that weighed 1,000,000 pounds with one hand. But this stone egg could make Lu Ming's hand tremble. Its weight was definitely not less than 1,000,000 jin. A stone egg that was the size of a human head actually weighed 1,000,000 jin. This was simply unbelievable. The stone egg was not round but oval. It was very similar to an ordinary animal egg. Wait, this is... Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He felt that there was a wisp of life aura in the stone egg. Although this wisp of life aura was extremely weak and could be ignored, it was indeed a wisp of life aura. Could this really be a living creature's egg? It's still alive? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was shocked. A living creature's egg weighing 1,000,000 jin. What kind of living creature's egg was this egg? Lu Ming's imagination. Ah. Die. Die for me. Autumn water sword technique. At this moment, Li Qiushui roared and a river of sword aura blasted toward Lu Ming. This was Li Qiushui's killer move, it was much stronger than before. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He moved his hands, wanting to keep the stone egg in his storage ring. With no time to think, Lu Ming took a step forward with the stone egg in his hand. 9 Dragon Sky Stomping Steps. The 9 Dragon Sky Stomping Steps had merged the power of wind and fire. This was Lu Ming's strongest killing move. Bam! Lu Ming crushed Li Qiushui's river of sword aura with a single step. The immense force did not stop there and blasted on Li Qiushui's body. Crack, crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Li Qiushui let out a blood-curdling scream as blood spurted from his mouth. His body flew out a few thousand meters like a cannonball. Brat, don't let me meet you in the Divine Guard selection. Otherwise, I will make sure you die a horrible death. A furious roar filled with killing intent could be heard from afar. The voice was getting further and further away. Li Qiushui took this opportunity to escape. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he did not give chase. Li Qiushui's combat strength was not much weaker than his. Although he was injured, it was not fatal. Now that he was running for his life, it would not be easy for Lu Ming to catch up to him. The others were dumbfounded. They were all guessing which region Lu Ming was from for him to be so powerful. Li Qiushui's power had reached the great perfection stage. He would definitely be in the top 40 of the Xinjiang Water region's top 100 list. With such combat strength, he was actually kicked by Lu Ming to the point where he vomited blood and fled for his life. Some of the elders sighed. It was really a case of the new generation replacing the old. Buzz, at this moment, the heavenly gate continued to tremble. However, to Lu Ming's disappointment, nothing was spurting out anymore. After a while, nothing was spurting out anymore. Many people were also disappointed. Most of them came here this time. Other than using the aura of the heavenly gate to comprehend their power, they did not gain anything else. They looked at Lu Ming. This time, it was no doubt that Lu Ming had gained the most. He had obtained a total of 3 things. Half an hour later, the mountain started to tremble violently. The heavenly gate is disappearing. Someone shouted. Everyone flew away from the mountain and stood in the air. Rumble, the mountain shook, and a huge whirlpool formed under the river. The mountain was slowly disappearing. After a while, the mountain and the heavenly gate disappeared completely in the whirlpool. The river regained its calmness. As for the aquatic creatures in the river, they all dived into the water and disappeared. Let's go. Seeing that the heavenly gate had disappeared, many people left. Soon, only Lu Ming was left. This stone egg can't be stored in a storage ring? Looking at the stone egg in his hand, Lu Ming was amazed. Can the Temple of Paragon be stored in it? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. No living creatures could be stored in the Temple of Paragon, except for himself. This stone egg also had the aura of life. He wondered if he could store it in it. With a thought, the stone egg disappeared. It can be stored in it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If the Temple of Paragon could not be stored in it, Lu Ming was speechless. He could not possibly carry a stone egg that weighed millions of pounds around all day, right? Let's find a place to study it. Lu Ming's figure flashed and disappeared. An hour later, in a quiet place thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and took out the half of the spear. After studying it carefully, he found that the half of the spear had no other reaction except that it was extremely hard. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. He put away the spear and took out the withered branch. The withered branch was as black as ink, as if it had been burnt. There was no aura of life. However, it had one thing in common with the spear. It was extremely hard. No matter what Lu Ming did, he could not leave a mark on it. It was just a withered branch, but it was so extraordinary. Lu Ming was shocked. He kept it carefully. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. Finally, he took out the stone egg. After sensing it carefully, there was indeed a weak aura of life. It was very faint. If he did not sense it carefully, he would not have noticed it. What on earth was in there? Was it really an egg? Or was there a living creature sealed inside? Lu Ming guessed, letting his imagination run wild. Let's inject true qi and see. Then, Lu Ming injected true qi into the stone egg, but there was no effect. Then, he took out spiritual herbs and spiritual crystals, refined the essence inside, and injected it into the stone egg. Still, there was no change. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only give up. I'd better comprehend the heavenly palm. Lu Ming memorized a trace of Heaven's Gate's aura in his mind and used it to corroborate with the heavenly palm to comprehend the heavenly palm. This cultivation was indeed very effective. Lu Ming's comprehension of the heavenly palm deepened greatly. Although it was impossible to cultivate it successfully in a short period of time, as long as he persevered, Lu Ming believed that it would not be long before he succeeded. A few hours later, Lu Ming continued to move and rushed towards the Myriad Star City according to the map. A few days later, Lu Ming left the Thousand River region and came to another region. This region was called the Eight Desolation Swamp region. The Eight Desolation Swamp region, as its name suggested, was filled with swamps of various sizes. The small ones were like ponds, while the large ones spanned tens of thousands of miles or even hundreds of thousands of miles. In the swamps, there were all kinds of creatures, most of which were poisonous. Similarly, in the Eight Desolation Swamp region, there were also martial artists who established kingdoms. Most of them cultivated poisonous techniques, and their overall strength was even stronger than the Thousand River region. Lu Ming flew in the air, secretly amazed by the wonders of nature. Just like that, Lu Ming hurried along. When he was tired or felt something, he would stop to cultivate. Sometimes he comprehended the heavenly palm, sometimes he comprehended the force of wind and fire, and sometimes he comprehended the second step of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. Therefore, his speed was not very fast. A journey that would have taken a month took him more than 2 months, almost 3 months. When he arrived at the Myriad Star City, there were still 5 days before the selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards. Along the way, his comprehension of the heavenly palm deepened day by day, and he was not far from succeeding. In addition, the force of wind had also broken through and reached the limit of greater mastery. It was on par with the force of fire, but it was still very difficult to break through to perfection. The slowest progress was the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. He still had not succeeded in cultivating the second step. This is the Myriad Star City? When Lu Ming stood at the foot of an incomparably huge mountain and looked up at the sky, he was extremely shocked. What appeared in front of him was an incomparably huge mountain that occupied at least a few hundred miles. This mountain was different from an ordinary mountain. The base of a normal mountain peak was the widest. The higher one went, the narrower the peak would be. However, the mountain peak was like a stone stick. The foot of the mountain, the middle of the mountain and the peak were all the same width. It towered straight into the sky, reaching a height of 10,000 meters, and disappeared into the clouds. And the Myriad Star City was built on this mountain peak. However, this was not what shocked Lu Ming. What shocked Lu Ming was the size of Myriad Star City. The area of the Myriad Star City was more than 10 times larger than the area of this mountain. This mountain was only a small part of the middle of the Myriad Star City. Most of the area of the Myriad Star City was suspended in the air, which was thousands of miles wide. The mountain peak and the Myriad Star City were like an umbrella. The mountain peak was the pole, and the Myriad Star City was the umbrella. The Myriad Star City, which was thousands of miles long and wide, covered the sky and the sun, casting a large shadow on the ground. Lu Ming's eyes were sharp. He discovered that on top of the steep mountain, there were many suspension bridges. Those were for people below the martial ancestor realm to get on and off. Wuzongs could directly fly in. Lu Ming soared into the air and flew towards the Myriad Star City. The closer he got to the Myriad Star City, the more he felt the majesty of the city. The surrounding city walls, which were thousands of meters tall, were pitch black. Densely packed inscriptions were carved on them. There were no soldiers guarding the city walls. However, there was an incomparably horrifying aura spreading out. It was only one side of the city walls, but Lu Ming could already feel hundreds of powerful auras. These auras were so strong that each one was not weaker than the overlords of the Blazing Sun Empire like Yan Quan and Lin Shui. Half-step kings. These auras were actually all half-step kings. Among them, there were a few auras that were as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. They were majestic, many times stronger than half-step kings. Lu Ming only sensed a little, and he felt a horrifying pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. King-level aura, these are definitely peerless martial king experts. Lu Ming was astonished. At the same time, he was also astonished. The Myriad Star City was indeed worthy of being the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch in the eastern part of the Xianxia region. Its strength was simply too strong. It was said that the entire Myriad Star City was built by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's peerless experts. This was only one side of the city wall. Compared to the entire Myriad Star City, it was nothing. However, it was already so horrifying. This is the stage for experts. The Blazing Sun Empire is too small. Lu Ming took a deep breath. His eyes sparkled, filled with battle intent. Then, he flew toward one of the gates of the Myriad Star City. There was no one guarding the gate. There was only an inscription array platform. If one wanted to enter the Myriad Star City, they had to pass through the array platform. If an enemy of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace entered, the array platform would sense it. There were many people coming and going at the gate. It was very lively. Of course, those who could enter and leave were all martial masters. After entering the gate, Xiaochen arrived at an extremely wide street. The street was 100 meters wide. There were all kinds of rare beasts and martial masters on the street. Most of them were young people. A portion of them were middle-aged, and some were old men and women. As the selection of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards approached, the geniuses and experts from all over the eastern part of the Tianxian region gathered. Naturally, there were more people. Experts, they were all experts. Lu Ming casually sensed and realized that the people on the street were all experts. Many of the middle-aged and old men were at least in the 8th or 9th stage of the martial ancestor realm. There were even many half-step kings. Half-step kings were the overlords of the Blazing Sun Empire. They were unparalleled. In the intermediate empires, half-step kings were also the overlords. However, they were no longer the strongest. Intermediate empires had kings. In the advanced empires, half-step kings were nothing. They were only peak experts. In a place like the Myriad Star City, half-step kings were only ordinary experts. Only kings were the true experts. As for the young men and women on the street, they were all dragons and phoenixes. They were in high spirits and full of confidence. Every one of them had a powerful aura. Even the weakest one was stronger than Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. These were all geniuses from all over the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Those who could come here were all geniuses who had passed the preliminaries. None of them were weak. Lu Ming looked left and right, sizing up his surroundings. Soon after, he found a shop and asked the shopkeeper about the location of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Unexpectedly, the shopkeeper thought for a long time before remembering the location of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The reason was that the Cloud Emperor mountain range was too small. Therefore, he didn't have a deep impression of it. Lu Ming followed the shopkeeper's directions and spent more than an hour to find the Cloud Emperor mountain range's courtyard. Every region in the Myriad Star City had a courtyard. It was managed by the elder of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in that region. It was convenient for the geniuses of that region to gather. The courtyard was quite big, enough for thousands of people to live in. Lu Ming walked into the courtyard and registered. Naturally, someone led him to his room. In the courtyard, Lu Ming realized that a portion of the Cloud Emperor mountain range's geniuses had already arrived. For example, Su Yingying, Wang Kai, and the others. On top of that, Lu Ming also saw Yang Liuji, Yan Feishuan, Blue Cloud, and the others. When they saw Lu Ming, their eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Ming smiled coldly. If he had the chance, Lu Ming wouldn't mind killing them all. However, Jian Fengyun, Prince Tianxi, Qiu Chongkong and the others were nowhere to be seen. After taking a look around, Lu Ming returned to his room and continued to cultivate. A few 100,000 li away from the Myriad Star City, there was a cultivation sacred ground called the 100 Deities Slope. At this moment, Qiu Chongkong walked out from the 100 Deities Slope with messy hair. His aura was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. Qiu Changkong said in a cold voice, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Also, Jian Fengyun of the Cloud Emperor leaderboard, it's time to give up the first place. Qiu Changkong had been cultivating at the 100 Deities slope for a few months and his cultivation had improved greatly. Even his force had broken through to the Great Circle. Whoosh, an old man suddenly appeared beside Qiu Changkong. Master. Qiu Changkong immediately bowed respectfully. Changkong, although your cultivation is good, you're still not considered top-notch among the geniuses in the Tianqian region. There are still many uncertainties in joining the Empyrean Divine Guards. The old man said. There are so many geniuses in the Tianqian region? Qiu Changkong asked in disbelief. With his current cultivation and battle strength, he wasn't even considered top-notch? The Tianqian region's east is vast and your generation is considered a golden age. Geniuses are popping up like bamboo shoots after a rain. It's hard to stand out. The old man sighed and said, however, don't be discouraged. Your talent can be considered top-notch in the entire eastern region of the Tianqian region. Some people are stronger than you only because they have more resources than you and their cultivation is deeper than you. You won't be weaker than them in a battle of the same level. As long as your cultivation is higher, you might be able to compete with them. The location of the trial is most likely the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. I know of a secret place in the Dongming Ancient Battlefield that contains great fortunate encounters. If you are able to find the fortunate encounter there, your cultivation will improve tremendously, and it's not impossible for you to become one of the top geniuses of the eastern region of the Tianqian region. After saying that, a jade talisman appeared in the elder's hand. He passed it to Qiu Changkong and said, the information about that secret place is in this jade talisman. Take it and have a look. Changkong thanks master. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. He took the jade talisman and knelt on the ground respectfully, kowtowing to the elder to thank him. Go on. Show off your abilities in the selection of the Detian Divine Guards. The old man said with a smile. Yes. Qiu Changkong expressed his gratitude. He then moved and headed towards the Myriad Star City. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Cloud Emperor's courtyard was bustling with activity. Almost all the geniuses who had passed the preliminaries had arrived. Jian Fengyun, Prince Tianxi, Qiu Changkong and the others had all shown up. However, Xianxia had yet to arrive. This made Lu Ming a little worried. Previously, Xianxia had said that he would find a place to cultivate in seclusion and would rush over to the Myriad Star City. There were still 2 days before the start of the selection and Xianxia had yet to arrive. Could he have been delayed by something? Although Lu Ming was worried, there was nothing he could do but wait. On this day, the leader of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, old Lu Xiao, gathered everyone together and announced some matters regarding the selection. The selection would be held in an ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield was called the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. It was considered a plain and was a secret place under the control of the Detian Divine Palace. It was filled with dangers and opportunities. There were 3 months of free time inside. In these 3 months, one's overall ability would be tested. This included one's wisdom, courage, combat strength, and opportunities. Opportunities were one's luck. Luck was also one of the most important factors for a martial artist. 3 months later, they would exit from the final exit. There were many checkpoints at the exit to filter out the reserved Detian Divine Guards and the official Detian Divine Guards. The Detian Divine Guards would be selected once every 5 years. The location of the selection was different every time, but it was filled with opportunities and dangers. According to Lu Xiao, the Dongming Ancient Battlefield had not been used for the selection of Detian Divine Guards for 100 years. He had no idea what would happen inside. After the announcement, Lu Xiao allowed them to move freely and gather in 2 days. In the following time, they went to various bookstores in the Myriad Star City to look for books that recorded the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. They wanted to know more about the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. The more they knew, the more confident they would be. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, there was still no sign of Xianxia. Lu Ming felt anxious and worried. Something must have happened to Xianxia. Otherwise, she would have definitely come and missed the selection of Detian Divine Guards. However, Lu Ming did not know where Xianxia had gone. Otherwise, he could have gone to look for her. Let's not worry about that for now. Xianxia is someone who will not be taken advantage of. She might not be in trouble. Let's finish the selection of Dtian divine guards first. Lu Ming pondered. On this day, all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range gathered in a courtyard of the Cloud Emperor's residence. Out of the 97 people, only Xianxia was missing. Everyone else had arrived. Lu Xiu glanced around and did not say anything. It was normal for there to be fewer people. Alright, I'm sure all of you are clear about the rules of the selection. However, let me reiterate. The 3 months in the Dongming Ancient Battlefield are especially important. The Dongming Ancient Battlefield is an ancient land from the primordial era. It is vast and boundless. It is filled with danger, but it is also filled with opportunities. Some people can soar to the sky in these 3 months. Some people will become stepping stones for others and be killed. According to my experience, it is best for all of you to work together after entering the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. This is the safest way. Take these 10,000 miles sound transmitting talismans. Each of you will have one. You can communicate with each other in the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. Lu Xiu took out the 10,000 miles sound transmitting talismans and distributed them to everyone. Thank you, Elder Lu. Everyone thanked Lu Xiu. You don't have to thank me. I only hope that more of you can join the Dtian Divine Guards. The better your results, the more rewards I will receive. Lu Xiu was very direct and spoke his intentions. This made everyone have a better impression of Lu Xiu. Alright, let's set off now. The entrance to the Dongming Ancient Battlefield is 100,000 miles north of Myriad Star City. After Lu Xiu finished speaking, he soared into the sky. Everyone followed him out of the northern city gate and headed north. At this moment, the situation was the same everywhere in Myriad Star City. Groups of geniuses soared into the sky and headed north. The small number of people was around 100, and there were even dozens of people. The large number of people was in the thousands. A journey of 100,000 miles was merely a few hours for everyone. The East Ocean Stone Peak was their destination. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they saw a boundless stone forest. The area was made up of countless stone peaks and each peak was more than 100 meters tall. The entrance to the East Ocean Ancient Battlefield is among these stone peaks. The entrance has not opened yet. Lu Xiu explained. The group stopped not far away from the stone peaks and looked at them from afar. At this moment, Shifeng's surroundings were densely packed with people. Ha ha ha, Lu Xiu, you're early. How many trash have you brought this time? At this moment, an arrogant laugh was heard. Then, swoosh. Swoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as a large group of people flew towards them. There were a lot of people and Lu Ming saw at least 600 to 700 of them. The leader was a skinny middle-aged man in a black robe. The group stopped not far away from Lu Ming and the skinny middle-aged man looked at Lu Xiu mockingly. Jiao Sui, it's you? Lu Xiu's face darkened when he saw the skinny man. Haha, what's wrong? Lu Xiu, you don't welcome me? Well, every time you lead the trash from the Cloud Emperor mountain range to the Dtian Divine Guard selection, you've failed miserably. The Cloud Emperor mountain range has not had anyone join the Dtian Divine Guard selection for 2 consecutive years. Compared to the Xinjiang water region, it's a terrible sight. The skinny man, Jiao Sui, laughed mockingly. Lu Xiu's face darkened. However, Jiao Sui obviously did not want to give up. He looked at the people from the Cloud Emperor mountain range and clicked his tongue. I didn't expect so many people from the Cloud Emperor mountain range to pass the preliminaries. Let me see how many there are. TSK, there's still 97 of you. Compared to the 689 people from the Xinjiang water region, there's only a difference of 500 to 600. Also, Lu Xiu, aren't you too cruel? These 97 people should be all the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. If all of them die in the Dongming Ancient Battlefield, the Cloud Emperor mountain range will fall even further. Jiao Sui's triangular eyes scanned the people of the Cloud Emperor mountain range, full of mockery. Jiao Sui, you, Lu Xiu's face was extremely ugly. The faces of the others in the Cloud Emperor mountain range turned ugly. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash actually dares to think that they can pass the selection of the Dtion divine guards. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and are indulging in wild fantasies. In the Thousand Rivers region, some youths also laughed mockingly. The youths from the Xinjiang water region looked at the Cloud Emperor mountain range with disdain. Damn it! Young Master Heavenly Snake, Blue Cloud, Daoist Dao, and the others were all proud and arrogant. How could they endure such contempt? They all gritted their teeth. Kid, it's you? Haha, I finally found you. Suddenly, an enraged roar could be heard from within the water domain. A young man flew out, staring coldly at Lu Ming. Li Qiushui. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This young man was Li Qiushui. It seemed like the other party had already discovered him. Li Qiushui, what are you doing? You ran away so quickly the last time. Are you thanking me for not killing you this time? Lu Ming said with a smile. Kid, you deserve to die. Let's see who can save you this time. Li Qiushui roared. Oh, you can come and try then. Lu Ming looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Junior brother, is the kid you're talking about the trash from the Cloud Emperor mountain range? At this moment, a young man in a blue robe walked out from behind Li Qiushui and asked indifferently. Senior brother Jiang, that's right. It's him. Not only did he use despicable means to snatch the treasures that I obtained from the Heaven Gate, he even plotted against me and injured me. Li Qiushui said loudly. Despicable means? Plotting against you? Hearing such words, Lu Ming wanted to laugh. Li Qiushui was too shameless. Lu Ming had defeated him head-on, but he said that he had plotted against him. You're indeed from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. You only know how to plot against me. Kid, I'll give you 3 breaths time to hand over the treasures that junior brother Li Qiushui obtained from the Heaven Gate. Then, kneel down and admit your mistake in front of everyone. If so, I'll only cripple your cultivation and spare your life. Senior brother Jiang looked at Lu Ming coldly, speaking as if he was giving alms. Sigh. When is the Dongming battlefield going to open? I'm not in a good mood now that I've been surrounded by a few dogs barking at me. Lu Ming simply ignored senior brother Jiang and swept his gaze across the stone peaks. Senior brother Jiang's face turned pale. Lu Ming dared to ignore him. He was digging his own grave. Boom, a terrifying aura burst out from senior brother Jiang's body. A perfect aura was formed. Together with his powerful cultivation, it formed a strong pressure that spread across the entire place. At the Cloud Emperor mountain range, other than Jian Fengyun and Lu Xiao, everyone was shocked. Senior brother Jiang's strength was terrifying. The feeling that he gave off was comparable to Prince Tianxi, who was ranked second on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. Lu Ming's face turned solemn as he looked at senior brother Jiang. Kid, go to hell. You won't even have the chance to beg for mercy now. Senior brother Jiang's face darkened. You talk too much. If you want to fight, let's fight. Lu Ming said coldly. He was fearless. With his current strength, even if he couldn't defeat senior brother Jiang wouldn't be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. Clang, at this moment, a sword chime was heard. A figure suddenly appeared between Lu Ming and senior brother Jiang. It was Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun? Senior brother Jiang's face turned solemn when he saw Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun had once roamed the Thousand River region and senior brother Jiang had seen him before. There was only one person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range that he was wary of, and that was Jian Fengyun. He didn't care about the others at all. Jiang Chen, today is the day of the selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Why? Aren't you afraid of offending the big shots of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace by fighting here? Jian Fengyun looked at senior brother Jiang and said coldly. Haha, Jian Fengyun, I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, I won't just leave a scar on your face like the previous time. I'll take your life. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard from the Thousand River region. A handsome young man walked out. Jian Fengyun's face turned solemn when he saw the young man. Back when he was roaming the Thousand River region, he was injured by this person. This person was the 18th genius in the Thousand River region. Jian Fengyun had fought with him for hundreds of moves and was defeated in one move. That was then. Now, I'll win. Jianfengyan's eyes were like two divine swords that were filled with confidence. Win? What a joke. The handsome young man sneered in disdain. A great battle was about to break out. Zhao Sui looked on coldly from the side, waiting to watch a good show. On the other hand, Lu Shou's face was extremely gloomy. The geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range and the geniuses of the Thousand River region were like eggs hitting a rock. There was no way to compare and the outcome would be miserable. Boom. Boom. At this moment, several terrifying auras appeared in the sky. They were as unfathomable as the ocean. Everyone was shocked as they looked up and saw 4 figures appear in the sky above the stone peaks. These 4 figures were standing in 4 different directions of the stone peak. Each of them was shining with a bright light. Some were gold, some were red, and some were blue. They couldn't see their real bodies, but their auras were too shocking. Kings, they are kings. The kings have appeared. The entrance to the Dongming ancient battlefield is about to open. Someone shouted. The tense atmosphere between Lu Ming and the geniuses of the Qianjiang water zone eased. Wang. Wang. The 4 kings made their moves. Rays of bright light shot out from their hands and entered the stone peaks. At this moment, the stone peaks glowed and countless inscriptions flashed. Kid, you better hand over those treasures. Otherwise, even if we don't kill you now, you will die once we enter the Dongming ancient battlefield. Li Qiushui looked coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming curled his lips and ignored him. Li Qiushui's face turned red. Junior brother Li, why are you talking so much to him? Once we enter the Dongming ancient battlefield, just kill him. Not only do we have to kill him, we have to kill everyone from the Cloud Emperor mountain range until they surrender. Jiang Chun said with a cold smile. That's right, that's what I want. It's time to let these barbarians know how powerful we are. The handsome young man said with a cold smile. Hearing this, the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range were shocked. There were so many people in the Qianjiang water zone and countless geniuses. If they really attacked them, their trip to the Dongming ancient battlefield would be in danger. Damn it, it's all Lu Ming's fault. Yang Liuji roared in his heart. He wasn't strong enough and would be in trouble if he encountered the experts of the Qianjiang water zone. Go ahead. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, let's wait and see at the Dongming ancient battlefield. At this moment, Zhao Sui laughed coldly and flew to the side. The geniuses of the Qianjiang water zone glanced at them unkindly and followed Zhao Sui to the side. Wang. Wang. At this moment, the countless stone peaks shone even brighter. Countless inscriptions appeared and gathered in the sky, gradually forming a large array. Open! The 4 martial emperors uttered a roar. Suddenly, the formation condensed, and a black vortex appeared in the sky. This whirlpool was incomparably huge. It covered the boundless stone peak and was incomparably boundless. This is the entrance to the Eastern Underworld ancient battlefield? It's too big. Countless people were dumbfounded. Alright, the Dongming ancient battlefield has opened. You can enter now. An imperious voice came out from one of the emperors. Let's go in. Let's go. Immediately, the crowd flew toward the vortex. Remember, all of you should try your best to enter together. That way, when you arrive at the Dongming ancient battlefield, you will have a higher chance of being teleported to a close distance. Lu Shou instructed. Everyone nodded, and the group of 98 people rushed toward the vortex. As soon as they rushed into the vortex, they felt the sky and earth spinning. Lu Ming and the others disappeared without a trace. Kill. Kill. Lu Ming began to feel the sky and earth spinning. In the next moment, earth-shattering shouts rang in his ears. Lu Ming's eyes swept over, and his pupils rapidly shrank in shock. In front of him, countless figures were crisscrossing in the sky. The smell of blood permeated the air. There was a fierce battle going on here. Boom, large hands blotted out the sky. Sword chi cut through the sky. Spear light pierced through heaven and earth. Flames burned everything. Strong, too strong. Countless experts that Lu Ming could not imagine were fighting. The entire world was torn apart. Incomparably powerful experts were killed one after another. Their corpses fell to the ground like dumplings. What's going on? Where is this? Lu Ming was shocked. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. This sword light seemed to come from the depths of the universe. Space was torn apart. It was boundlessly terrifying. Lu Ming's strength was insignificant in front of this sword light. Ah! Lu Ming let out a long cry. He was unwilling to be killed just like that. He wanted to resist with all his might. Boom, he felt his vision turn black. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. There was a gentle breeze, and the fragrance of flowers assailed his nostrils. Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a grassland. The grassland was filled with wild flowers. The terrifying battlefield just now had disappeared without a trace. Could it be that everything just now was an illusion? This place is called the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. Perhaps it's just a reflection of the real scene back then. Lu Ming guessed. Perhaps everyone who had just entered would have seen the scene just now. It was condensed from an immortal battle intent. It flowed between heaven and earth, and even time couldn't decay it. This ancient battlefield is probably not simple. According to the records, the Dongming Ancient Battlefield is just a corner of another ancient battlefield. It was separated from the original world and was condensed by the experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, his expression changed. A 10,000 miles voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. There was a message from Jian Fengyun. He had gathered the people of the Cloud Emperor mountain range at a place. It's in the north. If I can receive the 10,000 miles voice transmission talisman, it means that it's within 10,000 miles. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He intended to act alone. However, since it wasn't far away, there was no harm in taking a look. He soared into the air and headed north. He arrived at a distance of less than 10,000 miles in an instant. There were already dozens of people gathered by a small lake. All of them were geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. When Lu Ming arrived, everyone's eyes were on him. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, a few figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. They were Blue Cloud, Yan Feishuan, Yang Liuji, and a few others. Lu Ming, you actually dare to gather here. You're courting death. It's not easy to kill you outside, but there's no need to worry about the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. Blue Cloud said. Yan Feishuan and the others' voices were extremely cold. You want to kill me with just a few pieces of trash? Ridiculous. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he smiled faintly. Lu Ming, don't think that you're stronger than me just because your score was higher than mine in the preliminaries. Now, I'll let you know my true strength. Great Sun Divine Fist. Yan Feishuan roared. His fist was glowing as he threw out a punch. A resplendent sun appeared and blasted towards Lu Ming. Its power was several times stronger than Yang Liuji's Great Sun Divine Fist. Boom, Lu Ming was very direct. He swept out his long spear and merged the power of wind and fire. Puff, Yan Feishuan's Great Sun Divine Fist was like a small flame that was extinguished. The spear light did not stop and blasted on Yan Feishuan's body. Yan Feishuan screamed as his body flew out like a cannonball for 1,000 meters. He coughed out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with horror. You dare to say that you're strong? There was a dead silence. Most of the people looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming is too strong, right? During the qualifiers, although Lu Ming's points were higher than Yan Feishuan's, it wasn't by much. Their combat strength should be at the same level. Now, Lu Ming had beaten Yan Feishuan to the point where he coughed up blood. How could they be at the same level? Blue Cloud Dao's face froze. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Even he couldn't injure Yan Feishuan in one move. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength is above his? How is that possible? Yang Liuji's face was pale. His eyes were wide open and he almost peed in his pants. Lu Ming's combat strength is too scary. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You've just arrived and you've injured your own people, reducing the strength of our Cloud Emperor mountain range. What are you trying to do? Blue Cloud Dao rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted. That's right, Lu Ming. You've offended the people of Xianxia Water region and you're making us the scapegoat. I suggest that Lu Ming leave the team. The person that Xianxia Water region wants is Lu Ming, not us. As long as Lu Ming isn't here, the people of Xianxia Water region shouldn't make things difficult for us. Yang Liuji, who was hiding behind Blue Cloud Dao, shouted. Since they can't beat Lu Ming, they'll use force to suppress Lu Ming and force Lu Ming to leave the team. That's right, Lu Ming. If you're in the team, all of us will be harmed by you. Blue Cloud Dao also shouted. The rest of the people also looked at Lu Ming unkindly. They felt that Blue Cloud Dao and Yang Liuji's words made sense. Hee, you want me to leave? Even if you don't say anything, I'll leave. But before I leave, I'll kill a few of you. Lu Ming sneered. Swish, Lu Ming stabbed his spear towards Blue Cloud Dao. Spear light burst out. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure flashed and appeared in front of Blue Cloud. A jet black sword light slashed out and collided with Lu Ming's spear light. Boom, chi energy shot out in all directions, Lu Ming's body swayed, and he retreated 3 steps. Young Master Tianxi. The person who suddenly attacked was Young Master Skysnake. Young Master Tianxi's face was gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've gone too far. You did something wrong and implicated others. Now you actually want to kill people. Do you really think you're invincible? Oh. Seems like you want to meddle in other people's business? Lu Ming sneered. What do you mean by meddling in other people's business? Brother Lon is my best friend. Moreover, he's right. You should get out of the team to avoid harming others. Young Master Tianxi said sinisterly. Reptile, let's see if you can stop me. Lu Ming exuded a powerful aura. What did you say? You're courting death. Young Master Tianxi emitted a cold murderous intent. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a reptile. Damn it, Young Master Tianxi exuded a terrifying aura. He was much stronger than Blue Cloud Dao and the rest. Young Master Tianxi was ranked 2nd on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard and could compete with Jian Fengyun. He was definitely not someone Blue Cloud Dao could compare to. His combat strength was terrifying. Lu Ming was probably not his match now. However, Lu Ming was fearless. Even if he was not his match, it was impossible for Young Master Tianxi to kill him. Everyone, this Lu Ming is a scourge. Leaving him alive will only cause our deaths. Why don't we attack together and kill him? At this time, Blue Cloud Dao shouted to the others in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The others' eyes flickered. That's right. I agree with Brother Lon. Someone stood out and looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. I agree too. More than 10 people stood out one after another. Together with Young Master Tianxi and Blue Cloud Dao, they formed a powerful force and pressed down on Lu Ming. Among them, there was a genius like Ji Ruffing who was ranked 7th on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. However, there were also some people who stood still. Haha, Lu Ming, you have become the public enemy. Surrender now. Blue Cloud Dao sneered. Do you think you can kill me with just the likes of you? Lu Ming Dao sneered. He was not afraid at all. Everyone. At this time, Jian Fengyun walked out and frowned. The incident at Xinjiang Water region has nothing to do with Lu Ming. Xinjiang Water region has always looked down on us. Even without Lu Ming, I'm afraid they will not show mercy to us. Why? Jian Fengyun, are you going to protect Lu Ming? Young Master Tianxi asked. I'm not protecting anyone. I'm just speaking the truth. Jian Fengyun Dao frowned even more. Jian Fengyun, if you want to protect Lu Ming, then there is no way for us to work together. Let's leave. Young Master Tianxi said coldly. At this time, Lu Ming Dao sneered. His gaze swept over Young Master Tianxi, Blue Cloud Dao, and the others. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he said, Didn't you want me to leave? I'll leave, but the next time we meet, I will kill all of you. Today, Lu Ming Dao wanted to kill Blue Cloud Dao, Yang Liuji, and the others in one fell swoop to eliminate future troubles. However, with Young Master Tianxi's interference, it would be difficult. Moreover, Lu Mingdao estimated that Jian Fengyun Dao would intervene if a battle were to break out. Jian Fengyun Dao would not be biased, but with his interference, it would be impossible to kill Blue Cloud Dao and the others. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to leave first and raise his cultivation and battle strength. The next time, he would kill Blue Cloud Dao and young Master Xianxia. There's also Qiu Changkong. Lu Mingdao swept his gaze around, but he did not see Qiu Changkong's figure. It seemed like Qiu Changkong did not teleport nearby. Next time? You're the one who will die. Young Master Xianxia sneered. He also wanted to kill Lu Mingdao, but with Jian Fengyun Dao's interference, he knew that it was impossible. Is that so? Lu Mingdao sneered and his figure flashed as he quickly left the place. Seeing Lu Mingdao leave, young Master Xianxia, Blue Cloud Dao, and the others sneered. The night in the Dongming ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous. Lu Mingdao, let's see how you're going to survive alone. You still want to have a next time? Dream on. Blue Cloud Dao laughed loudly in his heart. Swoosh, Lu Mingdao soared into the sky and was already 10,000 miles away in a short moment. I must find a way to raise my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve anything in the Dongming ancient battlefield where geniuses are as common as clouds. Lu Mingdao pondered. This area was full of life, unlike the desolate and deathly silent battlefield that he had imagined. It seemed that after a long time, this land had recovered its vitality. From time to time, he could see groups of demonic beasts. However, these demonic beasts were not of high levels, so Lu Mingdao had no interest in hunting them. Also, it's best to find an ancient city before nightfall. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Lu Mingdao frowned. 2 days ago, he had also studied the records of the Dongming ancient battlefield. According to the records, the Dongming ancient battlefield would become very strange and dangerous at night. Lu Mingdao continued to fly forward. Soon, a vast mountain appeared in front of him. Ancient trees towered over the vast mountain, and the roars of beasts were continuous. Lu Mingdao did not stop and flew over the mountain. Caw, before he could fly far, a sharp cry rang out. A huge strange bird rushed out from the forest, flapping its wings and creating gusts of wind. A pair of sharp iron claws grabbed at Lu Mingdao. A Class 7 4th level demonic beast. A Class 7 LV4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster LV7 martial artist. Finally, a high-level demonic beast. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. At the same time, a long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the air and pierced the strange bird's chest. The strange bird cried out. A large hole was blasted open in its chest. It was completely devoid of life as it fell from the sky. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed forward and controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the blood essence of the strange bird. At the same time, he split open the strange bird's body and took out a monster pill. Lu Ming would not miss the monster pill of a Class 7 LV4 demonic beast. The 9 dragons' bloodline swallowed the monster pill and began to refine it. A part of the blood essence and monster pill's energy was converted into genuine qi. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at martial arts grandmaster LV5. The blood essence and monster pill of a Class 7 LV4 demonic beast were of limited use to him. There seems to be high-level demonic beasts in this forest. I'll hunt them while I search for the ancient city. After making up his mind, Lu Ming continued to fly forward. Roar! Not long after, there was a loud roar. A ferocious tiger with 2 heads dashed out of the forest and pounced on Lu Ming. After a while, the tiger's blood essence and monster pill were converted into Lu Ming's genuine qi. The forest was very large. Lu Ming had been flying for 5 or 6 hours, but he still could not fly out of the forest. In the process, Lu Ming had killed more than a dozen Class 7 and 8 LV4 demonic beasts and refined their blood essence and monster pills. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the early stage of martial arts grandmaster LV5. He had not reached the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster LV5. Lu Ming was speechless. At this time, the sun had set and night had begun to fall. Since the sun had set, the forest had become quiet. There was no sound at all. Other than the sound of the wind, all other living creatures seemed to have disappeared at this moment. It was as if all other living creatures had disappeared at once. Heaven and earth were silent. Lu Ming frowned and rushed down the forest. Sure enough, there was not a single demonic beast in the forest. Not even a single insect could be seen. Lu Ming advanced through the forest, his gaze sweeping the area. After a while, he made a discovery. A wolf-shaped demonic beast was hiding in an underground cave that was more than 10 meters deep. It was shivering in fear. Lu Ming frowned as he left the underground cavern and continued forward. At some point in time, the sky was filled with thick dark clouds, and the world was plunged into darkness. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he could only see a few hundred meters away. Huff huff, gusts of cold wind blew past, and it was especially eerie. Lu Ming frowned. With a flicker, he landed on a large tree and observed his surroundings. Ga. Suddenly, a series of strange cries rang out in the distance. The cries seemed to be coming closer and closer, as if they were rushing towards Lu Ming. Ga. The cries grew louder and noisier. It didn't seem to be coming from one thing, but from many things. But in the next moment, those voices suddenly disappeared without a trace. Where did you go? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Huff huff, a gust of cold wind blew past Lu Ming's neck. Not good. Without thinking, Lu Ming soared into the sky. Chi, a cold and sharp force swept past Lu Ming's body and hit the big tree that Lu Ming had just landed on. The big tree was directly cut in two and fell to the ground. Ga, chi, the strange cries rang out again. At the same time, a cold and sharp force attacked Lu Ming. What the hell is this? Die for me. Lu Ming swept out with his long spear. But Lu Ming felt that the long spear swept out, as if it was sweeping the air, and there was no place to exert force. In the next moment, a cold force attacked from behind Lu Ming. Swish! In an instant, Lu Ming's body soared into the sky. Looking down from the sky, Lu Ming finally saw what attacked him. 7 or 8 black shadows in human form. Their facial features couldn't be seen clearly. They were drifting in the air at an extremely fast speed. These damn things can't be real ghosts, can they? Lu Ming was shocked. He felt that it was very possible. This was an ancient battlefield. Countless creatures had died in the past. Blood flowed like rivers, and resentment filled the sky. It was possible for ghosts and evil creatures like ghosts to be born. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming stomped down. Buzz, an inexplicable vibration spread out. A terrifying force erupted from Lu Ming's feet. Vaguely, there was even the sound of a dragon's roar. Ga, those black ghosts seemed to be very frightened. They let out ear-piercing and unpleasant cries. But under the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, they instantly turned into ashes and dissipated. It seems that the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps has a miraculous effect on these damn things. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It made sense. Dragons were powerful creatures that stood at the peak of all things in the world. They were sacred and could not be offended. Not to mention the 9 dragons that were stronger than ordinary true dragons. The 9 dragons stomping the sky steps was named after the 9 dragons stomping the sky. It naturally contained the will of the 9 dragons. With one step, the evil spirits retreated and the ghosts dissipated. Ga, but these black ghosts were defeated. The ear-piercing cries came from afar again. More spirits were charging towards them. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming took a step forward and quickly flew into the distance. In the pitch-black world, the strange cries continued. Lu Ming looked around. There were black shadows flying everywhere. It was like a group of demons dancing. Chi, a few spirits flew toward Lu Ming, emitting beams of cold and sinister energy. Boom, Lu Ming swept out with his spear. 100-meter-long spear light shattered the cold forces and scattered the ghosts at the same time. But in the next moment, those ghosts gathered together again. However, they seemed to have become smaller. It's not completely ineffective. Using force to attack still has some effect. It's just that the effect is not as good. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Swish. Swish, then, he swept out 2 more times. The thick spear light blasted out, containing the powerful force of wind and fire. The ghosts were scattered again. When they gathered again, they were much smaller. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed past. There were more ghosts blocking his way. Lu Ming scattered them in the same way. This was all thanks to Lu Ming's fusion of wind and fire. If it was just one force, even if it was perfect, it would not have such an effect. As for the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, although the effect was good, it consumed too much energy. Lu Ming would not use it unless it was necessary. Just like that, Lu Ming rushed forward. But after 100 miles, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and looked ahead in shock. Kacha. In front of him, there was actually a group of soldiers in iron armor. However, the iron armor on each soldier was tattered and full of saber and sword marks. It was full of the aura of time. Every soldier held a large black iron sword in their hands, and they were filled with fighting spirit. But the terrifying thing was that it was impossible to see the faces of each soldier. At a glance, it was a black fog. In the place where their eyes were, there were 2 scarlet lights. Are these the legendary ghost soldiers? Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. The group of ghost soldiers walked forward step by step and disappeared into the darkness. No one knew where they were going. This ancient battlefield is indeed evil and terrifying. No wonder it is said to be extremely dangerous at night. Just like that, Lu Ming moved forward very slowly. After a few hours, Lu Ming had only traveled a few thousand miles. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent roar in front of him, as well as the strange cry of the spirits. Someone was besieged by the spirits. Lu Ming's figure flashed and approached, only to find that it was a young man and a young woman who were surrounded by more than a dozen black spirits. The young man and woman were both at the early stage of the 5th level. They were considered geniuses and could fight across 2 levels. But among the geniuses who came in this time, they were considered inferior. At this time, they were surrounded by danger, and their bodies were covered with wounds, which were obviously caused by the black spirits. Little sister, go quickly, I'll hold them back. The young man shouted. Big brother, if you want to go, you go, I'll hold them back. The young woman also shouted. However, with their combat strength and great accomplishment, the damage to the spirits was minimal, and they couldn't break away from the encirclement of the black spirits. The 2 of them rushed left and right, but it was useless. Instead, they attracted more spirits. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. The young man roared, holding his saber and slashing wildly. But it was useless. Those spirits were cut apart and condensed again, not shrinking much. Instead, there were a few more wounds on his body. Big brother! The young woman screamed in despair. Little sister, go. The young man ignored her and continued to attack those spirits. But everything was in vain. Just when the 2 of them were in despair. Boom! In the distance, spears shot out and pierced the bodies of those specters. In an instant, those specters were scattered. The young man and woman were stunned at first, then ecstatically rushed out together and escaped the encirclement of the spirits. In the next moment, those spirits condensed again, but their size was much smaller. They're so small? The young man and woman were extremely shocked. Both of them were in the middle stage of the great accomplishment, but the effect was extremely weak when attacking these spirits. But the spear light just now made the spirits shrink by a lot. The power contained in the spear light was simply incredible. Even if it was in the perfect stage, it was impossible to have such power. The 2 of them hurriedly looked in the direction of the spear light. A young figure strode over. He was ridiculously young, not even 20 years old. This person was, of course, Lu Ming. Ga. At this moment, the specters rushed towards Lu Ming's group. Not good. Brother, run. The young man's expression changed drastically as he shouted. If I don't get rid of these specters, I'll be able to leave, but you won't be able to. Lu Ming said indifferently. Solve? This kind of specter is simply difficult to deal with. Brother, I beg you, please save my little sister and leave. I will hold back these specters. The young man shouted anxiously. He raised his saber and was about to step forward. No, we're leaving together. The young woman also shouted. Little sister, don't be stubborn. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. The young man roared. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, he slashed out with his saber. Saber light slashed out and cut the spirits in half. However, it was useless. The spirits recovered and continued to attack. Let's go! The young man shouted. Your little sister is right. If we're leaving together. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly and suddenly stepped out. Boom, a terrifying force spread out in front of him. Bam! Bam! Bam, the dozen or so specters exploded one after another like balloons. After they exploded, they couldn't condense at all. They directly turned into energy and dissipated. The young man and woman were stunned. A single kick had destroyed the specters and they couldn't condense at all. What kind of strength was this? Or rather, what kind of force was this? How could it be so terrifying? According to their understanding, these specters were extremely difficult to destroy. Even a perfect force wouldn't have much effect. Those exceptional geniuses with high cultivation would most likely die if they were to face these specters alone. Only those exceptional geniuses who had comprehended a trace of intent through force would be able to quickly kill these specters. However, there weren't many of such geniuses in the entire Xianxia region. To comprehend a trace of intent through force, such a person could be called a half-king as long as his cultivation reached the peak of martial ancestor realm 9th level. How many people could reach this stage in their 20s? Could this young man who wasn't even 20 years old be that kind of genius? The young man and woman let their imagination run wild. Let's go now. Lu Ming interrupted their daze and took the lead to fly to the front. The young man and woman hurriedly followed. The reason why Lu Ming saved the two of them wasn't because he was merciful. He just felt that the two of them had a deep sibling relationship and were willing to sacrifice themselves in the face of danger. Lu Ming was touched and saved them in passing. With Lu Ming leading the way, as long as they didn't encounter too many specters, there wouldn't be any problems. The three of them moved forward and time slowly passed. 5 to 6 hours later, the sky began to brighten. Purple chi came from the east and a ray of sunlight shone on the earth. The moment the sunlight appeared, the specters between heaven and earth disappeared without a trace. The dark clouds in the sky also dispersed. Soon after, the cries of insects and the roars of beasts could be heard. The scene was full of vitality and everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The three of them let out a sigh of relief and were inwardly amazed. This Dongming ancient battlefield was truly mysterious. Brother, I am Song Yu, and this is my younger sister, Song Jing. Thank you for saving us this time. Otherwise, we would have died in this ancient battlefield. The young man bowed towards Lu Ming. Brother Song, you don't have to be so polite. I just happened to be passing by and helped you along the way. Lu Ming smiled and said. No matter what, we will remember brother's kindness in our hearts. Oh right, may I know brother's name? Song Yu cupped his fists and said. Song Jing was obviously more shy. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming without speaking. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. So it's brother Lu. Song Yu clasped his fists again. I don't know what you two are planning to do next. To be honest, with your cultivation, I'm afraid it's not good for you two to be outside at night. Lu Ming asked. The two of us were unlucky. When we were teleported in, we were separated from the people in our area. We didn't know how far away we were, so we could only find a city to hide in. According to our family elders, there should be a small city not far from this forest. We wanted to hide there, but before we could reach it, it was already dark. Song Yu explained. Is there a small city in front? Lu Ming asked. One of our family elders went to the Dongming ancient battlefield to participate in the selection 100 years ago. According to him, there should be a small city in front. Brother Lu, why don't we go together? All right. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to find a city to stay in. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the mood to cultivate at night. Song Yu and Song Jing were overjoyed to see Lu Ming agree. Immediately, the three of them continued along the mountain range. Tens of thousands of miles passed in a flash. After tens of thousands of miles, they finally walked out of the forest. After the forest, there was a plain. The three of them flew for a few more hours. Finally, a small city appeared in front of them. The three of them were overjoyed and hurriedly flew over. The city wasn't big, only a few miles in radius. There are people on the city wall, Song Jing whispered. Lu Ming and the others also saw it. It seemed that someone had arrived at the city earlier. There were about a dozen people standing on the city wall. Outside the city, there were one or two people who seemed to be talking to the people on the city wall. However, they were too far away to hear clearly. The three of them flew directly toward the city. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, when the three of them approached the city, several sharp sword qis shot towards the three of them. The three of their expressions changed. They stopped abruptly and avoided the sword qi. Their expressions were ugly as they stared at the city wall. The sword qi just now came from the city wall. What are you doing? Why are you stopping us from entering the city? Song Yu shouted. Hee, you can enter the city if you pay 10 million spirit crystals each. A young man on the city wall sneered. This young man was dressed in a black robe with a skull embroidered on it. In fact, the other dozen young men on the city wall were dressed in the same way. They wore black robes with skeletons on them and were obviously from the same force. 10 million spirit crystals? You're clearly taking advantage of the situation. Song Yu shouted. Robbery? Don't make it sound so bad. This is called a refuge fee. You can take refuge in the city after paying the spirit crystals. The black-robed skeleton-like man smiled faintly. Why? This city is a public place. Why should we pay you a refuge fee? Below the city wall, there were two other young men who had arrived earlier than Lu Ming and the others. They shouted at this moment. Why? Because we're stronger and we're disciples of the Serene Demon Palace. Hurry up and pay. If you don't pay, get lost. If you don't, you'll end up like that. The black-robed young man shouted coldly as he pointed a finger into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw several corpses. They were all youths. Those who paid the spiritual crystals have all gone into rest. Those who didn't pay the spiritual crystals and tried to force their way in will end up like them. The black-robed skeleton shouted coldly. The faces of the two young men, Song Yu and Song Jing, were extremely ugly. The disciples of the Serene Devil Palace were too overbearing. Moreover, the dozen or so Serene Devil Palace disciples all exuded powerful auras. There were 13 people in total, and 6 of them were emitting auras of the peak 5th-layer martial ancestor realm. The other 7 were all 6th-layer martial ancestor realm experts. 2 of them even emitted peak 6th-layer martial ancestor realm auras. Those who could enter the Dark East ancient battlefield were all geniuses. At the very least, they could fight opponents 2 levels above them. Some could even exceed 2 levels. This was an extremely powerful force. Even the weakest of them could be ranked on the Cloud Emperor ranking list in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. The 2 strongest youths were at the peak of the 6th-layer martial ancestor realm. They were definitely not weaker than Blue Cloud. As for Song Yu and Song Jing, they were only at the early stage of the 5th-layer martial ancestor realm. The other 2 youths were only at the late stage of the 5th-layer martial ancestor realm. The difference was too great. At this moment, should they retreat or advance, if they retreated, they would have to face countless spirits at night. There might even be other eerie things. Death was the only way out. However, if they were to advance, they would have to pay 10 million spiritual crystals each. 10 million spiritual crystals was a huge sum even for genius martial ancestor realm experts like them. Although they could afford it, it would hurt them greatly. We'll pay. The other 2 youths hesitated for a moment before they finally made up their minds. They gritted their teeth and each took out a storage ring and handed it to the black-robed skeleton. The black-robed skeleton checked the storage ring and said with a satisfied smile, "At least you know what's good for you. Go in." The 2 youths flew into the city with ugly expressions. "We'll pay too," Song Yu said with a sigh. "Pay? I've never had the habit of giving spiritual crystals to others for free." At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly. His words naturally reached the black-robed skeleton's ears. The black-robed skeleton who had been talking previously looked coldly at Lu Ming and said, Brat, if you're not going to pay, get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Otherwise, I don't mind getting rid of you. He could see the cultivation levels of Song Yu, Song Jing, and Lu Ming. They were all trash in the early stage of martial ancestor realm and he did not take them seriously. Get lost? You're the ones who should get lost. Now, get lost. I want the city. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone was dumbfounded. What did Lu Ming just say? He wanted the people from the Serene Demon Palace to get lost? He wanted to take over the city? Crazy, crazy. This brat must be crazy. Even Song Yu and Song Jing were shocked. What was Lu Ming doing? Was he going to fight the people from the Serene Demon Palace? It was impossible for him to win. Although they knew that Lu Ming's force was extremely powerful and was even stronger than a perfected force. Lu Ming's cultivation level was only in the early stage of martial ancestor realm. No matter how strong his combat strength was, even if he was an extremely rare Battle 3 talent, he would not be a match for the people from the Serene Demon Palace. There was actually a popular name for those geniuses who could fight beyond their level. They were called Battle 3 talents. For example, those who could fight beyond one level were called Battle 1 talents. Those who could fight beyond 2 levels were called Battle 2 talents. Those who could fight beyond 3 levels were called Battle 3 talents. Of course, this referred to fighting beyond one's level in the martial ancestor realm. For other realms, they were not called that. Most of the peerless geniuses were Battle 2 talents. Those who could surpass Battle 2 talents were few and far between. As for those who could reach the level of Battle 3, that was even rarer than phoenix feathers and qilin horns. For example, Blue Cloud said, Li Qiushui, and even Prince Sky Snake were between Battle 2 and Battle 3. Lu Ming speculated that Jian Fengyun might be a Battle 3 talent. Brat, what did you say? The black-robed skeleton thought he had heard wrongly. I told you to get lost. Lu Ming repeated himself. Ha ha ha, you told us to get lost? You're just trash in the early stage of martial ancestor realm. Today, you're dead meat. Even if you're a Battle 3 talent, you'll still die today. Kill him. The black-robed skeleton waved his hand. Die. Immediately, a disciple from the Serene Demon Palace flew out and a sharp sword light pierced towards Lu Ming's throat. This youth was at the peak of martial ancestor realm 5th level and was a Battle 2 talent. Unless Lu Ming was a Battle 3 talent, he would definitely die. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. At the same time, a spear light shot out. Puff, the spear light pierced through the chest of the youth from the Serene Demon Palace. The youth from the Serene Demon Palace screamed and his body was sent flying by the spear light. With a clang, he was stabbed into the city wall. What? How is this possible? Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. The commotion had alerted the people in the city. 7 or 8 people flew into the sky to observe the battle. It was obvious that they had paid 10 million spiritual crystals to enter the city. How dare you? The black-robed skeleton roared. The eyes of the other youths from the Serene Demon Palace turned cold as a powerful aura burst out from their bodies and suppressed Lu Ming. To be able to kill a peak 5th layer martial ancestor realm World War II genius with a single strike, he was definitely a Battle 3 genius. Brat, how dare you kill someone from the Serene Demon Palace? Even if you're a Battle 3 genius, you will die today. One of the youths from the Serene Demon Palace yelled coldly. The aura he emitted was extremely terrifying and had reached the peak 6th layer martial ancestor realm. He and the black-robed skeleton who had been talking were the strongest among the youths from the Serene Demon Palace. Is that so? Let's see who will kill who then. Holding the spear in one hand, Lu Ming walked toward the city step by step. Kill. Let's attack together and kill him. The black-robed skeleton waved his hand. Instantly, the youths from the Serene Demon Palace roared as their figures flashed rapidly. Their bodies emitted a black glow as they slashed toward Lu Ming. Even an ordinary expert of the early stage 9th layer martial ancestor realm would be blasted into pieces in an instant. Not to mention that Lu Ming was a Battle 3 genius, even if he was a Battle 4 genius, he would still die. However, was it possible for him to be a Battle 4 genius? However, They would never have imagined that Lu Ming was already a Battle 4 genius before his wind force had reached the greater success stage. Now, he had surpassed the Battle 4 genius. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming yelled as his figure soared into the sky and took a step forward. This step merged with the wind force and fire force. Boom, it was as if 9 dragons were stepping into the sky and surveying the world. This step ignored the number of people and exploded with a loud bang. Bang! Bang! The bodies of the geniuses from the Serene Demon Palace who were below the 6th-layer martial ancestor realm exploded without even having the chance to scream. Those above the 6th-layer martial ancestor realm spat out mouthfuls of blood as their bodies emitted cracking sounds. It was unknown how many of their bones had been broken. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th-layer martial ancestor realm spat out mouthfuls of blood and backed off rapidly. Song Yu, Song Jing, and the dozen or so young men who had taken refuge in the city were all staring with their eyes wide open. Their mouths were wide open, and they couldn't stop gasping. This scene was simply too terrifying. With a single step, more than a dozen geniuses from the Serene Demon Palace were either killed or injured. Even the 2 peak 6th-layer martial ancestor realm geniuses spat out mouthfuls of blood. Most importantly, Lu Ming was only in the early stage of the 5th stage of the martial ancestor realm. How was that possible? How many battles did he have? How could there be such an expert in this world? Damn it. Damn it. Let's go. Let's go. He's a peerless monster. Let's leave first and wait for Senior Brother Yu and the others to return before we kill him. The black-robed skeleton roared. He was scared out of his wits. You want to leave now? Too late. Lu Ming sneered and took another step forward. 9 dragons in the sky. Bang, the heavens and earth shook violently. The severely injured disciples of the 6th-layer martial ancestor realm of the Serene Demon Palace let out cries of agony as their bodies could no longer withstand the force and exploded. Even the 2 peak 6th-layer martial ancestor realm geniuses felt as if their bodies had been hit by a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. Their bodies emitted cracking sounds as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Both of them were peerless geniuses who had slightly surpassed the level of the Second World War geniuses. Their combat strength had barely reached the early stage of the 9th-layer martial ancestor realm, which was why they were still alive after receiving 2 kicks. Run, run, run. The 2 of them screamed in their hearts as they were terrified to the extreme. They turned into 2 rays of light and fled in all directions. Die. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand forcefully. 2 spear glows were fired and instantly pierced through the air toward the 2. Slash, one of them had his heart penetrated by the spear glows, causing him to let out a furious roar as his body fell to the ground. As for the black-robed skeleton, his reaction was slightly faster and he managed to avoid being hit in a vital spot. However, one of his arms was pierced by the spear glows and exploded. The asterisk starred, the Serene Demon Palace will not let you off. Next time I will tear you into pieces. A voice that was filled with hatred rang out from afar. In an instant, the black-robed skeleton disappeared. Trying to escape? Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he took another step forward. Lu Ming's body disappeared in an instant. He left behind a dumbfounded crowd. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. With one step, he covered a distance of 10 miles. When Lu Ming appeared 10 miles away, he frowned. The aura of the youth from the Serene Demon Palace had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming scanned the area but did not find any trace of him. It seems that the other party has cultivated some kind of skill or some kind of treasure that can conceal his aura and hide his tracks. Lu Ming searched for a while but still could not find any trace of him. He could only give up and return to the city. More than a dozen corpses of the Serene Demon Palace's disciples were lying motionless in various places. Their storage rings were intact. The people in the city did not dare to touch them because these were Lu Ming's spoils of war. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he collected the storage rings of the Serene Demon Palace's disciples. At the same time, he devoured their blood essence. Lu. Brother Lu. At this time, Song Yu and Song Jing flew over. Song Yu looked at Lu Ming with reverence. Brother Song, let's enter the city first. Lu Ming said. Then, the three of them flew into the city. After flying into the city, Lu Ming was a little surprised because he saw several youths flying out. Lu Ming grabbed a burly youth and asked, "Brother, why are they flying out?" Sigh. The burly youth sighed and said, "Brother, although you're strong, you don't know that the Serene Demon Palace is an extremely powerful sect. The area where the Serene Demon Palace is located is called the Serene Demon Mountain Range. There are many high-level empires in that area, but the Serene Demon Palace is undoubtedly the overlord of that area. Even high-level empires have to listen to the Serene Demon Palace's orders. Almost all the geniuses in that area have joined the Serene Demon Palace and become their disciples. There is a portion of the Serene Demon Palace's disciples in this city. Those people just now are not the strongest among them. 7 of them went to another city early this morning to investigate, but they will return in 2 days at most. At that time, a great disaster will befall us. All of us will die. That's why they chose to leave this place, preferring to find another city to settle down." The burly youth was honest, explaining everything to Lu Ming in detail. "So that's how it is." Lu Ming was enlightened. He then asked, "What are the cultivation levels of the 7 people who left?" "Almost all of them are late-stage martial ancestor realm and above. 2 of them are early-stage martial ancestor realm 7th-stage geniuses. They are in between the 2nd and 3rd stage of the martial ancestor realm and are extremely powerful. Brother, although you're strong, you're most likely not their match. You'd better leave this place quickly," the burly youth advised. "Thank you for telling me." Lu Ming cupped his fists, but he had no intention of leaving. Although it was dangerous outside at night, if they stayed here, they would definitely be killed when the people from the Netherworld Demon Palace returned. It was better to leave early. "Brother Song, what do you guys plan to do?" Lu Ming looked at Song Yu and Song Jing. "If we leave the city at night, we will be in danger." "I believe in Brother Lu," Song Yu said firmly, intending to stay here first. Song Jing nodded and followed Song Yu. "Alright, then you guys should rest first." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He casually found a room in the city and sat down cross-legged. Recently, his comprehension of the Heaven Path Palm had been getting deeper and deeper. He felt that he could break through at any time. Once the Heaven Path Palm broke through, he would have another trump card. In his mind, the aura that he remembered from the Gate of Heaven kept circulating. For some reason, as time passed, the aura became fainter and fainter. Lu Ming reckoned that it wouldn't be long before he forgot about that aura. Yes, he would forget about it. It would disappear from his memory. Therefore, he had to master the Heaven Path Palm within this period of time. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. The aura of the Gate of Heaven and the Heaven Path Palm kept verifying each other. Lu Ming's comprehension of the Heaven Path Palm was getting deeper and deeper. He felt that there was only a layer of paper between them. As long as he could pierce through this layer, Lu Ming would be able to successfully master the Heaven Path Palm. Time passed, and slowly, night fell. Heaven and earth fell into darkness again. Dark clouds covered the sky. Ga, outside, strange cries were incessant. It was abnormally terrifying. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and walked out of the room. Looking into the distance, he could see many black shadows flickering outside the city. However, the city emitted a layer of hazy light. It was like a semicircle that enveloped the entire city. Those spirits seemed to be very afraid of this light. They wandered outside and didn't dare to charge in. This light was formed by the inscription Great Array. The peerless experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had inscribed great arrays on all the cities in the Dongming ancient battlefield so that the selection could be carried out smoothly. Lu Ming saw that other than Song Yu and Song Jing, there were a few other people in the city who hadn't left, including the burly young man who had returned. When he saw Lu Ming, he smiled brightly. After watching for a while, Lu Ming returned to his room and started comprehending the Heaven's Path Palm. Soon, a day passed. On the second night, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. His comprehension of the Heavenly Tao Palm finally had a major breakthrough. He felt that he had succeeded in comprehending it. "I'll go out and test it during the day." Following which, Lu Ming continued to comprehend and deepen his understanding of the Heaven's Path Palm. Time passed. Soon, the curtain of night retreated, and light returned to the world. Lu Ming left the city and flew into the distance. Soon, he arrived at a large mountain range. Heaven's Law Palm. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a loud roar and thrust his palm towards the sky. Wang, a formless wave spread out from Lu Ming's palm. Then, a huge palm print formed in the sky. This palm print was transparent, like a human's palm, but it had 9 fingers. The palm print was dozens of meters long and wide. It came down from the sky and hit a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak. Boom, with an earth-shattering explosion, the 1,000-meter-tall mountain directly exploded. All the trees and rocks were directly annihilated, turning into ashes and dissipating. It didn't explode into rubble, but was directly annihilated. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak was gone. What a powerful force! Even Lu Ming himself was dumbfounded. According to the secret manual of the 3 Dao palms, very few people had been able to master the 3rd palm, the Heaven's Law palm. Once mastered, it would be infinitely close to a heaven-class martial skill. Moreover, it wasn't the 1st or 2nd level, but the strongest power. Haha, the power of the Heaven's Law palm has completely surpassed the 1st step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. It has become my strongest killing move. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Unless Lu Ming mastered the 2nd step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, he would probably be able to surpass the power of the Heaven's Law palm. Boom, then, Lu Ming started to cultivate again. Every palm strike was extremely powerful. With each strike, a 100-meter-deep pit appeared on the ground. When it hit the mountain peak exploded and was annihilated. Lu Ming struck out more than a dozen palms before he stopped. Because the Heaven's Law palm consumed too much energy, Lu Ming could only strike out more than a dozen palms with his current cultivation before his genuine qi ran out. Lu Ming took out a pile of spiritual crystals and absorbed the energy in them to recover his genuine qi. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's genuine qi had completely recovered. Let's go back to the city and figure it out. Lu Ming smiled. His figure flashed and he flew back to the city. Ah! When he was still some distance away from the city, a shrill scream came from the city. Lu Ming's expression changed and he quickly flew back to the city. At this moment, 8 figures appeared in the city. Each of them was wearing a black skeleton robe. One of them was pale and had a broken arm. It was the person who had escaped from Lu Ming 2 days ago. They were all experts from the Serene Devil Palace. Song Yu, Song Jing, the burly youth, and the other 5 people who had stayed in the city were all captured by the Serene Devil Palace. One of them had an arm chopped off by a youth from the Serene Devil Palace. He was the one who had screamed earlier. Tell me, where did that little bastard go? The youth who had escaped 2 days ago stared at Song Yu and the others coldly like a malicious spirit. I really don't know. He was still here in the morning and then he left. I beg you, let me go. The youth who had his arm chopped off screamed in agony. Let you go? You were there in the battle 2 days ago. Since you were there, why didn't you help us kill that bastard? You saw it. Not helping is a crime punishable by death. Die. The Serene Devil Palace disciple who had escaped had a cold expression on his face. With a swing of his sword, the youth's head flew high into the air. Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others were as pale as paper. The 2 of you are in cahoots with that bastard. Don't worry, the 2 of you won't die so easily. I'll let the 2 of you taste the greatest pain in the world before letting you die. The Serene Devil Palace disciple said coldly. The other 7 disciples of the Serene Devil Palace looked on coldly from the side. Their gazes were extremely cold. Both Song Yu and Song Jing were trembling in fear. Haha, are you afraid? If you're afraid, quickly think of a way to call that little bastard back. The Serene Devil Palace disciple laughed maniacally. No need to call, I'm here. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Everyone quickly looked up. In the sky, Lu Ming stood there and looked down. His expression was very cold and his eyes were extremely cold. He didn't expect that the Serene Devil Palace's people would arrive so soon after he went out to cultivate. Little bastard, you're finally back. Brother Lu, you, leave now. When Song Yu saw Lu Ming, he was overjoyed at first, but then he thought of something and shouted again. The serene demon hall was too powerful. Apart from the young man who had run away, the other 7 people were at least at the late stage of the martial ancestor realm. Among them, 2 were at the late stage of the martial ancestor realm, 3 were at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, and 2 were at the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Their combined power was too powerful. No matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he was no match for them. Although Song Yu hoped that a miracle would happen and that Lu Ming could save them, his rationality told him that it was impossible. Leave? Today, none of you shall leave. The one who spoke was a green-haired young man. He was about 24 or 25 years old and had a slender figure. His aura was intimidating and his long green hair reached his waist. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he looked at Lu Ming and said, "You killed my men? Good, very good. You will pay a heavy price for this. I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Then I'll show you." Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a violent aura exploded from the green-haired young man's body. Triple kill of the serene demon, spirit severing. The green-haired young man shouted and a sword chime sounded. A dark green sword chi shot out from the green-haired young man's hand. In an instant, it crossed thousands of meters and slashed at Lu Ming's glabella. Complete metal force. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Swoosh, the demon-suppressing spear appeared and stabbed forward. The wind and fire force exploded. Boom, the spear radiance and the sword chi collided and there was a dazzling light at the point of contact. Then, the spear radiance and the sword chi dissipated together. They were evenly matched. This person is not weaker than Prince Tianxi. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he could roughly determine the other party's combat strength. Without a doubt, the other party was a genius between a Second World War genius and a Third World War genius. He was at the early stage of the martial ancestor realm and should be able to unleash the combat strength of a late stage of the martial ancestor realm. Kid, you are quite capable. Take another move. Triple kill of the serene demon, god slaying. The green-haired youth roared. A dark green light burst out from his body. It was extremely dazzling. Then, he became one with his sword and turned into an incomparably dazzling dark green sword light, rushing towards Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of several thousand meters. The sky was slashed by the sword light, and the airwaves rolled and split into 2. It was as if the sky had been split open. It was extremely shocking. The power of the slash was significantly stronger than the previous one, which had achieved the strength of the late-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward. Heaven and earth rumbled as a terrifying power surged forward. Boom, once again, a terrifying roar resounded in the sky. Shockwaves swept across, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Bang! 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 A figure flew back and took 3 consecutive steps in the air, causing the air to explode and emit a violent rumble. It was the green-haired youth. On the other side, Lu Ming's body swayed slightly. He took a step back and steadied himself. It was obvious that Lu Ming was stronger than him. The green-robed youth's face instantly turned greener than his hair. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he uttered a roar. How is this possible? A mere early-stage 5th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivator is able to resist my killing blow. How is this possible? He could not accept it. If a mere early-stage 5th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivator was able to fight against him, wouldn't that mean that Lu Ming had surpassed the strength of a 4th-layer genius, and was between a 4th-layer genius and a 5th-layer genius? That was too shocking. Not to mention being between a 4th-layer genius and a 5th-layer genius, there was not even a 4th-layer genius in the serene demon palace. Who was this kid? Where did he come from? Junior brother, let's attack together and kill this guy. Since we're already enemies, the more talented he is, the more we should kill him. With a flicker, a bulky youth appeared beside the green-haired youth. The youth was the other 7th-layer martial ancestor realm genius. Great, let's attack together. Set up the Serene Demon 7 slaughter formation and kill this guy. The green-haired youth gave the order. Shush! Shush! With a flicker, the other Serene Demon Palace disciples in the city below appeared behind the green-haired youth and the bulky youth. There were 7 of them in total, and they stood in a strange formation. As for the fleeing Serene Demon Palace disciple, he stood aside with a cold smile and stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Is it a joint attack formation? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. As for Song Yu, Song Jing and the rest, they looked at the sky anxiously. Now, they could only wait and hope for a miracle. Kill! Kill! Suddenly, 7 voices that were filled with murderous intent rang out. Then, the 7 Serene Demon Palace disciples moved. The 7 of them flashed in a strange trajectory and turned into countless light shadows, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. Chi-chi, suddenly, 7 rays of sword chi shot toward Lu Ming from 7 different directions. Lu Ming's body flashed and he avoided 6 rays of sword chi. However, there was 1 ray that he could not avoid. Shush, the long spear lashed out, containing the power of wind and fire. Boom, Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but retreat. The power of this sword was even stronger than the green-haired youth's second attack. Lu Ming did not use the 9 dragons' heaven ascending steps and was instantly at a disadvantage. Shush! Shush! While Lu Ming was retreating, a few more sword auras slashed toward Lu Ming's back violently. Every step was filled with murderous intent and there was no way to avoid it. 9 dragons' heaven ascending steps. Lu Ming roared and a dragon's roar rang out. Shush! Lu Ming's body turned into a ray of light and disappeared in a flash. Not only did he avoid the rays of sword chi behind him, but he also left the Serene Demon Palace's formation and appeared in the sky not far away. How is this possible? What kind of movement technique is that? The Serene Demon Palace disciples widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Their formation was a famous formation of the Serene Demon Palace. When the 7 of them worked together, their combat strength increased exponentially. Furthermore, those who were trapped would not be able to escape and could only be killed. With the strength of the 7 of them, even a peak martial ancestor realm 9 martial artist would be killed if they worked together. Only a half-step king could escape. However, Lu Ming was only at the early martial ancestor realm 5. How was this possible? This formation is indeed amazing. Alright, I've seen it. I won't play with you anymore. Lu Ming said indifferently. This caused the crowd to be stunned. Lu Ming had purposely allowed himself to be surrounded by the formation. He wanted to see the power of the formation. Big brother, aren't you being too childish? Song Yu and the others wanted to scream. However, the Serene Demon Palace disciples' faces were extremely gloomy. You won't play with us? What big words! Let me tell you, even if you leave today, your friends will end up in an incomparably miserable state because of you. The green-haired youth glanced at Song Yu and the others below and said with a ferocious expression. With Lu Ming's movement technique, they would not be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. However, Song Yu and the others could not leave. Brother Lu, don't worry about us. Leave quickly. Song Yu shouted again. Not leaving? What did he mean by not leaving and not playing with them? The people from the Serene Devil Hall were stunned. What I meant was to get rid of you quickly. I won't play with you anymore. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. What? Get rid of us? The people from the Serene Devil Hall were stunned at first, then they laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Get rid of us? Do you think you can? This kid is spouting nonsense to disturb our mental states. Don't talk anymore. Let's go all out and kill him. As soon as he said that, the 7 disciples from the Serene Devil Hall shone with silver light. Those were chakras, the chakras of king-class bloodlines. Among the 7 of them, 2 had level 2 king-class bloodlines, 3 had level 3 king-class bloodlines, and the strongest 2 had level 4 king-class bloodlines. As their chakras shone and their bloodlines erupted, the auras of the 7 disciples were raised to their peak. Kill. The 7 disciples from the Serene Devil Hall formed a large formation. Sword chi shone as they charged toward Lu Ming. Bloodline? I have it too. Lu Ming smiled faintly and activated his second bloodline. A tall and hazy stone tablet with 4 silver chakras flashed and disappeared. Level 4 king-class bloodline. Although it's strong, what's the use? The green-haired youth roared. Sword chi burst forth and shrouded Lu Ming. What if I add this? Lu Ming sneered. Roar, a dragon's roar was heard. The 9 dragons' bloodline rushed out and roared at the sky. The people from the Serene Devil Hall, as well as Song Yu and the rest, widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. King-class bloodline? Why does he have 2 types of king-class bloodlines? Is he a natural king-class bloodline? Natural king-class bloodline? Impossible. The people from the Serene Devil Hall shouted in disbelief. Even the operation of the formation came to a halt. Nothing is impossible. Devour. Lu Ming yelled. Roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and opened its mouth. A terrifying devouring power came out of its mouth and shrouded the 7 people from the Serene Devil Hall. What's going on? I feel that my bloodline power is unstable. My blood essence is pulsating. Everyone from the Serene Devil Palace screamed in horror. A martial arts grandmaster could unleash both bloodlines at the same time. However, for most martial artists, their first bloodline was only of the ordinary class. Above the martial ancestor realm, when they unleashed their ordinary class bloodline, the enhancement effect was extremely limited and negligible. Therefore, most people would only use their second bloodline. Very few people would use both bloodlines at the same time. But Lu Ming was different. Both of his bloodlines were at the king level, and they had different effects on him. He could use them as much as he wanted. Petty tricks. Keep calm and go kill him. The green-haired youth roared. Really? Let's continue then. Heaven's palm. Lu Ming sneered and suddenly struck out with his palm. Huff huff, the spiritual chi of the world seemed to have been sucked dry as a huge transparent palm print appeared. With a violent attack, it pressed down on the 7 people from the Netherworld Demon Palace like Mount Tai. The terrifying pressure caused heaven and earth to tremble violently. The sword chi that the Serene Devil Palace's group had unleashed collapsed in an instant. Ah! What kind of martial skill was this? How can it be so terrifying? The Yumo Palace disciple screamed in horror. This was simply unbelievable. Hold on. Hold on together. The green-robed youth's eyes were red as he screamed with all his might. The 7 Yumo Palace disciples used all their strength and activated the joint attack formation to the maximum. The 7 of them worked together and slashed out a shocking sword chi that slashed at the heaven's palm print. Boom, the sword chi slashed at the center of the heaven's palm print, causing an earth-shattering boom. Terrifying shockwaves swept out and swept away all the clouds in the sky within a radius of dozens of miles. Even the city below shook violently. Song Yu and the others were blown against the wall by the strong wind before they could stabilize themselves. But they could not care less about their sorry state. They widened their eyes and stared at the sky. Which side would win? Bam! All of a sudden, the sword light trembled and exploded, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the air. Boom! Although a portion of the heaven's palm print's power had been neutralized, the remaining power was still terrifying and continued to press down. Bam! Bam! The 7 Yumo Palace disciples were like toads. They could not move at all as they were blasted into the mud. The 2 with the weakest cultivation let out blood-curdling screams before they stopped breathing. As for the 3 geniuses at the peak of the 6th martial ancestor realm, although they were not dead, they were half dead. Only the 2 7th martial ancestor realm cultivators spat out a mouthful of blood but still maintained a certain level of combat strength. Let's go! The green-robed youth roared and was about to use a secret technique to escape. But Lu Ming's second palm strike followed. Boom! Another huge palm print was formed and pressed down on the Yumo Palace disciples. No! The green-haired youth and the others screamed in despair. The heaven's palm print was extremely mysterious. It completely locked onto them and there was no way for them to escape. Boom! Even though the remaining 2 tried their best, they could not withstand it. Boom boom boom, smoke and dust filled the air as the 2 of them were blasted into the ground, creating 2 huge craters. They lay in the craters, unable to move at all. At that moment, Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others were dumbfounded. They could not recover from their shock. The 7 geniuses of the Yumo Palace had joined forces to set up a formation, but it had been defeated by Lu Ming with 2 palms. That was too terrifying. On the other side of the sky, the Yumo Palace disciple who had escaped last time was trembling all over. His lips were quivering and his face was drained of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Demon, monster, this is all my fault. Run, run, I have to get away from this monster. Run. He screamed in his heart and was about to use a secret technique to escape. Right at that moment, Poochie, a spear light pierced through his heart from the back. The Yumo Palace disciple roared in anger and turned his head desperately, only to see Lu Ming's cold eyes. I let you escape last time. Do you think there will be a second time? A faint voice sounded from Lu Ming's mouth. Then, the long spear shook and the spear light destroyed the Yumo Palace disciple's vitality. His corpse fell to the ground. Then, Lu Ming took another step forward and walked toward the green-haired youth and the others. At that moment, the green-haired youth and the green-haired youth were unable to move. Wait a minute, don't kill us. We are disciples of the Yumo Palace. There are many geniuses in my Yumo Palace. There are more than 500 geniuses who came in this time. We are just a part of them. There are many stronger geniuses in other cities. If you kill us, the Yumo Palace disciples won't let you go. The green-haired youth shouted. Hee hee, as long as I kill you, how will the other Yumo Palace disciples know that I killed you? Lu Ming sneered. Of course I know. I don't mind telling you that I have already copied your figure with the shadow-breathing talisman and sent it to the strongest genius in my Yumo Palace. You won't be able to escape. The green-haired youth shouted. So, it's the shadow-breathing talisman? Lu Ming's heart stirred. The shadow-breathing talisman was the same as the 10,000 miles sound-transmitting talisman, both were refined by inscription masters. Seeing that Lu Ming was silent, the green-haired youth thought that Lu Ming was afraid and was overjoyed. How about this? As long as you let us go, I'll plead with the experts of the Serene Demon Hall to spare your life. We'll pretend that nothing happened today. The green-haired youth said. Since Lu Ming was afraid, he believed that Lu Ming would accept this condition. A vicious murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was roaring in his heart. As long as he could get out of danger this time, he would definitely let more powerful cultivators from the Serene Demon Palace pursue Lu Ming with all their might. He would let Lu Ming die without a burial ground and make Lu Ming regret offending him. Are you done? Lu Ming suddenly smiled faintly and said. What? The green-haired youth was stunned. If you're done, you can be on your way. A cold killing intent burst forth from Lu Ming's body. You. No, don't. The green-haired youth and the other 7th-level martial ancestor realm genius screamed in horror. They had thought that they had seen hope and that Lu Ming would let them go. However, in the next moment, they had fallen from heaven to hell. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with them. Spear radiance shot out and killed the two of them. Then, he killed the other severely injured people one by one, took their storage rings, and devoured their blood essence. Brother Lu, we have to thank you for saving us this time. Songyu flew over and stammered. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in his heart. He was becoming more and more unreachable. There's no need to thank me. I've implicated you this time. Brother Song, what do you plan to do next? This city has been exposed. I'm afraid that the experts of the Serene Demon Hall will come. Lu Ming said. We've received news that there's a small city in the north. There are experts in our area and we plan to meet them there. Songyu said. Lu Ming nodded. This was good too. He was not a charitable person and could not spend time helping them. They had to rely on themselves. Immediately, the Song siblings, as well as the sturdy young man, bid farewell to Lu Ming and left for the north. Lu Ming walked into a room and sat down cross-legged to refine the blood essence he had just devoured. They were the blood essences of martial artists in the 6th and 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. They were not of much help to Lu Ming. After refining them, Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Now that I've successfully mastered the Heaven's Path Palm, my battle prowess has increased greatly. Although I haven't reached the level of a 5-battle genius, I've reached the peak of a 4-battle genius. Lu Ming concluded his combat strength. If Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and unleashed all of his bloodline, the Heaven's Path Palm combined with the power of wind and fire would allow Lu Ming's battle prowess to reach the peak of battle 4. Earlier, he had used this move to defeat the Serene Devil Hall's group in one fell swoop. However, the peak of the 4 battles genius was only a step away from the 5 battles genius. However, this step was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was extremely difficult to reach the 5 battles genius level. Even if Lu Ming mastered the second step of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps, he would not be able to reach the 5 battles genius level. If I want to increase my battle prowess quickly, I can only increase my cultivation level quickly. Lu Ming pondered. The power of the Heaven's Path Palm was already extremely terrifying. Even if he mastered the second step of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps, his power would not be much stronger than the Heaven's Path Palm. Unless he mastered the third step, his battle prowess would increase greatly. However, he had not even mastered the second step, let alone the third step. In terms of power, the power of wind and fire were both at the peak of the great accomplishment realm. The power of the 2 powers when combined was extremely terrifying. Even if Lu Ming broke through to the great accomplishment realm in one of the powers, the power of the 2 powers would not increase by much. Unless both powers reached the great accomplishment realm. However, this was not something that could be comprehended in a short period of time. Therefore, if Lu Ming wanted to increase his battle prowess in a short period of time, he could only increase his cultivation level. Among the geniuses in this selection, his shortcoming was his cultivation level. I need to find a place with powerful demonic beasts and hunt them to increase my cultivation level. Lu Ming made up his mind and left the small town, heading west. He headed west, looking for a place with powerful demonic beasts. Slowly, night fell. Night came again. However, with Lu Ming's power of wind and fire, as long as he did not encounter anything too strange, he would not be in danger. Those spirits could not do anything to him. He rushed forward until the day came again, and the world regained its vitality. During the day, Lu Ming sped up. Soon, he had covered hundreds of thousands of miles. Finally, Lu Ming stopped in the middle of a vast mountain. This mountain was full of vitality. In the depths of the mountain, there were loud roars, accompanied by waves of powerful aura that soared to the sky. Lu Ming sensed more than 10 Class 8 LV4 demonic beasts aura. There were even Class 9 LV4 demonic beasts aura. Great, this is the place. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This boundless mountain seemed to have nurtured many powerful demonic beasts. Lu Ming rushed into the mountain without hesitation. Hiss, not long after, a python that was more than 50 meters long pounced toward Lu Ming. The python emitted a Class 8 LV4 demonic beasts aura. Good timing. Lu Ming grinned and thrust his long spear. With a puff, it pierced a big hole in the python's head. The python hissed, and its huge body rolled, crushing several large trees that would take several people to wrap their arms around them. After rolling a few times, it stopped breathing. Lu Ming stepped forward and devoured the blood essence of the python. At the same time, he took out the demon core and devoured it as well. The blood essence and monster core of a Class 8 LV4 demonic beast were much more effective. After a while, Lu Ming's body shook slightly and he finally broke through to the middle stage of Martial Grandmaster realm. Then, he continued to hunt demonic beasts. Half a day later, Lu Ming had killed 8 Class 8 LV4 demonic beasts and a Class 9 LV4 demonic beast. His cultivation had reached the peak of the middle stage of Martial Grandmaster realm and was not far from the late stage of Martial Grandmaster realm. At this time, night fell again and all the demonic beasts went into hiding. Lu Ming followed a demonic beast and hid in a cave more than 10 meters underground. But before long, the spirit still found him. Lu Ming came to a conclusion. It was useless for outsiders like them to hide. The ghost would still find them. On the other hand, the ghost would not find the demonic beasts if they hid. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only resist and wait for time to pass. When the day came, Lu Ming meditated for a while. After he recovered, he continued to hunt demonic beasts. Croak, half an hour later, Lu Ming sprinted out of a valley and frantically fled into the distance. A loud cry came from the valley, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing countless trees to tremble. Following this, a 50-meter-tall toad that looked like a small mountain rushed out of the valley. Whoosh, the giant toad opened its mouth and a scarlet tongue pierced through the air toward Lu Ming. Boom, the giant toad's scarlet tongue didn't hit Lu Ming. Instead, it hit a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak. The giant toad was enraged. It flicked its scarlet tongue, and the 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak exploded in half. That part of the mountain peak whizzed toward Lu Ming. Nest, this toad is too strong. It's definitely a half-step king. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and instantly moved 10 miles away. Rumble, behind him, that part of the mountain peak hit the ground and let out a deafening rumble. Who knew how many creatures were slaughtered by this attack? Lu Ming didn't stop. He took a few more steps and finally got rid of the giant toad. This time, he was really unlucky. He had just casually barged into a valley, and he had already alarmed such a powerful existence. Seems like I still have to be careful. Who knows what kind of existences reside in this ancient battlefield? If I meet a real beast king, I won't even know how I died. Lu Ming thought. He then focused and carefully observed while continuing to hunt beasts. Rich medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming hadn't walked more than 100 miles when a rich medicinal fragrance suddenly assaulted his nose. To the left. Lu Ming identified and found that the medicinal fragrance came from the left. Immediately, Lu Ming went to the left. There were 2 mountains in front of him. They were 7,000 to 8,000 meters tall and pierced through the clouds. They were exceptionally majestic. In the middle of the 2 mountain peaks, there was a huge canyon. The medicinal fragrance was coming from there. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. In the forest, a few corpses of beasts were lying on the ground. There were sword wounds on their bodies. From the looks of it, they hadn't been dead for long. There are already people here. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming immediately focused and continued forward. Along the way, he saw many more corpses. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 8 young men and women appeared in front of Lu Ming. Halt! This place has already been occupied by my soaring tiger mountain range. Friend, please return. The 8 young men and women sized up Lu Ming. One of them, a blue-robed young man, said. The Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Flying Tiger Mountain Range was a small area south of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Although it was bigger than the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, it wasn't much bigger. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, occupied by you? I've never heard of any place in the Dongming ancient battlefield that is privately owned. If you can come, then so can I. It was obvious that there were treasures in the canyon. The people of the Soaring Tiger Mountain Range wanted to occupy this place, clear out the demonic beasts here, and take the treasures for themselves. It was not easy for Lu Ming to meet him. How could he miss this opportunity? Brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. A mere martial ancestor realm level 5 cultivation dares to bargain with us. Since you don't want to leave, stay here forever. The blue-robed young man's face darkened, and he emitted a murderous aura. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lu Ming let out a calm smile. Boasting shamelessly. A mere 5th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivator dares to be so smug. Die. Beside the blue-robed young man, a cold young man with a cultivation of the early stage 6th-layer martial ancestor realm stepped forward and lashed out at Lu Ming. Roar, a ferocious tiger appeared and lunged at Lu Ming. This young man was a genius. With his cultivation of the early stage 6th-layer martial ancestor realm, he believed that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. However, his face turned pale in the next instant. Lu Ming gave a casual slap and the ferocious tiger that he condensed was easily dispersed. Following this, Lu Ming continued to slap him. Pa, the crisp sound of a slap rang out, and the cold-looking youth let out a miserable cry. His body was like a cannonball as he was sent flying. He crashed through 2 large trees before coming to a stop. He lay there twitching non-stop, having already fainted. The others inhaled deeply and stared at Lu Ming in astonishment. Let's attack together. The blue-robed young man let out a roar as he collected his thoughts. Following this, silver chakras appeared as their bloodlines were unleashed, resulting in 7 powerful auras. Among them, the blue-robed young man's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th-layer martial ancestor realm. Humph! Lu Ming harumphed as his eyes glistened. A long spear appeared in his hand as he lashed out. Bang! Bang! Following 6 explosions, apart from the blue-robed young man, the other 6 were sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Meanwhile, the blue-robed young man was knocked 100 meters backward while coughing out mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming frowned as he was not satisfied with his attack. The so-called genius of the Battle 3 or Battle 4 did not mean that he could achieve that with a casual attack. It meant that he had to unleash his full strength to execute his ultimate move. Lu Ming's Heaven's Path palm was able to reach the peak of the Battle 4 level. However, his 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps was only slightly better than the Battle 4 level. If he only executed the power of wind and fire without the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps or the Heaven's Path palm, he would only be able to reach the Battle 4 level. While he was not satisfied with his attack, the blue-robed young man and the others were terrified. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something flying could be heard. Dozens of figures flew out from the direction of the canyon. It was obvious that they were all geniuses from the Flying Tiger Mountain range. They had been alerted earlier. How dare you go against so many people from the Flying Tiger Mountain range alone? Are you courting death? Dozens of people stood in front of Lu Ming as a burly young man shouted coldly. This place does not belong to the Flying Tiger Mountain range. I can come and go as I please. You are the ones who are too overbearing. Lu Ming said calmly. Kid, which region are you from? The one who spoke was a young man standing in the middle of the dozens of people. This young man had a strong back and a strong waist. His arms were extremely long and could reach his knees. It was obvious that he was the leader of the group. Lu Ming looked at this person and frowned. This person gave him a dangerous feeling. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Lu Ming said. There was nothing to hide. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? After hearing Lu Ming's words, the dozens of people from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range relaxed. The long-armed young man in the lead had a cold smile on his face. So you are from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Haha, since you dare to injure so many of us, you shall stay here forever. The long-armed young man sneered. He had said so much just now because he was afraid that Lu Ming was a genius from a large region. If that was the case, he would have to think twice. Now? There was no need for that. Brother Fei, you are the top expert in the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. There is no need for you to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. I will kill him. The burly young man from before strode out. With every step he took, the ground rumbled and cracked. A giant black bear appeared above his head and 4 silver chakras shone brightly. The early stage of the martial ancestor realm. There was no doubt that this person was a genius who was not weaker than Prince Xianxia. Die. A saber appeared in the burly young man's hand and he slashed at Lu Ming. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming did not want to waste time with him and he immediately executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. Boom, there was a loud explosion and the burly young man's body slid back 1,000 meters. Along the way, there was a deep gully. His body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Sizzle, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. The geniuses of Flying Tiger Mountain Range looked at Lu Ming in shock. It was unbelievable that he could injure the burly young man with just one move when he was only a martial ancestor realm level 5 martial ancestor. The long-armed young man was shocked at first. Then, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. I never thought that Cloud Emperor Mountain Range would have such a demonic genius like you. I'm afraid Jian Fengyun is no match for you. Alright, I'll kill you before you rise. Otherwise, you'll be a threat to Flying Tiger Mountain Range in the future. The long-armed young man said coldly. Bam, as soon as he finished speaking, he threw himself at Lu Ming like a cannonball and threw out a punch. The punch was terrifying and it was much more powerful than the burly young man's. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps and took a step forward. Boom, there was a loud explosion and Lu Ming's 9 dragons stomping the sky steps was blocked. At the same time, a powerful force surged and Lu Ming was pushed back. Advanced Martial Ancestor Realm Level 7 Cultivation. What a powerful force. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Roar! There was a loud roar and a majestic giant ape appeared above the long-armed young man's head. There were 5 silver chakras on the giant ape's body. Level 5 King Class Bloodline, Steel Raging Ape. Ape King Divine Fist. The long-armed young man roared and threw out another punch. The fist radiance was like a giant ape's fist and it flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned grave. This person was definitely a triple battle genius and he was no weaker than Jian Fengyun. Heaven Palm. Lu Ming executed his most powerful move without hesitation. The Heaven Palm print formed and collided with the Ape King Divine Fist. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and everything within a radius of tens of miles shook violently. The fist and palm collided, forming a terrifying hurricane that swept across the sky and earth. Some of the weaker youths in the soaring Tiger Mountain range were swept away by the hurricane and were forced to retreat. Boom! After the loud noise, a figure flew backward rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He flew several thousand meters away and stood in the air with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The long-armed young man was too powerful. His cultivation had reached the late 7th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, which was more than 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. In addition, he was a 3-fight genius, so he was more than 5 levels higher than Lu Ming. Lu Ming had not reached the level of a 5-battle genius, so how could he be a match for him? He's still not dead? Little did he know that the long-armed young man's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming's battle prowess shocked him until his hair stood on end. He had also been to those big areas before. However, even in a large region, there was no such terrifying genius. Not to mention anything else, he had only heard of the 4th battle genius, but had never seen one. It was obvious that Lu Ming had surpassed the 4th battle genius. Die, he must die. The long-armed young man roared in his heart and yelled, I've already injured him. Let's attack together, we can't let him leave alive. Having said that, he hurriedly attacked Lu Ming. Kill! The other cultivators of the soaring Tiger Mountain range yelled as they attacked at the same time, resulting in a shocking scene. These young men were the strongest cultivators of the soaring Tiger Mountain range. It was as if all the geniuses on the monarch ranking were attacking at the same time. How terrifying was the scene! I'm too lazy to play with you. Lu Ming turned around and left with the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. In the next instant, he was 10 miles away. What a joke, Lu Ming was not stupid to fight with so many people, including a long-armed young man. Since he was no match for them, why not retreat for the time being? Besides, Lu Ming already had a plan in mind. Chase! The long-armed young man yelled, but their speed was no match for Lu Ming's. In a few moments, Lu Ming was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! The long-armed young man cursed. Let's go back. We must get the level 5 spiritual herbs in the valley. The long-armed young man yelled. Then, the group of cultivators of the soaring Tiger Mountain range returned to the valley to clear out the beasts inside. Lu Ming covered 10 miles in one step. He was very fast. Soon, he arrived outside a valley. There was a giant toad that was half a step away from the Beast King realm in the valley. That's right. Lu Ming came here to borrow the toad's strength. He wanted to use the toad's strength to disrupt the battle and seize the opportunity to snatch the spiritual herbs in the valley. Based on the medicinal fragrance that the spirit medicine gave off, Lu Ming speculated that it was very likely a level 5 spirit medicine. A level 4 spiritual herb definitely did not have such a fragrance. A level 5 spiritual herb. Lu Ming was excited at the thought of it. A level 5 spiritual herb was a rare treasure that even a beast king would want. If he had a level 5 spiritual herb, Lu Ming could cultivate the myriad spirit battle body and push his physical body to level 6. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming rushed into the valley. Croak! After a while, an earth-shattering cry was heard, and the grass and trees shook. Then, Lu Ming rushed out of the valley as if his boat was on fire. Croak! A giant toad the size of a mountain rushed out of the valley and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and appeared 10 miles away in an instant. Croak! The giant toad exerted its strength with its 4 limbs and its enormous body rushed into the sky, It crossed 7 to 8 miles in an instant and landed heavily on the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air and the ground cracked. Then, the giant toad rushed out of the smoke and dust again and pounced on Lu Ming. Lu Ming took another step forward, causing the giant toad to pounce on nothing. A man and a toad, one chasing and one escaping, were dozens of miles away in the blink of an eye. When the giant toad stopped and did not want to give chase, Lu Ming stopped as well and shot it. The giant toad was furious and continued to chase after Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming came to the giant valley again. Lu Ming did not stop at all. He dashed toward the canyon directly. Who is it? With a loud shout, a few figures rushed out from below. One of them was the burly young man who was injured by Lu Ming. You again? You dare to come again? You're courting death. The burly young man roared when he saw Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! A dozen figures rushed out from below. Boy, I won't let you go this time. The alarmed young man also rushed out. I brought you a gift. Don't thank me. Lu Ming smiled. What? The alarmed young man and the others were stunned. Croak, a loud roar came from afar. Then, they saw a mountain-like figure rushing over from afar. That's... Ah. Oh no, retreat. The alarmed young man's expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. Lu Ming smiled and dashed into the house. However, a few people in the Flying Tiger mountain range did not react in time and were directly crushed by the giant toad. Boom! Whoosh! Then, the giant toad's crimson tongue shot out. 5 or 6 geniuses from the Flying Tiger mountain range were caught by the tongue. Help me! 5 or 6 young men screamed in horror. The next moment, the giant toad's tongue retracted back into its mouth and stopped screaming. Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush into the canyon. Damn it, beast! Don't even think about it. The alarmed young man roared and rushed into the canyon. The rest of the people fled in all directions. Some ran out of the canyon and some ran into the canyon. Croak, the giant toad cried and rushed into the canyon. Along the way, Lu Ming saw many corpses of demonic beasts. Wherever there were spiritual herbs, there would be powerful demonic beasts guarding it. The canyon was very wide and deep. It was formed by 2 huge mountains. The deeper he went, the stronger the fragrance of the herbs. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a dozen demonic beasts rushed out of the canyon. These demonic beasts were very powerful. The weakest of them was Class 8 LV4. 7 or 8 of them were Class 9 LV4. 2 of them were even at the peak of Class 9 LV4. They were only one step away from becoming a half-step monster king. These were the most powerful demonic beasts in the canyon. The long-armed young man and the others were afraid of these demonic beasts and did not rush in. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward. His figure suddenly soared into the sky and appeared high in the sky. Then, he took another step forward. This time, his target was the deeper part of the canyon. Roar! Some demonic beasts roared and tried to stop Lu Ming, but he was too fast. They could not stop him in time. At this moment, the giant toad rushed in again. Croak! The giant toad roared and attacked both humans and demonic beasts. Suddenly, the giant toad and the dozen powerful demonic beasts were engaged in a chaotic battle. Damn it! Damn it! The long-armed young man roared. The people from the Flying Tiger mountain range were the first to be affected by the demonic beasts on both sides. A few more people were killed by the demonic beasts. The spiritual herbs are mine. The long-armed young man roared and used all his strength to rush out of the encirclement and into the depths of the canyon. At this moment, Lu Ming had already rushed into the depths of the canyon. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Ming was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. What appeared before his eyes was actually a medicinal field. Yes, even though an unknown amount of time had passed, one could still vaguely see that it was a medicinal field. There were 7 or 8 stalks of spiritual herbs growing in the medicinal field. Every stalk of spiritual medicine flickered with a faint spiritual glow, and every stalk emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. That's a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and a phoenix-shaped Ganoderma. Lu Ming saw a few that he recognized at a glance. The 10,000-year blood ginseng was as thick as a child's arm. Its entire body was blood red, and it flickered with a blood-red light. It was obviously extraordinary. There was also a phoenix-shaped Lingji mushroom, which actually looked like a phoenix. It was vivid and lifelike, and its medicinal fragrance was extremely rich. These 2 spirit herbs were both level 5 spirit herbs. Furthermore, it looked like it had been around for a long time, and its medicinal power was extremely strong. There were a few other herbs that Lu Ming didn't recognize, but they didn't look any worse than the 10,000-year blood ginseng and the phoenix-shaped Lingji mushroom. They were definitely level 5 spiritual herbs. Upper level 5. These spirit herbs are definitely upper level 5 spiritual herbs. Even a martial king would drool if he saw them. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. Haha, with these spirit herbs, my physical body will be able to break through to level 6. Wait a minute, what's that? Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze fell on a small tree in the depths of the medicinal field. This small tree was not tall, only a little more than a meter tall. There was not a single leaf on the branches, but there were 9 fist-sized fruits hanging from it. The fruits were bright red and sparkling. Around the fruits, there was a dense fiery red mist, as if a flame was burning and jumping. Could this be the red cinnabar fruit? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened, and he couldn't hide the crazy joy in his eyes. The red cinnabar fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was said that if a martial arts grandmaster consumed it, his cultivation would rapidly increase without any side effects. Haha, God is helping me. With the red cinnabar fruit, my cultivation will increase by a level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Whoosh, at that moment, the long-armed young man was flying towards him. Then, his eyes flashed. He had obviously seen the spirit herbs and the red cinnabar fruit in the medicinal field. Red cinnabar fruit, that's the red cinnabar fruit. With these 9 red cinnabar fruits, my cultivation will definitely reach level 8 or even level 9 martial arts grandmaster. Then, I won't have to be afraid of anyone in the Dongming ancient battlefield. The long-armed young man roared in his heart. But in the next moment, his face became ferocious and he shouted, "Bastard, what are you doing? These spirit herbs are mine." Lu Ming pounced on the spirit herbs. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Hearing the long-armed young man's words, Lu Ming was speechless and twitched his lips. With a wave of his hand, a vast amount of true qi surged out and turned into true qi shovels that dug out the 7 spirit herbs. Lu Ming waved his hand again and the spirit herbs were all stored in the Temple of Paragon. Then, Lu Ming pounced on the 9 red cinnabar fruits. Bastard, stop it. The long-armed young man's eyes turned red and he roared in a frenzy as he pounced on Lu Ming. Heaven's palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. This time, Lu Ming unleashed his strongest combat strength. Great Ape King's Divine Fist. The long-armed young man punched out. Boom, there was a terrifying vibration and the heaven's palm was pierced through. However, the long-armed young man's body was stopped for a moment. Whoosh, Lu Ming was sent flying by the force of the fist and he happened to pass by the red cinnabar fruit. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming kept the 9 red cinnabar fruits in the Temple of Paragon. Bam! Lu Ming's body slammed into the wall of the valley. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hand over the spirit herbs and the red cinnabar fruits. The long-armed young man roared. Idiot! Lu Ming sneered and stepped into the sky. In an instant, he appeared in the sky. Then, he took another step and flew 10 miles away. Bastard! Bastard! Stop right there! The long-armed young man shouted hysterically. This was originally his opportunity. If he could use the red cinnabar fruit to increase his cultivation, he could use it as a foundation to fight for more resources. But now, it was all taken away by Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored him and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon without a trace. Damn it! Damn it! When I get out of the Dongming ancient battlefield, I'll lead a group of experts to the Cloud Emperor mountain range to find you and your family. I'll kill them all. The long-armed young man's eyes flashed with hatred. Then, he gritted his teeth and pounced to save the other geniuses in the soaring Tiger mountain range. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning. Soon, he arrived at a quiet place 10,000 miles away. With a thought, he appeared in the Temple of Paragon. Now, let's start cultivating the myriad spirit battle body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up the 10,000-year blood ginseng and started cultivating the myriad spirit battle body. Soon, the 10,000-year blood ginseng turned into wisps of myriad spirit chi and entered Lu Ming's body. The effects of the level 5 superior grade elixir were too strong and rich. It constantly transformed into the aura of all spirits, nourishing Lu Ming's physical body. Lu Ming's physical body was glowing, sparkling, and dazzling. His chi and blood were full of vitality. A day later, the 10,000-year blood ginseng was completely refined. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled and his bones emitted crisp sounds. His muscles were as taut as steel wires, making buzzing sounds. His body was breaking through the bottleneck. After half a day, the strange phenomenon disappeared and Lu Ming opened his eyes. Rank 6 lower tier physical body. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly and he was delighted. After refining the upper LV5 spiritual medicine, Lu Ming's body had finally broken through. 6th grade physical body. Even some martial king realm warriors had to specially cultivate their physical bodies in order to achieve such a level. What incredible power! Given his current fleshly body, combined with his Xianxia, how strong would he be? With a thought, Lu Ming appeared outside the Temple of Paragon. It was already dusk of the second day. I was safe last night. I was so stupid. I couldn't enter the Temple of Paragon because it was in danger. As long as I could enter the Temple of Paragon before night fell, I wouldn't have to dodge the attacks of the spirits. Lu Ming was stunned. He scolded himself for being stupid. Why did he have to fight with the spirits every night when he had the Temple of Paragon? Let's test my strength first. The demon-suppressing spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He shook the spear and struck the ground. Boom, there was a loud boom and the ground shook violently. The ground cracked and debris flew. A spear-shaped trench appeared on the ground and extended forward. It extended for more than 200 meters before it stopped. A 10-meter deep and 200-meter long trench appeared on the ground. The power of a casual attack has increased a lot. Lu Ming was delighted. The attack just now was purely a combination of genuine chi and physical strength. He didn't use any martial skills or the power of wind and fire. Try something else. Next, Lu Ming added the power of wind and fire and started experimenting. After that, he continued to experiment with the 9 dragons ascending heaven steps and the heavenly path palm. It seems like my strongest battle prowess hasn't improved by much. I can't reach the level of a battle 5 genius. After a round of experiments, Lu Ming came to a conclusion. When using the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps, the impact on his physical body was quite significant. The breakthrough of his physical body had greatly increased the power of the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps, but it still did not surpass the heavenly law palm, only close to the power of the heavenly law palm. On the other hand, the might of the heaven's path palm did not increase by much. The power of the heavenly law palm was mainly due to the mysterious heavenly law aura. It did not have much to do with the physical body. Thus, the breakthrough of his physical body did not bring much improvement to the heaven's path palm. However, that didn't mean that Lu Ming's battle prowess didn't increase. His basic battle prowess had increased by a large margin, and the power of his ordinary martial skills had increased by a large margin. It could be said that Lu Ming didn't need to use the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps and the heaven's path palm. He mainly added the power of wind and fire, and his casual attack could reach or even surpass the power of a battle 4 genius. Moreover, this was a battle that could last for a long time, unlike the heaven's path palm, which consumed a lot of energy. Although he didn't reach the level of a battle 5 genius, Lu Ming was very satisfied. Continue to improve my physical body. In the next moment, Lu Ming returned to the Temple of Paragon and took out a level 5 spiritual medicine. He began to convert it into all spirit chi to improve his physical body. However, the energy required to improve his physical body to level 6 was too much. It was more than 10 times the energy required for a level 5 physical body. A day later, after Lu Ming had refined the spiritual medicine, his physical body had only improved a little. He didn't know how far he was from level 6 grade achievement. Continue. Continue. Lu Ming continued to refine the spiritual medicine. Another 5 days passed and the remaining 5. spiritual medicine were all refined. Lu Ming's physical body had only reached the peak of level 6 small achievement and had not broken through to level 6 great achievement. The energy required is too terrifying. I don't know how much more energy I need to cultivate to level 7 physical body. Forget it, continue to refine those low-level spiritual medicine as well. After that, Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of spiritual medicine appeared in front of him. It was like a small mountain. There were level 2, level 3, and level 4 spiritual medicine. They were all obtained from the storage rings of others he had killed. Refine. A strange aura appeared in Lu Ming's hands and enveloped a few hundred spiritual medicine. These spiritual medicine were too weak and couldn't be compared to level 5 spiritual medicine. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to refine a few hundred spiritual medicine at once. Buzz, Lu Ming operated the 1,000 spirit battle body technique. Some spiritual medicine shook and turned into ashes. The medicinal efficacy was absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into 1,000 spirit qi, nourishing Lu Ming's physical body. In this way, Lu Ming continued to refine the spiritual medicine. Time flew and another 10 days passed. In these 10 days, Lu Ming had refined no less than 10,000 spiritual medicine of all levels. He had swept away all the spiritual medicine accumulated during this period. At this time, Lu Ming's physical body had reached the peak of level 6 great achievement and was still a little bit away from level 6 great achievement. This made Lu Ming sigh. Cultivating the physical body really burned money. The value of so many spiritual medicine was simply unimaginable. However, the improvement of the physical body was not very great. Well, the physical body has reached this point. I'll stop for a while. Now, I'll improve my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he took out a red fruit. The 9 dragons' bloodline swallowed it and refined it to improve his cultivation. The red fruit was indeed an invaluable treasure to improve one's cultivation. Its energy was extremely abundant and it continuously refined genuine qi. Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly. Not long after, Lu Ming reached the late stage of martial ancestor realm late realm and continued to improve. 3 days later, all 9 red fruits were refined. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the early stage of martial ancestor realm early realm martial ancestor realm. 9 red fruits. If it were someone else, they would be able to improve their cultivation by 2 levels. However, for me, it's not even 1 level. Lu Ming smiled wryly. Every time he improved, he would need a lot of energy. However, there was an advantage. The cultivation that the red fruits increased was extremely pure and his foundation was stable. Lu Ming could continue to devour the blood essence of beasts to improve his cultivation. He did not need to spend time to strengthen his foundation. I've been in seclusion for more than 20 days. It's time to go out for a walk. Thinking of this, Su Mo left the Temple of Paragon. It was still daytime outside. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and headed west. Next, Lu Ming wandered around during the day to look for opportunities. Before night fell, he entered the Temple of Paragon to comprehend the force and cultivate his martial skills. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. There were not many disturbances during these 7 days. Eh? There's a city in front. Lu Ming saw a city in front of him. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flew toward the city. This city is huge. This was considered a big city in the Dongming ancient battlefield. Lu Ming noticed many figures in the air. With a slight movement, Xianxia landed in the city. He sensed that there were powerful auras surging in some of the buildings in the city. It was obvious that many young geniuses were cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and then walked toward the place with the most auras. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the center of the city. There were many people gathered there. Ancient remnant weapon, ancient remnant weapon. I obtained it in a secret place. It still contains a trace of spirituality. I want to exchange it for a piece of meteoric metal. An ancient pill recipe from the Dongming ancient battlefield. It must be a top-quality item. I only want an Earth-class superior martial technique. Take it. Lu Ming heard shouts as soon as he arrived. It was as if he had arrived at a market in the outside world. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. He then pulled a young girl to the side and asked about it. The young girl was kind enough to give a rough explanation. Lu Ming was enlightened. This was equivalent to a small market. The first 3 months of the Dtian Divine Guard selection were for people to gain experience, find opportunities, and raise their cultivation. During this period, everyone might gain something and obtain some treasures. However, they might not be able to use them. Therefore, in some large cities, many geniuses would gather together and take out treasures that they didn't need to exchange for treasures that others needed. Therefore, there was a small market in front of him. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He wandered around the place to see if he could find what he needed. There were about 500 to 600 people here. They were shouting non-stop. Moreover, the items they took out were also strange. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not see anything that interested him. "Beast, it's you." Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a cold aura shrouding him. Lu Ming quickly turned around and saw a few young men striding toward him. Lu Ming could not help but laugh. Wasn't this the long-armed young man from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range? They were really enemies on the road. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. At this moment, the long-armed young man's eyes were filled with hatred. He glared at Lu Ming and said, "Little bastard, I did not expect to meet you here. This time I will not let you escape. Also, where are the spiritual herbs? Hurry up and hand them over. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." The long-armed young man said sinisterly. "Are you stupid? So many days have passed, and you still have spirit herbs? It's already in my stomach and turned into shit. Do you want it? If you really want it, I still vaguely remember where it is. I can take you there. I just didn't expect your taste to be so heavy," Lu Ming said with a smile. Humiliation, this was a blatant humiliation. The long-armed young man's eyes turned red in an instant. The bloodline in his body burst out, and a violent aura rose up. "Die. Die, beast, die for me," the long-armed young man roared. Whoosh, Lu Ming soared into the sky and floated in the air, saying, "If you want to fight, come up." Whoosh, the long-armed young man also soared into the sky. Their actions naturally alarmed the others. "That's Flying Ape from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. He's the strongest person in the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. It's said that he's a triple battle genius. Who's the other person? He dares to fight Flying Ape? Is he also the strongest person in a certain area? I don't know him." The others discussed and stared at the sky with their eyes wide open. In the sky, Lu Ming and the long-armed young man, Flying Ape, stood opposite each other. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time. They turned into 2 streaks of light and charged at each other. Then, they collided in the air like 2 meteors crashing into each other. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion and the 2 figures retreated quickly. Kill, Great Ape King's Divine Fist. Flying Ape roared again and charged at Lu Ming, throwing out a punch. A terrifying fist light instantly pierced the sky and blasted at Lu Ming. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming's figure glowed as he stomped his foot forward. The space around his foot vibrated vigorously, which transformed into a violent force that surged forward. Bang! This time an even more shocking tremor spread out. The momentum was vast and shocking to the extreme. Whoosh! Following this, a figure flew backward like a meteor. It was Flying Ape. Flying Ape has been defeated. Flying Ape has been defeated. Who exactly is he? How terrifying. Could he be a genius from one of the higher kingdoms? Didn't you notice? His cultivation is only at the early stage of the 6th-layer martial ancestor realm, but he was able to defeat Flying Ape. How many battles has he fought? Heavens, I wouldn't have realized it if you didn't mention it. It's true, isn't it too terrifying? Below him, the geniuses inhaled deeply. Flying Ape flew 1,000 meters in the air and stopped in midair. Blood flowed out from his mouth as his eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. He let out a roar. He was a genius who had fought 3 battles and was the strongest in the soaring Tiger Mountain Range. Countless geniuses were trash in front of him. He had always been the one to defeat those with higher cultivation, but now, it was Lu Ming who had defeated him. He could not accept it. Nothing is impossible, die. Lu Ming let out a roar as he sprang into the air and appeared above Flying Ape. He looked down from above and took a step forward. Bang, it was as if an ancient godly mountain was crashing down from the sky. Block it. Flying Ape let out a loud roar. At that instant, his body began to expand rapidly. His body was bulky and his arms were thick, making him look like a giant ape. It was a secret technique that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. Devour. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and unleashed a powerful devouring force on Flying Ape. Flying Ape's body shuddered as he felt his bloodline and blood essence vibrating, as if they were about to leave his body. His aura dropped instantly. Bang! At that instant, the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps collided with Flying Ape. Flying Ape let out a cry of agony as his body fell to the ground like a cannonball. There was a large group of ancient houses there. Bang! Flying Ape crashed into the houses, causing the ground to tremble violently. Heaven's Path Palm. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. The Heaven's Path Palm condensed and slammed down. Ah! Flying Ape had just rushed out from below when he saw the Heaven's Path Palm coming at him. He immediately let out a cry of horror and despair. He was already injured and was no match for the Heaven's Path Palm. Like a fly, he was suppressed by the Heaven's Path Palm. There was another earth-shattering rumble as a large group of ancient houses were destroyed. Smoke and dust filled the air as gravel flew everywhere. Die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he continuously condensed a dozen spears in his hand. They were thrown out by Lu Ming and turned into a dozen lightning bolts that shot downward. Ah! There was a shrill cry, and then there was silence. There were many figures floating in the air above the city. At that moment, they were all stunned and their eyes were filled with shock. What happened to the Flying Ape? Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at the ground, waiting for the result. Soon, the dust settled and the scene below was revealed. First, there was a giant palm print that was dozens of meters long and wide. In the huge palm print, the Flying Ape lay there like a dead dog. There were several long spears that were condensed from spiritual chi piercing through his body and nailing him to the ground. The Flying Ape's eyes were wide open and they were filled with indignation. However, he was no longer breathing. He was dead, the Flying Ape had been killed. He was the most powerful person in the area and a genius who had won 3 battles. He had been killed just like that. Everyone gasped and felt a chill run down their spines. Even in large regions and empires, 3 World War III geniuses were extremely rare. They were exceptionally powerful. If such a person did not die, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the martial king realm in the future. He might even reach a higher realm. However, he had died just like that. Everything was for naught. A general success was built on thousands of bones. Every top powerhouse had stepped on piles of bones and other geniuses' corpses to reach their current heights. At that moment, the other young men who had come with the Flying Ape from the Flying Tiger mountain range were trembling in fear and their faces were pale. They had left secretly. The Flying Ape was already dead. If they stayed, wouldn't they be courting death? Lu Ming could not be bothered with those small fries. He moved and appeared beside the Flying Ape's corpse. He used his true chi to sweep up the storage ring and devour the blood essence. Then, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left. Lu Ming landed in the north of the city. He found a room and walked in. Then, he appeared in the Temple of Paragon. During this period, he had obtained too many storage rings and had not carefully cleaned them. He had only roughly cleaned them and removed the spiritual herbs. As for the spiritual crystals and spiritual weapons, he did not have time to clean them up. During this period, Lu Ming had obtained many storage rings left behind by Martial Ancestor Realm 5, Martial Ancestor Realm and above. There were too many things inside. Lu Ming checked them one by one. There were many lower spiritual crystals, middle spiritual crystals, and even upper spiritual crystals. A middle-grade spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 lower-grade spiritual crystals. One upper spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 middle spiritual crystals or 10,000 lower spiritual crystals. Lu Ming put the spirit crystals into several storage rings. Lu Ming didn't count them carefully, But if all the spirit crystals were converted to low-grade spirit crystals, Lu Ming estimated that it would be no less than 1 billion spirit crystals. Yes, 1 billion spirit crystals. During this period of time, Lu Ming had accumulated too many spirit crystals and had not spent them all. Lu Ming calculated that once the Dtian Divine Guard selection was over, he would go out and purchase a large amount of demonic beast blood essence to raise the grade of his bloodline. Other than spirit crystals, there were also many spirit weapons. Of course, the spiritual grass had already been refined by Lu Ming. There were also some refining materials, secret manuals, and all kinds of miscellaneous things piled up in several storage rings. However, there wasn't anything too precious, and it wasn't of much help to Lu Ming. After these things were cleaned up, more than a day had passed. Lu Ming then left the Temple of Paragon and strolled on the streets. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, not long after Lu Ming walked on the streets, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Figures flew over and stopped in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. These people weren't in the same group, but in 3 groups. It was obvious that they were from 3 different forces. However, what was the meaning of these 3 forces standing in front of him? He had never seen these people before. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I am Han Valley's Han Lumu. One of the groups was mostly dressed in snow-white robes. Among them, a young man in his mid-20s cupped his fists and smiled at Lu Ming. Han Valley? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming had heard of this region before. It was a small region not much bigger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Han Lumu's aura was extraordinary. He might be the strongest person in the Han Valley. I am Wu Hui from Mingyan Peak. I am Yi Tiannan from Yankai Lake. The other 2 groups of people cupped their fists at Lu Ming. Obviously, these 2 people were the leaders of their respective forces. Mingyan Peak, Yankai Lake? Lu Ming muttered. These 2 regions were also small regions, just like the Han Valley. However, Lu Ming had never interacted with people from these regions. Why were they looking for him? May I know your name? Han Lumu smiled. Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. There was nothing to hide about a name. So it's Brother Lu. We have something to discuss with Brother Lu. Can we talk in private? Han Lumu said and pointed to the sky. What's the matter? There's no harm in talking here. Lu Ming frowned and said. Brother Lu, this involves an ancient ruin. I'm afraid it's not good to let others know. Yi Tiannan from Yankai Lake whispered. Ancient ruin? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and felt even more strange. Could it be that these people were looking for him to ask for his help? All right. Immediately, Lu Ming nodded and flew into the sky. Han Lumu, Yi Tiannan, and Wu Hui also flew into the sky. Lu Ming was not afraid of any tricks. Although Han Lumu and the other 2 gave off a strong feeling, they were even stronger than the flying ape. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. Even if the 3 of them joined hands and he was no match for them, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to escape. Speak, why are you looking for me? I don't believe that you guys would be so kind as to find me in an ancient ruin. In the sky, Lu Ming went straight to the point. Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. Because opening the ancient ruin requires 4 keys. The 3 of us each have 1 key, and the 4th key is in Brother Lu's hands. Han Lumu smiled. In my hands? Lu Ming was stunned. Haha, to be honest, Brother Lu, that key was originally on the flying ape. Since you killed the flying ape and took his storage ring, that key is naturally in Brother Lu's hands. Han Lumu smiled. So that's how it is. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Brother Lu, did you see a tiger-shaped, palm-sized key in the flying ape storage ring? Han Lumu asked. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, with a move of his hand, a black, palm-sized, tiger-shaped iron token appeared in his hand. Is it this one? Lu Ming asked. When he was sorting out the items, he did find this iron token in the flying ape storage ring. However, he didn't know what it was used for, so he threw it aside. Could it be an ancient ruin key? It's this one. Han Lumu and the others were overjoyed when they saw it. Then, their hands glowed and a dragon-shaped iron token, a tortoise-shaped iron token, and a phoenix-shaped iron token respectively appeared in their hands. The 4 keys have been gathered. That ancient ruin can finally be opened. Han Lumu was overjoyed. It turned out that they had stumbled upon an ancient ruin. According to speculation, it was the cave of an expert from the Dongming ancient battlefield. However, the cave was covered with inscriptions, making it impossible to enter. Only by gathering all 4 keys could one enter. Previously, including Flying Ape, 3 people had arrived. They had been waiting for Wu Hui from Bright Beauty Peak. Until today, Wu Hui from Bright Beauty Peak had arrived. However, the tiger-shaped key had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. That was why they had come to find Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. That made sense. Brother Lu, now that you have the tiger-shaped key, you naturally have a share of the ancient ruin. How about we explore it together? Han Liumu said. Alright, when do we depart? Lu Ming asked. In a few hours, we can depart. Han Liumu and the others were overjoyed. Brother Lu, you can make some preparations. We'll meet outside the city in 3 hours. Yi Tiannan said. Lu Ming nodded. Then, everyone dispersed. Lu Ming casually strolled around and returned to his previous room. He closed his eyes and rested. 3 hours later, his figure flashed and headed outside the city. When he arrived outside the city, he noticed that Han Liumu, Wu Hui, and Yi Tiannan had already arrived. There were a total of 100 people from the 3 forces. And Lu Ming was alone, which made him seem quite special. If Lu Ming had not killed the flying ape in a domineering manner a few days ago and displayed shocking combat abilities, most probably no one would take him seriously. Brother Lu, you're here. Han Liumu was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded and said, then let's depart. Immediately, more than 100 people rose into the air and flew towards the north. 4 hours later, they had already flown for more than 100,000 miles. The surrounding environment was getting more and more remote. There were mountains and ridges everywhere. After flying for another few thousand miles, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was endless, like a sleeping dragon. The group landed at the top of the mountain range. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone door. The stone door was tightly shut. This is the ancient era's ruin. That stone door is the entrance. However, even after using all of our strength, we were unable to break open the stone door by even a tiny bit. We could only use the key to activate the inscriptions on the 4 statues to enter. Han Liumu pointed in front of the stone door. Lu Ming looked in that direction. True enough, he saw 4 statues outside the stone door. The 4 statues were the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. It corresponded to their 4 keys. Lu Ming, Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and Wu Hui looked at each other and flew forward. Lu Ming arrived in front of the white tiger statue. Then, a metal plate appeared in each of their hands. Open! The 4 of them shouted and activated their true qi. Their true qi poured into the iron plate. The 4 metal plates immediately emitted a hazy radiance. In the next moment, the 4 statues also began to emit light. Inscriptions appeared one after another, flowing with brilliant colors. The glow of the statue and the glow of the 4 iron medallions resonated with each other. Then, the light from the 4 statues gathered together and shot toward the stone door. Crack crack, when the light hit the stone door, it began to emit cracking sounds and slowly opened. Ha ha ha, the ancient era's ruin has opened. We didn't wait for nothing. At this moment, an excited laugh came from the distant sky. Numerous black figures were rapidly approaching from afar. Not good, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We've been targeted. Han Liumu's face changed. They're from the Serene Demon Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In the distant sky, the figures that were flying over at high speed were all dressed in black skeleton robes. Wasn't that the uniform of the Serene Devil Hall? Serene Demon Palace, it's the Serene Demon Palace. The geniuses from Hangu, Radiant Peak, and the other 2 forces exclaimed. Since you opened the ancient era's ruin, I can let you go. Hurry up and get lost. A cold voice came from afar. The people from the Serene Demon Palace were very fast. At first, they were still dozens of miles away, but now, they were close and would arrive soon. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered and reached out to grab the tiger-shaped key. His figure flashed and rushed toward the stone door like lightning. Who is it? Damn it, how dare you rush in? You're courting death. A furious roar could be heard. It's him? I can see that he killed a few of our junior brothers. One of them sent me an image. It's that brat. A cold voice sounded. Let's rush in too. Han Lumu gritted his teeth and rushed toward the stone door. Then, Yi Tiannan and No Return's forces rushed toward the stone door. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a few breaths. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Yi Tiannan and the others rushed through the stone door, more than 100 figures appeared in front of the stone door. They were all experts from the Serene Demon Palace. The person in the lead was slender and had a cold expression. His body exuded a terrifying aura. His aura was several times stronger than the flying ape. Charge! The cold youth ordered. In an instant, more than 100 people from the Serene Demon Palace rushed through the stone door. But once they entered the stone door, they couldn't help but stop. This was because there were 4 paths in front of them. They didn't know where they led. Eldest senior brother, what should we do? A 2-meter-tall young man looked at the cold-looking young man. This cold youth was the strongest expert from the Serene Demon Palace, Yu Feiyu. Split up and chase. Junior brother Feisher, you take some people and chase this path. Junior brother Fei, you take some people and chase this path. Yu Feiyu immediately ordered. Okay, I'll make whoever takes this path regret it. The tall youth shouted coldly and led 20 youths to the leftmost path. There was a path with a white tiger carved on it and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. The others from the Serene Demon Palace also led their people and chased after the 3 paths. Once Lu Ming dashed through the stone door, he dashed toward the leftmost path without hesitation. It was the path with the white tiger engraved on it. The path was very long. After rushing for more than 10 miles, he found something strange. There were a few stone rooms on both sides of the path. Lu Ming walked in and took a look. He was a little disappointed. From these stone rooms, it wasn't difficult to tell that this should be an alchemy room. However, too much time had passed and everything inside had turned to dust. Even the alchemy furnace had decayed and nothing was left. Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to move forward. Suddenly, his body came to an abrupt stop. This was because he felt as if his body had suddenly become many times heavier. It was as if there was an endless pressure acting on his body. There's an inscription array in this area that produces an extremely strong pressure. It's not easy to walk, let alone fly. Lu Ming thought to himself. He tensed his body and circulated his true qi to resist the pressure outside and continued to move forward. However, this greatly reduced Lu Ming's speed. Lu Ming walked onto the platform and felt a wave of hot air blowing against his face. It was as if he was in a furnace. There was a deep pit in front of the platform and the path ahead was blocked. In the deep pit, scorching heat waves were constantly rising. Lu Ming walked to the edge of the platform and realized that the deep pit was circular and had a diameter of at least 1,000 meters. There were flames at the bottom of the pit. The strange thing was that the flames had 3 colors. The flames danced in the air and were dazzling. Is this the tricolored primordial flame? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Tricolored primordial flame was a special flame in heaven and earth. It was much more magical than ordinary flames and was much more powerful. There was another platform on the opposite side of the deep pit. There was a passageway in front of the platform that led to an unknown place. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. If he was outside, he would be able to cross the distance of 1,000 meters with a slight sway of his body. But here, he was suppressed by the inscription array. He could not even cross 100 meters, let alone 1,000 meters. Lu Ming then found 2 chains on the left and right sides of the deep pit. Could it be that I crossed through these 2 chains? Lu Ming pondered. Thud thud thud, at that moment, there was a rush of footsteps. Then, more than 20 youths from the Serene Demon Hall appeared. The leader was the tall youth, Yu Feisher. When Euphasior saw Lu Ming, he immediately roared, "Brat, senior brother Feiyu said that you killed many disciples of the Serene Demon Hall. How dare you kill disciples of the Serene Demon Hall? You're courting death." Then, together with the tall youth, the 21 youths rushed toward Lu Ming. Each of the 21 youths exuded a powerful aura. Especially the leader, Euphasior, whose aura was extremely terrifying. Early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming frowned. Euphasior's cultivation had reached the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. The other 3 youths had reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Their auras were even stronger than Fei Yuan's. Lu Ming did not doubt that each of them was a Battle 3 genius. Other than these 4 people, the remaining dozen or so people were not weak either. 21 people quickly closed in on Lu Ming. "Die, brat." Euphasior revealed a sinister smile as a brilliant sword light shot towards Lu Ming. There was no doubt that his terrifying attack power was displayed. He was definitely a Battle 3 genius. Don't take it head-on. Lu Ming's mind raced. An early-stage martial ancestor realm 8th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivator, in addition to the triple battle genius, had surpassed him in terms of battle prowess. If he were to take the attack head-on, he would be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's figure flashed, trying to avoid the sword light. Chi-chi, in the next moment, the sound of air being torn apart was heard as dozens of sword lights enveloped him. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward, and space trembled. Bang! Bang! More than a dozen sword lights instantly shattered, but there were still a few sword lights that stubbornly held on and continued to slash towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed continuously. Poochie, there was still a sword light that hit him, leaving a sword wound on his chest that was bleeding profusely. Underworld demonic life and death sword. Die! Euphasior shouted as he slashed out with his sword. 1 black and 1 white sword light shot out, enveloping Lu Ming. There was no way to avoid it, this sword had completely locked onto Lu Ming, and there was no way to avoid it. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print blasted forward. Bang! First, it was the black sword light that emitted a sharp killing intent that collided with the Heaven's Path palm print. With a loud boom, the black sword light dissipated, but the Heaven's Path palm print was also pierced through. The white sword light flashed and continued to attack Lu Ming. Block it! His long spear shook, and the spear light shot out like a dragon. Boom! The spear light and sword chi swept out in all directions. The demon banishing spear in Lu Ming's hand actually bent, and an extremely powerful force surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body involuntarily retreated. Behind him was the deep pit that contained the tricolored primordial fire. Lu Ming's body floated out of the platform, and his body was suspended in the air. Below him, a scorching aura surged up. At the critical moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a chain formed from true chi wrapped around the iron chains on both sides of the deep pit. Still want to struggle? Die! Euphasior slashed out a few more sword chi, aiming at Lu Ming's true chi chain. Poochie, the true chi chain was cut apart, and Lu Ming's body fell rapidly into the deep pit. You dare to kill someone from the Serene Demon Palace, and you'll be buried in a sea of fire. Consider yourself lucky. Euphasior watched as Lu Ming's body disappeared into the sea of fire, and he sneered. The tricolored primordial fire's temperature was terrifying. It was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than ordinary flames. Lu Ming used his true chi to block it, but it was useless. His true chi began to burn. One should know that he cultivated the true chi of the true dragon of combat arts, which was much stronger than ordinary true chi. If he could not block it, ordinary true chi would be burned too. Ashes in an instant. Even so, Lu Ming could not hold on for long. Endless tricolored primordial fire burned fiercely in all directions, and it was extremely hot. Lu Ming's true chi was rapidly depleted, and some parts of his true chi were even burned through. The scorching flames surged in, and Lu Ming's body made sizzling sounds. If his body had not reached rank 6 upper tier, he would have been burned to a crisp. What should I do? If this goes on, I'll die. Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. It was difficult to fly here. Lu Ming's body kept falling, and the lower he fell, the stronger the tricolored primordial fire became. If this went on, he would not be able to hold on for long. At this moment, something strange happened. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and something suddenly rushed out. It's the stone egg. Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't the stone egg that had rushed out of his glabella the heaven gate in the Xianxia water region? He could sense a weak life aura from this stone egg. However, Lu Ming had used all kinds of methods but could not make this stone egg react at all. Lu Ming had thought that this was a useless egg. But now, the stone egg had rushed out of the Temple of Paragon. Most importantly, he had placed the stone egg in the Temple of Paragon, and the stone egg had rushed out of the Temple of Paragon on its own. This was incredible. Buzz, the stone egg flew out and floated above Lu Ming's head. It shook slightly, and immediately, a cool aura spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Immediately, Lu Ming felt that the flames around him had retreated, and he felt cool all over, without any heat. Although he was still falling, the tricolored primordial fire could no longer hurt him. His body continued to fall, and in the blink of an eye, he had fallen a few thousand meters. Suddenly, the surroundings changed, and Lu Ming rushed out of the tricolored primordial fire's area. Dozens of meters below, Lu Ming saw the ground. He flew down and landed on the ground. He looked up, and there seemed to be a barrier dozens of meters above, blocking the tricolored primordial fire. Where is this? Then, Lu Ming looked around. He found that the ground under his feet was not ordinary ground, but a kind of metal. It was a dark red metal with strange patterns engraved on it. The whole ground was made of this metal. Lu Ming walked to the side. After about 600 meters, he saw a wall. The wall was also made of this metal with patterns of flowers and plants engraved on it. Clang, Lu Ming took out a level 4 battle saber from a storage ring and slashed at the metal wall. The battle saber shook and bounced away. There was not even a mark on the metal wall. This can't be an alchemy furnace, right? Suddenly, Lu Ming had a bold guess. The whole deep pit and the surrounding metal walls made Lu Ming think of an alchemy furnace. An alchemy furnace with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters and a depth of several thousand meters. At the thought of this, Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. What kind of elixir was such a huge alchemy furnace used to refine? Buzz. At this time, the stone egg shook and flew in a direction. Lu Ming just realized that there was still this stone egg. Just now, Lu Ming's attention was attracted and he forgot about the stone egg. This time, the stone egg seemed to have come to life like a living creature, which made Lu Ming very surprised. He had spent a lot of effort before, but there was no movement at all. Is there something here that attracted the stone egg? Thinking of this, Lu Ming chased after it. When he came to the center of the deep pit, the stone egg soared into the sky. The surface of the stone egg was filled with a strange aura, and the tricolored true fire actually avoided it. The tricolored true fire avoided it, and a vacuum area was revealed. A golden elixir the size of a longan was suspended there. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out. There was actually an elixir here. Moreover, this elixir looked too extraordinary. It was golden all over, like the legendary Great Tao Golden Elixir. On the surface of the elixir, there were real dragons and divine phoenixes flying around. It was very mysterious. Most importantly, Lu Ming felt that this pill contained an endless amount of energy essence. It was definitely a supreme treasure pill. Could it be that such a large pill furnace was used to refine this pill? Could it be that the stone egg's abnormality was also due to this pill? Obviously, the answer was yes. The stone egg crazily rushed to the side of the pill. Its round body was actually trembling slightly, as if it was excited. Then, a crack suddenly appeared on the stone egg. Like a mouth, it swallowed the golden pill in one gulp. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then, he wailed, "No, at least leave some for me." His cries were incomparably miserable. That pill was clearly a supreme treasure pill. Who knew how many years had passed, but its spiritual essence was still intact. From this point alone, one could tell how terrifying it was. If he took it out, it would definitely be worth a lot. But now, it had been swallowed by the stone egg. Wastrel! Lu Ming roared. Kacha kacha, the stone egg chewed on the pill as if it was eating candy. Kacha kacha sounds could be heard. At the next moment, Lu Ming saw traces of golden powder floating down from the stone egg. This was a trace of residue accidentally leaked out when it was chewing the pill. These fragments also rippled with powerful spiritual essence fluctuations. I can't waste it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline, opened his mouth, and instantly sucked the residue into his mouth. Boom. Boom. When the residue was sucked into his mouth, Lu Ming felt as if thousands of volcanoes had erupted all of a sudden. Endless energy essence burst out, and the 9 dragons' bloodline swelled up like a balloon, almost bursting. Endless energy crazily swept over. It was really too powerful. Lu Ming was almost scared to death. He then shouted, refine for me. He controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and frantically tried his best to refine it. Huff huff, the 9 dragons' bloodline was 100 meters long in the shape of a flood dragon. At that moment, it had turned into a fat worm that had become round and bulging. A vast amount of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. This energy was extremely pure. There was almost no need to refine it, and it was converted into genuine qi. The cyclone in his dantian spun crazily. Lu Ming's cultivation started to soar crazily. Originally, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the early 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm. Now, it was rising rapidly. In a few breaths' time, he had reached the late 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm. However, he had no intention of stopping and continued to soar. No, the energy is too strong. I can't convert it in time. Lu Ming realized that the speed of his cultivation was not as fast as the speed of the energy surging into his body. The majestic energy brought great pressure to his physical body and meridians. It was as if they were about to explode. Absorb, the bloodline is also absorbing. Lu Ming did not care anymore. He controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and frantically absorbed the energy. With the absorption of the bloodline, the pressure on Lu Ming's body finally decreased. However, the speed of his cultivation was still terrifying. In just 1 minute, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm. Roar! At that moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared and 3 silver chakras appeared on his body. Level 3 King class bloodline, the 9 dragons' bloodline had leveled up. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This elixir might contain the blood essence of a supreme being. Otherwise, the 9 dragons' bloodline would not be able to level up. Lu Ming pondered. That was because ordinary energy could not level up the bloodline. However, this was a good thing. When the 9 dragons' bloodline leveled up, the devouring and refining power would be stronger and the refining speed would be faster. Boom! 2 minutes later, Lu Ming's body shook and the cyclone spun crazily. 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm, in just a few minutes, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased by an entire level. This was simply unbelievable. However, it was not over yet. It was still going on. Roar! After a while, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared again and another silver chakra appeared on his body. Level 4 King class bloodline, the 9 dragons' bloodline had leveled up again. If this was seen by others, they would probably be scared to death. Whoosh, whoosh, after leveling up twice, the 9 dragons' bloodline finally withstood the pressure. Although its body was still round, it was no longer in danger of exploding. The leveling up continued. The early stage of the 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm, the middle stage of the 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm. Before long, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm. At that moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline had leveled up again and reached the 5th stage of the king class. It's time to level up the 2nd bloodline. Lu Ming had an idea. He began to control the 9 dragons' bloodline and transfer a large amount of energy to the 2nd bloodline. Lu Ming always felt that the 2nd bloodline was extraordinary. There was a huge stone tablet with fog on it. There seemed to be words on it, but they could not be seen clearly. Lu Ming repeatedly tried to comprehend something from the stone tablet, but he always felt that he was blocked by a mysterious force and could not comprehend it. Now, the 2nd bloodline could only enhance Lu Ming's strength and defense. Lu Ming was looking forward to the 2nd bloodline because it was awakened in his body, unlike the 9 dragons' bloodline, which was awakened with the 9 dragons' blood essence. With the influx of surging energy, the chakra of the 2nd bloodline shone brighter and brighter. The energy of the 9 dragons' bloodline was about to be exhausted. A few more minutes passed. The second bloodline vibrated and made a buzzing sound. On the basis of the original 4 silver chakras, the 5th chakra was condensed. The second bloodline was promoted to the 5th tier of the king class. When the second bloodline was promoted to the 5th tier of the king class, the fog on the stone tablet seemed to have faded a little. However, the words on the stone tablet could not be seen clearly. He could only vaguely make out that there were 3 words. At this moment, there was a roar in Lu Ming's body. An extremely powerful aura soared into the sky and made a big hole in the 3-colored genuine fire above his head. The 8th tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Lu Ming broke through and reached the early stage of the 8th tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. At this time, the energy of the elixir residue was finally completely refined. Whoosh, Lu Ming opened his eyes and 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes and shot hundreds of meters away. The 8th tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm is too powerful. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he felt that the genuine qi in his body was more than 10 times stronger than before. Not only that, but even the 2 bloodlines were continuously upgraded and reached the 5th tier of the king class. This saved Lu Ming a lot of blood essence. Moreover, the 9 dragons bloodline had upgraded by 3 levels and its devouring power was more than 10 times stronger. When it was used, the effect on others would be greatly enhanced. What kind of elixir is that? Its efficacy is too terrifying. It's just a little residue, but it can make my cultivation and bloodline improve crazily. How terrifying would it be if it was a whole elixir? Thinking of this, Lu Ming hurriedly looked up. A stone egg the size of a human head floated in the air, emitting an intense light. What was different from before was that the stone egg was now emitting a dense life force. It was not like before, when there was only a sliver of life force. What kind of egg is this? It can refine a whole elixir. This is too terrifying. Lu Ming shouted in his heart. He had only refined a small amount of residue and he almost exploded. If he were to consume the entire elixir, he had no doubt that he would explode instantly. However, the stone egg could refine the whole elixir, which was really strange. The vitality in the stone egg was getting stronger and stronger. What on earth is inside? Is it going to hatch? Lu Ming thought to himself as he looked at the stone egg with anticipation. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. After the stone egg emitted a burst of bright light, it quickly quieted down. To the stone egg. He didn't even hatch the pill. He refined an entire pill, and yet he didn't show off? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At this moment, the stone egg floated down slowly and landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and tried to lift it, but it did not budge. Why is it so heavy? To the stone egg. Isn't this too heavy? Previously, it was only about 1,000,000 kilograms. Now, it's at least 10 million kilograms. Lu Ming was shocked. What kind of egg is this? It's unbelievably heavy. Keep. Lu Ming wanted to keep the stone egg in the Temple of Paragon, but the stone egg didn't move in his hand. No way. I can't keep it. Lu Ming was speechless. He continued to try, but gave up after a while. He could keep it in the Temple of Paragon before, but now, he couldn't even keep it in the Temple of Paragon, let alone a storage ring. It was useless. Don't tell me that I'm going to have to carry this stone egg that weighs tens of thousands of kilograms everywhere in the future? Then I'll die of exhaustion. Lu Ming widened his eyes and stared at the stone egg. He was speechless. But he couldn't bear to throw the stone egg away. The stone egg was too strange. Lu Ming couldn't bear to throw it away. Buzz, at that moment, the stone egg in Lu Ming's hand moved. It shone faintly and flew a few rounds in the air. At the same time, the stone egg shrunk rapidly. In the end, it shrunk to the size of a fingertip and landed on a strand of hair beside Lu Ming's ear. It hung on his hair and swayed. He couldn't feel its weight at all. This works too? Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a while, he was overjoyed. This was good too. It solved a big problem for him. Now, people from the Serene Demon Palace, wait for me. Lu Ming looked up with bright eyes. Immediately, Lu Ming walked to the side of the pill furnace and climbed up along the pill furnace wall. There was an inscription array here, so he couldn't fly. Lu Ming climbed up along the wall like an ape. When he entered the three-colored primordial fire, the stone egg on his hair shone faintly and a cool feeling spread throughout his body. The three-colored primordial fire had no effect on Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming passed through the flames and returned to the platform. There was no one there. The people from the Serene Demon Palace must have entered the passage ahead along the two chains. Lu Ming moved. He stepped on the chains and rushed to the opposite side. When he reached the opposite side, he rushed forward. After a few miles, Lu Ming felt his body lighten. The pressure around him disappeared and Lu Ming could fly again. Whoosh, Lu Ming's speed increased by dozens of times and he rushed forward. In a few breaths, he rushed through the long passage. In front of him, there was a shout. Quick, quick, dig up these spirit herbs. Some of them are extinct in the outside world. If we bring them back to the sect to sell, they will be invaluable. A rough voice was heard. It was the voice of the tall youth from the Serene Demon Palace. Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed out and a wide grassland came into view. The grassland was hundreds of acres wide and there were all kinds of spirit herbs on it. At a glance, there were level 1, level 2, level 3, and all the way to level 4 spirit herbs. There were all kinds of them and they were full of vitality. Some of them were strange and Lin Fan had never seen them before. Medicinal field, this was a real medicinal field. However, there were no traces of level 5 spirit herbs. It's you? Lu Ming rushed out and naturally alarmed the people from the Serene Demon Palace. More than 20 pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, they were stunned. Kid, you fell into the three-colored primordial fire and you didn't die. Xianxia exclaimed in disbelief. If you didn't die, how could I? Lu Ming smiled faintly and his eyes turned cold. Haha, kid, I don't know if I should call you stupid or brainless. I don't know what method you used to escape from the three-colored primordial fire, but since you escaped, you didn't take the opportunity to escape. Instead, you came here to die. You're the only one in the world. Xianxia laughed loudly. His tone was filled with disdain. Laugh all you want. You're about to die. There's no harm in laughing a little longer. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Kid, you're the one who's about to die. Clang, with a cold shout, a sword light slashed at Lu Ming. Other than Xianxia, he was one of the most powerful experts from the Serene Demon's Hall. He was at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm and a triple battle talent. He was even more powerful than Fei Yuan. As the sword radiance flashed, the space trembled. First one. Lu Ming muttered. He moved his hand and his genuine chi formed a long spear. He thrust it at his opponent. Bam, as the long spear swept past, the sword radiance collapsed like a piece of tofu. The spear hit the expert hard. Bam, in an instant, the expert's eyeballs popped out. Before he could even scream, his body exploded. His flesh and bones were stimulated by the force and pierced through the experts from the Serene Demon's Hall. How could this be? Watch out. The people from the Serene Demon's Hall were shocked. Then, chaos ensued. Their genuine chi exploded to block the flesh and bones that were piercing through them. Poof. Poof. It was as if bullets had hit their bodies. Instantly, more than a dozen disciples from the Serene Demon's Hall who were weaker had bloody holes in their bodies. They fell to the ground and screamed. How could this be? Xianxia shouted in disbelief. He had killed a triple battle talent who was at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm in one move and severely injured more than a dozen experts. How could this be possible? Even he could not do it. I have to thank you for this. Under the three-colored genuine fire, I had a fortuitous encounter and my cultivation sword. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and said with a faint smile. No, it's impossible. Xianxia shouted. He could not accept this. He had wanted to kill Lu Ming, but instead, he had helped Lu Ming and allowed him to have a fortuitous encounter. How could there be such a thing in the world? When he thought of this, he was so depressed that he wanted to go crazy. Die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Boom, his figure moved, and he took a step forward. 9 dragon sky-stomping steps, an unimaginable force exploded from Lu Ming's feet. Block it. Block it for me. Xianxia roared and joined forces with the remaining 5 or 6 people to block with all their might. However, everything was in vain under Lu Ming's attack. Bam! Bam! Bang! Apart from Xianxia, the other disciples of the Serene Devil Palace screamed as their bodies exploded, including those who were injured. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons flew out and devoured everyone's essence blood. Xianxia's situation was not much better. Under Lu Ming's attack, many of his bones were broken. He lay on the ground like a pile of mud. Ah, how could this be? Xianxia roared, finding it hard to bear. Lu Ming actually killed him because of his fortuitous encounter. This was simply too laughable. He really wanted to roar at the sky and ask the heavens why they were treating him like this. What's your name? You can go now. Lu Ming coldly said. With a flick of his finger, a spear light flew out and pierced Xianxia's throat. Lu Ming was now in the early stage of the 8th realm of the martial ancestor realm. He was close to being a Battle 5 genius. Killing Xianxia and the others was as easy as cutting grass. After killing Xianxia, Xiaoqian devoured his essence blood and put away the storage ring of the Netherworld Demon Palace disciple. Then, Lu Ming looked around. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs in the herb field. However, they were all level 1, level 2, and level 3 spiritual herbs. The highest was level 4. Although there were some rare spiritual herbs, they were too low level and were not of much use to Lu Ming. Why aren't there any level 5 spiritual herbs? Lu Ming pondered. Then, he took out Xianxia's storage ring and looked at it. He was overjoyed. There were more than a dozen level 5 spiritual herbs in Xianxia's storage ring. They emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. It was not that there were no level 5 spiritual herbs here, but that they had been dug up by Xianxia and the others. After taking another look at those low-level spirit herbs, Lu Ming began to pluck some of the level 4 spirit herbs. As for the low-level spiritual herbs, Lu Ming could not be bothered to pick them up. Even if there were less of them in the outside world, Lu Ming was not an inscription master and did not know how to plant them. After digging them up, they would probably die. After plucking the level 4 spirit herb, Lu Ming's figure moved and he headed forward. There was a passage at the end of the herb field. Lu Ming rushed into the passage and disappeared. At this time, in the depths of the ruin, there was a huge bronze palace. The gates of the bronze palace were tightly shut. At the entrance, there were 4 small statues of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. They were about 1 meter tall. At this time, there were more than 100 people gathered in front of the bronze statues. Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, Wu Hui, and the others were among them. But at this time, they were in a sorry state. Especially Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others. There were many injuries on their bodies. Their auras were weak and their faces were pale. The 3 factions originally had more than 100 people, but now there were only a few dozen people left. The others were all disciples of the Serene Demon Palace in black robes. They surrounded Han Liumu and the others. Yu, we've given you the key to this ruin. Now, can you let us go? Han Liumu looked at the leader of the Serene Demon Palace. This person was the strongest disciple of the Serene Demon Palace, Yu. Let you go? There are only 3 of the 4 symbols keys. We're still missing the white tiger key. Before the 4 keys are gathered, don't even think about leaving. Yu sneered. We've already said that the white tiger key is not with us. Han Liumu gritted his teeth. I don't care about that. You came in together. Without the 4 keys, you can't enter the bronze palace. Stay here obediently. Yu said indifferently. His tone was unquestionable. Damn it, Yu, don't go too far. You've already killed so many of our people. Now that we've given you the keys, you want to go back on your words? Yi Tiannan roared. Haha. Yu sneered. His eyes were filled with mockery. So what if I'm bullying you? Can you resist? In this world, the weak have no right to speak. Right now, your fates are in my hands. Whether I let you go or not depends on my mood. Do you understand? Yu Feiyu looked down at Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others. His tone was filled with arrogance. Kiki, Han Liumu gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. Humiliation. Incomparable humiliation filled their hearts. They were on the verge of exploding. However, they knew that if they resisted, they would die. Thus, they could only endure it. Yu Feiyu glanced at Han Liumu and the others. Then, he looked at the passage on the left and frowned. Yu Feishi still hadn't arrived. This made him somewhat unhappy. What's wrong with Yu Feishi? He took so long to deal with a small fry. This guy is getting more and more unreliable. A big-nosed youth beside Yu Feiyu said. Maybe he's delayed by something. Another person said. Could he have been killed? Hee, senior brother Feiyu, let me go check the situation. Yu Feiyu nodded and ordered, Junior Fei, go and check the situation. Find Junior Feishi and tell him to bring the white tiger key to meet us. Yes. The big-nosed young man cupped his fists and was about to leave. At this moment, a voice rang out, no need. Your junior brothers won't be able to come. Who is it? Yu Fei shouted coldly. Yu Feiyu and the others couldn't help but look at the passage on the left. A young man who was not even 20 years old walked out. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others exclaimed when they saw the young man. This young man was Lu Ming. He followed the passage in the herb field and arrived here. When he arrived, he heard the conversation between Yu Feiyu and the others. It's you? Kid, you're still alive? The big-nosed young man shouted coldly. Nonsense, of course I'm still alive. Are you blind? Lu Ming curled his lips and reprimanded. You. The big-nosed young man's breathing stagnated and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Kid, it seems like Yu Feishi and the others didn't find you and let you escape. However, you came here. This is your fate. No one can save you. Hurry up and hand over the white tiger key. I'll give you a quick death. The big-nosed young man scolded with a haughty expression. There was a big guy who was as arrogant as you. In the end, I sent him on his way. It seems like I'll have to send you on your way too. Lu Ming smiled faintly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What? You killed Yu Feishi? Shameless boasting. I'd like to see how strong you are. The big-nosed young man stepped forward and his sword flashed. A cold sword light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. It was as fast as lightning. 8th stage martial ancestor realm. This big-nosed young man was no weaker than Yu Feishi. With a flick of his finger, the demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand. Just as Lu Ming was about to sweep out with his spear, at this moment, the stone egg hanging in his hair suddenly flew out and turned into the size of a human head. It ignored the sword light and sword aura, rushed past it, and smashed into the big-nosed young man's face. It just so happened to hit the big-nosed young man's nose. Gotcha! The big-nosed young man screamed and fell to the ground. Whoosh, the stone egg flew back and floated in front of Lu Ming, bouncing back and forth like a mischievous rubber ball. He seemed to be extremely excited. This? Lu Ming was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. Yu Feiyu, Han Liumu, and the others were dumbfounded. Is this even possible? What kind of stone is this? Lu Ming threw out a stone, and it actually injured the big-nosed youth with a single strike. What kind of treasure was this? At this moment, the big-nosed young man was lying on the ground, screaming in agony. His face was covered in blood, and the area around his nose had completely caved in. Even his facial features could not be seen clearly. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. How pitiful. This stone egg. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the stone egg. Unexpectedly, the stone egg was very lively. It jumped a few times in the air and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming did not feel any weight at all. Haha, this stone egg is so lively. What is it? Lu Ming was even more curious. He suddenly felt that the pill had not been wasted. Attack together. Be careful of that stone egg. Yu Feiyu gave the order, looking at the stone egg on Lu Ming's shoulder with a grave expression. He was not confident that he could defeat the big-nosed young man with a single strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a flash, the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace surrounded Lu Ming and looked at the stone egg with fear. None of them wanted to be hit like that. As for Lu Ming, they instinctively ignored him. As for Han Liumu and the others, their eyes flickered with hope. They had already given up hope. Even though Lu Ming had arrived, they did not have much hope. They knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was about the same as theirs. It was impossible for him to be a match for the experts of the Netherworld Demon Palace. However, they did not expect that Lu Ming would throw out a stone egg and defeat the big-nosed young man with a single strike. This gave them hope. The stone egg on his shoulder glowed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the stone egg flew out again and smashed toward a 7th-stage martial ancestor realm genius. That genius was shocked. He roared and unleashed his full strength. His bloodline power and true chi erupted as he set up a dozen defenses. However, it was useless. Bang! The stone egg instantly passed through the defenses and smashed into the young man's head. The young man screamed as his head cracked open like a watermelon. He fell to the ground and died. A one-hit kill. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Especially the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace. Their faces were filled with fear. Even Yu Feiyu was shocked and fearful. Whoosh! After killing one of them, the stone egg flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and jumped around excitedly. Let's attack together. That stone egg can only deal with one person at a time. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. Then, the stone egg will become an ownerless object and we won't be afraid of it. Yu Feiyu shouted. Kill! Kill! 70 to 80 disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace charged toward Lu Ming. Instantly, 70 to 80 rays of sword chi surrounded Lu Ming from all directions. The space around them boiled and was stirred up by the sword chi. The power of 70 to 80 geniuses attacking at the same time was too shocking. Then, all of you can die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's second bloodline power was unleashed, greatly increasing his strength. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline power flew out and opened its mouth to roar. A terrifying devouring power erupted and enveloped the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace. Suddenly, not good. My bloodline power is leaving my body. My essence blood is unstable. It's going to rush out of my body. The disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace screamed in fear. In an instant, the sword chi became chaotic. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly and his 9 dragons' bloodline power had risen by 3 levels, how terrifying was his devouring power. Those whose cultivation levels were lower than Lu Ming's were almost unable to control their bloodline power and were sucked out of their bodies. They were unable to unleash much of their combat strength. 9 dragons stomping the sky. At that moment, Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. Boom! The entire space trembled. Then, bam! Bam! The disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace exploded like rotten potatoes. Drops of essence blood flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline power. 81 people. With this stomp, 81 people were killed. Only Yu Feiyu and 3 other disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace were still alive. The 3 of them were all martial ancestor realm 8 and above, but they were half dead. Even Yu Feiyu was in the same state. He was the number 1 genius of the Netherworld Demon Palace. His cultivation level had reached the mid-stage martial ancestor realm 8 and his combat strength had surpassed that of the 3 battle geniuses. However, under Lu Ming's stomp, he was still severely injured. He knelt on the ground and vomited blood. How could this be? How could this be? Yu Feiyu screamed hysterically as if he had gone mad. He found it hard to accept this. With one move, the most elite disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace were all killed. How could he be so powerful? Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his strength all this time? Yu Feiyu felt like he was dreaming. Brother, let me go. Please let me go. I can give you everything I have. Yu Feiyu cried out. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die at all. He was the strongest among the younger generation of the Serene Devil Hall, and he would definitely inherit the position of Hall Master of the Serene Devil Hall in the future. He would become the overlord of a large region, ruling over vast mountains and rivers, millions of citizens, and countless beauties. He could get whatever he wanted. With such a great future in front of him, how could he be willing to die? Compared to his life, what was face? Let you go? After I kill you, won't your belongings be mine? Lu Ming sneered. No, don't kill me. I know of a treasure. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you the location of the treasure. Yu Feiyu cried out. On the side, Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others watched this scene with complicated feelings. Yu Feiyu, who was high and mighty and controlled their lives, was now begging for mercy in front of Lu Ming like a dog. How quickly the world changed, it was truly miraculous. This was the change brought about by strength. In the martial world, the strong were supreme. Only the strong could rule over everything. It was no wonder that most cultivators wanted to increase their cultivation, not hesitating to take risks. Treasure? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then tell me the location of the treasure first. Promise to let me go first, then I'll tell you the location of the treasure. Yu Feiyu cried out, his eyes flickering. Seeing that Lu Ming seemed to be interested in the treasure, his heart was filled with hope. He was thinking about how to negotiate with Lu Ming. But in the next moment, whoosh, a spear light shot out, piercing through Yu Feiyu's heart. The powerful energy crushed Yu Feiyu's heart. Why? Yu Feiyu cried out in despair. His eyes popped out like a dead fish's, filled with disbelief. Even in his dreams, he couldn't understand why Lu Ming would suddenly want to kill him. Wasn't her heart already moved? Let's not talk about whether what you said is true or not. Even if there is such a treasure, I won't let you go. I don't want to leave behind future troubles because of an unknown treasure. A faint voice sounded from Lu Ming's mouth. Yu Feiyu roared unwillingly and stopped breathing. After that, Lu Ming's figure flickered as he killed the remaining disciples of the Serene Devil Palace. At the same time, he did not let go of any of their storage rings and blood essences. On the side, Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others were dumbstruck. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me. Han Liumu stepped forward and cupped his fists at Lu Ming in gratitude. Nothing? I was just passing by. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then, he walked towards the entrance of the Bronze Palace. Han Liumu and the others watched from behind and didn't follow. Lu Ming walked to the entrance and waved his hand. Instantly, 4 keys appeared in his hand. Lu Ming didn't return them to Han Liumu and the others. He got them from Yu Feiyu, so naturally, they were his spoils of war. He wasn't so kind as to return them to Han Liumu and the others. Buzz, as soon as the 4 keys appeared, they aimed at the 4 statues and flew into their mouths. Crack, the entrance of the Bronze Palace slowly opened, revealing the dark environment inside. Lu Ming did not hesitate. In a flash, he dashed into the door and disappeared. Behind him, Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others looked at the entrance with uncertain expressions. Brother Han, are we going in? Yi Tiannan asked Han Liumu. Han Liumu's eyes flickered as if he was hesitating. After a while, he sighed and said, You've all seen Lu Ming's strength. It's unfathomable. I think he was hiding his strength when he fought with the flying ape. He's definitely a peerless monster from some super region. This kind of person's temper is unpredictable. If we go in and make him unhappy, we'll die in his rage. Han Liumu looked at the entrance with fear in his eyes. I agree with Brother Han's opinion. This kind of person isn't someone we can provoke. Let's leave this place. Wu Hui also said. Yi Tiannan sighed. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Immediately, Han Liumu and the others left one by one. They went back and searched for treasures along the way. There was a deathly silence in the bronze hall. After Lu Ming rushed into the entrance, he saw a large hall. There were several large alchemy furnaces in the hall. However, these furnaces were all corroded and had lost their spirituality. Lu Ming walked around the hall but found nothing. There was another bronze door at the back of the hall, but it was closed. Lu Ming pushed hard. With a click, the bronze door opened. There was no need for a key. The bronze door opened and Lu Ming walked in. This was a room that looked like a secret room. It was much smaller than the hall. There were 2 shelves on both sides. On the shelves, there were some bottles and jars. In the middle of the room, there was an alchemy furnace. On the side, there was a table. Lu Ming first walked towards the shelves and picked up the bottles and jars. Unfortunately, although there were pills inside, they had turned into ashes under the corrosion of time. All the pills and spirit medicines were useless. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. He walked toward the table again. On the table, there were 2 things. A box made of unknown material. It was unknown how many years had passed, but it was still intact. Lu Ming picked up the box and opened it to take a look. Suddenly, he was stunned. In the box, there were dozens of crystals. Each of them was about the size of a longan. Moreover, they were divided into many colors. Some were yellow, some were blue, some were red, some were green. The most important thing was that each crystal was emitting a mysterious aura. It was similar to force, but it was many times more mysterious than force. Lu Ming reached out and picked up a fiery red crystal. After carefully examining it, his body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. This is an ultimacy crystal. Haha, this is definitely an ultimacy crystal. Lu Ming almost laughed out loud. He had never imagined that he would be able to find ultimacy crystals here. Moreover, there were dozens of them. An ultimacy crystal was born from the ultimacy of heaven and earth. It would take a long time to produce one. An ultimacy crystal contained a rich intent of heaven and earth. It could be used to comprehend the intent of heaven and earth. After one's force reached perfection, if one used an ultimacy crystal to comprehend intent, one could quickly comprehend true intent. If a martial king used an ultimacy crystal to cultivate, it would greatly speed up the comprehension of intent. It could be said that an ultimacy crystal was a treasure that even a martial king would covet. Ultimacy crystals were divided into various attributes. For example, wind attribute ultimacy crystal, fire attribute ultimacy crystal, thunder attribute ultimacy crystal. However, regardless of the attribute, an ultimacy crystal could be sold for at least 1 billion lower spiritual crystals in the market. Lu Ming counted carefully. There were a total of 29 ultimacy crystals. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He didn't need anything else. Just these Upanishad crystals were enough to make him rich. Lu Ming closed the box and kept it in the Temple of Paragon. Then, Lu Ming picked up the book and flipped it open. This time, Lu Ming was a little disappointed. This was not a cultivation technique manual or a martial technique manual. It was a book about alchemy. It seemed that this ruin was the residence of an alchemy master. Everything about it was related to alchemy. Lu Ming did not know much about the Tao of inscription. After flipping through a few pages, he put it away. Then, he walked toward the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was as tall as a person. It was simple and unadorned. There were various patterns of flowers and plants carved on it. However, it looked black. Although it did not decay like the other alchemy furnaces, it did not seem to have any spirituality. Forget it, I'll keep it first. I might be able to sell it for a good price. Lu Ming smiled and put the alchemy furnace into a storage ring. Lu Ming walked one round and did not find anything. He walked out of the bronze hall and found that Han Liumu and the others were no longer there. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He casually chose a path and walked out. After leaving the ruin, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and flew back to the city. When Lu Ming returned to the city, he heard a piece of shocking news. The dragon's cave was opened. Dragon's cave? Lu Ming was shocked. The dragon's cave was said to be the nest of a dragon. A long time ago, a true dragon lived there. It was a very famous magical place in the Dongming ancient battlefield. However, the dragon's cave and the surrounding area were all covered by the runes. It could not be opened normally. It was said that even the experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace could not open it. The last time it was opened was a few thousand years ago. Now, it was opened again. That was a peerless land of treasures. It was said that there were countless spiritual herbs and even secret treasures left behind by the true dragon. Everyone's heart was burning with passion. They all left the city and headed towards the Dragon's Cave. Dragon's Cave? We can't miss it. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes shining brightly. He cultivated the true art of the Dragon of War and the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, awakening the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Everything was related to dragons. Now that he had encountered a dragon's den, how could he miss it? The true dragon battle art had been stuck at the 5th level for a long time, and it was difficult to advance. If he could obtain a treasure related to the true dragon, he might be able to advance to the next level. At that moment, Lu Ming also rose into the air and headed in the direction of the Dragon Cave. The dragon's den was located in the western part of this place, in a vast mountain range. It was over 1,000,000 li away from this place. Lu Ming sped forward, and when night fell, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Divine Palace. Then, he took out the level 5 elixirs he had obtained from Xianxia and the others. He activated the Myriad Spirits battle body and began to strengthen his physical body. Lu Ming's physical body improved rapidly again. The next day, Lu Ming continued on his way. Boom! Boom! When Lu Ming passed by a forest, he heard a roar in front of him. There was a battle. Lu Ming moved like a ghost and jumped into the forest. The roar became louder and louder, and Lu Ming quickly approached. He then flew onto a large tree and hid in the leaves, looking forward. Thousands of meters away, more than 100 figures were surrounding a single figure. Jian Fengyun. Lu Ming immediately recognized the figure who was surrounded. It was Jian Fengyun, the genius who was ranked first on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard. And Prince Sky Snake, Blue Cloud, Dao, Yan Feishuan. Lu Ming looked around and saw Prince Sky Snake, Blue Cloud, and the others among the people who had surrounded Jian Fengyun. Not only that, but there were also geniuses from the Thousand River region. Lu Ming saw Li Qiushui, Jiang Chen, and a young man who was ranked 18th in the Thousand River region and had left a scar on Jian Fengyun's face. There were also many experts from the Thousand River region that Lu Ming did not know. Jian Fengyun, I advise you to stop struggling. Today, you will die. Prince Sky Snake sneered. Sky Snake, you are despicable. How dare you join the Thousand River region and become their lackeys? I, Jian Fengyun, am ashamed to be with you. Jian Fengyun shouted angrily. At this moment, there were more than 10 wounds on his body that were dripping with blood. Jian Fengyun, don't be so harsh with your words. This is called a wise man submits to circumstances. The geniuses of the Thousand River domain all have the potential of dragons and phoenixes. They are all peerless geniuses. How can we compare to them? Jian Fengyun, if you surrender now, I can help you ask for mercy and spare your life. Prince Sky Snake shouted. Prince Sky Snake was arrogant and thought that he was a rare genius. However, after entering the Dongming ancient battlefield, he realized that he was wrong. There were too many geniuses. Any one of them was not weaker than him, and there were many who were stronger than him. Especially when they encountered the experts of the Thousand River region, he immediately surrendered. Of course, Blue Cloud Dao, Yan Feishuan, and the others also surrendered. As the lackeys of the Thousand River region, they killed those who did not surrender on the Emperor Yun list and besieged Jian Fengyun. This Sky Snake is quite suitable as a lackey. In the crowd, a young man in a blue robe with a large river embroidered on it smiled faintly. Brother Wan is right. The reason why I did not kill them was because I thought that using them would allow me to better control the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It is better than killing them. With his talent, he appeared to be very respectful when he stood next to this young man. That's right. The young man in blue nodded. At this moment, Jian Fengyun was furious and shouted, Wei Sky Snake, you are shameless and cowardly. Why would I, Jian Fengyun, be afraid of death? You are just a bunch of lackeys. Enough. Young Master Sky Snake shouted angrily. Being called a lackey by Jian Fengyun left and right, young Master Sky Snake's face flushed red. Jian Fengyun, this is all your fault. There's also that bastard Lu Ming. You're blind and audacious. How dare you offend the geniuses of the Qianjiang waters? You're the one who caused all of this. Do you know that? If you had obediently surrendered to the geniuses of the Thousand River region, none of this would have happened today. Young Master Heavenly Snake roared hysterically. That's right, Jian Fengyun. You have only yourselves to blame for this. You failed to recognize Mount Tai, especially that little bastard Lu Ming. He actually dared to enter the elites of the Xianxia waters. Blue Cloud Dao shouted. Ha ha ha, a group of scum. You're shameless. Back then, I should have killed all of you with Lu Ming. Jian Fengyun laughed loudly. Jian Fengyun, you don't have the chance now. Prepare to die. And that bastard Lu Ming will die sooner or later. You two will accompany him then. Prince Sky Snake sneered. Is that so? I am right here. Let's see how you are going to kill me. A voice was heard and a figure walked out from a tree step by step. The figure was naturally Lu Ming. Who is it? Everyone's expression changed and hundreds of pairs of eyes looked towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you? Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, and the rest could not help but exclaim when they saw Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming, I don't know if you're stupid. You actually dared to walk out on your own. I admire your intelligence. But this is good too, it saves us the trouble of looking for you. Blue Cloud said with joy on his face. Little bastard, are you here to beg for mercy? It's too late to beg for mercy now. How about this, if you agree to be my dog for 20 years, I can ask the supreme talents in Xinjiang water region to spare your life. Li Qiushui sneered. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold and vicious gaze. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. He thought that Lu Ming had come out to beg for mercy. However, how could he agree so easily? He wanted to humiliate Lu Ming before he killed him. Where did these retards come from? Lu Ming glanced at Blue Cloud, Li Qiushui, and the others and said indifferently. This sentence, coupled with Lu Ming's disdainful expression, almost made Lan Yundao and Li Qiushui's mouths crooked. Courting death, you're courting death. Li Qiushui roared. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave. You must expose Prince Sky Snake, Blue Cloud, and the others' shameless actions to the public. Don't let the world be deceived by them. Jian Fengyun shouted. Don't even think about it. Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, and the others' faces fell. What they had done could not be spread out. Otherwise, there would be no place for them in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Swoosh! Swoosh! Prince Heavenly Snake and Blue Cloud said. Ji Ruffing, Yang Liuji, and the others moved, pouncing towards Lu Ming. But Lu Ming stood there motionlessly with a faint smile on his face. Figures flashed. Young Master Heavenly Snake and 10 odd people surrounded Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, let's see where you can run now. Young Master Sky Snake sneered. Alas! Seeing this, Jian Fengyun let out a long sigh. There was despair in his eyes. Lu Ming was surrounded. Young Master Heavenly Snake and the rest's despicable actions were no longer spread by anyone. Could it be that the Cloud Emperor mountain range would fall into the hands of these people in the future, and then be easily controlled by the Xinjiang water region? Jian Fengyun was truly unwilling to accept this. Lu Ming, you ran away last time. Let's see how you're going to run this time. Blue Cloud sneered at Lu Ming. Oh? If you have the ability, then come at me. Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? Lu Ming glanced at Blue Cloud and said. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. See how I'll kill you. Lan Yundao shouted with a confident look on his face. Boom, a powerful aura rose from Blue Cloud's body. Early stage martial ancestor realm 7th realm. During this period, Blue Cloud's cultivation had made another breakthrough and reached the early stage martial ancestor realm 7th realm. It was no wonder that he was so confident. Haha, Lu Ming, die. I'll kill you like killing a chicken. Blue Cloud laughed. Blue light burst out from his body and a resplendent saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. He was indeed much more powerful than before. Everyone in the Xinjiang water region sneered and gloated. But in the face of such a saber light, Lu Ming remained motionless. Don't tell me you're stunned after seeing Blue Cloud's breakthrough. Young Master Heavenly Snake laughed softly. Die, Lu Ming. Go to hell. Yang Liuji roared. He was about to see Lu Ming die in front of him and he felt extremely comfortable. Ever since he met Lu Ming in the remains of Imperial Yun Palace, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming. He had always hoped that Lu Ming would die. Now, his wish was finally going to come true. Swoosh, the blue saber light was like a blue gem. It was crystal clear and powerful. It was about to hit Lu Ming's head. At that moment, Lu Ming moved. What was even more shocking was that he actually slapped out. Bam! A slap landed on the blue blade light. The blue blade light was like a bunch of fragile bubbles, bursting with a loud bang. Then, the slap didn't stop, slapping towards Lan Yundao's face. Smack, a crisp sound rang out, and Lan Yundao cried out in pain. His body spun a few times in the air under the force of the slap, and then fell heavily to the ground. I. Lan Yundao glared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with disbelief. The next moment, with a poof, Lan Yundao's body was torn into pieces and fresh blood flowed all over the ground. Dead. Blue Cloud was dead. He was slapped to death by Lu Ming. This, young Master Tianxi, Yang Liuji, Yan Feishuan, and Li Qiushui stared with their eyes bigger than eggs. Their mouths were wide open. How is this possible? You cheated. You must have cheated. After a while, Yang Liuji reacted and shouted hysterically. Blue Cloud, who was many times stronger than him, was slapped to death by Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming be so strong? He found it hard to accept. On the other side, Feng Xinyu, the blue-robed young man, and the other geniuses of the Xinjiang water region looked solemn. You're just an ant. You're so annoying. I'll send you to accompany him. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Yang Liuji. No. Yang Liuji was horrified. He quickly retreated and was almost scared out of his wits. However, swoosh, a spear radiance burst out and pierced through Yang Liuji's throat. Yang Liuji held his throat tightly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. In the end, he fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan, and the others. Young Master Tianxi and the others were shocked. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. The geniuses of the Xinjiang water region are here. How can you be tolerated? Young Master Tianxi shouted. Lu Ming's combat strength made his heart tremble. Although he was stronger than Blue Cloud, it was impossible for him to kill him with one slap. Lu Ming's combat strength was definitely above his. Kill. I must kill him with the help of the Xinjiang water region. Otherwise, there will be another Jian Fengyun in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I won't be able to stand out. Young Master Tianxi roared in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming with jealousy in his heart. Xinjiang water region? They won't be able to leave. Lu Ming smiled faintly. However, his words caused an uproar in the Xinjiang water region. What? What does this kid mean? Could it be that he wants to spare our lives? What an arrogant kid. He's a frog at the bottom of a well. He thinks he's invincible just because he has some skills. This kid deserves to die. He dared to talk back to us before entering the Dongming ancient battlefield. We can't let him live. Cold voices were heard in the Xinjiang water region. Even Jian Fengyun was stunned. He did not know what Lu Ming was trying to do. On the other hand, young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan, and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming was really stupid to be so arrogant. They did not need to do anything now. The geniuses of the Xinjiang water region would not let him go. As expected, I'll kill you. This young man was wearing a purple shirt and boots, with a purple jade belt around his waist. Even his combat sword was purple in color. His entire being exuded a noble aura. Zidong, the one ranked 19th in the Xinjiang water zone. As soon as this young man appeared, someone exclaimed softly. Ranked 19th in the Xinjiang water zone, he was already an expert on the same level as Jian Fengyun. Zidong was very arrogant. He looked coldly at Lu Ming and exuded a powerful aura. He said, Lu Ming, although your combat strength is not bad, you are too arrogant. However, I can give you a chance. If you can take 3 of my attacks and not die, I can consider sparing your life. Take 3 of your attacks and not die? Haha, you are really full of confidence. If you want to fight, do it quickly. I can give you a chance to use your sword. You better use all your trump cards. After that, you won't have a chance. Lu Ming said indifferently. Who didn't know how to be arrogant? How arrogant? Then die. Zidong's killing intent burst forth, and his body emitted a strong purple light. Extreme purple sword technique, sword from the east. Zidong roared. And unsheathed his combat sword. In an instant, the sky was filled with purple chi. Immediately after, in the purple aura, a purple sword gleam pierced toward Lu Ming like a flying immortal from outer space. It was so fast that it left a long trail in the sky. Bam, however, what greeted him was Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming's kick did not use the Nine Dragons' Heaven Stomp. It was just an ordinary kick, but it contained powerful genuine chi, as well as the power of wind and fire. With this kick, the purple sword light shattered, and the kick landed directly on Zidong's face. In an instant, Zidong's face was deformed. He did not even have time to scream before he was sent flying backward. He crashed into 7 or 8 trees and slid on the ground, leaving a deep trail. He lay 1,000 meters away, his body twitching. He was breathing more than he was inhaling. Hiss, gasps could be heard. Everyone stared at Lu Ming in a daze. This was too overbearing, wasn't it? He had kicked Zidong to the brink of death with just one kick. What kind of combat power was this? Young Master Heavenly Snake, Yan Feishuan, and the others swallowed their saliva. They felt cold sweat drenching their backs, and their limbs were trembling. They couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Lu Ming kicked them in the face. Jian Fengyun was also in a daze. Then, a hopeful look appeared in his eyes. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded his expectations. The young man in the blue robe and the 5 or 6 young men beside him wore stern looks. I told you, you only have one chance. Lu Ming glanced at Zidong nonchalantly and then stopped looking at him. Humph, you're only an 8th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivator. Among us, at least 6 of us are on par with you, and many of us are capable of killing you. Inside the Thousand River region, a young man snorted coldly. His body emitted a cold murderous intent. Oh? Who doesn't know how to talk big? That guy said the same thing. In the end, he couldn't even take one kick from me. I think you guys at the Thousand River region can only talk big. When it comes to fighting, you're all trash. Lu Ming gave the people of the Thousand River region a provocative look. Presumptuous. You're courting death. Instantly, the people of the Thousand River region were infuriated. With the young man in the blue robe as the center, powerful auras burst out. Their aura soared into the sky like smoke signals. It was extremely terrifying. Cut the crap. Come at me all at once. I'm too lazy to fight you one by one. There was a contemptuous smile at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth as he spoke lightly. What? You, the geniuses of the Thousand River region were furious. Lu Ming wanted to challenge all the geniuses of the Thousand River region by himself? This was a blatant insult, a blatant disdain. However, young Master Heavenly Snake, Yan Feishuan, and the others were overjoyed. They roared in their hearts, haha, this idiot Lu Ming, he's so arrogant just because he has some combat strength. He dares to challenge all the geniuses of the Thousand River region? He's courting death. Jian Fengyun's expression changed greatly as he yelled, Lu Ming, you can't. The top 10 geniuses of the Thousand River region are all here. That young man in the blue robe is Jiang Wantian, who is ranked first in the Thousand River region. You can't be careless. You'd better break out of the encirclement quickly. Judging from Lu Ming's previous attacks, Lu Ming was definitely stronger than him. He had reached the 8th grade martial ancestor realm and was definitely a Battle 3 genius. If Lu Ming tried his best to break out of the encirclement, he might be able to kill his way out. However, if he challenged all the geniuses of the Thousand River region, especially Jiang Wantian, he would definitely die. Lu Ming ignored them and continued to speak with disdain, hurry up. I've said it before. You can't leave today. If you don't want to fight, I'll do it. Presumptuous and ignorant. I'll kill you. A cold-looking young man roared and stepped forward. A long spear appeared in his hand, emitting a shocking aura. He was a genius in the early 8th grade martial ancestor realm and was definitely a Battle 3 genius. Die, the cold-looking young man was very straightforward. He thrust his spear forward and a shocking spear ray burst out. Nice spear technique. Lu Ming smiled faintly and the demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand. He shook his arm and the demon-banishing spear shot out. Clang, the spear ray roared and the two long spears pierced each other. There was a loud explosion and ripples appeared on the two spears. Explode! Lu Ming whispered and surging genuine qi gushed out. At the same time, the power of wind and fire exploded. Crack, the cold-looking young man's upper LV4 long spear made cracking sounds and cracks appeared on it. Then, the cold-looking young man screamed and his body flew out like a cannonball. He flew for a few hundred meters before he stopped. There were a few gunshot wounds on his body and blood spurted out of his mouth. I've said that you can only talk. When you fight, you're all trash. Lu Ming laughed disdainfully. He then shook his long spear and put it away. The demon-banishing spear should be a LV4 weapon. However, it was made of the same material as a LV5 spiritual weapon. It was extremely sturdy and could withstand Lu Ming's full power. You are indeed capable. Today, we can't let you go. Let's attack together and kill this person. Jiang Wantian said slowly with a grave expression. Lu Ming's strength was too shocking. Even he was not confident that he could win. He could only gather the strength of everyone in the Thousand River region to kill Lu Ming. I've already told you to attack together. Now that the warm-up is over, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Kill. Kill. Jiang Wantian shouted and a shocking aura rose from his body. Lu Ming felt that Jiang Wantian was not any weaker than Yu Feiyu. But, so what, besides Jiang Wantian, there were 5 other people who had reached Martial Ancestor Realm 8. In addition, there were more than 10 Martial Ancestor Realm 7 experts. With so many experts attacking together, their power was earth-shattering. Go to hell! Prince Tianxi and the others shouted in their hearts. At the same time, they retreated quickly for fear of being affected. Lu Ming, be careful! Jian Fengyun shouted. Die! Nearly 20 geniuses of the 7th Martial Ancestor Realm and each of them was an expert who had surpassed the Second World War. When they attacked together, the entire space was boiling as if it was about to explode. Sword Qi, Saber Radiance, Fist Force, Spear Radiance, etc., gathered together and blasted towards Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground and retreated rapidly. In an instant, he had retreated 1,000 meters. Then, he took a deep breath and his body suddenly rose. Heaven's palm! Lu Ming shouted and waved his palm. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth instantly boiled and was drawn over. A huge palm print formed and blasted towards Jiang Wantian and the others. Before the palm print arrived, the terrifying aura had already suppressed everyone's breathing. Jiang Wantian and the other geniuses of the Thousand River territory were shocked because the power of this palm print was too terrifying. Oh no, hold on, you must hold on. Jiang Wantian roared. Stormy Wave's palm. Jiang Wantian roared as he struck out with his palm. A raging river was formed, and with the momentum of a raging wave, it blasted towards the heavenly Dao palm imprint. At the same time, various sword radiance and fist force exploded and blasted towards the heaven's palm print. Boom! Boom! With so many people joining forces, the power was indeed terrifying. Various attacks blasted onto the heaven's palm print and after each blast, the power of the heaven's palm print would weaken. When more than 20 attacks were exhausted, the power of the heaven's palm print was almost gone. Haha, he blocked it. Someone from the Thousand River territory laughed. They thought that Lu Ming could only use such a powerful attack once. What are you so happy about? Second palm print. A faint voice sounded and the second heaven's palm print formed and blasted towards them. Ah? Why is there another one? The experts of the Thousand River territory were in despair. They then unleashed all their strength and attacked. Boom, once again, it clashed with the heaven's palm print. But this time, before the second palm print could be neutralized, a third palm print formed in the sky and blasted down. No! Jiang Wantian and the others shouted in horror and despair. Boom, the third palm strike slammed down, and they could no longer withstand it. The bodies of some 7th-level Martial Ancestor Realm experts cracked as they were smashed to the ground by the palm force. They died instantly. A few 8th-layer martial ancestor realm experts spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Kill. Lu Ming did not give them the slightest chance. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a dozen long spears and shot them out. Puff. Poof, Jiang Wanchun and the others were all pierced through by the long spear and nailed to the ground. In just a few breaths' time, the top 20 geniuses of the Qianjiang Ocean were all killed. At the scene, the remaining people looked at this scene in shock. Oh my god, how could this be? How could this be? Among the people of the Thousand River region, Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun widened their eyes in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had actually killed one of the top 20 geniuses in the Thousand River domain. How was this possible? They broke out in cold sweat and trembled all over. As for young Master Heavenly Snake, Yan Feishuan, and the others, they were more or less the same as Li Qiushui and the others. They were scared out of their wits. Didn't the two of you want to attack me? Now, I'll give you a chance. Do it. Lu Ming glanced at Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun. Plop, Li Qiushui stammered for a long time but could not say a word. Suddenly, he knelt down with a plop and let out a miserable cry. Lu Ming, no, Brother Lu, no, Master Lu, I was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. You're a true dragon in the sky and I'm just a pitiful reptile. Please spare me. Plop, as soon as Li Qiushui finished speaking, another kneeling sound could be heard. It was Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was even more exaggerated. He prostrated himself on the ground and shouted, Young hero Lu, please spare me too. I have an 80-year-old mother and a fiancé. They will rely on me in the future. As long as you spare me, I will be willing to do anything for you. His cry was so miserable that it was enough to make one cry. Lu Ming was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a weirdo. Martial artists were prideful. Even if they were afraid of death, they wouldn't beg for mercy shamelessly. Lu Ming, don't listen to them. As far as I know, Jiang Chun doesn't have an 80-year-old mother or a fiancé. He has ruined many good girls. Jian Fengyun shouted. Jian, you. Why do you want to harm me? Jiang Chun shouted. You talk too much. Lu Ming said coldly. He then waved his hand and two spear radiances flew out. Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun couldn't even react in time and they were nailed to the ground. Run, run. There were still dozens of youths left in Xinjiang water region and they were running for their lives. Lu Ming glanced at them and didn't chase after them. Most of the youths in Xinjiang water region had no grudges with him. Lu Ming wasn't a bloodthirsty person and he wouldn't kill them all. Go. At this moment, young Master Xianxia and the rest were running in the same direction. Lu Ming looked over coldly. Then, he took a step forward and his body flashed. When he appeared again, he was already in front of young Master Xianxia and the rest. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I know you are from the Blazing Sun Empire. If you dare to touch me, my family will flatten the Blazing Sun Empire. Young Master Xianxia shouted with a pale face. As long as all of you are dead, who will know it's me? Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't care. He then looked at Jian Fengyun and said, Brother Jian, how about this? I'll let you deal with them. They wanted to kill Jian Fengyun and he could deal with them. Great, that's what I want. Jian Fengyun flew over and looked coldly at young Master Xianxia. Wei Xianxia, die. Jian Fengyun shouted and unsheathed his combat sword. A powerful sword chi pressed towards young Master Xianxia. Jian Fengyun, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Let's see who is stronger today. Seeing that he couldn't escape, young Master Xianxia went all out. Thousand Snake Sword Technique. Shoo. Shoo, dense sword chi suddenly shot out from young Master Xianxia's hand. The sword chi was like a poisonous snake as it charged towards Jian Fengyun. Sword wind rises. Jian Fengyun whispered. Then, a sword radiance suddenly appeared and pierced through the void. All the sword chi that young Master Xianxia sent out was destroyed by the sword. Second sword blood river. Shoo, Jian Fengyun became one as the sword radiance flashed. Spurt, young Master Xianxia's throat suddenly spurted out blood. A sword broke his roar. Jian Fengyun, you, young Master Tian, she roared and breathed his last. Run. Yan Feishuan was horrified and almost wet his pants. He turned and ran. Shoo, a sword radiance flashed and Yan Feishuan's head flew up. Then, sword radiance flashed and the remaining people from the Cloud Emperor mountain range died under Jian Fengyun's sword. Traitor, you don't need to live in this world. Lu Ming nodded silently. Jian Fengyun's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th level martial grandmaster realm. He was only a step away from the 8th level martial grandmaster realm. He was indeed far ahead in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. He was much stronger than Prince Tianxi, who was in 2nd place. Of course, Su Mo was an exception. Brother Liu, thank you for saving me this time. Otherwise, I would have died in the hands of these despicable people. Jian Fengyun walked over and cupped his fists to thank Lu Ming. Brother Jian, you're welcome. These people have a grudge against me. Even if this did not happen, I would have killed them. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Jian Fengyun sighed. It had not been long and Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to a level that he could not catch up with. It was shocking. He was sure that Lu Ming was not so strong when he first entered the Dongming ancient battlefield. Otherwise, he would not have let Prince Skysnake and the others go. Jian Fengyun pondered for a while and said, Brother Liu, are you going to the dragon's cave? That's right. Lu Ming nodded. That's great. We were going to the dragon's cave as well. We did not expect to meet the people from the Xinjiang water region. Prince Skysnake and the others surrendered to the Xinjiang water region. Jian Fengyun gritted his teeth and said, Brother Liu, why don't we go together? Jian Fengyun changed his tone. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them rose into the air and flew toward the dragon's cave. When it was close to evening, they came to a strange place. From high up in the sky, one could see a huge mountain range lying on the ground in front of them, like a true dragon. They looked like real dragons and they could vaguely make out the dragon's head and tail. This is where the dragon's cave is. It is said that the real dragon's cave is deep in this area. The surrounding area is affected by the dragon's cave and the mountain range is shaped like a dragon. There are many spiritual herbs and treasures. However, it is said that this area is usually covered by the inscription formation and it is impossible to find or enter. I did not expect it to be opened now. Jian Fengyun whispered and his eyes were shining. Haha, that means we are lucky. Let's go. Having said that, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he flew forward. When he flew into the dragon cave area, he was a little surprised. That was because he could feel that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was even denser. It was very strange. Even though there was only a thin line separating them, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was completely different. Furthermore, Lu Ming could sense that the dragon-shaped true energy in his body was circulating faster than before. If he could cultivate here, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would be much faster than anywhere else. After pondering for a moment, the two of them continued forward. Soon, night fell. When the two of them were on guard against the specter, they realized that there was no specter at all. Everything was normal. Could it be that the dragon's lair is isolated from the entry of those specters? Jian Fengyun guessed. Lu Ming nodded. This was the only reason. However, this was a good thing. It saved him a lot of trouble. The two of them landed on a mountain peak and closed their eyes to meditate. Jian Fengyun had already suffered some injuries, and now, he was circulating his energy to heal himself. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, the two of them continued their journey, heading deeper into the region. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart sounded in front of them. In front of them, a black-robed young man was flying rapidly. Behind him, dozens of figures were chasing rapidly. Xiaohaoyu, you can't escape. Be obedient and accept your death. Someone shouted from behind. Those who were with you are all dead. What's the point of living an ignoble existence like you? A cold laugh sounded. In front, the black-robed young man did not say a word and flew with all his might. It's the strongest person in the Valley Wind Mountain Range, Xiaohaoyu. I've met him once before. Jian Fengyun said softly. Lu Ming swept a glance and stood in the air, having no intention of interfering. Lu Ming was not a kind-hearted person. He would not bring unnecessary trouble to himself because of someone he did not know. Since Lu Ming did not move, Jian Fengyu naturally did not move either. Xiao Haiyu glanced at Lu Ming and the others before continuing to fly forward. However, just because Lu Ming and the others did not interfere did not mean that others would not look for trouble. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, 7 or 8 figures surrounded Lu Ming. Xiao Haiyu, die! Whoosh! Among the group of people, a terrifying saber light instantly tore through the void and slashed towards Xiao Haiyu at an unbelievable speed. Xiao Haiyu roared and tried his best to resist, but he was hit until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. In the next moment, he was also surrounded by the group of people. Everyone, what are you doing? We don't seem to have any grudges. Jian Fengyun's expression changed slightly. What are we doing? This is a robbery. The two of you, hand over your storage rings. Hand over your storage rings and I'll consider sparing your lives. Among the people surrounding them, a skinny young man who looked like a monkey sneered. Brothers, don't listen to them. They're from the desolate wilderness area and belong to a large area. Even if you hand over your storage rings, they'll still kill you. Not far away, Xiao Haiyu shouted. The desolate wilderness area. Jian Fengyun's expression changed when he heard that. The desolate wilderness area was the same as the Qianjiang water region. It was a large area. There were high-level empires overseeing it. Haha, Xiao Haiyu, what's the use of shouting so loudly? Do you think they can avoid death if they don't hand over their storage rings? An abnormally tall and sturdy young man, who was about 2 to 3 meters tall and had muscles all over his body, sneered. He looked like a small giant. Scram. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded. The voice wasn't loud but it was filled with coldness. The voice belonged to Lu Ming. The young men from the desolate wilderness area were slightly stunned. Then, someone's expression changed and he said coldly, Kid, what did you say? I told you to scram. Don't you understand human language? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't scram after 3 breaths, then don't scram. Lu Ming's voice was still unhurried, but the coldness in his voice was even more intense. Kid, you're courting death. I'll crush all your bones now. There were 8 strong young men surrounding Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, one of them took a big step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Bang! In the next instant, the strong young man was sent flying a few thousand meters away by Lu Ming's kick. You, how dare you fight back? Let's kill him together. The remaining 7 people roared furiously and attacked Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Following this, 7 explosions were heard as the 7 young men were sent flying a few thousand meters away by Lu Ming's kick. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and their bodies almost exploded. The young men surrounding Xiao Haiyu were stunned. Even the unusually tall and sturdy young man's expression turned serious. Among the 8 young men, there was a 7th-layer martial ancestor realm genius, but he was still sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming's strength was shocking. I'll be merciful and spare your lives. Scram now. Lu Ming snapped. Kid, you're pretty strong. Let me fight you. If you can defeat me, I'll leave right away. Brother, be careful. He is the strongest expert of the desolated area, with a cultivation of the 8th-layer martial ancestor realm. His strength has surpassed the Battle 3 geniuses. Xiao Haiyu yelled. Hee, it's too late now. Desolation godly fist. The bulky young man let out a roar as he lashed out a punch. The punch caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently, as if a mountain range was hurtling toward Lu Ming. Furthermore, a huge mountain floated above the bulky young man's head, with 5 silver chakras shining brightly. The power of the punch was even stronger after the bloodline was unleashed. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Bang! A punch and a kick collided with one another. Following this, the crowd could see the bulky young man's fist crumbling instantly. His steel-like muscles began to tremble violently. Bang! Following this, his body was sent flying backward like a deflated balloon. He flew for 3,000 meters before coming to a stop, with blood spurting out from his mouth. Run, run now! The bulky young man let out a roar and ran for his life without hesitation. The rest of the people in the desolated area were scared out of their wits, who immediately fled a few thousand meters away. At that instant, everyone in the desolated area had fled for their lives. Lu Ming did not chase after them. It was enough to teach them a lesson. Guys, thanks for saving my life. You're Jian Fengyun. At that instant, Xiao Haoyu flew over and took a closer look at Jian Fengyun. His eyes flickered as if he had recognized Jian Fengyun. Brother Xiao, it's been a few years since we last met. How are you? Jian Fengyun said with a smile. Brother Jian, it's really you. I didn't recognize you just then. May I know who this is? Xiao Haoyu glanced at Lu Ming with astonishment in his eyes. Being able to defeat the strongest expert of the desolated area with ease. His strength could easily be ranked among the geniuses that had entered the Dongming ancient battlefield. Xiao Haoyu guessed that Lu Ming was most likely a genius from a super region. This is Lu Ming, brother Lu, a peerless genius from the Cloud Monarch mountain range. Jian Fengyun introduced Lu Ming to Xiao Haoyu with a proud tone. What? Is brother Lu a genius from the Cloud Emperor mountain range? Xiao Haoyu exclaimed in disbelief. What? If brother Xiao doesn't believe me, then there's nothing to hide. Jian Fengyun said. Lu Ming smiled and said, I am indeed from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I didn't expect the Cloud Emperor mountain range to have such a genius like brother Lu. What an eye-opener. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed. Hey, Xiao Haoyu, what do you mean by that? It seems like our Cloud Emperor mountain range can't produce someone like brother Lu. Jian Fengyun said with a glare. Brother Jian, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Xiao Haoyu smiled bitterly and hurriedly said. Then, he quickly changed the topic and said, Brother Lu, Brother Jian, are you going to the Dragon Cave? Not bad. Lu Ming and Wang Chong nodded. Then why don't we go together? Xiao Haoyu said. Lu Ming did not object. Since Lu Ming did not object, Jian Fengyun naturally did not object as well. Lu Ming naturally had his own thoughts. Xiao Haoyu was the strongest expert in a region. His talent and combat strength were not inferior to Jian Fengyun's. There was almost no problem for him to join the Dtian Divine Guards. In the future, Lu Ming would not know anyone in the Dtian Divine Guards. It would only be beneficial for him to get to know a few more people now. The three of them moved forward together. On the way, Lu Ming also found out why Xiao Haoyu was being hunted down by the people in the desolate region. The reason was that the experts from the various large regions were all hunting down the experts from the small regions, especially the strongest experts from the small regions. They all had a chance of joining the Dtian Divine Guards, and if they killed these people, the competition in the large regions would be a little smaller. Perhaps more people would be able to join the Dtian Divine Guards. It seems that the later it will be, the more chaotic it will be. Jian Fengyun sighed. Only a little more than a month had passed, and those large regions had already started hunting down the experts in the small regions. He really did not know how chaotic it would be in the later stages. This was the goal of the Dtian Divine Palace. Only by surviving the various dangers and trials could one become a Dtian Divine Guard. The three of them moved forward. However, their speed was not very fast. They flew at a low altitude. As they flew, they searched for spiritual herbs. The Dragon Cave region nurtured many natural treasures. However, along the way, the three of them did not gain much. They saw many pits in many places. Obviously, other people had already dug out the spiritual herbs. This region was really vast. The three of them flew for tens of thousands of miles, but they still had not reached the real location of the Dragon Cave. Look, there are corpses over there. Jian Fengyun suddenly shouted. Lu Ming and Xiao Haoyu also saw a large number of corpses lying in a valley below. Let's go and take a look. The three of them flew down. When they took a look, their expressions changed. In the valley, there were no less than 100 corpses. All of them were dead. The most shocking thing was that these corpses were all dried up. It was as if all the blood and essence in their bodies had been sucked away. What a strange way to die. Could it be some strange monster? Xiao Haoyu sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. Lu Ming also frowned and pondered. It was really strange that their blood and essence had been sucked dry. For example, the 9 dragons' bloodline only devoured blood essence and bloodline power. It would not devour ordinary blood. Then, the 3 of them continued to move forward. However, not far away, they saw another pile of corpses. They were also dried up. Those are people from the desolate wildlands. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed. Among these corpses, there were some who were particularly burly. Based on their clothes, it was obvious that they were from the desolate wildlands. Even the strongest person in the desolate wildlands is dead, Jian Fengyun said in a deep voice. Among the corpses, there was one who was particularly burly. Based on his clothes, it was the strongest person in the desolate wildlands that Lu Ming had chased away. This region is too strange. How did they die? Jian Fengyun said. Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu's faces were solemn. Even the strongest person in the desolate wildlands died here. It was too terrifying. Let's leave this place, Lu Ming said. Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu nodded. Immediately, the 3 of them soared into the sky and left this place. However, a few hundred miles away, they saw dozens of corpses. They had died in the same way as before. I have a feeling that something big will happen in this trip to the Dragon's Cave, Xiao Haoyu said in a deep voice. Then, there was a moment of silence. Soon, the 3 of them traveled another 10,000 miles. There are so many people there. What are they doing? Suddenly, Jian Fengyun said. Not far away on the right, there was a huge cliff. There were many people gathered at the bottom of the cliff. Let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. The 3 of them flew over. What a powerful sword intent. Swoosh, the 3 of them landed at the bottom of the cliff. There were already more than 20 people gathered at the bottom of the cliff. These people were in different positions and kept a distance from each other. Some of them were sitting cross-legged as if they were comprehending something. Some of them were looking at the sword mark on the cliff seriously. At this point, they could see more clearly. On the huge cliff, there was a slanted sword mark that was more than 100 meters long. It was deeply engraved on the cliff and was filled with an ancient aura. No one knew how long it had been passed down. An incomparably profound sword intent permeated the air. Lu Ming stared at the sword mark carefully. Suddenly, the sword mark enlarged rapidly in Lu Ming's eyes. In the end, the entire world changed. The world turned into a battlefield and shouts of killing filled the sky. Suddenly, a sword light slashed from afar. It was vast and boundless. It was impossible to describe the magnificence of this sword. When the sword light came out, the sky cracked. The sword light was getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. It contained a peerless killing intent. Ah! Lu Ming roared and retreated quickly. The environment changed. Lu Ming found that he was still at the bottom of the cliff. He took 3 steps back and left 3 footprints on the ground. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long breath. The sword strike just now was really like facing the Grim Reaper. Around him, some people glanced at him and then turned their heads away. They did not find it strange. Brother Lu, are you all right? Jian Fengyun looked at Lu Ming. I'm fine. Lu Ming shook his head. Brother Lu is really a peerless talent. You can actually stay in the sword intent for half an hour. When you woke up, you only took 3 steps back. I only lasted for 10 minutes. When I woke up, I almost vomited blood. Xiao Haoyu laughed. It's a pity that Brother Lu doesn't cultivate the sword. Otherwise, you would definitely become a peerless swordsman, Jian Fengyun said. Half an hour? Lu Ming was surprised. Just now, he only felt that a while had passed. He did not expect half an hour to have passed. Brother Lu, Brother Xiao, and I plan to stay here and comprehend the sword intent here. I'm afraid we can't go to the Dragon's Cave with Brother Lu. Jian Fengyun looked at Lu Ming apologetically. It doesn't matter. This sword was probably left behind by a peerless swordsman. For a sword cultivator, it is a supreme opportunity. If I were a sword cultivator, I would probably leave it behind to cultivate too. Lu Ming smiled. They were all martial artists, so he could understand what Jian Fengyun and the others were thinking. This sword mark was too tempting for sword cultivators. If they could comprehend a trace of it, they would benefit immensely. Compared to the Dragon's Cave, this place was more practical for them. To Lu Ming, it was better for Jian Fengyun and the rest to stay here. Lu Ming would be able to unleash his full potential if he ventured into the Dragon Cave alone. I hope Brother Lu will be able to reap great rewards in the Dragon Cave. Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu cupped their fists together. See you again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned into a beam of light, shooting up into the sky and disappearing. Following this, Lu Ming no longer slowed down to search for spirit herbs. Instead, he sped up. Along the way, Lu Ming saw a few fights, but he ignored them and flashed past. That is? Half a day later, an incomparably majestic mountain range appeared in front of him. This mountain range was at least a few thousand miles long. It twisted and turned on the ground. Lu Ming could barely see the outline of this mountain range from a few hundred miles high in the sky. Looking from afar, this mountain range really looked like a true dragon. 5 dragon claws, scales formed from various rocks, and 2 dragon horns on the dragon's head. Its shape was exactly the same as the legendary true dragon. This is the legendary Dragon Mountain. I've arrived at the Dragon Cave. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he quickly headed towards the Dragon Mountain's dragon head. When he got closer, he realized that this mountain range was really too majestic. The highest parts reached the clouds. When Lu Ming arrived at the dragon's head, he realized that many people were already there. At a glance, there were no less than 2,000 people. More than 2,000 people were scattered around a lake. This lake was very wide. Above the lake was the Dragon Mountain's dragon head. The dragon head was open, revealing a dark cave. At this moment, something strange was happening. The water in the lake flowed from the bottom to the top, forming a water column that continuously flew into the dragon's mouth. It looked like the true dragon was sucking in water. This was the dragon sucking water phenomenon. Legend had it that the true dragon cave was under this lake. As long as the lake water was sucked dry, the true dragon cave would be revealed. Thousands of people were waiting on the 4 sides of the lake. Lu Ming landed and blended into the crowd. Brother Feng, why are there only a few of you left in the flowing water bay region? Someone was chatting at the side. Sigh, the others are all dead, hunted down by the people of the larger regions. What about you? Why aren't there many people left? Don't mention it. We also encountered a large region that attacked indiscriminately. The strongest people in our region were killed. On the other hand, the weaker ones escaped. However, the people of the larger region behind us also died. I saw their corpses drained of blood. It was extremely terrifying. What? You also saw the corpses drained of blood? We saw it too. Lu Ming's expression changed. It seemed that the draining of blood did not only happen in the region he passed by, but also in other regions. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. Half a day later, there were no less than 3,000 people here. And the water on the lake had also decreased by a portion. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Dozens of young men and women stepped on the air and arrived. These dozens of people had an extremely terrifying aura on their bodies, and they had a common characteristic. The men were very handsome, and the women were beautiful and charming. The people from the Lake Phoenix region are here. Someone exclaimed. It's over. I didn't expect that even the geniuses from the Lake Phoenix region would come. Will we still have a share in the Dragon Cave? Someone sighed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had naturally heard of the Lake Phoenix region. It was a region stronger than large regions like the Xinjiang water region and was known as a super region. In a normal large region, there would only be one high-level empire overseeing it. And in a super region, there would be at least 2 high-level empires, or even 3 or 4. They were incomparably powerful and filled with geniuses. It was said that the Lake Phoenix region had 3 high-level empires, mid-level empires, and low-level empires. There were more than 1,000 empires, and it was many times stronger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Look, The one wearing the phoenix robe is the strongest person in the Lake Phoenix region, the number 1 genius, Xianxia. It is said that he is a 4-battle genius, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level of a martial ancestor realm. What? A 4-battle genius? The peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm is so terrifying? Of course, he is the strongest person in the super region. He is a peerless genius. Lu Ming also looked over. Indeed, among the people of the Lake Phoenix region, he saw a handsome young man wearing a phoenix robe. He was 22 or 23 years old, and his face was like jade. He was Huang Qixin. However, his gaze was incomparably cold and arrogant. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Those are the geniuses from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. Even the people from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range are here. Another super region, we won't get a share of this. And the strongest person from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range, Bu Fifan, is here too. The arrival of this group of people caused another round of exclamations. Even the geniuses from the Lake Phoenix region frowned. Ha ha ha, Huang Qixin, I didn't expect you to be here too. The geniuses from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range stopped on the other side of the lake, distancing themselves from the people from the Lake Phoenix region. Among them, a young man with fiery red hair laughed. Bu Fifan, since you can come, I can naturally come too. Huang Qixin sneered. Haha, it's so lively, count us in. With a loud laugh, more than 10 streaks of rainbow light flew over from the sky. The rainbow light dissipated, revealing more than 10 young figures. They stopped on the other side of the lake. It's the people from the Yangchuan Valley region. Super region, Yangchuan Valley. Some people were already in despair. The super regions had arrived one after another, and the strongest of them were among them. The arrival of the Yangchuan Valley region caused Bu Fifan, Huang Qixin, and the others' faces to darken. The dragon head of the Dragon Mountain was in the north of the lake. The 3 super regions stopped on the east, south, and west side of the lake. Obviously, they were wary of each other. Following that, more and more people arrived, but none of them attracted the attention of the 3 super regions. Half an hour later, a young man in a gray robe and holding a long sword silently appeared in the air above the lake. This young man had an ordinary appearance and was wearing a gray robe that looked very old. He just stood quietly in the air. However, Huang Qixin, Bu Fifan, and the strongest person in the Yangchuan Valley region, Sun Chu, all changed their expressions when they saw this person. Ancient Desolation City, Xianfeng. Huang Qixin said solemnly. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar. What? Ancient Desolation City? Is this person from the Ancient Desolation City? It's said that the Ancient Desolation City is extremely mysterious. Very few people come out, but once they come out, they are peerless monsters. If this person is from the Ancient Desolation City, that's terrifying. Looks like the Dragon Cave is very attractive to these peerless monsters. There's going to be a good show this time. Everyone was discussing, but Xianfeng was still hugging his battle sword. He didn't say a word, and his expression didn't even change. Huang Qixin and the others glanced at Xianfeng with some fear, not saying a word. Following that, the number of people increased, and soon, it broke through the 4,000 mark. As far as the eye could see, the small lake was densely packed with people. Huang Qixin glanced around and revealed a look of disgust. He said coldly, a bunch of trash actually wants to get a share of the treasures in the Dragon Cave. They are really indulging in fantasy and overestimating themselves. Many people's expressions changed, but they were afraid of Lake Phoenix and Huang Qixuan's strength, so no one dared to make a sound. Humph, what a bunch of trash. Huang Qixin harumphed coldly, then turned to Bu Fifan and Sun Chu. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, how about this? Before entering the Dragon Cave, let's clear away these obstructing trash, what do you think? All right. That's what I was thinking. Bu Fifan and Sun Chu both nodded. But the others' faces changed drastically. The people from the bigger regions can stay, fly to the sky. As for the trash from the smaller regions, scram quickly, don't be a hindrance here. Huang Qixuan's gaze was like lightning, sweeping over the surroundings as he reprimanded loudly. Hearing this, the experts from the bigger regions breathed out in relief and flew to the sky, increasing the distance between them and the people from the smaller regions. The remaining people were from the smaller regions. The people from the smaller regions had ugly expressions, looking at each other, but no one wanted to leave. Who would be willing to leave so easily? Looks like you guys aren't going to scram, right? Huang Qishuan's gaze turned cold. Huang Qixuan, you guys are too overbearing. The Dragon Cave is an ownerless land. Anyone can come here to obtain a piece of fortune. Why should it be monopolized by you guys? I refuse to accept this. There are so many of us, we are not afraid of you. That's right. Someone shouted loudly. Oh? Looks like you guys aren't going to scram? Huang Qixuan sneered, then looked at Bufifan and Sun Chu, saying, You two, you and I will each occupy a direction. How about this? Each of us will clear a direction. Let's see which side cleans faster. What do you think? Good, this is interesting. That's exactly what I want. Bufifan and Sun Chu laughed. Then, let's begin. Whoosh, as soon as Huang Qishuan's voice fell, his figure flashed out like a lightning bolt. Ah, a mournful scream was heard. The crowd saw a young man's heart being pierced by Huang Qishuan's claw. The young man let out a desperate roar and finally stopped breathing. Trash, you talk too much, die. Huang Qishuan sneered. Whoever doesn't scram, the next moment, you will die. A cold voice came out from Huang Qishuan's mouth. Damn it, this is too much, we are not afraid of them if we join forces. A tall young man roared, his body emitting a powerful aura. The peak of the 7th martial ancestor realm, this was a genius who was not weaker than Jian Fengyun, most likely the strongest in a small region. Then let's die together. Huang Qixuan sneered, his figure rushing towards the young man. Kill. The young man roared, slashing out a shocking saber light. But the next moment, Puchi, Huang Qishuan's claw seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The saber light shattered, then like the previous person, his heart was pierced by the claw. The strongest in a small region, dead. A piece of trash dares to shout, you are courting death. Huang Qishuan's claw flickered with a red light, not a single drop of blood was stained on it. The others were terrified, too strong, they were no match for him. The strongest in a small region was killed in one move, the difference was too great. If you don't retreat in 3 breaths, kill without mercy. Huang Qishuan's eyes were cold as he scanned the surroundings. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of the experts from Lake Phoenix flashed, bursting with powerful auras. Let's go, let's go. Finally, someone roared and retreated unwillingly. Let's go too. Helpless, the people in the small region retreated one after another. It was the same in the other 2 regions. After a few experts were killed, they also retreated helplessly. After a few breaths, only the people in the large region were left. Of course, Xianfeng hugged his long sword and did not move. Huang Qixuan and the others naturally would not touch him. In an instant, the people in the small region had all left. No, there was only one person left, and that was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was originally on the east side of the small lake, which was the responsibility of Lake Phoenix. At this moment, he stood there alone, appearing very conspicuous. Ha ha ha, Huang Qixuan, you still have people on your side. Looks like you've lost. Bufifan laughed. Looks like Lake Phoenix's deterrence is just SOSO. Sun Chu sighed. Huang Qishuan's face turned gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming with eyes filled with murderous intent. Kid, I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Huang Qixuan said eerily. Lu Ming glanced at Huang Qixuan and smiled faintly. I told you to get lost, are you going to get lost? You told me to get lost? Kid, are you crazy? Do you have the right to do so? Huang Qixuan sneered. That's it, you told me to get lost? Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to do so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. Bufifan laughed wildly and said, Huang Qixuan, looks like Lake Phoenix's deterrence isn't that great? Or is it that your deterrence isn't that great? Bufifan's words made Huang Qixuan grit his teeth in anger. However, he had no confidence in dealing with Bufifan. He could only turn his anger into murderous intent towards Lu Ming. Kid, even if you kneel down and beg me now, you can't get lost. You will pay for your words and actions. I will make you wish you were dead. Huang Qishan said eerily. Nonsense, don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, hurry up. Lu Ming scolded. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the other geniuses were stunned. Where did this hothead come from? How dare he talk to Huang Qishan like that? This was simply courting death. Good, 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 very good. Huang Qishan said the word good 3 times in a row. His voice was incomparably eerie as a terrifying aura rose from his body. Senior brother Huang, there's no need for you to deal with trash like him. Let me deal with him. It's more than enough. At this moment, a young man with triangular eyes walked out from the Lake Phoenix area and shouted. This guy is seizing the opportunity to flatter senior brother Huang again. Someone whispered in the Lake Phoenix area. When the voice reached the triangular-eyed young man's ears, he chuckled and didn't care at all. There's no need. I'll do it myself. I'll make him regret every word he said just now. Huang Qishan waved his hand, allowing the triangular-eyed youth to retreat. The triangular-eyed youth sighed helplessly. What a waste of this opportunity. Brat, you've got a sharp tongue. I'd like to see what you've got. Whoosh, as soon as his voice fell, Huang Qishuan's figure moved like lightning. It was inconceivably fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lu Ming and clawed at Lu Ming. But even though he was fast, Lu Ming was not slow either. The moment Huang Qishan moved, the demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Huang Qishuan's palm. You want to stop me? Break! Huang Qishan coldly shouted, and a sharp claw light erupted from his claws as he clawed at Lu Ming. Boom, the long spear and the claw collided, creating a violent boom. A shocking shockwave swept out. Lu Ming and Huang Qishan both retreated at the same time. They both retreated 100 meters and stood in the void. What? That brat can actually block Huang Qishuan's move? Looks like they're evenly matched. How is that possible? Could it be that this brat can fight with Huang Qishan? Impossible. This brat's battle strength might be good, but it's impossible for him to fight with Huang Qishan. If I'm not wrong, Huang Qishan didn't use much strength. But that brat probably used 80 to 90% of his strength. Yes, it should be so. The geniuses of the major regions were discussing. Brat, so you do have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. But if you think that you can fight with me, then you're gravely mistaken. I'll let you know how terrifying my true strength is. Huang Qishan coldly said. His arms moved slightly and a pair of spiritual weapon gloves appeared on his hands. At the same time, a powerful aura rushed out. A large fiery red bird condensed on top of Huang Qishuan's head. This large bird was fiery red and there were red flames burning on it. Especially its tail, it was like the tail of the legendary phoenix. The phoenix-tailed bird was said to have the bloodline of the phoenix. It was extremely powerful. On the body of the phoenix-tailed bird, there were 6 silver chakras, shining with incomparably bright light. 6th grade king-class bloodline. The eruption of his bloodline caused Huang Qishuan's aura to reach its peak. Flying Phoenix Claw. Huang Qishuan's figure moved and his claw struck out. Chi-chi, as if the claw of a real phoenix claw passed through the air, a crack appeared in the space, as if it was about to be torn apart. This claw also contained the complete power of fire. It was several times stronger than before. Boom, Lu Ming also erupted with his second bloodline. At the same time, he stabbed out with his spear. The power of wind and fire fused together, forming a thick spear light. Boom, there was a shocking explosion. This time, the two retreated again. This move was evenly matched. How is that possible? Die for me. Huang Qishan roared and clawed out continuously. The space was about to explode. It was extremely terrifying. Every claw caused the space to tremble violently. Lu Ming held his spear and clashed with Huang Qishan without fear. Boom. Boom, the energy swept through the world, causing the wind and clouds to surge. Shwa, a claw light was dodged by Lu Ming. He flew out a few thousand meters and grabbed onto a mountain. With a loud explosion, the mountain exploded, turning into gravel. It was terrifying. Xiao, a spear light flew out and directly pierced a 10-meter wide, unfathomably deep hole in the ground. Retreat. The spectators were shocked and quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected. Boom. Boom. The two exchanged more than 10 moves. It was difficult to determine the winner. Phoenix Wing Slash. At this time, Huang Qixian roared and his true qi surged. His arms shook and a bird cry sounded. A pair of phoenix wings vaguely condensed on Huang Qixuan's arms. Whoosh, Huang Qixian waved his hand and the phoenix wings slashed down on Lu Ming like a heavenly blade. The power of this attack was much stronger than when he used the flying phoenix claw. Die. Huang Qixian sneered. Let's see who will die. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming stepped out and a dragon roar sounded. Suddenly, dragon roars and phoenix cries filled the world. It was as if they had returned to the ancient era of divine beasts. Boom, phoenix wings slash and 9 dragons stomping the heavens heavily clashed. The space started to tremble intensely like a piece of cloth. Berserk energy shot out in all directions. Those who were watching the battle frantically retreated. Only 3 people stood motionless in the air. They were Bufifan, Sun Chu, and Xian Feng. The 3 of them emitted powerful auras to resist the energy that shot out in all directions. After a loud explosion, Lu Ming and Huang Qixian flew back again. It was a tie again. One had to admit that Huang Qixian was indeed incomparably powerful. He was at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm and was a 4-battle genius. His battle strength was enough to kill an ordinary half-step king. Lu Ming was at the early 8th level of the martial ancestor realm and could only fight to a draw. Lu Ming estimated that even if he used the heaven palm, he might not be able to defeat Huang Qixian. Who the hell are you? Huang Qixian roared. Lu Ming was only surprised, but Huang Qixuan's heart was in turmoil. It was too shocking. Lu Ming was actually able to fight him to a draw. He even suspected that Lu Ming was also the strongest in a super region. Not only Huang Qixian, the spectators were also dumbfounded. They originally thought that Lu Ming was definitely not Huang Qixuan's opponent. They thought that Lu Ming was overestimating his own strength and was courting death. However, the truth was like a slap to their faces. Lu Ming was not only strong, he was not weaker than Huang Qixian. He was a genius on the same level as Huang Qixian. Their jaws almost dropped from shock. Bufifan, Sun Chu, and even the expressionless Xian Feng looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. Obviously, Lu Ming's strength had attracted their attention. Especially the triangular-eyed youth from the Phoenix Lake region. He was sweating profusely and his body was trembling from fear. Just now, he wanted to deal with Lu Ming. If he really attacked, he wouldn't even know how he died. When he thought of this, he felt a burst of fear. Who am I? You don't have the qualifications to know. Lu Ming sneered. Pretending to be mysterious. Watch how I kill you. Huang Qixian roared and waved his arms. The phoenix spread its wings and brought about a gust of wind. A blazing aura filled the world. Rumble, at this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the lake. The dragon's mouth seemed to have a sudden increase in suction force. The lake water in the lake crazily poured into the dragon's mouth. There was not much water in the lake to begin with. At this moment, it quickly reached the bottom. Ah? Look, the bottom of the lake is actually empty. Someone exclaimed. It's really empty. Strange, the bottom of the lake is empty. Why is there water? Strange, too strange. Dragon's Cave, this is the Dragon's Cave, the resting place of a true dragon. Some people who were close to the lake exclaimed. Now, consider yourself lucky. I will spare your life today. Huang Qixuan's eyes flashed as he stared coldly at Lu Ming. Spare my life? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? It's still not certain who will kill who. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. Huang Qixuan's face turned gloomy. He really wanted to have a big fight with Lu Ming, but he was afraid of missing the Dragon Cave. In the end, he snorted coldly and said, Brat, we'll see. After saying that, he led the people from Lake Phoenix and flew towards the surface of the lake. Lu Ming smiled faintly and flew towards the lake. His thoughts were similar to Huang Qishuan's. If the two of them fought a life-and-death battle, it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. If that happened, they would miss the opportunity to enter the dragon's cave. Flying closer to take a look, Lu Ming was secretly amazed. At this time, the water in the lake became less and less, revealing a huge pitch-black cave below. That's right, this lake wasn't a lake at all. It was the entrance of a huge cave. The lake water from before was actually just floating at the entrance of the cave, making it look like a lake. After the lake water was sucked dry, the true appearance of the cave was revealed. In just a dozen breaths of time, all the water in the lake was sucked dry. The huge cave was completely exposed. The diameter of the cave was at least a few thousand meters wide. Below, it was pitch black. With everyone's eyesight, they could only see 1,000 or 2,000 meters. Below that, they couldn't see clearly. They didn't know how deep the cave was. It seemed like it led to the abyss of hell. Charge! Someone moved, flying towards the cave. It was safe and sound, without any abnormalities. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally rushed in like a swarm of bees. There were more than 100 people from the 3 super regions. However, these people were all terrifying geniuses. The weaker ones probably didn't follow. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a super region to have so few people. Even the Cloud Emperor mountain range had 98 people. The ones with the most people were those from the larger regions. There were no less than 500 people. More than 600 people flew towards the huge cave together. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and rushed down with the crowd. The cave was too big. They flew down for at least 10,000 meters. At this time, the cave became slanted instead of vertical. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a big battle broke out on one side of the cave. Get lost, the dragon grass is mine. Who said it's yours? I found it first. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard. The next moment, a scream was heard. One person was killed. Lu Ming's sharp eyes saw a young man plucking a green spiritual grass from the wall of the cave. Dragon grass, it's really the dragon grass. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Legend has it that the dragon grass was a kind of spiritual grass that grew from the saliva of a true dragon after a long time. It had the aura of a true dragon and was extremely precious. It seemed that a true dragon really lived here a long time ago. There's one here too. Someone exclaimed. It's mine. You're courting death. You want to get the dragon grass? A big battle broke out and the killing began. Suddenly, screams were heard. Huang Qishuan's figure flashed and 5 or 6 young experts had their hearts crushed by him. A bunch of trash want to get the dragon grass? Die. Huang Qishuan said coldly. Go, take all the dragon grass you see. Huang Qishuan ordered the experts of Lake Phoenix. Yes. Instantly, the dozens of experts of Lake Phoenix scattered and flew to different parts of the cave. Not only Lake Phoenix, but the people of Yangchuan Valley and Scarlet Flame Mountain Range did the same. Damn it! Some of the experts of the bigger regions roared. Before entering the dragon cave, Huang Qishuan and the others had allowed the people of the bigger regions to enter because they were afraid that they would join forces. After all, each of the bigger regions had geniuses of martial ancestor realm and above. Once they joined forces, they would be a terrifying force. But now that they had entered the dragon cave, everyone wanted to search for treasures and did their own thing. How could they join forces? Huang Qishuan and the others were naturally unrestrained. In the cave, fights for treasures and screams could be heard from time to time. 2 stalks of dragon grass. Lu Ming saw 2 stalks of green spirit grass on the wall of a cave. It was the dragon grass. His figure flashed and he rushed over. The others saw it but did not dare to snatch it from him. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the 2 stalks of dragon grass. He continued to fly along the wall of the cave. Die. In front, a genius of Lake Phoenix killed a youth with a sword and was about to pluck a stalk of dragon grass from the wall. Whoosh! Lu Ming directly rushed over and with a sweep of his true chi, he plucked the dragon grass and kept it. You, the youth of Lake Phoenix shouted angrily. But when he saw that it was Lu Ming, he immediately swallowed the rest of his words. He retreated unwillingly. More than 10 minutes later, the group flew for tens of thousands of meters. Suddenly, 3 caves appeared in front of them. The caves were forked. Whoosh! Whoosh! The group randomly chose a cave and flew in. There were more than 100 people in each cave. Along the way, at least 100 people were killed. More than 600 people were reduced to 500 people. Lu Ming chose a cave on the left and flew along the wall. Wait, is that a dragon blood flower? In the pit, there were bright red flowers. These flowers were in the shape of a dragon, like a small dragon soaring in the sky. It was very lifelike. These were dragon blood flowers. According to legend, they could only grow from the blood of a true dragon. They were much more precious than dragon saliva grass. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With these dragon blood flowers, Lu Ming's true dragon battle art would probably be able to advance to the next level. Suddenly, an extremely sharp energy slashed towards Lu Ming. It was Huang Qixian. At this moment, his eyes were cold as he slashed towards Lu Ming with his phoenix wings. 9 dragons trampling the sky. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped forward. Bang! Huang Qixuan's body flew out and Lu Ming crashed into the wall. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming moved his hands and plucked more than 10 dragon blood flowers and kept them in the temple of Paragon. Humph! Seeing Lu Ming keep the dragon blood flowers, Huang Qixian snorted coldly and turned to leave. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly and a trace of killing intent appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next, he continued to advance in the cave. This cave was very wide and was definitely a place where true dragons entered and exited. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of him. There is a bone here. Is this a dragon bone? Haha, it's mine. You're courting death. Suddenly, there was a roar and shouts. Dragon bone? Lu Ming's heart jumped and he quickly flew in that direction. If it was really a dragon bone, its value would be terrifying. It was much more valuable than dragon saliva grass and dragon blood flowers. Phoenix Lake, Huang Qixian, you're despicable. Before Lu Ming arrived, he heard angry roars and screams. Lu Ming turned into a flash of lightning and crossed a few miles in an instant. In front of him, there was a bone the size of a water tank embedded in the stone wall. The bone was crystal clear like jade and was filled with a sacred aura. It emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Huang Qixian brought 5 or 6 experts from the Phoenix Lake and killed more than 10 youths from other regions. Haha, the dragon bone is mine. Huang Qixian laughed. He reached out to grab the dragon bone and tried to pull it out, but the dragon bone didn't budge. So tight? Again. Huang Qixian was about to use his full strength to pull out the dragon bone. Boom! Lu Ming arrived and instinctively kicked out. 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. Damn it! Huang Qixian was shocked. He quickly abandoned the dragon bone and used Phoenix Wing Slash. The other youths from Lake Phoenix also used their ultimate moves to block Lu Ming's attacks. Boom! Huang Qixuan's body swayed slightly. As for the other experts of Lake Phoenix, their faces paled and they almost spat out blood. However, Lu Ming's body also retreated rapidly. Apart from Huang Qixian, the other 6 from Lake Phoenix were all 8th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivators. Furthermore, they were all Battle 3 geniuses. Together, they were extremely powerful. Brat, it's you again. The dragon bone is mine. You want to fight over it? You are courting death. Huang Qixian roared. Yours? This is the dragon's cave. When did it become yours? Lu Ming sneered. Fine, since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Let's attack together and kill him. Huang Qixian roared. Then, the Phoenix Wing Slash was used. The other 6 experts from Lake Phoenix also used their ultimate moves to attack Lu Ming. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A giant palm print formed and smashed towards the group from Lake Phoenix. Boom! A loud explosion shook the dragon's cave and energy overflowed. However, the surroundings of the dragon's cave were extremely hard. Even with their energy that could destroy a mountain, they could only knock down some rocks. Peng, the Heaven's Path palm print was pierced. Huang Qixuan and the others only swayed slightly before they continued to attack Lu Ming. Brat, you will die today. Huang Qixuan's eyes were cold. You want to bully me with your numbers? Do you think I am afraid of you? Dandan, egg, smash for me. Lu Ming lightly patted the stone egg hanging on his hair. Dandan, this was a name that Lu Ming casually gave to the stone egg. Immediately, the stone egg shook slightly and turned into the size of a human head. With a swoosh, it rushed towards one of the experts from Lake Phoenix. Break for me. The expert from Lake Phoenix clawed out, the claw light shocking the sky. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Dandan completely ignored the claw light and rushed past. Then, it bounced up and smashed towards the nose of the expert from Lake Phoenix. Pung, Kacha, this time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then, it was followed by a mournful scream. Lu Ming realized that it was really miserable. His nose had completely caved in. His bones were broken and his flesh was badly mangled. Even his mother would not be able to recognize him. Shua, Dandan flew back and jumped up and down in front of Lu Ming. It seemed to be very excited. Huang Qixuan and the others were dumbfounded. Damn it, what did you use? You actually sneak attacked, despicable. Huang Qixuan roared. Despicable? Huang Qixuan, you scum actually dared to talk to me about despicable? You are not worthy. Lu Ming coldly shouted. Damn it, kill. Huang Qixuan roared. Dandan, smash. Lu Ming said. Dandan was so excited that she jumped up and spun around. Then, she flew forward with a swoosh. Block it, smash it. Huang Qixuan roared and released his strongest attack. The others did the same. But it was useless. Dandan completely ignored these attacks and rushed past. Peng, another young man from Lake Phoenix, was smashed in the face. Instantly, the sound of bones breaking and a mournful scream could be heard. This young man also followed in the footsteps of the previous one. His nose, and mouth were all caved in. His face was completely unrecognizable. It was a tragic sight. Although he didn't die, he couldn't even use much of his strength. Hiss, hiss, the remaining young men from Lake Phoenix sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the miserable state of the two young men, their teeth chattered and their backs turned cold. Who's next? Lu Ming's gaze scanned the area. Damn it, this stone egg isn't afraid of energy attacks. Use weapons. Huang Qixuan roared. Is that so? Then it's you, Huang Qixuan. Lu Ming pointed at Huang Qixuan. Shua, Dandan directly flew out. Scram for me. Huang Qixuan wore a pair of spirit weapon gloves and clawed at Dandan. Just as he was about to grab Dandan, Dandan jumped up and changed direction, smashing towards Huang Qixuan. Ah! Huang Qixuan roared and quickly retreated. His hands desperately protected his face, but he was still a step too late. Pung, it accurately smashed into his face. A miserable scream followed by an angry roar rang out. Huang Qixuan waved his claws. The moment Dandan smashed into him, he also smashed into Dandan's body. Pung, Dandan was sent flying. Midway, it changed direction and flew back to Lu Ming's side. It bounced back and forth, seemingly unhappy. Lu Ming looked at Huang Qixuan. Although Huang Qixuan was smashed, he wasn't as miserable as the others. But he still didn't feel good. His nose was completely crooked and several of his teeth were missing. Blood flowed out. He was in a sorry state. Huang Qixuan roared again and again. Some passersby were dumbfounded. What are you shouting for? Continue, Heaven's Palm. Lu Ming blasted out a palm. Heaven's Palm imprint blasted forward. At the same time, Dandan followed the Heaven's Palm imprint and rushed forward. Huang Qixuan and the others' faces turned green. On one hand, they had to block the Heaven's Palm imprint and on the other hand, they had to guard against Dandan. How could they fight? You guys block the palm imprint. Huang Qixuan shouted. He did not dare to be distracted, otherwise, he would be smashed by Dandan. Boom! The other experts of Phoenix Lake worked together to block the palm imprint while Huang Qixuan stared at Dandan. The palm force rumbled. Without Huang Qixian, the experts of Phoenix Lake could not block Lu Ming's palm force. Each of them trembled and coughed out blood. At the same time, Dandan also rushed in and smashed towards Huang Qixian. This time, Huang Qixian was even more miserable. Although he tried his best to block, he was still smashed heavily. This time, his teeth were smashed away. His mouth was crooked and his nose caved in. His originally handsome face turned into a pile of dog shit. Live. Huang Qixian roared, but because his mouth was leaking air, he originally wanted to say I, but in the end, he said live. Swish, Dandan flew back and jumped up and down on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming felt that this guy was very excited. Gather, go. Quickly gather, go. Huang Qixian roared with his mouth leaking air. Right now, he could no longer care about the dragon bone. If he stayed, he was afraid that he would be smashed to death by the stone egg. With a roar, he led the people of Phoenix Lake and ran away. However, the sullen feeling in his heart, he did not want to mention it. Haha. Take care, I won't send you off. Lu Ming laughed. Huang Qixian and the others almost vomited blood. In the distance, when the others saw this scene, they felt their eyelids twitching nonstop. They secretly warned themselves not to provoke Lu Ming, this ruthless person. Lu Ming came to the stone wall and sized up the dragon bone. The dragon bone was snow-white like jade, sparkling and translucent. One side was embedded in the stone wall while the other side was exposed outside. What was exposed was about the thickness of a water tank and a meter long. He could clearly feel the surging essence chi in his bones. Perhaps these really are dragon bones. Otherwise, who knows how many years have passed, but they still contain so much essence energy. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. With this dragon bone, his true dragon battle art might be able to take a few steps forward. Then, Lu Ming grabbed the dragon bone with both hands and pulled it out with all his might. Gotcha, creaking sounds came from the stone wall, but it was not pulled out. Again. Lu Ming let out a low growl as the muscles all over his body bulged. He unleashed his physical strength to the maximum. At the same time, the true dragon battle art was fully unleashed. Lu Ming stepped on the wall, grabbed the dragon bone with both hands, and pulled with all his might. Bang! Bang! The stone wall beneath Lu Ming's feet exploded. However, the dragon bone also loosened and was slowly pulled out. Finally, with a bang, the entire dragon bone was pulled out. It was a 3-meter-long bone that was as thick as a water tank. However, the deeper it went, the thinner it became. This looks like a phalanx. Lu Ming looked at it curiously. It looked like a phalanx of a true dragon. Great harvest. What a great harvest. Lu Ming grinned as he kept the phalanx in the Temple of Paragon. Not far away, the others looked on enviously, but no one dared to fight for it. What a joke. Didn't they see how badly the genius from Lake Phoenix was beaten up? After keeping the dragon bone, Lu Ming continued to move forward. Along the way, they did not encounter any precious treasures. After about a dozen miles, they saw a light ahead. That's a huge underground cave. It's the resting place of a true dragon. Go, go. Suddenly, everyone's hearts burned with passion as they rushed toward the light. Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed out of the cave and appeared in an extremely wide underground cave. This underground cave was too wide. It was more than a dozen miles wide and a few thousand meters tall. The walls of the cave were inlaid with night stones that lit up the cave. Whoosh! Whoosh, air-rending sounds could be heard. At this moment, Lu Ming then noticed that there were 2 huge holes in the surrounding walls. One by one, figures flew in. They were Bufifan from the Scarlet Flame Mountain region and Sun Chu from the Yangchuan Valley region. Previously, there were 3 forks and they had entered the other 2 forks. It turned out that this was the final destination. This is the resting place of a true dragon. There must be a supreme treasure here. Hey, there's a jade bed over there. It's so big. After a while, most of them flew toward the center of the underground cave. There was a huge jade bed over there. It was about 100 meters long and wide. It was extremely shocking. Go away, you ants. Boom, Bufifan's body emitted a terrifying aura as he slashed out with his saber. A huge flaming saber radiance swept across and killed a dozen youths instantly. Quick, avoid the people from the super regions. The people from the super regions were horrified and quickly dodged. Haha, kill. Bufifin laughed and took the lead. The flaming saber radiance slashed out violently and no one was a match for him. On the other side, Sun Chu was also rushing forward. Clang, a sword radiance flashed across the sky. Xianfeng stepped on the sword radiance and moved forward. The people around him avoided him. Get out of my way. Huang Qishuan's mouth was leaking air as he shouted. He brought the people of Phoenix Lake and charged forward. Almost everyone's target was the jade bed. Ah. What's that? A scale, is that a dragon scale? Someone exclaimed. In the middle of the jade bed, there was a scale. This scale was very special. It was the size of a water tank and was emitting a powerful dragon aura. It was definitely a dragon scale. The scale of a true dragon was definitely a supreme treasure. Kill, it's mine. Sun Chu roared. Sun Chu, don't even think about it. The dragon scale is mine. Bufifin roared. Boom. Boom. Immediately, a great battle broke out. Those who rushed forward were caught in the battle. Screams were heard. Almost in an instant, hundreds of people were killed. The smell of blood filled the air and corpses covered the ground. Boom, Sun Chu, Bufifin, Xianfeng, and Huang Qixuan, the four great experts, fought together. No one wanted the other to get the dragon scale. Lu Ming did not move. His eyes were not on the jade bed but the depths of the cave. There were stone walls on three sides of the cave. There were luminous stones on the walls. Only that direction was dark. It was not a stone wall. It seemed to be empty and there were wisps of black mist lingering in the air. As soon as Lu Ming entered, he felt the 9 dragons' bloodline in his body become restless. It seemed to be thirsting for that direction. Yes, thirsting for it. What was in that direction? Lu Ming was very curious. Forget it, I'll get the dragon scale first. Then, Lu Ming moved and pounced on the dragon scale. Kid, don't even think about it. Stop right there. When he was about to get close to the dragon scale, 2 terrifying attacks attacked Lu Ming. One was a phoenix wing and the other was a flaming saber. Huang Qixuan and Bufifin attacked him. End of chapter 410. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.